Okay, part 21 here on YouTube. Here we go. Part 21, mission elapsed time is sitting at T plus 7 days, 18 hours, 36 minutes, and 39 seconds. Orion is making its return trip back from the moon and will be down on Friday. Today is Thursday. It's going to be down tomorrow. Where are we in the mission timeline here? We are just getting into flight day 9 here, which is the last full day on orbit for the crew. Crew is in their post-sleep period right now and is scheduled to be into the daily planning conference with Mission Control here, the DPC. It's a nice way of saying morning stand-up if you do that. In about 30 minutes. And then today is mostly public affairs events, some footage capture for the National Geographic documentary that's going on. A lot of PAO events, lunchtime, obviously. And then we have some orthostatic garment suit testing. These OIGs are going to... the OIGs are there to help them be able to walk in gravity when they get back down. It's like a compression suit that they're going to wear. If you work out, you know what a compression suit is. It's just, basically a tight garment that keeps you kind of standing up. So they have entry studies today where they go over what they're going to do during reentry, the reentry conference. And then the night will be capped off with the return trajectory correction 2 burn that is going to happen in about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours from now. After the return trajectory correction here, they will move. I don't know what those are. The ONWMSCO, I don't know what that means. I have to figure that one out. I'm sure I'll figure that out by the end of the day. Then we have entry stow, so get the capsule configured for reentry, private medical conference, flight director conference, and then you're into the pre-sleep period here. After that, they'll get 8 hours of sleep. And then tomorrow, get up and do one more return trajectory, configure for entry, and then we're coming back down. Right, so you're looking at a live shot here of the Orion Solar Array Wing Camera, or SAW cam here. These are GoPros that are mounted to the edge of the solar panels here, and you can see a crescent Earth coming up real fast. That was a lot bigger than it was last night. Currently, Orion is 147,373 miles from Earth, or 237,174 kilometers away. Current speed is 2,839 miles an hour, 2,839, and then in metric, that's 4,568 kilometers an hour. As Orion gets closer to Earth, it's going to start speeding up. It will start speeding up to the point of entry interface. When entry interface happens on Friday evening, Eastern time at about 7 o'clock, Orion will be going 24,000 miles an hour, about 40,000 kilometers an hour at entry interface. It will do a loft maneuver like an Apollo capsule and will splash down 13 minutes later after entry interface at a soft 20 miles an hour or 32 kilometers an hour into the Pacific Ocean off the coast of San Diego. If we go over here into the entry planning, their trajectory is going from the southwest to the northeast. Entry interface will happen 2,000 miles off the shore, or 3,200 kilometers off the shore, off the coast of Southern California and Baja California Norte. So that there's 2 Mexican provinces here. There's North Baja and South Baja.
This is Mission Control Houston at a
And,
mission
yeah,
elapsed
they should
time
be
of
back
7
down
days, 18 hours, 41 minutes
tomorrow.
into the
I'm
flight
gonna
of
let Rob
integrity
talk.
on the Artemis 2 mission. All quiet here in the Mission Control Room, the Artemis Flight Control Room, also known as the White Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Integrity's 4 astronauts, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, have been awake for the better part of an hour and a half now as they finish their post-sleep period, reviewing their morning mail and all of the procedures that will govern their work on this 9th day of the mission and on the eve of their homecoming back to the Earth that you see in the field of view from one of the solar array wing cameras on Integrity. Integrity systems continue to function in great fashion. No significant issues being worked by the flight control team here in Mission Control. This is a day in which the crew will begin to pack up their crew cabin and spend time both with Flight Director Rick Henfling this afternoon, as well as themselves reviewing all of their flight data file procedures that will be part of the entry timeline on Friday. The mission status briefing for today is about 2 hours away at 2:30 p.m. Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, at which point you'll get all of the latest information on preparations for Integrity's homecoming and the completion of this historic lunar flyby mission tomorrow. Out in the Pacific, which is the port of call for Integrity for its splashdown at 7:07 p.m. Central Time Friday night, the USS John P. Murtha, which is the recovery ship, is in position, ready to begin recovery operations on Friday to extract the 4 crew members from Integrity, hoist them into a pair of Navy helicopters, fly them back to the ship, where they'll go into medical bay, for routine post-flight medical exams. That will precede a flight back to shore and ultimately a flight back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. There have been questions about the order of extraction from the vehicle once we have splashdown and once we are in a stable 1 or upright configuration to enable the fast boats and the Navy divers to approach the spacecraft for the opening of the hatch to Integrity. The order of extraction, according to the latest information we've received from the ship, Christina Cook will be first to be extracted from Integrity, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, and the commander of Integrity, Reed Wiseman, will be the last to leave the ship onto a big raft that will be erected right next to the hatchway to Integrity called the front porch. There will be a period in which Navy divers and medical personnel will have a chance to check out the crew before they're hoisted one by one in sequential fashion to the helicopters. Christina Cook will be first to be hoisted into helicopter number 1, Jeremy Hansen into helicopter number 2, Victor Glover into helicopter number 1, and Reed Wiseman into helicopter number 2. So Cook and Glover will have a short ride then back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Jeremy Hansen will accompany Reed Wiseman on the second helicopter for a short trip back to the deck of the ship.
Christina's seat is the one that's closest to the hatch, guys. That's why she's getting out first. And Victor is the second closest to the hatch. Jeremy is the third closest, and Reed is the furthest away from the hatch. Yeah, this is footage that was released yesterday. It's pretty good, right? It's pretty good. SLS is pretty good, man. It's a pretty good rocket. Needs a better upper stage, but it's pretty good. Yeah, Revs, they're so good. Any new images to be shown on the mission control screens? I have a feeling Big Orange will get some screen time over here. I have a feeling I might need to replace that one. even though I really don't want to replace that one.
We mentioned it earlier, but with this beautiful view of the Earth growing larger and larger in the field of view, it's worth mentioning again. We are about 6 hours and 44 minutes away from reaching the halfway point between the Earth and the Moon on the journey back to our planet. The acceleration of the velocity of integrity heading back to Earth will increase substantially after we cross that halfway point, although we left the lunar sphere of influence on the day after our lunar flyby.
Those SRBs are not as sparky as others that you've seen. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
The mission management team meeting today reviewed the weather at the Splashdown site, which is off the coast of San Diego. No significant change from what you heard yesterday from Rick Henfling, the entry flight director, in our briefing. We will be reprising all of that information in the upcoming briefing in 2 hours at 2:30 p.m. Central Time. We're expecting at the Splashdown site southwest winds at about 10 knots, wave heights of about 4 feet, actually somewhat less than 4 feet. It should be very gentle conditions.
So have we gained or given energy to and from the moon? Earth's precession pushes the moon away every year, fish pit, or just by a little bit, by about that much. So yeah, Earth has given energy to the moon. We are currently boosted. The way our planets was forged, let's say, pushes the moon away just a little bit. Interesting tidbit to that information. Mars has moons that are being pulled in, which is kind of crazy because of the opposite reason, because Phobos and Deimos are non-uniform. So it's actually pulling them in. They'll eventually crash into Mars. Our moon will eventually hit escape velocity in a couple million years. Weird, huh? Are you doing Raptor side? Nope. What timeline are they on at the moment? We're on flight day 9 right here. They're heading into the DPC here in a moment. You sent it above. I don't have links working on the YouTube chat correctly, dude. So I'm gonna have to go find it. Hello. There it is. This is WB-57 footage of the launch. Let me just make sure that we have this audio unmuted so I don't miss anything. I've grown accustomed to that damn signal lock noise. This is a PTZ camera on a WB-57 flying at 46,650 feet. Back it up a little bit. There we go. Right here. Very nice. It really is, Armadillo. It's a plot twist. It's not a signal lock noise. You just have tinnitus. Then why don't I hear anything when it's off? So, Bussin', they're up here. So they're in the Orion and Integrity are up here inside of an aerodynamic fairing called but it's also an ejector system called the LAS. The capsule is in this part right here. The service module is right below it. That's the only part we get back because you need a lot of energy to get up to the moon, which is kind of a shame, but
as part of the pre-entry procedures being worked by the flight control team here in Mission Control is the warm-up of heaters for the reaction control system thrusters on integrity. Those will be employed following the separation of the crew module from the European service module on Friday.
So about that. So, Sydney, you were saying wasn't...
This is space. I'm in space.
Hey, thanks, Cubat. Gifted a sub to tinnitus. Nice. We don't hear any noise in the background. Yeah, we don't hear any noise. Yeah, exactly. So, Sydney, about that, wasn't the buzzing noise present during the blackout? So that's the dial tone for Orion, okay? Just like if you pick up the phone, like a landline, it's the dial tone. They can still be transmitting, right? But if you click the button on during radio blackout, it won't connect. So you still hear the transmitting noise. What you're hearing is the sound of the antenna uplink, which is Canberra 43 right now. That's that buzzing noise. You're hearing the uplink. Just because the Orion doesn't have a connection doesn't mean the uplink signal doesn't go away. So that it's more you're hearing the dial tone, less you're hearing the connection. Canberra. I can't say it right, dude. I can't say it. The more I think about it, the more I screw up how to say it. I don't get that. It's the signal lock. That means you're transmitting the uplink, right? But it only connects if you key the radio. Like a dial tone, you have to punch in a number to make it go, right? Canberra. No, every Australian Tyler says that it's Canberra. If I say it Canberra, right? Everybody goes, no, it's Canberra. And if I say Canberra, everybody says, no, it's Canberra. You all say it wrong. Yeah, I know. At least I admit it, though, Brewer. Cranberries. We'll call it cranberries from now on. Over at Deep Space Tracking Network, cranberries. No, we didn't invent English, Dons. The British did. We culturally appropriated the language. It's ours now. You can't have it back. Well, not you, but you get the idea. It's cool that Australia can help in some way. Brewer, in the 60s, dude, the Deep Space Network, they could talk to Australia through the S-band. I don't know if they still do that. Like, I don't know if you can transmit, but like there had to be a relay station and people had to be in that relay station. So the Apollo astronauts, there's footage out there somewhere of the Apollo astronauts thanking the guys at Canberra for helping them out. Yeah. Oh, that's out there somewhere. I'm sure Reed, if he had the chance, I'm sure he would do the same thing. There's still a local backup office. There you go. Hey Paul, what's up, man? Have you heard about Kitten Space Agency? I consult on Kitten Space Agency, Frankham. I help them with that game. Dean was in here. He watched the launch with us, dude. I helped poach a lot of Kerbal developers over to that game.
As Integrity enters the Earth's atmosphere on Friday, with entry interface, as it is called, at an altitude of 400,000 feet, the vehicle...
EJ has many irons in the fire at all times. I was at their first development meeting, dude, which was like the who's who of like Kerbal players, dude. We got a bunch of people together and we decided all what KSA was. I mean, I didn't have much to say, like, because I was just like, yep, everybody here is smarter than me. All right, cool, sweet. Have you played the demo on stream? Yes, I have.
To bring Integrity home is different than what was flown during the Artemis 1 mission. At that time, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, in which we performed an initial dip into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy or speed. Then we lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, sort of like a rock being thrown against a lake, Then we dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the Pacific Ocean. As part of routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, areas of mechanical char liberation were observed, and that sent the engineers back to the drawing board to try to understand what may have caused that liberation. Here is my brief tutorial on metallurgy. Chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields like the one on Integrity is expected. That mechanical liberation of the char that occurred on Artemis 1 was somewhat unexpected. Chemical decomposition occurs as heat shield material heats up and decomposes. That's a process called pyrolysis, which generates gases during entry. The generation rate of the gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material, which is known as avcode. As the gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield. That char is porous. Now, what you want to have happen is for the gases to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than the new gas is generated. On Artemis 1, we found through post-flight analysis that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield was such that that was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous areas of avcode. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer. When that pressure gets high enough, some portions of the char layer could liberate from the heat shield and did in the example of Artemis 1. So, as a result, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate that issue. All parties agreed with the conclusion that we are flying on Artemis 2 tomorrow, a shorter entry trajectory, which will avoid a temperature profile conducive to high rates of gas generation as the avcode chemically decomposes. Now, you'll want some repelling of the heat, obviously. That's what the function of the heat shield is to repel heat. For Artemis 3 and beyond, the agency has redesigned the manufacturing process for making the avcode blocks such that we will have material that starts out more porous and will allow more efficient gas dissipation as the char layer forms. That's a critical feature for long skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon. The bottom line is that it was proven that the heat shield would have supported a safe entry of astronauts on Artemis 1 had they been aboard, and we are expecting no significant issues during the high-speed entry and heat buildup around the heat shield on Artemis 2 and the Integrity spacecraft tomorrow.
So they're flying on an Apollo re-entry trajectory because they don't want that to happen. See that? That's bad. I thought they were switching to the same type of heat shield as EFT-1. No, they redesigned the blocked avcode ablator. They want to do it in blocks, guys, because it's easier to inspect the heat shield. I mean, I personally would just remake the Apollo heat shield and go from there because, you know.
Houston Integrity, just curious if we can start docking camera activity a bit early for charging. Critical.
Good morning, Jeremy. You are go for dock cam.
Okay, good morning to all you.
We're going to have to play the Ablation cartoon, Chupon.
And Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen aboard Integrity, talking to spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey here on the ground about the start of the crew beginning camera configuration activities, setting up all of the cameras that they will use inside the vehicle during the next 24 hours or so leading up to their return to Earth and their splashdown. Tomorrow, you'll be hearing the voice of Jackie Mahaffey talking to the crew quite frequently during the entry activities. She and the rest of this entry team will be on console tomorrow morning to begin the final shift of the mission that will culminate with a splashdown on that crescent orb you're looking at. That's the good planet Earth. Splashdown scheduled at 7:07 Central Time Friday night, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the Splashdown site.
Romanticized reentry is going to happen on Friday, tomorrow. So we're about 32 hours away, give or take, from reentry. How do they control more or less where they splash down? Oh, I get to do my heat shield lesson again today, friend Cam. Oh, I'm happy about that. So, while Rob's on the subject and while we are on the subject, let me show you. So, how does reentry work? Rob talked about the ablative heat shield. Basically, the capsule takes its kinetic energy and dissipates it into heat energy. How does it do that? It does that through a heat shield that burns off. When Orion is going to hit what's called entry interface, that's basically the upper level where it starts to hit the atmosphere of Earth. When it hits the atmosphere, air starts getting compressed up against the heat shield. When air gets compressed up against the heat shield, it ionizes. That air, the gas gets so ridiculously hot because it gets compressed, per the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT, right? You compress a gas, it gets hot. You decompress it, it gets cold, right? The gas is getting compressed so much up against the heat shield that it actually rips it apart. Orion's going so fast it rips holes in the atmosphere, but it's not. It rips a hole in the atmosphere the same way if you drop a rock into a lake for a momentary second, it displaces the water and then the water comes back, right? So that gas ionization creates plasma. That plasma generates an insane amount of heat. It looks, here's a small visualization of what's going on. Here, take a look. So,
shortly we'll be moving into what is called the Daily Planning Conference.
Okay, they're getting up to the DPC. All right, so what happens here is that plasma stays right here, or it just shoots off of the side in what's called a bow shock on either side. All right, so the heat shield burns off, and when it burns off, right, you have a shear layer behind the bow shock, but that shear layer creates a cooler column of gas around the capsule, right? That's why you have ablative product contamination right here on the capsule, right? And then there's more flow separation off the top of the capsule, but see, the heat shield burns off to dissipate the energy, and the gases that it outgasses keeps the capsule in a cool column of gas. Now, how do they steer this thing? How do you steer it? Well, how do they, people are going to ask, like, how do you make sure that it comes down in the right spot? Real quick, I'll show you a picture of what the heat shield looks like before and after. This is a blocked Avcode ablator. Once again, this stuff is just designed to burn off. It burns away. When it burns away, it looks like that. So, before, after. Before, after. Camera 1, camera 2. Camera 1, camera 2. Right? Now, once again, on the Artemis 1 heat shield, this is the Artemis 1 Orion's heat shield. See the holes? That's not good. You don't want that. That's bad. They had too much gas permeate the heat shield, permeate the Avcode. Now, there's a whole thing about, how they re-engineered this, et cetera, how they should have just used Apollo, in my opinion. Not in my opinion. They should have just used the Apollo heat shield, but then they thought the Apollo heat shield was too hard to make. It's too hard to inspect, et cetera. They went with this heat shield design because it's easier to inspect the blocks. You make them one at a time. The short story of that is that the Apollo Command Service Module heat shields were made as one big block of Avcode ablator with a fiberglass mechanical reinforcement. These are made in just blocks and they fit together like Legos. This design is okay, except when holes happen. But so that's why Artemis 2 is flying on a slightly different trajectory. It's taking a trajectory that's much more similar to an Apollo service module's trajectory to try and make sure that that you don't have too much gas permeation. Because as the heat shield burns off, there's little pockets of air in the blocks, right? And if if that air gets too far into the heat shield, if it permeates too much, you can liberate a chunk of heat shield like that. What you really want is the heat shield to look like this down here. Minimal charring and spalling. See this? That's what you want. See how this block is scorched, but it's more or less intact? That's what you want your blocks to look like. You do not want your blocks to look like that, because that is the backing plate of the heat shield right there. That's a hole. That's what it looks like. That's a hole in the heat shield. Right? See all that? That's no good. These blocks are fine, but this stuff is no good. See this? That's bad. That's really bad over there. That's why they're flying on a different trajectory with this heat shield, to make sure that this does not happen. Are the SpaceX tiles better? Tiles is a different application. You just compared a canoe to a cigarette boat. Two different applications for the same thing. If you're wondering what these pins are up here, that's mechanically how Orion attaches to the service module. There's 4 pins on the SM to hold them together. Same idea as the shuttle, right? Also you don't want holes in the heat shield, Epic. Yeah, I don't want to get too far into the weeds because I don't believe in tempting the space gods during a mission. I'm going to go ahead and trust that NASA's analysis based off of what they learned from the Artemis 1 mission was sufficient analysis to get this heat shield on this trajectory to work. Look, if Rick Henflig says that it's good to go, he's the flight director, that dude right there. If Rick says it's good to go, re-entry is his baby. I believe him. Rick's a good dude. Like, he's been very straightforward and very clear in a lot of press conference. So this guy right here, for the people that don't know, that's flight director Rick Henfling. He is in charge of Orion coming back down. The guy next to him is Judd Friedling. He's another flight director. Judd was in charge of the way up. He was in charge of the uphill ride, right? Rick is in charge of the downhill ride. Okay? The lead flight director of this whole mission is flight director Jeff Radigan. He's overseeing the whole show. Jeff isn't in mission control right now. He's probably sleeping. But Rick in a press conference yesterday said he's confident. And dude, it's not like, it's going to work. No, he's like, no, it'll work. I know it's going to work. I'm like, okay, I believe you, dude. And I don't believe in bad vibes during a mission. Okay, look at me, dudes. Look, do you see these? Do you see these? Bad vibes exist, okay? You don't want to jinx it, all right? Bad vibes exist, okay? Believe me, all I've known is misery over the last decade, okay? Just freaking misery. I'm also a freaking Scuderia Ferrari fan, okay? I don't believe in bad vibes. That's bad. We don't want that. Don't wear them then. No, they're comfortable. I'm a Ferrari fan. All I know is misery. No bad vibes. You can't have bad vibes. Do not tempt the space gods. In Amit Kshatriya's own words. Don't tempt the space gods, dude. Bad idea. The space gods are cruel, and they will bite you if you're not careful. We have checking over. So, all right, how does the capsule steer? Let me see if I still have that picture on board here. Yeah, check this out. So the capsule, if you've heard them talking about shifting around weight and whatnot, check this out. This is super, super interesting. Let me just get back up to the mission timeline. So if you look, the capsule's center of gravity is not directly aligned to its central x-axis right there. See that? This is something they figured out during, going into the Apollo program. If you offset your center of gravity away from the center axis of your capsule, all right, your capsule is going to fly crooked through reentry. It's going to fly crooked, but that's not a bad thing. That's the other reason why, if you look at Artemis 1's heat shield, the charring, a lot of the skid marks, so to speak, are over here. Right? See how it seems like this part of the heat shield was flying first, and all the burn marks are kind of radiating out from this centralized point right there? Well, there you go. That's the reason. The reason why they use this offset center of gravity, the reason why this is a thing, is so if you rotate the capsule right about its roll axis. So like this, right? So say my hand is the heat shield here, right? If you roll it like this and you have an offset center of gravity, right? You can modulate the angle of attack on your heat shield. You can turn the heat shield into a wing if you really want to and skip off the atmosphere like what Rob was talking about. Or you can turn it down and it works more like a spoiler. It works like a speed brake. If you took this capsule and you rotated it so the astronauts here were right side up, right, the heat shield would fly like this. But in that position that it's in right there, it flies like that. All it takes is rotating the capsule. It's actually genius. This makes it so you can modulate heat shield angle of attack and you can use it to steer the capsule. Here, I'll show you what that looks like. Here, take a look. This is what that looks like. Watch the horizon here, right? This is with an extremely wide angle lens so they can get the stagnation area. They're looking at it. This is like with a GoPro or something. They're looking at the stagnation area. Now, here's the thing. Watch the plumes here. See this? This is very turbulent air. It's very turbulent air because of how they have the capsule oriented, right? Capsule's oriented like this. So you get a lot of smooth air. Actually, in this configuration, it's kind of sideways. But on one side, you get very smooth laminar flow. But on the other side, you get extremely turbulent flow. So the turbulent flow is down. So that means the heat shield is being used as a brake right now. That means it's the opposite configuration of this. The heat shield's flying like this. Not like this, because you're getting huge turbulent flow on your shear layer, it's called right here, right? So if we go back over here, go zip out this view again, watch. This video really likes to do that. So the other thing to notice is that, look, the plume changes. When the plume changes, what you're seeing is the reaction control systems that are designed to roll the capsule interacting with your shear layer. See? And the capsule will roll. And when it rolls, you're changing the angle of attack on your heat shield. And you can steer this bad boy in. Now, fellas, if you're a Kerbal player, you can do this in KSP. Take your capsule, put a gigantic ore tank on one side, or the small ore tank on one side, and fill it up, and then close it out, and then try to re-enter. You'll be able to steer the thing. Dude, you can fly capsules back and land them right at KSC. You could land it on the VAB. This system is so accurate to work. Like, you see them rolling? They're rolling to change the speed to do the skip, right? You can do this in Kerbal. It's absolutely a thing. All my capsules have this. I can steer the thing. So I can get my capsules back to KSC every single time. It works great. Oh yeah, no, the Apollo engineers cooked, man. They knew what was up. And Orion uses that exact same thing. That's why over the last couple of days, you've heard them saying like, okay, I'm putting this in this drawer and this weighs this many pounds. Because what they're going to do is put the capsule in a configuration where they offset the center of gravity, right? Off of the capsule's x-axis, off of its longitudinal line. And then they're going to use the IMUs. They use the inertial measuring unit and accelerometers on board to have the capsule figure out where the center of gravity is. If you have accelerometers in every direction and inertial measuring units in X, Y, and Z, during the return trajectory correction burns, they can figure out exactly where the center of gravity is on the capsule. And dude, you could steer this thing like an airplane. Honestly, whoever thought of this is way smarter than me. Like, way smarter than me. Any chance we get an SLS on a mission mode pad stackable? I'm going to have to retool my pad to make them both work, King, aren't I? I'm going to have to do it. And this is your fault, you dirty, 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 dirty prick. We got to reconfigure the pad, don't we? Can they do this to control the heat tiles? Well, fun fact, guys. Goalie, that's a good question. You know, you mentioned tiles. The shuttle did the same thing. That's how they flew the shuttle through reentry. Here's wind tunnel testing with the space shuttle. So what they did was they used the elevon, so the shuttle's control surfaces, and they used the rear RCS pods on the shuttle to basically do the same thing. You modulate your angle of attack, right? To be able to dial in your trajectory. And then with the shuttle, they used the RCS shooting off the back to do this, to do the S turns. Everybody says, oh, the shuttle flies like trash. It flies like trash. Well, yeah, it flies like trash when you're going below Mach 1. Doesn't fly very well. It flies amazing when you're going Mach 10. You can literally surf a wave of plasma back to your back to the runway. That's why the shuttle has those great big delta wings. So, you know, it could come down and it could find the damn runway. They can't use Apollo? No. This mission will use Apollo's trajectory. They're doing it to make sure that the heat shield doesn't char too much. That is what the trajectory looks like. They're not going to do a full skip like Artemis 1, because when they did, see that right there? See that little guy? See all this crap right here? That's no good. That happened when they flew the skip trajectory. They're not going to do a full skip off the atmosphere, more so just loft the trajectory during reentry. It's called the trajectory loft. You can see it right there. They're going to do that during reentry, not skip all the way up here and off the atmosphere. This is just going to more or less level off through reentry to help make sure that they don't get too much gas permeating the heat shield. If you get too much, if the gas stays in the heat shield for too long, right? Like if you skip off the atmosphere with this heat shield, gas will get stuck in there, and that's what causes the heat shield to pop off. That's what causes that.
In the field of view with each passing minute.
So what they're going to do is fly on a trajectory that's much similar to Apollo. So your period of heating is not nearly as long, and you don't get gas soaking into the heat shield. I have a video about this, guys, if you want to watch it.
Minutes from now, at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening.
Mm-hmm. The Orion is reusable. Yes, it is, FriendCam. It's reusable. Orions have shuttle tiles on the leeward side, on the let's say the cold side of the vehicle. So in reentry, guys, some glossary of terms that you might hear. Plasma. Plasma builds up on the front of the heat shield. Ionized gas is how this plasma gets made, because gas is getting compressed up against your ablator. An ablator, or an ablative heat shield, is something that burns off. There's something called the law of conservation of energy in thermodynamics. All right, you're coming in at 24,000 miles an hour. You need to bleed off that speed. 24,000 miles an hour hitting the atmosphere, you have a lot of what's called kinetic energy. Right? So your energy right now is the movement of the capsule through reentry, right? You got to trade that speed for something. That energy has to go somewhere. The ablator heat shield takes your movement, your kinetic energy, and it converts it through ablation to heat, right? And it burns off. It burns it off. The heat shield actually physically burning is your energy sink here. Okay, then a little bit of glossary of terms. They won't get into bow shocks or viscous interaction or shock layer radiation. This is all nerd stuff. If you really want to know about this stuff, I could get into it more. But yeah, this is ablator, which means the substance that burns off on the heat shield during reentry to trade kinetic for heat energy, right? Plasma gets accumulated in your bow shock layer here because of ionizing gases. Oh, nice funky stuff. Thank you. Hell yeah. That's really good. Mr. Bart, you have, the funky stuff was the name of the website. That is the difference in trajectory. See? They're flying, they're not doing the skip. Now, Rob Navius, I didn't know the reason why you'd want to do the skip in the first place, but Rob, actually being the disgustingly good PAO, actually explained it. He said, when he explained this a second ago, that this skip trajectory is much more efficient when you're returning from the lunar south pole, which, yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Polar orbits get a little bit more complicated when you start getting out around the moon. And NASA wants to build their moon base at the lunar south pole. So Spoiler alert, if you want to get near the South Pole, you have to fly over the South Pole to land at the South Pole. It's not rocket science. It's like saying if I want to fly from New York to Los Angeles, I have to fly in that direction towards the airport, and I have to get near Los Angeles before we go to land. You don't fly to Seattle to go to LA, right? So just like a flight plan that's going from New York City to Seattle would be a little bit different than going to Los Angeles, right? If you're coming back from the South Pole as opposed to the lunar equatorial regions, right? Your trajectory is going to need to be a little different. That makes perfect sense. Actually, that's really smart. Mr. Bart, thank you for this. I'm going to keep this in my collection when people ask. I have 1,000 tabs open on my monitor up there with just anything that I need to recall off the top of my head. Why is peak heating lower than atmospheric flight? Oh, all right. You guys, hold on.
That will take us to a splashdown point.
We need to watch the ablator video. I'm going to do it. We're doing it now. We're doing it now, dudes. My YouTube feed is just populated with all space stuff, and so is my all my social media feeds. And you know what? I don't care. It's just astronaut stuff all the time. You know what? I'm good with it. That and rebuilding hubs on a truck. But whatever. All right, check this out. We're going to watch this. It's about a 20-minute film. This will make it make a lot more sense. So, FranCam, I saw you asking questions. If you look at some of my emotes in chat, you see the guy with the tuxedo. He's from this cartoon. Take a look. It's a United States Air Force training film called Atmospheric Penetration. This is one of those things that's just going to... old films explain things so much more succinctly. It's so easy to understand. Just listen. Like, look at me. I'm an idiot, and I understood it. Where's that noise coming from? Dude, this computer just likes to randomly start playing music at times. I don't know why, but that was my background music that just started playing. It was a good song, but this is the song we want to listen to. All right, trust me on this. This is a good film. This will teach you about reentry and how it works. This is going to be on the test.
There was a time when a meteor flashing through the sky struck man with a deep sense of wonder. Even today, man's reaction to a meteoric display is likely to jam the switchboards with reports of imminent invasion from space.
Switchboards.
But as heirs to the knowledge, disciplines, and apparatus of the scientific revolution, we are familiar with, and at least partially understand, the meteoric phenomena. A meteoroid, traveling in space outside our atmosphere, remains unseen by man, for the molecules in space are so dispersed that collision with them causes no visible effect. If its trajectory traverses the Earth's atmosphere, it becomes a meteor. Here it begins to collide with more molecules. These collisions become more and more frequent as the meteor descends into the denser air of lower altitudes, causing it to decelerate. Each collision converts some of the energy of motion into heat energy, and the heat continues to increase until the meteor itself becomes incandescent, scribing its visible path through the night sky. Destroyed in the atmosphere by this heating, most meteors present no danger to man. Now and then, one is large enough to survive its passage through the atmosphere to Earth. It is then called a meteorite, and some are very large indeed. Dr. Peter Parameter became interested in meteors early in his career, and once wrote a paper titled,
"A thermokinetic description of bodies in passage through a plastic medium of nonlinear density at random velocities and angles, which could be just about summed up with this equation."
With this equation, his fellow scientists and designers are able to explain the effects of atmospheric penetration on
We're going to learn something new today. It's called math. And without it, none of us would exist.
differing bodies, those with different ballistic
Oh, you think it's
coefficients
funny?
at various velocities and angles. For example, if two bodies of different weights enter the Earth's atmosphere with the same velocity and entry angle, both the heavy body and the light one will begin to heat up at the same time. But impacts of air molecules slow the light body sooner. This deceleration of the light body occurs at higher altitudes, while the heavier, more energetic body penetrates deeper before it reaches peak deceleration. The total amount of heat generated by the lighter one is less than that generated by the heavy one, whose larger mass gives it greater kinetic energy. Two identical bodies with the same velocity entering the atmosphere at different angles also will decelerate at different rates. The steeper angle causes a more rapid encounter with the dense air, resulting in more abrupt deceleration. The total heat generated will be the same for both bodies, but peak heating will be less for the shallow entry. With identical meteors entering at the same angle but with different velocities, the faster meteor, under heavier bombardment by air molecules, will have greater deceleration, generating more heat and at a higher rate.
So, did you hear that? Two things that are on two different trajectories, that one's steeper than the other, will have the same, it's the same amount of energy, the same amount of heat being generated, but your period of heating will be different, right? You fly on a shallower trajectory, right? You're going to absorb the same amount of energy that if you flew on a steep trajectory. It's just on the shallower trajectories, guys. Shallower trajectories have a overall lower period or lower peak heating, but a longer period of heating. Something that's going very, very, very steep, right, has a very short period of heating, but a very high peak temperature. Okay, that makes sense. I know that's like, okay, what does this have to do with it? Just listen. It gets better, right? So you have to, long story short, he'll get into it, but you have to find the balance with whatever you're doing.
But Dr. Parameter is no longer merely an observer interested in understanding the phenomena of meteors. A meteor is just an aimless traveler in space. Doc finds himself now involved in designs with a purpose and an aim. A missile has a target, and a spacecraft has a destination, a journey's end. To these, Doc applies his knowledge. He knows natural phenomena, both of aimless meteor and aimed missile. He knows that as they traverse the atmosphere, they heat up. If the heating or deceleration of a vehicle is excessive, the mission is threatened. Man cannot change the laws of nature, so he must use his knowledge to work within those laws. Doc Parameter knows that the two natural enemies to successful atmospheric penetration are deceleration and heat. He can fight these enemies on two possible fronts. First, on the design front by
So, Kadzaks, it's like a lump sum pay or you're doing a heat payment plan. Yes, exactly. That's the difference here. The analogy that I came up with for viewers is that you're either slow cooking something, you're barbecuing, or you're flash frying. Which one do you want? Now, okay, which one do you think is better for people? If people are inside the capsule, which one do you think is better? Do we want to flash fry people? We do not want to flash fry people. We don't want to slow cook people either, to be very clear. Don't do that. That's bad. That's better for the capsule, which has the people inside.
Modifying the vehicle's shape and size relative to its weight. In other words, its ballistic coefficient. And second, on the program front, by altering the vehicle's trajectory, its velocity, its attitude,
I did that on purpose,
and its angle of entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Dr. Parameter is now ready to use his technology to plan a successful re-entry for an ICBM warhead. He knows that of the two natural enemies, deceleration and heat, high deceleration is not a problem with a warhead, but too much heat could destroy it. He first surveys the project on the program front. He knows that the re-entry velocities and angles are essentially set by the mission. But to reduce heat load, the velocity of the re-entry vehicle could theoretically be reduced by firing a retro rocket. On investigation, he finds that in order to decrease re-entry velocities sufficiently by this method, a retro thrust system would be required weighing many times the weight of the warhead.
Fun fact, that's what Falcon 9 does. But Falcon 9 does that with a first stage, so you don't need a gigantic thing to slow you down. Falcon 9's first stage decelerates into windward velocity, and it works exactly like a heat shield. That's called supersonic retropropulsion. That's what Falcon 9 does right there, but not back from orbit. It's on a suborbital trajectory where heating is much lower because you're not going as fast. You don't have as much kinetic energy.
This method is out. He next considers the possibility of changing the re-entry angle. He knows that a shallow angle will lessen the peak heat load by stretching the heating over a longer period of time. But the total heat generated will be the same either way, and the vehicle could absorb even more heat during this longer re-entry. Furthermore, a shallow re-entry angle has other serious drawbacks. First, a shallow angle impairs accuracy by deflection in the atmosphere. Second, it affords more time for enemy interception. A steep re-entry improves the missile's chances of avoiding interception and of reaching its target with minimum atmospheric deflection. In this case, altering the program is not the answer to the heat problem. Dr. Parameter must attack the problem of heat on the design front. Logic would seem to indicate that fast travel requires a streamlined shape to slice its way through the air. At subsonic velocities, this is true, but at supersonic speeds, the moving vehicle displaces air molecules which bounce off, forming a shock wave. As speed increases, the shock wave becomes more severe, and heating increases.
This is why the space shuttle is about as aerodynamic as a steam engine flying through the air. That right there. Something that's perceived as very aerodynamic is not aerodynamic when you're going Mach 20. The reason why is because your plasma shock is close to your vehicle, and if it's closer to your vehicle, it's going to heat it up and, well, destroy it.
An ICBM will have a free-fall re-entry speed in excess of 23,000 feet per second. At this speed, the heat of molecular collision and friction, shearing of air molecules, is concentrated in a narrow zone along the surface of a streamlined vehicle.
So
the heat
pay attention to the shocks. This is really important. The shock is very important because this area will get superheated, right? And you know, with a pointy object like this, you're gonna need a more robust heat shield.
It may cause the temperature to exceed 15,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
How much is that in Celsius? Yes, that's a lot in Celsius. Now look.
To combat this terrific heat, Dr. Parameter designs instead a re-entry vehicle with a blunt frontal area.
Heat shield. No problem, Unwilling. This is cool stuff, man.
The blunt shape creates its shock wave somewhat ahead of the vehicle. This occurs because the atmospheric molecules colliding with its frontal surface bounce back and intercept others coming in, setting up a kind of picket line in advance of the warhead. The peak heat is generated in this area away from the surface of the vehicle.
All that air stays there.
Although the blunt shape decreases the peak heating of the warhead to half that of the streamlined shape, it will still heat up to 7,000 degrees Fahrenheit, much too hot for unprotected warhead structures. To further reduce heating, Dr. Parameter must find other techniques in addition to the blunt shape. His first solution is the heat sink. Use the blunt design and add a mass of heat-conducting metal large enough to absorb most of the heat generated during re-entry without melting before impact.
Isn't it cool?
It works, but he is not yet satisfied. The weight of the heat sink displaces more than 1/4 of the payload. Furthermore, the blunt design slows the missile, keeping it in the atmosphere a longer time, making it less accurate and easier to intercept. For the greatest accuracy and shortest time in the atmosphere, Doc knows that the streamlined shape is the best, but the heat sink cannot absorb and distribute the sudden extreme heat generated during the re-entry of a streamlined vehicle. Doc reasons.
If the heat cannot be absorbed, why not eject it as fast as it's generated?
The answer is ablation.
Ablation! Coat the frontal surface of the streamlined missile with layers of ablative material composed of fibers, resins, and ceramics.
This ablative coating protects the missile from the extreme heat in several ways. It is a poor heat conductor. Its surface gradually melts away, taking heat with it, and its vapor forms a thin insulating layer, deflecting some of the heat from the surface.
So when the heat shield burns off,
The ablative principle combats the heat problem
outgasses,
effectively
and
and
it
permits steeper re-entry angles while adding a minimum of weight. The streamlined missile, with its increased speed,
We're almost
affords
done, by
the
the way.
least possibility of interception and the greatest accuracy. It does produce a huge deceleration factor approaching 150 Gs.
don't want that for people.
Fortunately, this poses no threat to a warhead. But for manned or other recovery missions,
This
the
is where the-
G-load is a most important factor.
This is where this
For
really
manned
makes a
re-entry,
difference. Listen to
this
this part.
force should be held below 10 Gs. A shallow re-entry angle of about 1 to 5 degrees is the simple answer.
That's a little much for people. Keep in mind, this is from like Fallout 1950s US. We're like, oh yeah, you can take 10 Gs, you'll be fine. No, I mean, yes, but no. The integrity crew, when they get back on their Orion with their deceleration, where their entry is going to pull 3.5. And that really will screw you up. That hurts. If you ever rode the Mission Space Ride at Epcot in Disney World in Florida, the Orange team, that's 3.5 Gs sustained. It hurts. You'll feel it.
The shallower the angle, the less the G-load. But this will be sustained over a longer period of time. This means a longer time at high speed through the friction of the atmosphere. Let's take a moment to
Lot
see
more
why
than
this
that,
is not
Sloth.
desirable. Dr. Parameter?
Thank you. Gentlemen, we have here a kettle of water. Heathcliff, we can use you in this experiment.
Oh boy, an experiment.
Thank you, sir. Now, if we may have another kettle of water and your stand-in.
Listen to this. This part's important. Heathcliff.
Thank you. Now we'll proceed with the experiment.
Experiment?
We'll add the same amount of fuel under each kettle, but alter the form of the fuel under one kettle to make it burn faster. We ignite both at the same time and compare the results. Splendid. Now, I'd like to point out that the fast-burning fuel, although reaching its intensity quickly, exhausted itself quickly. The heat absorbed was negligible. The slow-burning fuel, on the other hand, gradually increases in intensity. It will generate the same total heat load, but over a longer period of time. And you'll notice more heat is absorbed.
That's the exact reason why if you're trying to make a campfire, you need kindling. You need kindling. Expose more dry surface area to your heat, and your fire's going to burn more intense. Same thing with a heat shield.
Thank you, Heathcliff.
Thank you, Heathcliff.
Thank you, Dr. Parameter. So although the peak heat generated in the shallow re-entry is less, the capsule is in the heating regime for a longer time, and without the utmost protection would absorb an intolerable amount of heat. For manned re-entry, Dr. Parameter overcomes the deceleration enemy through program with the shallow angle, but he must combat heat on the design front. A blunt shape to cause a detached shock wave, a picket line against heat, and ablative materials for additional heat control. The doc is confident his new design will fulfill the requirements. Now to try it out. He wants low peak deceleration, so the shallow re-entry path is mandatory. This brings him down safely, if a little off target. To achieve some control and accuracy as well as safety,
I hope
Dr.
so,
Parameter
Kraft.
has been working on other design concepts, particularly shapes that produce lift. He knows that a ballistic missile is designed and programmed to hit a particular point on the Earth's surface. A manned ballistic vehicle with the same objective is much less accurate due to its design and long, shallow penetration. But a lifting vehicle, which is capable of descending at a still more shallow angle and with an extremely low deceleration rate, is able to change direction. This control gives it wide selectivity of landing sites.
This video came out like 15 years before the shuttle program even was a thing, by the way.
Within a large footprint area. For the shortest range within the footprint, the vehicle is pulled up into a maximum lift attitude at re-entry. This induces maximum drag, causing a steeper, more abrupt descent. For the longest possible range, the vehicle must assume the attitude of maximum lift over drag ratio. This footprint, huge at first, shrinks gradually as the vehicle descends. Dr. Parameter, while considering the advantages of lifting vehicles, is also aware of their drawbacks. First, the lifting structure itself imposes weight penalties, which compete with the all-important matter of payload. Then, lifting vehicles may also spend up to 20 minutes in the heat regime, and being more streamlined, they require a still more complex heat protection system, competing still further with payload.
Literally the space shuttle.
Dr. Parameter, with his associates, has studied the strategy of atmospheric penetration. He knows its natural enemies, deceleration and heat, and has met them on the two fronts of program and design.
Oh boy,
he has accomplished important objectives.
Important.
For the intercontinental ballistic missile, the objectives are rapid atmospheric penetration and accuracy. The warhead's natural enemy is sudden, intense heat. Its program? High velocity, steep re-entry. Its design, streamlined with ablation to combat sudden heat. For a manned or other recovery mission, the objectives are, first of all, safety.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Sorry about that.
Target. Protection would absorb an intolerable amount of heat. For manned re-entry, Dr. Parameter overcomes the deceleration enemy through program with the shallow angle. But he must come ballistic missile. The objectives are rapid atmospheric penetration and accuracy. The warhead's natural enemy is sudden, intense heat. Its program?
Of course, Christian.
High velocity, steep re-entry. Its design, streamlined with ablation to combat sudden.
So what I was going to say, the reason why I accidentally clicked out of the video, is that if you look at the shuttle from like a top-down view, and you look at the shuttle's fuselage, it looks like that. That's called a biconic reentry vehicle, which is a nice way of saying a vehicle that shape has two conic structures in it. The engine section on the space shuttle is it actually tapers out like that. And obviously the nose cone on the space shuttle is conic. If you took this design and you added delta wings to it, that's the shuttle. That's what the shuttle is. Seriously, the shuttle shape and design is derived from ICBM research. They don't want to tell you that though, but it's true. It's a biconic reentry vehicle.
Heat. For a manned or other recovery mission, the objectives are,
that's correct, Jar.
First of all, safety, and then control.
Now this is the part we want to listen to.
The mission's natural enemies, high deceleration, sustained heat. Its program, shallow re-entry for low deceleration. The vehicle's design, blunt, yet with control capabilities.
That's right,
a maneuverable
M2F2.
lifting shape.
Bingo.
The resulting long duration within the heat regime exacts a weight penalty because a complex heat protection system is needed.
1958, Phil.
There will always be problems to solve. Dr. Parameter has worked out successful compromises so far, but he is still puzzling, still exploring. He plots his graphs, his curves, and flings them both.
Okay, so right there, that's theta. That is the Greek letter theta. In mathematics, it's used for angles.
Boldly into space. But he knows that we have barely gotten our little toe into space.
Actually, I think this is
and
early
he
60s,
constantly
that's a
seeks
Gemini
to improve
capsule.
that toehold. He must hold to the possible, yet he constantly works along its impossible edges. He has opened the way for man's safe re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Journey's end for space travel.
Man, I want an F-14 space shuttle. What? They took our future from us. Does that clear up re-entry and how it works a little bit better? Pretty cool, huh? That's one of my favorite videos for showing off this stuff. And guys, you could do all this in Kerbal if you want to see a good visualization from it. It's superbly useful. Yeah, friend Cam, hopefully that helped. Like, you have to balance, because you have to balance your peak heating, right, versus your overall heating period, right? Now, the fun fact is, in shallow reentry trajectories, right, peak heating usually happens early. The reason why peak heating happens early is because you're still at lower pressure. Okay, so Fran, I saw you ask this question. You know, peak heating will happen right at the beginning because there's low pressure. Whenever you have a lot of heat introduced into a low pressure system, right, like a low pressure plastic nonlinear body at random velocities and angles, in the upper atmosphere, there's not any place for that heat to go. It'll convect through the air that's up there, but there's no place for it to go, right? So peak heating often happens at higher altitudes. Once you get through peak heating, right, your temperature will go down, but your period of heating is going to be longer, right? Now, when you're ICBMing it, right, so to speak, you're coming in fast. Peak heating happens instantly and it's way higher, but your period of heating is slower. Or is shorter. You got to swap these things and you got to find the balance, like what that video talks about. The reason why I like that video so much is because it tells you the design process inadvertently. You have to figure out what you're trying to do. What are you trying to do with this thing? Are you trying to make somebody come back from space, or are you trying to blow up Moscow? Like, which one is it? Like, not that that's a good thing. We don't want to do that. Just to be very clear. Right? Like, which one do you want? Right? And that really denotes how you would go about designing it. Now, there's some ways that there's some things that you can't get rid of. Like, you're not going to be able to get rid of the heating, right? You're going to get heating one way or the other. So how do you want to deal with that heating? Do you want to slow cook it, or you want to flash fry it, right? Depends on what you're trying to do. That's the design process for aerospace engineering in a nutshell. Actually, any type of engineering. You're really coming up with what you're trying to do first and have a very clear and defined expectation for the vehicle really helps you in the design process. It makes so much of a difference. Anyway, I'm going to get us back over to mission coverage. I thought I would play that because it really helps understand like what reentry is and how you deal with it.
That whole process.
Slow cooking for a better taste. Yeah, we want it. We want the meat to fall off the bone. I don't know about you. Flash frying is nice, dudes, but if we're talking about smoking a brisket, I'll take the smoked brisket over the flash fried turkey. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, dudes. Like, now I'm hungry. Sorry. Sorry if I made you hungry. That's my fault. You're filling in a lot of holes in your space knowledge. Yeah, Fish, this stuff's cool, dude. I don't really understand my brain. I don't understand why it's so damn, I mean, it's hot because re-entry, but right, that's so badass, dude, that somebody figured out a way to slow down from 24,000 freaking miles an hour. And there was somebody like Dr. Parameter in the 60s like, oh yeah, I can fix that. Yeah, we can make that work. It's like, oh, you're gonna hit the atmosphere going Mach 30. Yeah. Don't worry about it. I got this, Bob. Don't worry about it. Here, let me go sit there and drink 37 cups of coffee over the next week, and I'll have an answer for you by Friday. Oh yeah. Also, I need 3 packs of Camel Lights. Thank you very much. All right, here you go. Like, not only did somebody figure this out, somebody like actually went, like, they were drawing the math out. Like, that's crazy to me, dude. How did you even figure this out without a damn computer? Like, well, I know, just you basically had to brute force the math and sit there and keep doing the math equations out until it came out right. They did have basic computers at NASA at the time, for what it's worth, but those basic computers were about as good as a pocket calculator nowadays. You know, like, I mean, pocket calculators don't even exist anymore, but you get what I'm trying to say. Slide rules, smokes, and freaking coffee. Lots of coffee. I know that actually for a fact. I talked to Jerry Griffin once, who was a flight director at NASA. I had the benefit of talking to Jerry Griffin. He was just like, yeah, Mission Control smelled like a damn pool hall. And I'm like, and I asked Charlie Duke the same thing, and he said the same thing too. He's like, oh yeah, no, it smelled like a pool hall in there. It's coffee and smokes, baby. I'm like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about. So once again, we picked up the live coverage. That was a shot of Mission Control. You saw Flight Director Rick Henfling. He's the Entry, Descent, and Landing Flight Director. He'll be here for the next couple of days. And then Judd Friedling, who was the Ascent Flight Director, was sitting next to him. In the other seat, you had the capsule communicator, who's the person that actually is the intermediary to talk with the crew on integrity.
Go ahead, Jackie. I'm with you on DU3.
Her name's Jackie Mahaffey.
Hey, Christina, we're going to start working with the CMRCS, and in particular, we're about to arm the pyro valves, and we're interested in if you all see the same toggling signature that you saw with the service module propulsion system. So if you could pull up CMRCS and keep an eye on that display, we will then arm the pyros.
So I told you guys that the capsule has to be able to steer through reentry. The CMRCS is the.
I'm with you on CMRCS. Got my eyes on the pyro A and B valves, and they're already. I'm seeing the behavior of them toggling in between safe and armed already.
We copy all, and we'll put our actions in work.
You can make a good Capcom. Yeah. Yeah, Kraft. Dude, flight ops is way underrated. I love flight ops. I love flight directors. I've talked to them. I've talked to flight directors. I know people that work at Johnson. That is literally, that's like my favorite part of this. You know, people on the ground that are doing the grunt work. That's cool, man. Like, guys like Rick Henfling, Judd Friedling, Jeff Radigan. Those guys are, dude, those are the kind of people that, like, I look up to a lot. I really, like, that's cool, man. Can you imagine being a flight director at NASA? Yeah, I commanded the flight. I was the flight director that commanded the flight that sent people back to the moon. How badass of a flex is that? Like, dude, they're the guy. Like, I like problem solving. It makes my brain, like, happy figuring out stuff. It's just, I don't know if I was, like, dropped as a child or something and I hit my head wrong. I like fixing things. And that's what flight directors and that's what mission control does. They fix things, right? Like, if something goes wrong, you're going to fix it. You're going to figure out what's wrong. You're going to find it. You're going to troubleshoot it. You're going to fix it. Like, dude, it
Houston copies. Thanks.
It makes my brain happy. You hit your head right more, like, yeah, maybe like I dropped it in a screw instead of coming loose, like it tightened itself up or something, or like knocked it into place. Like, I look up to the guys in mission control a lot. The guys and gals over there, they do a hell of a job. It's Flight Operations Directorate is so ridiculously underrated. It's so damn cool. Like right now, they're troubleshooting the CMRCS. That RCS that's going to make Orion during reentry. Well, they're not troubleshooting it. They're seeing a weird signature from it, but they could fix it. Where is it? Where is my... Here we go. So, look. The capsule needs the command module RCS to be able to roll. The reason why it needs to be able to roll is so they can change the angle of attack on the heat shield. To skip. To basically be able to steer the capsule. The CMRCS is using a pyro valve. A pyro valve to arm that reaction control system is a one-time use thing. The reason why it's one-time use is because you're only going to need the command module RCS once. You only need it once during reentry, and you need it for about 13 minutes. That's it. So they're looking at the pyro valve arming on the command module reaction control systems. Orion has thrusters, Orion has thrusters on the CM, which is, they call it the crew module. If you hear me call it the command service module, that's just Apollo terminology, all right? Call me traditional. But Orion right now, and Orion integrity is made up of two big components. You have the crew module over here. That has the people in it.
We've been enjoying the view from solar array wing cameras on integrity, the great view of the Earth as it grows larger and larger.
Sorry, Rob, I don't mean to talk over you. I just want to get this done. And then you have your service module, or ESM for short. They call it SM. The technical name for it is your European Service Module, because this was built by Airbus with, it was built by ESA with the help of Airbus in Bremen, Germany. So if you hear ESM or SM, that's this part. This part gets jettisoned. The white part goes away. That burns up in the atmosphere, unfortunately, which, it is what it is. And then Orion has its heat shield that's inside of this shell right here. The shell that has the NASA worm logo on it. The heat shield is in there. And the command module has RCS for roll control to be able to steer the capsule during reentry. That's really important that that works, or else you're not going to be able to steer during reentry. Now, don't get me wrong. Could Orion take a ballistic reentry? Yeah, maybe. But that's like saying cruise control on your car will get you down the highway without touching the steering wheel. You might be fine, but you might not be fine if the highway turns, right? Don't want that, right? So they have to make sure that these systems are operable for reentry. And like I said, there's nothing wrong here, guys. They're going through basically what amounts to a pre-flight checklist here. But yeah, still cool to hear.
The crew is enjoying. Now back to this visualization. This is a three-dimensional
now, the other thing, guys, is that the CM, your crew module for Orion, is reusable, except for the heat shield. You got to replace the heat shield. You got to do some refurbishment here and there, but that capsule is reusable. Now, I know people are going to say, I want, full reuse, full reuse. Yeah, I agree to an extent. I would contend to say that Orion doesn't really need to be fully reusable. It's a scientific exploration vehicle. Like, it's designed to push the forefront of human exploration in science, right? So because of this, scientific missions don't necessarily require a high flight rate. If you have something like Falcon 9 that needs to constantly launch Starlinks, then that makes way more sense. Yes, pursue full reusability, which is what SpaceX is doing. That's a good idea. But I would argue with Orion, you don't necessarily need it. Having the capsule or having components be refurbishable makes much more sense. Now, if you want to pick a bone with the SRBs, right? How the solid rocket boosters for SLS aren't reusable and how they dump them in the ocean. Yeah, I would say that that's stupid because those are such a big component of those. And we don't have many of those casings left because these are leftover casings from the shuttle program. And those SRBs could be made to be reusable. I contend to say that they should be. But for stuff like Orion's service module, no, not really needed. You could jettison the service module. It's not that complicated. The capsule is the complicated part. It has those people in it. You can reuse that. That's fine. You're not going to fly this. Orion's not going to fly every day. I would probably say that Orion needs to fly like every 3 months. And if you fly it every 3 months, you're going to make refurbishability makes much more sense. I know low flight rate favors expendability. Not a lot of people like hearing that, but it's the truth.
Again, this is a data gathering exercise.
What's the plan if they decide the capsule isn't fit for reentry?
Christina, we're ready for your words.
That is, how we were saying for like during the video friend camp, there are certain parameters you have to work around. And there's really no choice. That's one of those things that has to happen. So design your systems accordingly. That's why they're using pyro valves for the CMRCS. Pyro valves, one-time use, they do not fail. They blow the valve up. There's a valve in there, there's a stop, and a pyro valve makes it explode and bridges the connection. It's one-time use, it's superbly reliable, because you only need to use the CMRCS for reentry. That's it.
That first noise was the pyro. And from our telemetry on the ground, that looked like a nominal string 2 pyro valve open.
There you go. They just opened the pyro valves on the CMRCS. They should have heard a thump. I talked over them. I'm sorry.
And we see the same. Good news.
Okay. So your pyro valves just pressurized your command module reaction control systems.
And Christina Cook characterizing for the flight control team here what she heard during the opening of the pyro valves for the propellant pressurization system.
And Christina, it'll be a good 5 to 10 minutes before we're ready for string 1, so we'll give you a call back.
Copy.
The system is working fine. This
Capcom always a
noise
woman?
characterization.
No. Capsule communicator is usually an astronaut. I don't think Jackie Mahaffey is an astronaut, but yeah, Stan Love has been on Capcom. He's an astronaut. We've seen Aki Hoshide on there from the Japanese Space Exploration Agency from JAXA. There's been a bunch. Whatever. My favorite Capcom personally is Jenny Gibbons. I think she does a fantastic job. She was on the backup crew for this mission. She's a Canadian Space Agency astronaut, and she's done a phenomenal job on Capcom. She's awesome.
Flying in great shape. No issues being worked by the flight control team here in mission control in the Artemis flight control room. In fact, it has been very quiet since the entry team came on console several hours ago. This same team will be on console tomorrow morning to guide Integrity and its astronauts back to Earth and to wrap up this mission in
Correct,
which
yes.
humans...
Houston, Integrity docking camera is removed and stowed for entry.
Houston copies.
Victor Glover reporting that he has stowed the docking camera. This is a camera that was installed in the vehicle, in the cabin, that assisted Glover during the proximity operations flying of Integrity several hours after launch back on April 1st to test its handling characteristics as it approached, then backed away, and then reapproached, and then backed away a second time from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the ICPS. That was the upper stage of the vehicle that enabled Integrity to reach its preliminary orbit around the Earth. The free return trajectory that was crafted for this mission specifically to provide lots of time, more than 24 hours of time, for the characterization and validation of the critical systems aboard Integrity, including life support systems. All of that trajectory worked to perfection, sending Integrity to initial elliptical orbit that reached an apogee of about 43,000 miles after launch, when it swung back around toward the Earth. The translunar injection burn occurred on April 2nd, enabling humans to break out of low Earth orbit for the first time since Apollo 17.
I love hearing those words out of Rob Navius's mouth. I'm not gonna lie to you. Cardin, what are you up to? I'm looking for your last. I don't see it. You mind typing it again for me, buddy?
The translunar injection burn also served the dual purpose of being, in essence, a deorbit burn. Whereas we think of a normal deorbit burn for an Earth orbiting vehicle as the function of a braking rocket, slowing the velocity of an orbiting spacecraft down long enough so that Earth's gravity can capture the vehicle and bring it back into the atmosphere. The trajectory that was deliberately designed for this test flight
That's us. That's
sent Integrity on a free return trajectory where it looped around the moon, exceeding the distance record set by Apollo 13 in 1970, making this quartet of astronauts the humans who have traveled further away from Earth than any other humans in history.
That's so cool.
The loop around the far side of the moon,
happened.
and now the return trip to Earth that you see growing larger in the field of view to culminate in a high-speed entry back to Earth and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. on Friday evening at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston Integrity for 2 questions, 1 stowage, 1 PCD.
Houston's here for 2 answers.
First is just a request from me individually, but if there's a chance for a quick email sync between now and lunch, that'd be awesome, just to get a couple things in our outbox out to families. But obviously, getting ready for entry is the highest priority. And then second, for StowTrack, we can open the program and we see our 4 names, but we do not see a vehicle. So we just have the select option, but no vehicle listed, and we cannot move on.
Reed, we copy both. Stand by for answers.
Thank you.
Binary, I don't want to interrupt what we're listening to go back and listen to what we missed when we were showing the reentry video. Can you give me a high-level overview of what happened? And the PCDs continue to be a pain in the butt. Guys, I have a theory that so the trajectory that they're flying on kind of flies, quote unquote, under the Van Allen belts, but it still skirts some of the magnetic field. I have a feeling those PCDs are going to get wrecked when they skirt the belt, because when they left and when they skirted the belt on the uphill ride out to the moon, it wrecked a PCD and a phone. I'm going to go ahead and guess that those Surface tablets and those iPhones are going to get absolutely obliterated when they come back in for reentry. Because once again, I know a lot of people don't understand this. Earth's magnetic...
Integrity Houston, Reed, back with you. First of all, for StowTrack, we copied your issue. That is unfortunate, and we don't have any great troubleshooting options, but we can offer you a backup. It is PVE procedure 26.5.300, stowage return reconfiguration. And for the email sync, we are a little tight on bandwidth right now, but we'll keep looking for an opportunity and let you know if we find one.
Because what people don't understand is, like, the magnetic field is kind of like a ring.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you.
It's kind of a ring around the planet. It's not encompassing the entire planet. So when they went to the moon during Apollo, and when they did it now, they launched into an orbit that was tilted relative to the Earth's equator. They tilted it, so they went around, or, well, they didn't go around. They skirted the outer edge of the belt where radiation is not nearly as bad. That's how they did it during Apollo.
Exactly. It might be a different pipe, but
tricks
do
don't
you
change.
want the HHP camera or not?
But on the uphill ride, I guarantee you traversing the Van Allen belt probably scorched that iPhone and that Surface tablet because they're not rad hardened. I'll bet you the remaining PCDs, at least one of them is going to get scorched on the way down.
Reed, thanks for checking on the HHP cam. Right now we're doing a little bandwidth trading, including between the email and the camera. Let's leave the camera off for the moment.
Sounds great, Jackie.
And Integrity Houston, when you are ready, we are ready to fire the string 1 prop ISO valve.
And Jackie, we will be ready in about 30 seconds.
Copy, we'll count to 30 and give it a shot.
Give me one sec. Answering some business emails. Ah, sweet. I can't tell you guys about this just yet, but yeah, you'll like it. I am not having trouble with my email sync because I don't use Outlook. Too real? Is that too real? Sorry if you have to use Outlook. I'm sorry. I'm not. EJ will be flying on Artemis 3. They do batched offline syncs, though. Your stuff is in real time. Yeah, Deadbringer, that's absolutely for bandwidth limitations, right? Like, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Even the bandwidth that they get through S-band, it's 6 megabits. It's up to 6 megabits per second. That's not bad considering the distance. And considering, I know this isn't necessarily the same thing, but like considering the ping is like 2.5 seconds out at the moon, 6 megabits per second at 2.5 second ping when you're 250,000 miles away or 400,000 kilometers away. That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. For that far, like, pinging is important when doing large batches. No, I know. Like, I just thought I'd bring it up. Like, it's actually pretty good.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 7 days, 20 hours, 13 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission, the historic lunar flyby around the moon that is in the home stretch, as we see the crew beginning to work all the procedures on the day before entry, as they start to stow the cabin, review entry procedures, discuss procedures with the flight director, Rick Henfling, here in Mission Control, receive final, what they call mail syncs, basically uplink of mail from their families, and gearing up for their high-speed entry back to Earth in a splashdown off the coast of San Diego 2.5 hours before sunset out in the Pacific on Friday night.
Integrity Houston for CM Prop. We had a good string 1 activation, and we'd like any feedback from you.
String 1 means that there's a redundant pyro valve on the CMRCS.
Awesome. Jackie, we see the same. Happy to hear it. And it was a similar signature, except I think we heard even a little bit more, the same 2 clicks. This time we also heard a little bit of a flow, like pressurizing, and we associated the second knock with the reg probably closing. It was right when we got to pressure.
Christina, that makes perfect sense. Thank you for all of that feedback. And for Reed, if he can go hands-off email, we are going to do that sync now.
Don't touch the tablet, Reed. We'll fix it.
Everybody.
And I think everyone wanted that, so if everyone's hands-off email, we'll do the sync for everyone.
Oh, no. ESAR standing down. ESAR, so the ESAR Spectrum 2 launch, they just washed out.
The propulsion officer here in Mission Control is all smiles with this characterization of the second of the 2 strings of the propellant and the propulsion pressurization system. Again, gathering data on this test flight on the behavior of that pressurization system that enables...
You know, Orion, they're talking about pressurization system with Orion. ESAR is standing down because they're evaluating a suspected leak in a composite overwrap pressure vessel ullage tank. Uh-oh, that's not good.
Oh, this is space.
Love
I'm in
A.
space.
Gifted 5. Thanks, man. That's not good. You never want to see that. That sucks. COPVs, dude, they're tricky.
Morning tomorrow after they wake up. A reminder, we're about 40 minutes out from our mission status briefing for the day, in which...
dude, that fisherman screwed them so hard, dude. Frick that guy. I don't think that guy has any idea how much money he just cost ESAR, dude. that guy sucks. So ESAR is another commercial launch provider, guys. They launch out of Indoya in Norway. What they're trying to do is establish launch capability from continental Europe, right? Even though it's like way far northern Europe, but that's still Europe last time I checked. The last time they went to launch, a guy rode a fisherman out that fishes out in the fjords, right? He was fishing out there, and they couldn't launch because the boat was on the trajectory of the rocket, like even flying over his head, but it was on the trajectory, right? And the guy claimed he violated their marine traffic, he violated the containment area during the rocket. These aren't the technical terms. I'm just trying to be simple, right? He violated the NOTMAR. Which is the notice to marine traffic that says don't sail here when the rocket's going to launch. And he said, "Oh, I snagged a fishing line. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to. I snagged a fishing line. You're gonna have to scrub the launch. I'm sorry. I snagged the line. I was fishing here first. Seriously, that's what the dude said. That guy screwed ESAR out of a lot of money, dude." Like inadvertently. It still sucks, and he should have the right to fish there. Fishing has been happening a lot longer than rocket launches out of there, to be very fair. But also, brother, the NOTMAR's there for a reason. That guy actually has violated marine traffic restrictions around there before because he didn't like what the restriction was for. Germany was trying to test out new ordnance for one of their fighter jets, and they were testing out on a range near Indoya, and he purposely sailed into the range and said, "I don't like this. I don't like you bombing stuff here, so I'm gonna sail into the range so you can't do your bombing test." That guy's a menace, dude. Menace. Yeah, you snagged a line. Okay, sure you did. Argumentative fisherman, right? Yeah, hey, that's this business, dude. I mean, it's like on one hand, like I want to kind of smack that guy, but on the other hand, dude, you know, you got to fish if that's your job, right? You got to fish. Yeah, dude, most likely. Hope he caught some good... Yeah, that fish better been... Yeah, Beastie, that's a good point. All right? I won't be as mad if the guy got a good catch. If he went out there, snagged the line, and caught a boot, I'm going to be a little upset. All right? If he had a good catch, then we're good.
We did not have the shipping bubble wrap, so it is gently placed in A3 on top of the docking camera. Should be fine.
Houston copies. And Reed, we have one optional stow track troubleshooting to offer you if you would like it.
Bubble wrap status. Control. Do we have nominal bubble wrap?
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal.
We'll go one more time.
Thank you.
All right. It's going to involve typing a few more letters after the URL in the browser. Let me know when you're ready.
Mission Control doing IT will never not be funny. I'm sorry. It'll never not be funny.
So you want me to first open stow track, or do you want me to go to a browser?
You can open stow track, and then go as if to edit the URL at the top of that browser. And these words I'll give you are at the end of the last backslash.
So to be very clear, guys, they're troubleshooting a PCD, which is a personal computing device. They're troubleshooting a Surface tablet.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a Surface tablet.
All right, after that backslash, you will type reload data dot Alpha Sierra Papa X-ray.
This is happening.
Okay, I'll try.
When you hit enter, you might get an error page. If that happens, hit the browser back one time.
I did get the error, hit the browser back, and I do not have a vehicle.
Okay, we copy. Thanks for giving it a try.
Yeah, that didn't work.
And just to be 100% clear, they are not backslashes. It's a local host forward slashes.
Copy. We don't think that would be the difference between our troubleshooting and yours. Thanks.
Spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey in that exchange with Commander Reed Wiseman, trying to troubleshoot the opening of a browser in which the crew keeps track of items that are being stowed for entry. This is not an issue whatsoever in regard to the mission, nor the entry of the vehicle tomorrow. It's simply a bookkeeping issue. So we press ahead with the...
You know what, guys? Let's be real. If Mission Control's worst issue is the toilet drain being a little funky and the tablets getting basically fried by radiation, I'd say this capsule's working pretty damn good. Like, those are the two worst... Like, that's the most amount of troubleshooting that they have done over the last week. It's with that stupid toilet and with the damn tablets.
30 p.m. Eastern. We can review some of the entry day highlights for you.
See, the helium valves are, yeah, exactly. The helium valves weren't even that big of a deal, but they tested them. They did an analysis on them. Helium valve actuation tests, and they got number one to start working again, which is good. They troubleshooted it and they fixed it. Like, once again, even the helium actuator valves are tertiary. They're triple redundant. Like, that's good, and it doesn't threaten the mission. It's get some great data on troubleshooting the valves just in case this happens again. Hey, K-Biz. Welcome to Mission Control. You're a go at throttle up. You are a go for bubble wrap. Control, is bubble wrap okay?
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal.
There we go.
The entry corridor for its splashdown. It also will prime the vehicle in advance of what I'm going to tell you in a minute is the crew module raise burn, which is an orientation maneuver, but we'll get to that in just a second. The RTC-3 burn is scheduled on Friday at 1:53 p.m. Central Time.
Not 1:54?
The crew will begin to move into its entry checklist at 4:05 p.m. Central Time. This is where the heart of the matter begins. Our NASA Plus coverage that will be simo to our continuing 24/7 YouTube coverage. Our NASA Plus coverage for an even wider audience than we have been broadcasting for over the past few days. That begins at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. The next milestone will be the communications handover between the Deep Space Network and the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, 7:15 p.m. Eastern. 18 minutes later, at 6:33 p.m., the command will be given to separate integrity from the European service module that has served this mission so well to this point. And integrity will be flying on its own. 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, we're expecting a raise burn, as it is called. This is a slight adjustment in the angle of attack of integrity, essentially lifting the aft end of the vehicle up, nudging it up in an 18-second maneuver that will further fine-tune its trajectory back into the Earth's atmosphere. This angle of attack is important because this will set the stage for how much heating on the heat shield is induced as we barrel through the Earth's atmosphere. That whole process of entry interface, plowing into the Earth's atmosphere, will begin at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second.
That's 40,000 kilometers an hour, or 24,000 miles an hour, because
24 seconds
how
after
fast do you
we
wanna
enter
go?
the Earth's atmosphere, we expect a communications blackout of about 6 minutes in duration. This is due to the ionization around the heat shield and the vehicle as temperatures increase to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
3,200 C.
This is expected. It is
Celsius.
planned for. It is no different than you've been hearing in the past during a Soyuz entry
A little more
to a
spicy
landing
than
in
that, Bob.
Kazakhstan under parachutes, or the entry of a Dragon vehicle during a SpaceX commercial crew mission. There's always going to be a communications blackout. In this case, because of the velocity in which we're entering the Earth's atmosphere, the heat buildup will linger for a longer period of time, this case about 6 minutes in duration. We should reach that peak heating point at about 6:54 p.m. Central Time, at which point we will induce 2 role reversals, computer commanded, on the vehicle. First rolling to the left, then back again to the right. This gentle swaying back and forth will dissipate energy on the spacecraft, basically reduce its velocity through the reduction of inertia. We'll come out of the blackout, if everything goes as planned, just a few seconds before 7 p.m. Central Time, and at that point we're just 7 minutes away from splashdown.
So this is
We should
footage
reach
from
an altitude
another
of
Orion
50,000
re-entry.
feet at 7:02 and 37 seconds p.m. Central Time. And less than a minute later, we'll begin the critical deployment of a series of parachutes. First, the forward bay cover chutes will pull the top cover, if you will, or the forward bay cover of integrity away from the rest of the vehicle.
This is the forward
That
bay
will be
cover.
followed just seconds later by the deployment of drogue chutes, and then finally the deployment of main chutes, the 3 main parachutes, at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. With the mains out, we will monitor the rate of descent, with splashdown scheduled right now at 7:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. Now that exact splashdown time will vary, and we will provide that for you when we see the chutes begin to unfurl following splashdown in the Pacific. Whether or not the spacecraft is upright in what's called a stable 1 configuration or upside down in stable 2, the 5 CMUS bags, CMUS is the acronym for Crew Module Uprighting System. These are 5 airbags, basically, at the top of the vehicle that will inflate through helium to upright the vehicle into its nominal orientation, upright, the top of the vehicle pointed skyward. You will hear a difference in communications from the crew to what is called a very low data rate of VLDR. You'll hear the call out from the Capcom, Jackie Mahaffey, here in Mission Control. The change is because we no longer will be on the TDRS system, but rather on S-band communications. The crew also has available to it a SARSAT communications capability to the recovery forces on the USS John P. Murtha, and the Navy helicopters and the fast boats that will be approaching the spacecraft to begin the process of ensuring that the vehicle is safe and free from toxic gases before erecting a raft called the front porch along the side of the vehicle that will be the precursor to the opening of the hatch and the extraction of the vehicle. The control of this flight by the flight control team here in Houston is not complete with the handover to the exploration ground systems folks who are working in concert with the Navy.
Call the Navy.
That handover is not complete until the crew has been extracted and is in the raft waiting to be harnessed to be hoisted aboard a pair of Navy helicopters that will take the crew back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. So there's a snapshot for you of the major highlights for entry coming up on Friday evening. To put it into perspective, when we reach the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere at 400,000 feet, traveling some 30 times the speed of sound, it will be just 14 minutes until splashdown at a rate of just 19 miles an hour. The deceleration rather dramatic, but it should be imperceptible to the crew. The crew is expected to pull no more than about 3.9 Gs during peak velocity during its entry back to Earth for its splashdown in the Pacific.
So I know there's people that watch that want metrics. So 400,000 feet is probably, I think that's about 105 kilometers up. That was rough napkin math. So 355,000 feet is the Kármán line. So 354,000 feet is 100 kilometers up. Yeah, I know our measuring system's screwy. Shut up. I'm trying to make it easier for you, okay? All right, so that's well above 100,000 kilometers, 100,000 meters, 100 kilometers, right? And they're going to go from 40,000 kilometers an hour above the Kármán line to 32 miles an hour, or 32 kilometers an hour at touchdown in 13 minutes. 40,000 kph, 100 kilometers up, 13 minutes, 32 kph splashdown. It's pretty intense, dude. 3.5 Gs sustained throughout reentry. It's pretty hardcore. That you're gonna feel that. You're gonna feel it. Gonna be a little disorienting. That's why they have those orthostatic garments, because that's gonna screw you up a little bit. You're gonna be like, huh? Like I said, if you've ever been to Disney World, you ever rode the Mission Space ride at Disney World, the orange ride, the more intense one, that for about 13 minutes. Yeah, you'll feel it. Oh, you'll feel it. For comparison, how long did the shuttle take? Shuttle went through entry interface on a much shallower reentry trajectory than this, but it was also going a lot slower, Dan. The shuttle had entry interface. Actually, shuttles, okay, to be very clear, Starship reenters like the space shuttle. Yeah. The shuttle flies on as shallow of a trajectory as it possibly can. So reentry period is like 45 minutes as opposed to 13. The shuttle was very, very light light on the deceleration during reentry, though. What the space shuttle and what Starship basically do is they stay up there as long as humanly possible. And they stay up there as long as they can until you can't stay up there anymore, because they're both technically gliders, right? They land a little bit differently, right? And then they basically try to hit a point where they stall over the landing site. So Starship's going to stall over the landing site, and it's going to belly flop, come down, and get caught by the tower. The space shuttle basically stalled over the runway, right? And then it just did heading alignment maneuvers until it got to the runway. The shuttle, even in some scenarios, would stall over the thing and then fall past the landing site, turn around, and land. But yeah, the space shuttle and Starship fly on a much different re-entry trajectory than this. It's way more shallow because they're both coming back from low Earth orbit. Now, that should show you the...
And everything looks like...
I want to listen to that.
Sounds great. And just per the training, we still see the temps coming up, and everything looks extremely clean on board.
Good.
Houston copies.
Nice, Fluffy.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Another check mark. Heading toward entry on the list of things to be accomplished. That being a quick hot fire of the
command module,
crew module thrusters. This designed just to ensure that the thrusters are in ship-shape form prior to the point at which they will be used for the remainder of the mission.
I see it, Cooks. Thank you.
Propulsion system in good shape. The propulsion officer here in Mission Control happy with what he's seeing.
Okay, high-level overview of the daily planning conference this morning. Mission Control addressed a concern regarding toggling the propulsion systems. They confirmed it was merely a sensor noise caused by voltage fluctuations rather than a mechanical issue. The software is confirmed to be on board and functioning. We just saw them test fire it, so we know that. Ammonia and cooling. Check out if the ammonia cooling system was successful. The loop pumps on the Bravo side are operational and stable. That is used for help inerting and cooling the vehicle after landing. The systems on the vehicle, not the actual vehicle itself. GNC, guidance, navigation, and control. The spacecraft's navigation health is excellent. 3 good barometric sensors, 2 good GPS locks confirmed for the descent. That's great. Would help knowing where the capsule is when it comes down. Hunt for Red October. That's where it's from. Good call. All right. The recovery ship is on station in the Pacific. That's the John Murtha. Cabin status and items of joy. Stowage audit. The crew moved several storage bags to clear the floor for the reentry configuration. Search for joy. In a lighter moment, the crew reported they found their missing socks. But they're still searching for a special drink, likely a specific beverage pouch tucked away in the pantry. Reed's got a handle up there, doesn't he? Reed and Victor got a handle up there. They got a little nip. There's no way they don't. There's no way they don't have a little, like, thing of Fireball or something. Window 3 FOD. The crew reported foreign object damage, possibly a smudge or ice on window 3. They noted they cannot get a clear photo of it. It's probably piss. The Z9 camera pixels have been cleaned up and are providing better imagery elsewhere. All right, that's good. Operational request. Private conference. The crew requested a private conference with the flight director and waste management. Brief questions were exchanged regarding the toilet usage protocols and power levels for the waste management system as they transition to the final 24 hours of flight. Thanks, Cooks. That's super helpful. Thank you very much. Now back to the audio. No, they're Navy pilots. It's Fireball, dude. Trust me on this one. How do I know? Have I served in the Navy? Hell no. It's Fireball. I can guarantee you. I can't guarantee you, but you get it. It's probably piss on the windows. I mean, what vents near the windows that would cause a mark on the windows? Pee. It's like I said, guys. An optimist sees the glass half full. Pessimist sees the glass half empty. A realist sees the glass and said, that's probably piss. And as Nubia said, an engineer says that cup's too big for application. Why is that cup double the size it needs to be? Yep. Yeah, you're an AE. That cup is too big. Then everyone told the engineer to shut up. Yeah, probably. That's probably how that worked. An operation says just piss in the cup already. Dude, this analogy's getting too real. Fireball is Canadian whiskey and owned by a U.S. company. I'm telling you, Doom, it's Fireball. Fireball is the exact kind of thing that I would want to drink after a mission out to the moon. Also, why does the rug in Mission Control have Starship tiles on it? Everywhere I go, guys, I think of her. Oh, God. I never noticed that. Ah! Ah! I miss her. Those are James Webb mirror segments. They're not the right color. I miss her. I think you need some days off. Yes, I think that would be best. All right, so where are we at in our mission timeline here? Oh, gotta have the beeping noise. Take a look.
Houston Integrity for stowage. Can you please track that we are going to keep the card readers deployed for a few more hours? Please do not let that slip our memory.
Are we there yet? No.
We gotcha.
Warp man. They did some of it yesterday, Holmes. Yeah. They did move around the schedule a little bit from the prime schedule here. I don't know if they're doing the Dawn DFTO. I think they're more configuring the vehicle for stowage at this point. They're trying to get everything into an entry configuration, guys. Basically means button everything up and strapping everything down that you're not going to need during reentry. But you do have to find the balance between the stuff that you absolutely still need, toilet, right? Food, and kind of stowing it. Think like if you went to a campground with your RV, right? And then you packed up shop and you're driving away. Some systems on the RV still work, but some of them don't. Like, well, the RV is moving, right? That's what's going on here. They've basically been camping, and now they got to pack up shop and come back down. And that feeds into just a greater analogy. If you want to understand why Orion and why this spacecraft, why we're using this thing now, why not something else, this is a space RV. That's what it is. It's like Eagle 5, okay? It doesn't have secret hyperjets on it, though. I really wish it did. This shot of Jeff Radigan goes so hard. That's the toilet broke again face. That's lead flight director Jeff Radigan. Lone Star. Sir, the radar, sir. It appears to be jammed. Appreciate the Spaceballs reference. Bronx is one of my favorite movies, dude. Merchandising. I put the name on everything. Merchandising, where the real money from the mission is made. Artemis the capsule. Artemis the rocket. Artemis the Lego kit. The kids love that one. Ludicrous speed. Go! Buckle this. Artemis the toilet. The kids love this one. And last but not least, Artemis the doll. Me. May the sweet be with you. Adorable. All right, anyway, back to mission coverage. Yeah, me too, Energy. That would be bad. Can't believe it. I'm surrounded by astronauts. Keep spacing, astronauts. Yeah, you won't get that kind of coverage on NASA stream, will you? No, you won't. Comb the moon. Do you hear me? I want you to comb the lunar surface. Sir,
this is Mission Control, Houston. 7 days, 20 hours, 45 minutes into the flight of integrity on the lunar flyby mission of Artemis 2. The repositioning of one of the solar array wings on Integrity, giving us a view of the Earth as it grows larger in the field of view.
Pretty good.
We're about 4 hours and 45 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the journey home for Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, following their fly around of the moon that occurred back a couple of days ago. One of the highlights of this mission in this test flight of Orion's spacecraft that will culminate with the splashdown of the astronauts and Integrity in the Pacific southwest of San Diego on Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, just 2.5 hours before sunset.
As long as Mel Brooks
the crew is well into its ninth flight day.
If anybody else did it, I'd be like, no.
This is a day that is largely devoted to the stowage of items in the crew cabin, reviewing their flight data file for entry procedures and timelines. They will be witness to another critical burn later this evening, the return trajectory correction burn number 2, that will further fine-tune Integrity's path to reach a corridor over the Pacific Ocean in which they will split the uprights to move across the Pacific into the Earth's atmosphere, descending at a rate of speed that will reach about 32 times the speed of sound for a parachute-assisted splashdown to bring this mission to an end. More details from today's mission management team meeting and status on the flight are coming your way in just about 7.5 minutes at the bottom of the hour at 2:30 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time with our daily mission status briefing.
Is it technically possible to stay in orbit back and forth between the Earth and the Moon, so an infinite free return? That's called a resonant cycler orbit, Cosmic. It's possible. Yeah, a resonant cycler orbit takes months to go go back and forth. It doesn't take days. Actually, it's more like weeks. But yeah, you could have a resonant cycler. You'd need to do slight course corrections, like inbound trajectory and return corrections every time you do it. But yes. Yeah, that's actually super cool. It ends up looking like a kaleidoscope. If you just watch Earth and the Moon kind of move around, you watch kind of a representation of that correction. Yeah, they could just keep doing these flybys, but they're not in the right phase for it right now. But you'd have to launch at the right time to get the moon to spew you out at the right angle. But yeah, as long as you do minute corrections, yes, it's called a cycler. Fun fact, dude. Wait a minute. So DSN handover, we lost the noise. Buzz Aldrin invented cycler orbits. It was part of his doctoral thesis at MIT in the 60s. Okay, that's NASA audio. Uplink is still stable on Canberra 43. Up signal is 0.2 kilowatts. So Buzz Aldrin's particular report wasn't about Earth-Moon cyclers. It was about Earth-Mars cyclers. That's what his thesis was about. There's a way to do it between Earth and Mars. And you could just make something that every once in a while just goes by Earth and goes by Mars and goes by Earth and goes by Mars. Yeah, cycler orbits could be used for mass movement of materials to Mars in the future. But the thing about it is that these things don't stop at Mars. They don't stop at Earth either. They get near them. So a cycler orbit, Earth-lunar cycler orbit would get near Earth, and then it would get near the moon, and then it would just go right back to near Earth, near moon. Or if you're talking about an Earth-Mars cycler, you'd get near Mars, graviassist off of it, and then the graviassist would throw you back to Earth, right? And then you'd get near Earth, you'd fly by, graviassist off of Earth back to Mars. You can do it, but you don't stop at Earth. So whatever we do, if you did have a vessel like that's going cycler between Earth and Mars, if you did do that, you would have to make a rocket that's big enough to match its speed, right? And that rocket would, you basically need to make a rocket powerful enough to get to Mars, anyway, to get to the cycler, to get to the ship to rendezvous with it, because it doesn't stop at Earth. It just goes by. It does a flyby. Like cyclers you could use it, but cyclers really only make sense if we have something other than rocket engines. For like Martian transfers and stuff to like get you to and from, I think that brachistochrone trajectories are probably better. That's the type of trajectory, if you've ever seen The Expanse, you know, you accelerate halfway to your target, flip around and decelerate the rest of the way. That's a brachistochrone trajectory. I think that is much better for the future. Like, little bit nicer on, you know, humans. And like in The Expanse, right? If you're accelerating all the way and you turn around and you decelerate all the way, your body's going to be under acceleration. So it's not artificial gravity. It mimics the force of gravity. That makes much more sense. Even something that's accelerating at like 1/6 g, so like lunar gravity, would be much better for your body than just floating all the way to Mars, so to speak. How feasible is that right now? Heartstrings, what I like to say about doing brachistochrone trajectories is that there's nothing out there that really is kind of limiting us from making ships like The Expanse. What I like to tell people is that, okay, so I'm primarily a Twitch streamer. I understand I'm streaming on YouTube as well. You know, I'm known for video games. I played tons of video games, and that's why I'm not a rocket scientist, okay? So if you're younger and watching this, first of all, video games might be sweet or your phone might be sweet, but you got to put in the work now if you want to do cool stuff later, all right? Sorry, I'm not going to not say that. I spent my high school days playing Counter-Strike, where I should have been studying. Because if I did, I would be in Mission Control right now instead of streaming a stream of Mission Control, okay? Real quick. So, I do play a lot of video games. I like to explain these drives, like an Epstein drive from The Expanse. That is doable. It's called the Vasimir. It's definitely doable. We could absolutely do it. We need to find better ways to generate power in space. So the best way to explain it, I'll explain it in video game terms because that's what I know, is we haven't unlocked that tech tree yet. We haven't unlocked that branch of technology. We know it exists. We know we could do it. We just have to go and unlock the tree. Yeah, we could make stuff like The Expanse. That's absolutely a thing. We would need to go a little lax on nuclear proliferation in space to do something like this, but it's totally doable. You can make the Epstein drive. That can be done. There's no practical physics that says you can't. Now, it won't be exactly like the Epstein drive, meaning that you're not going to extrapolate like insane amounts of energy out of material. And I don't think we're going to have a Zephyr Cochrane moment, to speak in Star Trek terms, anytime soon. But with nuclear electric propulsion or nuclear thermal propulsion, you can get away with it. We can make stuff like that. It's totally doable. People are working on it right now. Press conference is coming up, dudes. But yeah, that's how I like to explain it, dude. We don't have that tech tree unlocked. It's totally doable, though. I don't think that I don't believe in like defeatist attitudes when it comes to the space program. You want to do stuff like this, you have to be bold. You have to consider stuff that everybody else is saying, like, no, that can't be done. No, it can be done. We just got to want to. like that. See that Saturn V launch? We wanted to go to the moon. We wanted to do it, and we unlocked that tech tree. You know what I mean? We have a very profound understanding of physics nowadays. Could it be better? Yeah, absolutely. It's only going to get better if we go and do stuff like this. This is how you learn, and that's why NASA's good at this, because they don't have any axe to grind. Their only axe to grind is to push further into the cosmos. And I'm really happy that we're doing that again now, you know? All right, so we have Amit Shrathia, we have Jeff Radigan, and
final mission status
I didn't see who was the third
ahead
person.
of Artemis 2 splashdown tomorrow evening. We are joined by a panel of specialists today. Joining us is NASA Associate Administrator Amit Shrathia,
Amit is cool.
Artemis
He's
2
a cool
Flight
dude.
Director Jeff Radigan, and Artemis 2 Orion Vehicle Manager Breniel Rodriguez.
What's up, Breniel?
We are going to be taking questions from media here in the room and through our phone bridge today, but before we get started, we will kick it off with some opening remarks. Amit.
Look at Jeff. He looks locked in.
Tomorrow evening, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, the crew of Artemis 2, will come home. They will have traveled 400,000 miles. They will have seen what no living person has seen. They will have tested every system on the spacecraft and the environment it was built for, and they will have given us 10 days of data that will shape every mission that comes after.
Bingo.
The test is not complete. Tomorrow, the Orion spacecraft will enter the Earth's atmosphere at approximately 25,000 miles per hour. That heat shield, the thermal protection system, which is built by American hands and American factories for materials designed to withstand temperatures that approach the surface of the sun, will bear the full force of that reentry. Every system we've demonstrated over the past 9 days, life support, navigation, propulsion, communications, all of it depends on the final minutes of flight. We have high confidence in the system and the heat shield and the parachutes and the recovery systems we put together. The engineering supports it. The Artemis 1 flight data supports it. All of our ground test supports it. Our analysis supports it. And tomorrow the crew is going to put their lives behind that confidence. Until then, the flight control team, the engineering team, the recovery forces in the Pacific, to every engineer, every technician that's touched this machine, tomorrow belongs to you. The crew has done their part. Now we have to do ours. With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Amit. I will mention that the crew's had a great time in space, and they've really enjoyed doing all of the checkouts that they've done. Of course, the lunar flyby was quite a day. But now we absolutely turn towards entry. And so Rick Henfling and the entry team are on console today, getting ready, doing all of the pre-entry checks, and ensuring that the cockpit is configured for entry, which will, of course, occur tomorrow. I do have a few times for you as the capsule comes in. Of course, we'll hand back from the DSN network to the TDRS network at 6:15 local Central Time. And then the crew module and the service module is going to separate around 6:33. We would do a crew module raise burn to take the crew module slightly away from the service module as it comes down. And then we'll enter blackout at 6:53 local Central Time. About 10 minutes later, the drogue chutes will deploy at 7:03, and then the main chutes will be right behind them a minute later, 7:04, and we'll see those three main parachutes come out, leading down to splashdown at 7:07, and looking forward to a great day tomorrow. And with that, I'll hand it over to Branielle.
Thank you, Jeff. So the spacecraft team and the Orion team, we've been doing an assessment over the last few days with an integrated team from flight operations and all of our subject matter experts here within Orion. And we've reviewed all the systems, we've reviewed all the reentry procedures and activities, and we are good to go. And so the team's done an excellent job walking through those, ensuring that those systems on board Orion and on the ground are ready to support. Orion remains healthy. It's been working fantastic. And Debbie showed you some images yesterday of our TPS system, our thermal protection system. And we completed those assessments and everything looks really, really well to continue on. So we're ready to go inside the vehicle, the spacecraft systems. It's a nice 75 degrees, so kind of like a winter day in Houston. And it's crew's loving it. So everything is looking really well from the vehicle standpoint. Thank you.
All right, we'll start with questions here in the room. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Thanks for doing this. Question for either Amit or Jeff, I think. Back a little more than a decade ago, the Curiosity mission had its 7 minutes of terror. And I'm not trying to imply anything, but I want to get a sense of the 13 minutes of entry from entry interface to splashdown of how we should be thinking about it. That's the 13 minutes of what?
I mean, I'm going to tell you, it's 13 minutes of things that have to go right, is the way I think about it. I have a whole checklist in my head that we're going through of all the things that have to happen. The forward bay cover has to come off, the drogues have to come out, the main chutes have to deploy, the reefing systems have to cut, and we have to get touchdown angle alignment correct, and then hit the water correctly. And even prior to that, right, we've got the CMSM SEP separation between the service module and the crew module. That has to go right, and then you have the heat shield that has to work. So it's not so much 13 minutes, it's more in my head about an hour and a half of things that have to go right, and that's the way I think of them.
Okay, we'll take another question here in the room. Jackie, go ahead.
Hi there. Question, I think, for Jeff. I just wanted to check in. Yesterday, it seemed like the schedule moved around quite a bit as they were troubleshooting. I think it was an oxygen tank pressurization issue in the service module. Can you walk us through what that issue is, how long it's been a concern, and whether or not it's a big factor here that's outstanding? Thank you.
Sure. So it's actually not an oxygen tank issue. It's oxidizer. It's in the propulsion system, not in the breathable atmosphere system. And so it's one of our two-part propulsion system, which allows us to burn in space. We are seeing what is a small leak in our pressurant system. The leak is not to space; it's internal to the system, across some of our valves, and we really need to characterize that to see what, if any, modifications we might need to make in the future. And so we had some time on the timeline dedicated to some other activities, right? Having the crew pilot the vehicle again. And it made more sense for us to go ensure that we fully understood the characterization of the service module and the pressurization system, because we don't get the service module back, right? It's something that we jettison. So we all thought, right? Flight control team, working in conjunction with our mission management team, and of course our engineering teams, made the decision to go spend more time to characterize that situation, because it was more important, and we'd already gotten the data out of the manual piloting demos that we'd previously had. So that's why we changed the timeline and ensured we could really characterize the vehicle.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Marcia. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for
What
you,
I said, dude.
I know all the data and all the analyses points the way for a safe splashdown tomorrow, but still human emotion must be at play. How tense, stressed are you? So much is riding on this mission. All eyes will be, so focused on all this tomorrow around the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no question that we'll all be anxious, and but we'll be with the families. We'll be with them. We'll all be together. I have full confidence in the team. They do too. That we've been with them the whole time, and so we've done the work. It's impossible to say you don't have irrational fears left, right? But I'd tell you I don't have any rational fears about what's going to happen. We've done the work we need to, and we have full confidence in the team, the recovery team, the flight control team, the analysis, and the work we did. Yeah, some of them. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take our next question.
You know what? I just want to say real quick that Jackie Waddell's question from CNN about the oxidizer valve was a really good one. That last one was not.
How many in-flight anomalies have been
credit to CNN
kind of are pending for action after splashdown, and compared to the list of objectives that you laid out for this whole mission, and realize you still have this very major part of it ahead, but how satisfied are you with that the mission objectives have been accomplished?
Well, Brittany, I'll talk about the details, but I'll tell you the team has extracted every ounce of test data we can out of it. I'm very pleased with the coordination, the way that we've added objectives in flight, and the way we prioritize, like Jeff said, on cases where we need actual forensic data on the hardware we're getting back versus not. So we prioritize that the right way. But Brittany, you want to talk through that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. As far as the things that we've learned, right, it is a test flight, and so we are learning things on the spacecraft. I think we've talked several of them in these press conferences as we have, but we gather those data, as Jeff noted. We take characterization tests of systems that we won't get back home, and when we get back home and the vehicle comes back, we'll do a lot of post-processing of all that data.
Okay, we'll take one more question here in the room, then head to the phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, TG Mascaro with the Epoch Times. Thanks so much, and congratulations on the mission so far. Question for Jeff. Can you walk us through how this reentry procedure differs from that of Apollo?
Let's see. In terms of it actually doesn't differ all that much in terms of just how fast we're coming back and how much has to go right. Of course, there are some minor timeline differences. The parachute systems are different between the two vehicles, but big picture coming back from the moon is all really close to the same thing. You don't have the long coasting arcs that you have in low Earth orbit. You're really coming straight down. And come in and hit the atmosphere a whole lot faster, but that means you go through it a whole lot faster too. And so, I'd say it parallels Apollo much more than it does some of our low Earth orbit returns, and that's really what we're looking forward to. They're coming home pretty fast.
We'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. I guess I'm following up on the previous question. So with the lofted orbit, it comes up a bit, and Apollo had direct reentry, and Artemis 1 had the skip entry. So I guess it seems like it'd be somewhere in the middle. If you can just give a few more details. Thank you.
Yeah, Ken. So we are still doing a skip entry where we've shortened the duration of the skip because of the limited use disposition of this particular heat shield. We know that it can tolerate X amount of dwell time during the lofted period, which is why we're shortening the duration. To follow up a little bit on the previous question too, one of the reasons we were willing to do that is because we figured we could control the entry weather, or not control, but deal with entry weather in terms of the downtrack. And so the duration of the heat load, heat rate, as well as the actual downtrack is shorter because that's the part of the environment that we decided to control with this particular instance of the heat shield. For future heat shields, we'll have much longer skip capability.
Our next question is from Noah Haggerty with the Los Angeles Times.
Hi, thanks. I'm wondering if there's any chance folks in San Diego along the coast will be able to see reentry, and what the exclusion zones and enforcement will look like out in the ocean for anyone that hopes to travel via boat to watch reentry and Splashdown.
Let's see. So the path that we're coming in, I don't expect it to be visible from the folks in California. And as far as the exclusion zone, we're pretty far off the coast. And of course, we're working in conjunction with the Department of War to recover the capsule out there, and it is a fairly large exclusion zone. So I would caution folks, please avoid the area. There's a lot of debris that comes down, and we work with our recovery forces in order to ensure that it doesn't hit them. But of course, we don't want it to hit anyone else. We are still targeting to come down at our primary landing site, and we have the weather alternates available. But it's further off the coast than, again, some of your, the LEO deorbits that you've seen.
We'll take our next question from Nell with NPR.
Hey, thanks so much for doing this. I'm still trying to understand the oxygen pressurization issue. You mentioned something about it was with the propellant system. I'm wondering, does this have anything to do with anything that might be involved in reentry? I mean, I understand you're assessing it because you're going to lose that part of the spacecraft and it won't be returned. But is there anything related to that that's at all of concern related to reentry? Thank you.
I appreciate your question, and just to clarify again, right, this is actually in the helium pressurization system of the oxidizer, which, of course, our service module propulsion system works on fuel and oxidizer and combining those together to provide thrust. In terms of affecting reentry, it will not. We still have capability in the spacecraft and are operating in a case where all of our burns have performed nominally. They've done exactly what we've expected to. Of course, we performed return trajectory correction burn 1 a couple days ago, and it went just fine. We hit our targets, and we're actually seeing that our targets are very close to what we predicted, so our correction burns don't need to be as much as we had protected for, which is a good thing to note. We're doing another trajectory correction tonight, and then there'll be the final one tomorrow before entry. All of those are done actually without the pressurization system that we're characterizing. We're operating in a case where we're in blowdown, which means that we already have full pressure in the prop tanks to be able to perform these burns. Even if we had, a 3 sigma dispersion, we still have plenty of prop pressurization to do the burns. So we don't see any impact to entry at this time. And of course, we will, jettison the service module, and that's where the system is. And of course, the crew module jets that we'll use actually on reentry are unaffected at this time.
Yeah, and to add to that, Jeff, there's multiple layers and redundancy in our propulsion system. And so really the test yesterday was to help us characterize that information since we don't receive the service module back home. But we have reviewed that as a technical team. We have validated all of that in our labs, and we have very much confidence in the system.
They were troubleshooting.
We'll take another question on the phone and then head back into the room. Our next question is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Thanks. Amit, you spent a lot of time over the last 2 or 2.5 years working on the heat shield and the reentry plan that will be rolling out tomorrow. I'm curious if you ever went through this effort and the new trajectory, directly with the crew's families, and did you feel like that session, if it happened, was able to resolve any worries they might have had? Did anybody else outside of the crew themselves from NASA sort of talk through the mitigation for tomorrow? Thanks so much.
Yeah, we haven't gone into deep technical detail. At least I have not with the families directly. I know that I will tell you though that from day one, since I started in the program and then was just right before they named this crew, we have been talking to the crew about this problem the whole time, and they've been with us on the investigation. They've been with us on the production improvements that were made, all the changes to entry procedures. So they were not just doing what we were telling them to do. They co-created this solution with us. So they've been lashed up. I imagine they've discussed with their loved ones what the risks are. They've talked about that through all phases of flight, through entry, through ascent, every single piece of it. So I know that they're well prepared. And I would tell you though that it's not said a lot, but the courage that the families show during these missions is as great as or equal to what the crew shows when they go fly. And so we all have to admire them for that.
We'll take our next question in the room. Go ahead.
We like
Thanks.
Amit.
Joey
like
Roulette with Reuters. Question for Amit or whoever wants to answer. I'm just curious to hear more about how the astronauts are feeling ahead of what's probably the riskiest part of the mission. Are they asking questions, technical questions, or anything else? And Jeff, I want to just hear a little bit more about the oxidizer issue. If you could describe the leak rate or what risk level this poses to the crew, if any, and how many valves are implicated in it. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I'll let Jeff or Braniel kind of talk about the crew spirits. I know they've been on the radio and they're pretty chipper. So, but what you gonna tell them?
Well, I think when we talk about the managing the emotions on orbit and managing that through every day of flight, they're all a little bit different, right? And when you talk to the crew, some days we get to the conference at the end of the day, and we're talking technical items, we're talking technical things, we're talking about what happens tomorrow. And some days it's there's very little to talk about in terms of technical items, but it's hey, here's how we're feeling, here's how we're doing. They were very happy to get some time off after the lunar flyby. The lunar flyby was a long day. I'm sure you all heard them on the radios, constantly that day. It was a long, taxing day for them, and they were happy to get a little bit rest the following day. So every day of the mission, especially with a mission this short, and it's so packed full of all of the operations that we're doing, it's its own kind of thing to manage. And now as they get into entry, we're talking through, they've got conferences today with the entry flight control team, and we're ensuring that we're getting them ready in a good emotional state so that they can execute, right? They're very technically savvy. Just as Amit said, we've built this plan with them. There's nothing new that they're learning, but we're all reviewing together and make sure we're well positioned to fly entry tomorrow. And I'll take the technical topic and hand that over to Braniel.
Thanks, Jeff. Regarding the propulsion system, so there's multiple valves in each string of the propulsion system and multiple strings providing that redundancy. So we worked a test plan to safely characterize what we're seeing and validate the data that we're getting down. And the team's going to go off and look at that and determine based on what they're seeing, the thermal effects associated with the attitudes that we're flying in, and be able to come back with us post-mission with an investigation update.
What are they seeing, though?
Let me just make this clear. So we're leaking helium into the pressurant system, into the OX system. There's a series of solenoid valves that are protecting that. We actually accepted this risk pre-flight because we had a low leak rate of helium on the valve closest to the prop system. We accepted it because we didn't need the performance for the pressure system. As Jeff said, we can do a lot of the burns just with the ullage pressure in the tank, and for a free return trajectory, don't need it. We could have done the whole mission without at least after TLI, could have done the whole mission without helium pressurant. However, we are not getting the valves back. We know it. We have leaky valves to begin with, and we want to make sure we're characterizing that leak rate as well as we can. The leak rate we saw in flight is now an order of magnitude higher than what we saw on the ground. It's still acceptable, but that will lead us to probably an extensive redesign of that valve system. I don't need those valves to hold pressure in the same way for a LEO orbiting mission, but for a lunar orbit mission, I do. I need all the performance in the system so I can pressurize, which is why we prioritize that side of the valves.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here.
Hi, Josh Dinner, space.com. I'd like to follow up on Joey's question a little bit about how the crew is feeling. Most astronaut missions to space these days are quite longer than 10 days. Do you get the impression that there is any sort of bittersweet feeling about how soon their mission is coming to a close, even though they are hyper-focused on their task ahead? Another question, can you clarify why San Francisco, the coast of San Francisco, was chosen over other landing locations like the Gulf or the Atlantic?
It's San Diego, so it's near Naval Base San Diego, which we like them. They help us. So that's why. It's because proximity to where they do fleet operations, which too, we also climatologically, those waters are pretty calm. And so we do a lot of recovery operations there. In terms of how they're feeling, I mean, like you've heard them. They're it's interesting. I really want them to answer this question when they come back because the ranges of emotions are crazy for them. But, they are some of the most thoughtful, incredible people that I've ever known. And even some of the moments I think a lot of folks have thought about, just what you've seen them, the expressions of love and, devotion to family and what they've shown, to me is a great, example of why we go and do these missions, right? If you can't take love to the stars, then what are we doing? Like, why would we even go? And so that's why we send humans.
God, I love
instead of robots sometimes, that's where we have that firsthand witness. And so they're going to go through a whole range of just like we have watching them. And I think that's the whole point, is that we can share that experience.
What a G.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here.
Thank you. Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites here in Houston, Texas. In addition to the real-time data coming from the Orion spacecraft, will there be any ground systems used, say radar or really rapid telescopes? Thank you.
Let's see, in terms of gathering data from reentry, I'm trying to understand your question. Yeah, so we have a whole set of actually aircraft that we're going to use to gather data off the spacecraft as it comes down in. And then once it gets back, of course, we're recording data on board that we don't get down on the ground in real time. And we'll use all of that information that we record on board at a much higher rate than we can actually pass it down through our communication systems to be able to ensure we fully understand what occurred.
Okay, go ahead.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. I'd like to follow up a little bit more on the entry, just a smidge. This is probably for Jeff, but commentary eloquently put it that we're doing the correction burns to split the uprights. Can you define that flight path angle that we're aiming for and what the consequences are of not, what bounds out in the consequences of not being at the correct flight path angle at entry interface? And also, can somebody summarize the plan for assessing the TPS right away after splashdown, what the timeline looks like and how you'll plan to get that data?
Let's see, so in terms of the flight path angle, I mean, it's quite simple. You have to hit it, or the TPS, we don't expect it will be successful, quite frankly. We have to hit the flight path angle accurately, and what we're doing over the next day and a half is ensuring that all of our correction burns, which are very small and calculated to be very small right now, get us exactly on that angle, right? We've got about less than a degree of angle that we need to hit. And when we come in, we need to be right in the center of that. Obviously, we've got a little bit of wiggle room. We don't plan to use that. Our guidance is working very well right now. All of our trajectory calculations are showing that the vehicle is on almost the best path it could be, and that our correction burns are very small this evening and then tomorrow. But we have to. Let's not beat around the bush. We have to hit that angle correctly. Otherwise, we're not going to have a successful reentry.
Don't land on the runway. You're not going to land.
Part of
well.
your second question,
Pretty
we
simple.
actually have our thermal protection experts on the vehicle. I'm sorry, on the ship that is with the team as a part of the recovery. They have a plan in place to do extensive imagery of the TPS system, our heat shield, upon it getting back into the well deck of the ship. And then, of course, once it gets back on dock and at Naval Base San Diego, we'll do more imagery before it gets transported back to KSC, where we can continue on getting additional insight into it.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Jackie Goddard for the Times of London. Could somebody please clarify the peak heating, peak temperature, the peak velocity, because the miles an hour are jarring a little with what Rick said yesterday in terms of the feet per second, and also what will the astronauts feel, see, and hear on the way down? Thank you.
Let's see. So in terms of the numbers, we'll have to get you that. I don't have those specifically off the top of my head, and I know Rick gave them to you in the units that we generally use, but we'll be sure to get those to you. In terms of what the astronauts are going to feel and hear, they're going to feel and hear when all the various chutes deploy, and when the forward bay cover comes off, all of the pyrotechnic events that are part of a nominal entry, descent, and landing sequence. They're going to hear them, they're going to feel them, and it's actually, I think, going to be a fun ride for them. They're looking forward to hearing and feeling them, by the way. We did our checkout of the crew module propulsion system a little earlier today, and when we actuated the valves to actually prime the system, of course, they're waiting inside the capsule, just waiting to hear that, knock of a little, it sounds a little bit like a wrench on the spacecraft. And that means that the valve actuated successfully, and that's what they're looking forward to. So, they're looking forward to what they're going to hear, and they'll be able to tell you all about it when they get home.
And we actually had on Artemis 1, we had a video during reentry where you could hear the acoustics inside the spacecraft, and I think that's been shared externally, and so it's been a helpful contributor to know what to experience for Artemis 2.
Okay, we'll take another here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, Ed Lavandera with CNN. Thank you for the time today and good luck tomorrow. I'd love to know how much of the piloting will Victor Glover be doing? How much of the control of the capsule will you guys have in mission control? What's the balance there, just to kind of understand the logistics of how that plays out during reentry?
So during reentry, the vehicle's piloting itself. And we have closed loop control guidance on board that's going to be piloting the vehicle down to the ground. If there is it's actually multiple failures to get into a case where the crew is going to pilot the vehicle. Were we to have those multiple failures, which of course we don't anticipate, there is the opportunity for the crew to take control. I will tell you that when we've worked with them ahead of time, they're very concerned with cases where they would have to take control. This is not a system where you want to be manually piloting it yourself. You'd rather let the computer pilot the spacecraft, and that's what they're going to go do. But of course, they can take control if they absolutely had to, but we don't expect that to be the case.
Okay, we'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Megan with Scientific American.
Hi there, Megan Bartels from Scientific American. Thanks so much for taking this question. I think this is for Jeff. Thank you for the timeline updates at the top. I really appreciate that. And I wanted to ask about crew extraction. From what I understand, that's about an hour after splashdown. And I just wanted to understand why the delay, what will be happening during that hour-long procedure, and then if you could provide a little bit more detail on the rationale for the order of extraction, that would also be great. Thanks so much.
So, in the moments after the vehicle hits the water, there's a number of things that, the crew has to do on board. There's a number of systems that we have to begin an orderly shutdown, and the crew then has to orient themselves and, begin safing the spacecraft so they can open the hatch. And that takes a little bit of time. In parallel, of course, the recovery forces and Lily, our recovery director, are bringing the recovery forces closer to the capsule. They do have to stay out, a fair number of miles because there's debris that comes, of course, our drogues that are coming off the spacecraft, the forward bay cover, as I mentioned earlier. We don't want any of that to land on our recovery forces, so we do have a certain amount of time that will take to ensure that we don't put any of our recovery forces at risk. Once we confirm that there's no risk to the recovery forces, which takes a matter of minutes, then they're able to approach the spacecraft and begin the process of extracting the crew. That's not it's not a short process, but it takes about 30, 45 minutes is what we've seen in calm seas. And of course, we are expecting good weather at this point, but it takes a little bit of time to get the recovery forces into the capsule and then help the crew to get out of the capsule and onto the front porch, which is the flotation part of the recovery forces that actually attaches to the spacecraft. So it just takes a little bit of time. We need to do this calmly and methodically, and that's the way it goes. So that's why it takes time. Like any operation, you have to spend the right amount of time to make sure we do it successfully. As far as order goes, that's really left up to the recovery forces. It'll depend on the crew, the specific crew, and how they're doing. And Lily and her team will manage that as it comes.
Okay, our next question is from Marcia Smith with SpacePolicyOnline.com.
Thanks so much for taking my question. And it's actually a follow-on to that. Could you talk about what debris is going to be coming off and falling into the ocean, and over what distance is it going to fall? And are you going to try and recover any of it other than the parachutes?
Yeah, I'll try and take a shot at that one. So when the crew module comes back in, the forward bay cover, which is the very top of the crew module, actually comes off, and that pulls out your first set of parachutes. And we have kind of 3 sets of parachutes that come out. And so as each one of those pull off, they get released. And so that is kind of what the debris that Jeff's talking about that falls into the zone that is kind of the keep out zone that the team has out in the water. We do try and recover best effort. Crew is priority, so crew will always be done first. But the teams out there and the assets out there do look and try and recover, for example, our parachutes if they're able to, but not critical. We have a slew of test data to support all the things that we have seen. So hope that got all the questions there.
All right, we'll take another on the phone and then head back into the room. Our next question is from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I believe this is for Amit. I just want to clarify your response about the leaking valves. Just to be clear, you said that you ultimately will need to do an extensive redesign of the system for future lunar orbital missions. And do you have a sense of how long that might take? Is it too early to understand how that might impact the schedule for Artemis missions moving forward?
I think we're pretty convinced that we'll need to do the redesign. In terms of timing, I'm convinced this will not be the pacing item for a lunar mission, so we'll be able to fix it in the time we need to. Might take a little while, but we have to get it right, and also we want to make sure we do the right amount of tests. So, but yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to need to, at a minimum, tweak the design to prevent the leak rate that we have, if not fundamentally change the way the valve works. But we'll have to go do that properly.
Okay, we'll take our next question in the room. Will, go ahead.
Hi, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time one last time. Just to follow up on Lauren's question, the European service module for Artemis 4 is already at the Kennedy Space Center right now. Do you imagine that it would need to go back to Airbus in Germany for this work to be done, or can technicians come to the Cape and get that work done in Florida? Thanks. Yeah,
I think we can do it there. It just depends on what logistically makes the most sense from a production and access standpoint. So we'll just have to go through that. Yeah, I don't know, but I imagine we have options.
Okay, we'll take our next question here. Go ahead.
This is Henry Gass from the Christian Science Monitor. Thank you for doing this. My question, I know you're all very focused on tomorrow, and it's a big day, and you're focused on wrapping up Artemis 2. I'm wondering if, Artemis 3 is not that far away as we stand now. Are there any preparations for that have begun, or can you tell us anything about that?
Yeah, so if you just go down the road here, there's a Mark 1 Blue Origin lander that just came out of Chamber A. that's getting shipped back to Florida. I know that folks in Boca Chica are getting the Block 3 Starship ready to roll. They've done cryoproofing. They're going to do static fires here shortly in April and hopefully get off relatively soon. Core Stage 3, the top 4 fits of Core Stage 3 are going to ship from Michoud on the 20th of April. The booster aft segments for Artemis 3 are already at Kennedy. As we talked earlier, the Orion, the Dash 3 Orion, the CM and the SM are still separated, but the new heat shield, which has been redesigned to tolerate those new conditions, is also assembled and ready to go. We just have to make those segments and go. And so we're yes, in earnest, proceeding as quickly as we can. The mobile launcher, one, did not sustain, does not require the kind of refurb that we need. So we already moved the crawler transporter up to Pad B, and we're going to bring the ML back into the VAB hopefully by the end of next week and get on with it.
Okay, we'll take our next question in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. Thanks so much for doing this. I want to ask, what is the single biggest thing that you would want the people of Earth taking away from this mission? And that's for anyone.
Wow, that's a tall order. Single biggest thing. There's so much, right? There's so much that we've done on this mission and so many things to share. I look at, all of the crew's reaction on flyby day, all of the snippets that they shared with us, the imagery, the videos, and it just makes you want to continue to go back, right? I think that they said it best. This isn't the trip, it's the first of many trips. And we just need to continue on because there's so much there. Think about how much we thought we knew what was going on and we thought we knew what the moon looked like, and now we see it a totally different way. I think we're going to see that on the next mission to the moon as well, and we just need to keep going.
Thanks, Bruin.
Okay, we'll take 2 more here in the room and then head back to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi. Question about the astronauts' schedule for the next few hours or next day or so. Just wondering, are they going to have the ability to talk to their family? Do they have a last meal aboard Orion they plan to eat? What are their activities before they actually get set up for that splashdown?
So I'll tell you right now, they're really focused on ensuring that the cabin is completely configured for entry. There's a number of things that they have to do. They have to pack all of the equipment that they brought out for operating the spacecraft and get their suits out. They have to get the seats out. And it just takes a fair amount of time to reconfigure the cabin. Of course, they are sending messages to their families, and there's always a last meal anywhere you're at, but it's more of it's time to eat and be ready to go. It's not necessarily a symbolic thing, but it's something that they'll do together. And I don't want to give you any impression other than they're focused on ensuring that they have a successful reentry. And I'm sure they'll take a special moment to themselves, but our focus with them is a successful splashdown tomorrow.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Michael Adkison, Houston Public Media. Question for Jeff. You talked about the checklist that you're going to have. I'm wondering if you could characterize what it's going to feel like in mission control tomorrow, specifically in that 6-minute blackout period.
Yeah, I think, again, we're going to be thinking through all of the things that we know is happening on board, but that we can't see, right? And so, in order to keep myself calm, because I think, as Amit mentioned earlier, there's all of that irrational fear that, is human nature in some ways. I'll be going through what I know is going on board and saying, okay, it's this time, this switch is actuating, it's this time, I know these valves are firing. It's this time. I know that we're this many minutes away from the parachutes and the clock's ticking down, and I'm sure that's what I'll be doing to keep myself calm. Rick Henfling's the flight director in charge, and I need to make sure that I stay out of his way. We all have to make sure that we stay out of his way and let him and his team work, and we'll just be thinking through the things that will keep ourselves calm as we wait for reacquisition of signal.
Okay, we'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Christopher Mick with the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you so much. Sincere thank you to you all for the information and to all the PAOs on the live stream. It's been very informative every day, so appreciate it. I believe this might be for Amit. I know we're nearing the end of these daily briefings, and I wanted to know if we could just look ahead to what the astronauts schedule. I know historically there's extensive post-flight mission debriefs and medical evaluations and media requests for interviews after that. I was wondering, since we're not going to be getting these daily updates, if you might just paint us a picture of what the month after landing will look like for the crew, their kind of rough daily activities.
I think maybe Courtney might be the most qualified to answer that one, so.
Yes, so they will go through some medical checks, some debriefs, and we do plan to talk to the crew in a crew news conference where you will all be invited within the first 2 weeks after Splashdown, and then they will hopefully begin all of their appearances and tours starting at about the R+30 mark. So we look forward to seeing them back here on Earth and getting that schedule underway. Our next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News.
My question, a little bit later today, I understand the astronauts are going to be trying on the orthostatic intolerance garment. Now, I kind of understand what that does, but is this something new created for Artemis? And would you embellish a little bit more beyond just it's going to adjust the body?
Let's see. So I think you're talking about the orthostatic garment that we actually tried out yesterday. And we had the crew put them on to test out and ensure we had a good fit. This is really the first layer of their suit that they put on here and we'll put on tomorrow for reentry. And so the goal there is to make sure that we have a good suit fit, that we're getting all the pressure on the human body in the right ways to be able to come in and have a successful landing.
Okay, our next question is from Manuel with Exploración Especial.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. I was wondering how far into the entry phase are we going to continue enjoying the live views from the service model? Are we going to be able to see the separation between the capsule and the service model tomorrow? Thank you.
Good question.
I didn't hear most of that.
I didn't. Was your question? Are we going to be able to see the separation between the service module and the crew module?
Correct. Yes. If you're going to enjoy that live.
So we are going to set up our cameras to try and see some of that on board, and of course we'll see that in the data coming down from the vehicle that has occurred. I don't expect that we'll be able to see that visually at the time it occurs.
Okay, we'll take some more questions here in the room. Let's go right over here.
Robert Coppinger from the British Interplanetary Society's Spaceflight magazine. The crew module for Artemis 2, will it be refurbished and reused for a future Artemis mission?
It's possible. There's some components we might use. The pressure vessel will probably be compromised, but Brunel, I don't know what the current reuse.
Yeah, so we'll be bringing the vehicle back. There are a significant number of components within the module that we'll be pulling out to reutilize it. And then if from going forward from there, we'll see what we need to do.
Okay, we'll take our next question here. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for doing this. Tom Clark from Sky News in the UK. We now understand the crew are not going to exceed the Apollo 10 re-entry speed record. Is that actually an advantage to you? Was that something you've tried to build in to reduce their speed of re-entry, given we expected it to be pretty fast? Is the fact they're going to re-enter the atmosphere 1,000 miles an hour slower useful to you?
I mean, we did because of the way we characterized the heat shield problem, the interaction between the material and the aerothermal loads in the environment, it is actually advantageous for the heat shield to ablate more quickly. You avoid the regions where you have essentially pyrolysis going on in the heat shield, the burning without oxygen, but then the creation of those pyrolysis gases when you don't have a receding front for ablation. Like if you're in that config, that's the condition we're trying to avoid. And so by sharpening the entry, you actually can keep that ablation front moving while that gas production is happening. There will be a little bit of dwell period, but there are other things you trade. I mean, you might argue that want to just go as fast as possible. While there's other parts of the vehicle you care about, maintaining different envelope constraints. And so it was very specific in the way we dialed in the entry heat load and heat rate.
Okay, Irene, go ahead.
No.
Sorry if I missed this, but how many miles off the coast of San Diego is the targeted splashdown site?
That question was already asked.
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It's I believe it's a couple hundred miles, but we'll have to get
Too many for anyone to want to go and hang out.
That's the key.
Okay, it looks like we have another question right
I love
over here.
Amit. No bull crap with that dude.
Hi, Dan Lenan from the Naval Postgraduate School. I have a couple status questions. In terms of the LRO images of the Artemis spacecraft when it was going by the moon, do you have any updates on whether those were successful? Also, what actually happens to the service module? Is it going to be part of the debris? I wasn't sure if that was going to be also burning up or coming down.
Question.
And then how about the weather? What's the latest on the weather?
So let's go in reverse order. The weather's looking good, and we expect not to have an impact to recovery operations. There is some weather moving in after we land and have the recovery of the crew complete. And so, of course, Lily, our recovery director, and with the captain of the ship, will be figuring out exactly when to get the crew off the ship and back to the naval base. They'll have to take a look at what that timing is. And of course, we expect them back here sometime on Saturday.
Okay, anyone?
So the service module, it'll actually re-enter Earth's atmosphere and burn up. So it is part of the debris, and we keep that as part of the keep-out zone. Can't remember the first question.
I haven't seen any of the reports from LRO yet, so we'll have to investigate.
Anyone in the room here still have a question? Okay, Jackie, we'll go ahead and go back to you.
Thanks. Yeah, one quick follow-up for you on the oxidization, pressurization. Were there any signs of this also in Artemis 1? Can you remind us, and what went into that decision to kind of just assume this risk heading into flight? Thanks.
Artemis 1, we didn't. We knew we had PCA leakage in the helium side. Again, given the Artemis 1 mode, we decided, like in distant retrograde insertion as well as the rest of it, we could tolerate it. The big difference here is we did the TLI burn with the Orion, like as opposed to the ICPS. So that I'm not sure that that's related. It just so happens that that's when we saw the leak increase. It probably is related somehow. But Braniel, did any more details on 1?
I'd have to go back and get the data on 1. I apologize. I just don't remember.
Yeah, but we did, Jackie, we accepted the risk for 2 just because the leak was small enough and we knew we had plenty of pressurization volume to go deal with. We didn't see it as a common design feature across all the different valves. It was isolated to that one particular one. And with the mode we had picked for free return, we didn't need the performance. And so.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, right? We designed the mission to be able to tolerate this type of failure. And we baked that into how we designed the mission with the low Earth orbit, the high Earth orbit, and then their free return trajectory. So it's something that for multiple reasons could have occurred, and we were prepared for it ahead of time.
Okay, go ahead.
TG Muscuro with the Epoch Times. Thanks again for the second question. One more for you, Jeff. When you sign off from your shift tomorrow, do you have anything you're going to say? Any final words to the flight director you're going to pass off to or off to the crew?
Well, so a couple of thoughts for you. One, I've completed my shifts. I do not have any more shifts here for Artemis 2. And I'll tell you, I signed off the same way I always do, which is go get some sleep and we'll see you tomorrow, because we're not done on this mission. We've got another day and a half. And, that's when we can start celebrating, is when we have a crew safely in the med bay of the ship. And, that's really when we can allow the emotions to take over and start talking about success. We need to have the crew home before we do that. Rick Henfling will be the flight director on console. I imagine he'll have some words for all of us, but really we're just focused on getting the crew home, and then we can start thinking about celebrating.
Eric, go ahead.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica again. Probably for Amit. Just about the pressurization valves, I think we're all kind of asking questions. We're non-technical people mostly here in the room, and so we're just trying to understand sort of the seriousness. I think we all understand that this is not a constraint or an issue at all for this mission. You talked about how Artemis 3, you don't need the performance, but you do for Artemis 4. When I hear about propulsion valves, I get a little nervous because it's an important part of the system, and they often are issues with them. And so just help us understand, like, is this like a review on the scale of the heat shield after Artemis 1, or do you think it's like a significantly less serious problem to address? Just kind of help us understand the magnitude.
That's fair. It is not. It's not. There are a lot of options for how to take care of this problem. I think if anything, I'd characterize it as a production redesign risk for the Artemis 4 mission, which I think we can get in front of, and which is why we put so much attention on it during the mission, to make sure what we're seeing, because the sizes of the leaks we've seen in the past are not this large after the burn. And so if we know that this is, no kidding, a different piece of data that's outside the range of our current understanding, that pushes us more quickly into, hey, let's get the redesign started now so we avoid the production risk. It's not a safety of flight, safety of crew, must work function like the heat shield investigation sent us down. And it's going to take work to get it right, but it's not of that magnitude.
Okay, we'll take our last question from Marcia. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press. I wanted to clarify that the immediate families will be watching for mission control for entry in Splashdown. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And they'll be reunited when the crew gets back to Houston?
Yeah, whenever the team that supports them makes sense,
okay,
yep.
Thanks.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. Our special coverage of Artemis 2 Splashdown begins tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, ahead of Splashdown at 7:07 p.m. Central Time. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. Thanks for joining.
All right, so I know people were watching that and they were saying words, but I could feel it. People were saying words, and Jeff and Amit were saying words, and people were like, that was English, All right, so let me give you a little bit of primer of what they're talking about. So this is Orion's service module pressurization system. So this is the thing that's a diagram of some of the parts that are in this thing. See the thing at the back? That's the service module. The service module has all your thrusters that you use for flying in space, right? It has thrusters pointed in all different directions to facilitate 6 degrees of freedom. So forward, back, left, right, up, down, that's 3. And then pitch, yaw, and roll. That's 3. So 6 degrees of freedom, or 6 DOF, right? These thrusters in this capsule are pressure-fed thrusters, meaning that they need a pressurant behind the liquid fuel and oxidizer to propellant, bipropellant thrusters. They need a pressurant behind the liquid fuel and oxidizer to build pressure in the lines to get the engines to work. Now, how do the engines work? Well, each engine has basically a really, really cool space-age fuel injector. Only it's not just a fuel injector, it's a fuel and oxidizer injector. Okay, so you have 2 injectors, right? They're electronically actuated solenoids, right? They open and close, and they spray the fuel into the little rocket engines. They're tiny little De Laval nozzle rocket engines. So they're just a little rocket, like the Hourglass, right? The propellants that they're using are called MON25 and MMH. Okay, what does that mean? MMH is monomethylhydrazine, okay? And MON25 is mixed oxides of nitrogen. It's a form of mixture of nitrogen tetroxide and nitric acid, right? If those things sound like they're bad for you, yes, they are. That's why they need to sniff the capsule before they even try to get the crew out, because if you sniff either one of those, you're going to have a bad day, okay? So the reason why these chemicals are so weird is because they're called hypergolic, okay? Hypergolic propellants, when they hit each other, they explode. When they touch, when they chemically combine, they will pop. Why would you use this in this type of system? It's very simple. It's a very simple system. It's pressure fed. You need a pressurant to your fuel tank, pressurant to your oxidizer tank, and then the lines go to the thrusters, and you just have 2 fuel injectors, and they click open and close, and they spray the propellants in. Boom, there you go. Now, these thruster blocks here, those ones and those ones, are all around the ship. Those are there for your 6 degrees of freedom. Yaw, pitch, roll, forward, back, up, down, left, right. Makes sense? Now, on the back of the service module, you have your AJ-10 190. That's your main service propulsion. And then you have what's called auxiliary thrusters. They're positive X auxiliary thrusters. These are Apollo era A4D thrusters. They're the same ones that were on the Apollo Command Service Module, just redesigned for a slightly different role. These are positive X thrusters, okay? The reason why is because they push the vehicle on its positive X axis. They push that way. They're lined up with the positive X axis. Negative X axis is that way. Z is that way. Y is across, right? So all these thrusters are pressurized by, see, there's your MON 25, there's your MMH. All of them are pressurized by helium. They use helium as their pressurant, okay? The helium, these helium tanks are at extremely high pressure, and they feed into pressure control assemblies, or PCAs for short. This is basically a system that governs the amount of pressure that you put into the MON 25 tank. How much pressure they go from the helium tanks to the MON 25 tanks denotes how much pressure is in the lines for the thrusters to be able to fire. If you're doing a lot of maneuvers, this is what Amit was talking about. If you're doing a lot of maneuvers, you're going to need to regulate more pressure from your helium tanks into your MON tank. So how does the helium do that? Helium gets pumped into the MON 25 tank, and the MON 25, your oxidizer, is in a fuel bladder that's inside of that tank. They pump the helium in between the tank and the bladder, and it creates pressure inside of the tank that squeezes the MON 25 fuel bladder and creates pressure down the line. That's how the thrusters work. Once again, if you're using a lot of it, you're going to need to put more helium into the system. So they have these pressure control actuators here that are designed to keep pressure no matter what maneuver that you're doing. Now, Amit said, and this is what we figured out yesterday, Amit said that they have enough blowdown to complete the mission, no problem. They put enough helium into the MON 25 and the MMH tanks for them to basically be able to do the rest of the maneuvers for the entire mission, because they're right on the money. The maneuvers are very accurate to this point. So what's going on? Why was the press asking so much about this damn assembly? Let me just make sure we're not missing anything.
Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, I'll just keep that on in the background so we can hear. Why were they asking so much about this assembly?
Mission Control, Houston.
Never mind. So what's going on here? I have to read what the L and the S is. Hold on. Okay, what you essentially have here are, you have your main valve for the most part, and then I forget what S does in this. These are double redundant, right? So if one valve breaks or doesn't work, you can use the other one, okay? So the normal number one line on the helium tank that goes to MON 25, that thing is leaking. It's leaking helium into the MON 25 tank. So there's detents to shut that thing off, but it's still leaking just a little bit, right? That's not a problem. You put helium into the MON tank, no big deal, right? That's just, yeah, that's fine. But if it leaks too much, your MON tank could pop. Now, once again, that is not needed. That's not a big deal for this mission. There is detents built into the system here. There's redundancy. See, not only do you have a number one control assembly, but you have a secondary redundancy. It's two-fault redundant, so there's a secondary valve. So what they were doing is, as the mission was ongoing, this sucker was leaking, so they shut it off. They enabled the detent on it and tried to disable it, but it was still leaking a little bit. So they switched to the number two. They switched to their redundant number two helium to MON line, okay? Now the press hears leak and they go, right? As long as this thing is leaking, it's putting pressure in the tanks. So as you do your maneuvers, right, it's a very small leak rate, just a little tiny thing, right? As you're doing your maneuvers, you're losing pressure in here, but that thing leaks it right back in, so it's not a big deal, right? They ended up using a combination of this thing and this thing to get the right pressure in the MON tank, which is why they keep saying it's not a big deal to the mission. Because it isn't. I know about this. That's not a big deal. What they were doing yesterday, and why the press asked all those questions, is they were trying to figure out why. They were trying to figure out why this thing was doing this. What happened? So they were running tests on it. So people hear, oh, you know, we're running tests. We have an emergency backup line. They hear that on the control loops and they go, huh? Right? I told everybody this yesterday. It's not a big deal. And Ahmed said the same exact thing that I said yesterday. Not that I know, like, you don't see me sitting in flight control, but I was paying attention. I don't think some people do that, but whatever. So there's also redundant systems built into this. That Jeff talked about, he talked to Reed yesterday, Jeff Radigan, while he was on console, he talked to Reed about the redundant pyro valves. They have pyro valves in the system. It's 5-fold redundant. And what they can do is if something really, really went wrong here, they can feed from helium-2 to MON, they can feed helium-1 to MMH, or they can feed helium tank to helium tank. That's what that one is for. That's HE to HE tank. That's 1 to MMH over here, and that's 2 to MON. That's why you see the crossover, because it's a redundant system. It's 3-fault redundant, just in case. So if both of these screw up, you can enable your pyro valve and enable actuation of your fuel. This is why Amit said in that press conference that, look, it's not a big deal now, but we need to know what went wrong with that damn thing, because for a mission where you need to use more fuel and oxidizer, this would be a big problem. But this mission, it's not a big deal. Like, first and foremost, you want to get the crew home. Second, figure out what went wrong here. But the flip side of that is that this is all part of the service module. This is all the service module fuel actuation assembly. That's this. That's the ESM. You don't get that back. That gets burned up in the atmosphere, right? The press, somebody in the press actually asked that question. That sucker gets burned up. If it gets burned up, you can't really inspect that part now, can you? So what they were doing yesterday is they were doing some troubleshooting. They were doing fault tree analysis, trying to figure out what went wrong with that valve. And the press heard them say that about that valve, and that's why you got all those questions today. Is the second MON branch working fine? Yes, Brian, yeah. The number 2 helium to MON line is working just fine. It's working fine. But the number 1 valve started leaking. That's what they were doing. They were trying to re-enable it, turn it off, turn it back on again to see if it can leak or see if it doesn't leak. Every one of these lines has pressure sensors everywhere. Those pressure sensors show up on the DUs on Orion. They show up on the display. We saw Victor looking at that display when he was doing the RPOD test on day 2. We saw him look at it. And I guarantee you that display has this diagram on it or something similar to it. At least I'm pretty sure I saw at least the PCA assembly, number 1 PCA helium to MON line. I'm pretty sure I saw it shut off on Victor's center display unit when he was doing the ProxOps demo on day 2. So there's no threat to the mission here. They're just troubleshooting. They're just trying to figure out why that thing did that. And Amit said whatever it was enough to make it redesigned. It was enough to redesign it. At least he thinks it's enough to redesign it. Like, you're not going to know. This is why sometimes reusability is favorable with certain spaceflight components, because you're not getting it back. This whole assembly is going to burn up in the atmosphere. Yeah, they're detecting a leak down here. So there's sensors on this side of the PCA and on this side of the PCA. And those sensors are trying to track trends. They're called trends in aerospace, right? Look, so if you're on the helium tank side, right, up here, if you're trending downward in pressure, and on the MON tank side, on the bladder tank side, you're trending upward in pressure, you have a leak. But the first thing that you got to do is make sure your sensors and your software isn't lying to you. The sensors could be wrong. Is it a software problem? Is the valve actually leaking? Is something broken? Did something get fried by radiation? These are the problems you got to figure out. And the reason why they were troubleshooting it so much is because they don't have this thing for much longer. So you might as well do some troubleshooting on the hardware while you can. Amit seems to think it's enough to redesign the PCAs. Or at least the valve on the PCA. So, yeah. just some context for what the heck they were talking about. Yeah, I don't know if you guys appreciate that or not. I went over this yesterday. I basically, before chat found that PDF for me, I actually, where are you? I actually drew the diagram based off of what I heard from them over the control loops over the last couple of days. This was before we knew. Yeah, I was explaining how these systems work, so I drew a high-level overview of Orion. And yeah, I think I got pretty close. Like, not bad. Not bad. Your boy did okay. I didn't know about this. This is what I learned yesterday. I learned about the pyro valves, their redundant system to be able to actuate one tank to the other in case the PCA fails completely. This is 3-fault redundant. You got your primary line, your secondary line, and then your tertiary crossfeeds with a pyro valve. That's actually really smart. That's a really tight system. I will say whoever designed that's way smarter than I am. Yeah, this is really, really tight. So they're using pyro valves. So what's a pyro valve? A pyro valve is a one-time use valve. So it'll block, right? But if you trigger the pyro valve, it'll open and you're not closing it again. It's a one-time use thing. They're using pyro valves in their pressure control assemblies. At least this is my guess. It's a guess here. I don't know if this is right for sure. They're using pyro valves here over just another regular valve because, one, it's a different type of valve, right? If these two are the same valve, there's nothing saying that what happened to one of them is going to happen to the other. It might be a bad valve design. And that's what I think Ahmed is getting at. 2, pyro valves don't leak. They do not leak. They will not leak into the PCA. They will not leak into the service module. When a pyro valve doesn't use any seals, when a pyro valve pops, it makes the seal from the explosion, and it is airtight. Think like, if anybody's familiar with hydroforming, it's kind of like that. Pyro valves don't leak. They will not leak. If they go and they open, that's it. It might as well be a line. Like it might as well just be pipe. Once you trigger the pyro valve, it's undoable. I do not leak. You leak. Almost like they're rocket scientists. Yep. So the press hears leak and they go, you know, but they ask questions and I don't know if they do that whole learning part stuff, but whatever. I did not leak. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Amit. What's new with you? How's your service module life? But yeah, that's what's going on. They're troubleshooting them on PCA. They're doing that because the service module is going to burn up. You're not going to get it back. Could you explain what a pyro valve is? So Lalone, it's 2 pipes and there's a little tiny explosive built into the pipe. It's called a pyrotechnic in spaceflight. There's a little pyrotechnic, and when the pyrotechnic goes off, it blows the separator between the 2 pipes and connects them together. Think about like a spigot on your garden hose, right? Your garden hose, like you go to water the plants, you open up the spigot, right? Water comes out. A pyro valve is that minus the twisting part. It's a one-time use. You open it, the water's running, that's it. Or in this case, helium. Now, they did not use pyro valve. They did not use the pyro valves on your service module. They didn't. They did not. Oh, hi, chat. What they did do is trigger the pyro valves on the command module or crew. They call it crew module. I'm never going to not call it a command module because of Apollo. Sorry. They triggered the pyro valves on the crew module this morning. Now, why do that?
This is Mission Control Houston here in the control room as we take a look at this great view of the Earth, growing larger in the field of view from one of the solar array wing cameras on Integrity. Shows the Earth.
Drop by Twitch.
That's the port of call for Integrity for its splashdown.
Integrity Houston for email everything is synced up, you are go to open email. And let us know if and when would be a good time to come on board with the HHP cam.
We are definitely feeling a little bit behind on the timeline, so let us get back on step and we'll get that stuff going.
No worries, we copy.
And Reed Wiseman inviting us to come on board to watch the crew at work on this final full day of activities for the Artemis II astronauts. Will be coming on board shortly. Once again, the view of the Earth that you saw a moment ago that will punch out again right there. We're 3 hours and 25 minutes away from reaching the halfway point on the journey home from the moon. Again, splashdown is scheduled. Splashdown is scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time tomorrow.
Okay, so they did trigger the pyro valves on the crew module. Why did they do that? Well, the crew module has its own set of reaction control thrusters. They work in the exact same manner that these ones do. But these things, see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, those things right there are used for steering the capsule through reentry. The computer is going to command these thrusters to roll the vehicle through reentry to slow down and dial in your reentry trajectory. So there is a there's another reaction control system in the Orion capsule that is most likely pretty similar to this, minus all the PCAs. It's probably just using pyro valves. The reason why it's just using pyro valves is because, well, let's look at it this way, guys. Mission requirements. That's key. That's key to understanding how spacecraft are made. These thrusters are completely redundant to the service module, so you're not going to be using these in space. That makes no sense. The only time these things need to work is when you're going through reentry, after the service module is gone, right? And they absolutely need to work, or you're not making it through reentry, like what Jeff was saying. If they don't work, you can't steer during reentry. That's bad. You'll introduce too much heat into the heat shield. The heat shield will ablate too far, and then you got a big problem, right? Now, that's not going to happen. The reason why it's not going to happen is because they triggered the pyro valves for these one-time use RCS today. So these RCS are primed. They have pressure in the lines on their reaction control systems on the crew module or command module. So we don't have to worry about those things breaking. Like I said, they're using a pyro valve in this design because a pyro valve is very simple. It's very easy to get to work. And you're only going to really need to use this RCS once or twice during reentry. So they did trigger the pyro valves on the CM, but the pyro valves on your service module are not being used right now because they don't need to. It's not consequential to the mission. Does that make sense? Once again, that was a pretty high-level overview. I was trying to keep that short, but rocket science, sometimes you can't.
Go 1,300 miles down track toward the coast of California. That is the initiation of the zone, the splashdown zone that we would like to enter in. We would prefer to enter into a zone that is as far downrange as 1,775 nautical miles, which is much closer to the coastline of California and much closer to where the recovery team will be waiting to begin the process of ensuring that the vehicle is not in any anomalous situation, no leaking of toxic gases, and to begin the process of erecting a large raft alongside of the vehicle called the front porch, in which the crew will be extracted and will spend a few minutes getting acclimated to the sensation of gravity for the first time in 9 days before they are hoisted in sequential fashion up to a pair of Navy helicopters to fly them back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, where they will go into medical bay for initial medical evaluations. The latest information that we have received from the Mertha shows the order of extraction of the crew from the vehicle to be in this order. Christina Cook will be extracted first, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, and the commander, Reed Wiseman, will be last out of his ship. They'll all be in that front porch, the large inflatable raft, buttressed up alongside the hatchway to Integrity, before they are hoisted one by one into the helicopters in alternating fashion. Christina Cook first up to helicopter number 1, Jeremy Hansen next to helicopter number 2, Victor Glover, third in line, will be hoisted to helicopter number 1 to join Cook, and Reed Wiseman last to be hoisted to helicopter number 2 to join Hansen for the short ride back to the deck of the Mertha. There have been a lot of questions regarding peak velocity and G-forces on the crew. We can tell you that the current prediction by Flight Dynamics indicates that the peak velocity for Integrity as it barrels back into the Earth's atmosphere will be just after we begin a 6-minute blackout in communications, which I'll explain again just a moment or two from now. We expect the speed to be about Mach 32, which equates to about 23,839 miles an hour. Now that could vary a bit based on trajectory, angle of attack, and other factors, but we expect the peak velocity to be about 32 times the speed of sound. The G-forces on the crew expected to be up to about 3.9 Gs, very much in limits to what you would see for a returning Soyuz or Dragon crew, even though the velocity entering the Earth's atmosphere is much higher for Integrity because of the distance that it is traveling on its way back from the moon.
But the period of G-forces is a lot longer because the period of heating and deceleration is a lot longer, right? Right? Because it's coming in faster? Yeah. Who was paying attention during the ablator video?
To discuss all of the particulars regarding procedures for tomorrow's homecoming to bring to an end this historic lunar flyby. At a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 22 hours, 12 minutes, 24 seconds into the flight of Integrity, this is Mission Control Houston.
You get higher Gs in F1. Yeah, but not for that long, dude. 3.5 Gs sustained over 13 minutes. Yeah. What I like to tell people is that you're gonna feel that. Actually, it's not the full 13 minutes. It's probably 3.5 G sustained for more or less the first like 7 or 8 minutes. Yeah, but 3.5 Gs for 8 minutes hurts. If you've ever ridden the Mission Space ride at Disney World at Epcot in Florida, that's a centrifuge. If you ever ran the orange ride on Mission Space, but for 8 minutes. I don't think Mission Space does that for 8 minutes.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like, it's not the worst. It's not the worst thing around. There are things where people pull more Gs, but the thing is, it's 3.5 Gs sustained. That really hurts. It's like being crushed. You weigh 3 times as much during re-entry. Cosmic Craft, there's a reason why astronauts are in shape. Because if you're not in shape, that'll hurt you. That will hurt you. That'll hurt you a lot. Yeah, Don, exactly. Your heart needs to pump more blood to try and pump against the G-force. That's why negative Gs are not very good for you. Positive Gs, humans can take a lot of positive Gs. Lateral Gs, forward and back, side to side, humans are good at. It's negative Gs that is bad. So if you're like flying in a fighter jet and the fighter jet noses down at high speed, all the blood goes to your head. Your body doesn't like that. your body can take way more G's in the opposite direction. You could take G-force on the long, like towards your feet, right? Or forward and back. Forward and back, your heart doesn't really care too much, right? Like, it's going to need to move more blood around, right? Because you're being pushed into your seat like this, right? Negative G's are what get you, because all the blood goes up here. And when all the blood goes up here, that means it's not down there. That means it's not in your heart. Dry firing your heart is very bad for it.
Integrity Houston, for a follow-up. The false fire cleanup is complete, and your leak detection is re-enabled.
No, engineer. No.
Outstanding, Jackie. Thank you very much.
It's all mostly
Really good on
lateral.
here.
Mostly this way. Yeah, exactly, Hogglers. Built to land on our feet. We're not built to land on our heads, though. Yeah. Yeah, take it from somebody that's been concussed a couple of times. I can very much attest to that. One time I was working out in the shop on stream, and I was putting a drive shaft in my truck, and I needed to twist it to try and get it into the slip yoke. And I twisted it. I thought it was in the slip yoke, so I let go, and I was underneath it because I don't have a lift in my shop, and the drive shaft came and hit me off the head. I can assure you, I have first-hand experience or first-head experience in, landing on your head is not great. I saw it, Grav, yeah. Yeah, I did that on stream, by the way. I did that on stream. Yeah, that was great. That was great. That explains a lot. Yeah, I know. I also played a lot of football when I was a lot younger, like American football. And I got hit in the head a lot there, too. Not going to try and unpack that. Is there a clip? I'm sure somebody clipped it. Leprechauns, I don't know where it is, though. Hey, Sarah at Flight Day 9. World's getting awfully big in that window. Thanks for the $9 super chat. Yeah, exactly, Rares. 3.5 G's for 8 minutes will really hurt you if you're not careful. Yeah, Buzzy, you know what I mean. That hit on the head explains a lot. Yeah, I got a headache just thinking about it. That's no moon. Yeah, it's not a space station either. That's Earth. Welcome back. We are still here. They are in space. We love Leah. Leah's all right. How are you is so nice, Space. Thank you. Because being nice is nice. It's nice to be nice. Does Orion not need a barbecue roll? Nope. No, Andrew, it doesn't need to do that. They point the heat shield into the sun. No need for a barbecue roll. What are some other things that are new to you that you learned on this mission? So Don, I've actually learned a ton about Orion on this mission, and I'll tell you that thing is really I really like that thing. This is a nice capsule. I really, really like it, with the exception of that Mon 25 oxidizer valve. That thing can get fricked. Can someone smart calculate the hours until splashdown? Well, yeah, of course we could. Dad, so of course we could, but I could just show you a time. I could just show you a chart, so we don't have to do that, man. These times are all in Eastern U.S. time. This is the Eastern time zone. So splashdown is 8:7. This says 8:17. They revised the trajectory a little bit in the last press conference. It's more like 8:07, right? But yeah, there you go. Anyway, what were we talking about? I get hit in the head a lot. Refresh. Boom. Ah ha ha! My guy. Other things you learned. Thank you, Don. Yeah. I've learned a ton about Orion. I learned I actually learned a lot about how the DSN works because I usually deal with the human spaceflight side of things. That's what I like talking about. Not necessarily the science mission, so I never really bothered to go and look at how the DSN works. I just Todd Howarded it and just was like, yeah, it just works. But understanding how communication works with human vessels in deep space, I learned a ton about. Like what a forward link loss of signal is. The deep space network can't transmit if the dish is pointed low on the horizon, or else it'll fry a bird flying by. Because transmitting a signal out to where they are needs a lot of power. Well, relatively, right? I learned a lot about Orion. I learned a lot about how Orion's PCA assemblies work. I know a ton about that. That's pretty cool. Not just birds, people, airplanes, buildings, hills. Yeah, you don't want to do that. I learned a ton about how their valves work on the service module. I realized that Orion, I read this in the user's guide. Orion uses phased array antennas, which is pretty cool. It's a 21st century spaceship. That's pretty neat. It has 4 phased array antennas on the crew module and 2 phased array antennas on the service module. Those phased array antennas are used for S-band communications, like the picture that you see now. There's a reason why it's grainy. It's not because of the camera. It's grainy because of the connection. But that's another story. I've learned that Orion has optical communication systems and optical navigation systems. The OPCOM system is beaming, yes, lasers, beaming pictures back to Earth. And that's how we get all these awesome pictures as the mission is ongoing, instead of how it used to be is you got the pictures at the end, right? Optical navigation, it also has a visible spectrum navigation system, as well as an infrared with its star trackers. You have a 3-fault redundant navigation system. Actually, 4-fault technically. Well, I would say 3-fault. You have double redundant star trackers, you have your optical navigation, and then it can fly inertial on IMUs. So you have a 3-fault redundant navigation system built in. That's really nice. Really good if those systems fail. If one goes or the other one goes. What else have we learned? Orion's toilet vent line needs to be redesigned, and that it dumps wastewater overboard, but it keeps solid waste on board. Didn't know that. I assumed at the beginning of this that it was like the ISS, because the ISS recycles its water, but there's no room for a system like that on a capsule that goes this far out. Mass restrictions are going to do that, so they simplified the toilet design, and who knew? They redesigned it, and it's having some problems because it's that speaks to something else that Amit said in the press conference, dude, just on a side note. They were talking about like, oh, why is this having a problem? Why is this having a problem? And I didn't hear all of it, but he essentially said, like, we got to fly more. And that's the truth. Every new spacecraft system is going to have teething problems. The spacecraft are just way too complicated to be able to test every single component on the ground, like a heat shield, for instance, right? So they're always going to have teething problems. The parts of the toilet that are directly derived from the International Space Station have literally worked with no problems. But the parts that are specifically for Orion, they haven't flown much. This is the first time that system is working, right? So, of course you're going to have teething problems with it. It happens. So yeah, I learned a ton about how Orion is made, and I'm actually a pretty big fan. It is a really nice capsule. I just wish the service module had a little bit more Delta V. If they made that service module just a smidge bigger, this thing would be as good, if not better, than the CSM. The reason why I want the service module to just be a smidge bigger is because if it was, then it could tow a lander into lunar orbit, like the service module, like the Apollo CSM could. It's just on the verge of being good enough. Like it could be so much better. Yeah, 4-fault navigation with the sextant. That's right. They have a sextant on board. I did not know that either, Talon. Yeah, that's cool. Thanks. Yeah. Oh, you found the clip of me getting beamed off the head. That's great. Thank you for that. Kind of wish you didn't. But, you know, whatever. These past 9 days have been amazing. What's generally done is that a Kalman filter is used to generate continuous attitude measurements, combining the star tracker and integrating the gyro data. Star trackers operate at a much slower correction every time the star tracker data is available. Yep. Interesting how previous generations got it right, and more often than newer generations. Friendly, I see what you're saying. I would argue that old car design is vastly superior to new car design in terms of practicalness. Like, I like old cars. They're simple. They work a lot better. It's something that we just seem to not be able to grasp the concept of today. However, in the applications of a lunar exploration program, I wouldn't attribute to like, oh, the Apollo engineers knew what they were doing and nobody else did. I would argue that past generations after Apollo, even current one and the generation before us, we weren't given the chance. And that's not okay. In the past, that would have pissed me off, but we're fixing it now. So now we got the chance. And now that we got the chance, look at how good it works. Just saying.
Outstanding. It's great news, Jackie. Thank you. And we are going to head over to 2 for the conference.
We are ready. We'll meet you there.
Do you know what was the temperature when they were behind the moon? So weirdo, cold, but space isn't cold. Space is nothing. Temperature is the measurement of heat energy in a system, okay? So, you know, you say it's hot, right? Cold is something that we kind of assign to something that's actually just less heat, okay? It gets cold when there's less heat. In space, there's nothing. There's nothing up there but light and a couple of other things that you probably don't want to be near, like radiation. So it appears cold, but it's not cold. It's nothing. Now, here's the thing. On the backside of the moon, I'll bet you the capsule got a little cooler. Sure, absolutely. You're not in the sun. You're not in sunlight. Of course. There are systems on the capsule called thermal control loops that regulate the temperature. That's part of the life support system and part of just the service module to make sure that everything stays at the right temperature. It's a hard thing to do in space, but I'll bet you at least the surface temperature on some parts of the capsule got a lot colder on that far side than they did on the close side. Because when you're not in sunlight, it's cold, right? But yeah, it's important to understand that space itself isn't cold, but things that fly through space can have temperature. Because things that fly through space, like the Orion capsule, have matter, and that matter can conduct heat. Well, that's a real big simplification, but scientists, that's good enough, right? That was a good enough one, pretty sure. Good enough to get the point across. It's not very technically correct, though. From what I remember, they said the SAW cameras got cold during the eclipse. Absolutely. So, Breen, you don't get why things cool off in space. Like, what are they are they losing heat energy in a huge vacuum? No. The reason why people have the kind of understanding that space is cold is because, okay, you've seen them vent the piss a lot, right? You've seen, Breen, you were here when they vented the pee, and it was really funny. But what was it doing? It was solidifying and turning into snowflakes, right? It was, so, okay, people think wastewater freezes, it must be cold. No, that's not exactly right. What's going on there is you're getting momentary phase change, right? When at the end of the P line, into the vacuum of space.
This is Mission Control, Houston.
Okay, Rob, give me 1 second. So the line is pressurized full of liquid. It's shooting out like a squirt gun, right? You have liquid at high pressure. Liquid at high pressure that goes into the vacuum, you get a sudden pressure drop, right? The pressure drops because you're going from a pressurized line to nothing. In that moment where the pressure, right, changes from whatever it is, let's say like 14 psi to 0, right? You're going to get a huge pressure drop down to absolute 0. When that happens, you get solidification, because if the pressure drops, things freeze, usually, right? Or, well, liquid will freeze. It'll solidify. But we saw last night when they vented it, they actually pointed a camera out the window and vented the pee. The pee was getting vented out and into the shadow of the capsule. And then when it got into sunlight, guess what? It started heating up and it started sublimating back into gas, which is super cool. But yeah, it'll vent out, it'll solidify, and it'll stay like that until the sun heats it up, or if nothing heats it up, that's it. It'll just stay like that. Now you're teaching how air conditioners work? Yeah, actually, SEJ, that's a really good point. That is exactly how an air conditioner works. It takes liquid, or it takes a chemical, right? And it condenses it and then evaporates, and then condenses and evaporates, and condenses and evaporates. And what happens is it takes when you condense it, it cools off, and it pulls they pull all the heat energy out of this gas in an air conditioner, and then they flow that over a heat sink, and that's the cold air, right? And then they evaporate it and it gets warm again. It's just a cycle, and then there's a fan blowing through it, and it shoots heat out one side and it shoots cold air out the other side. That's what an air conditioner does, dude. Phase changes are cool. You want to really start getting to learn about like how spacecraft and how a lot of physics stuff works in physics? Go back to 7th grade science, learn about phase change, learn how an air conditioner works. Really interesting stuff.
There you go.
All right.
Although we are broadcasting 24/7 on the YouTube channel, continuous coverage all the way through the time the crew is on the recovery ship tomorrow evening, NASA Plus coverage will join in simulcasting all of this at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday afternoon and evening. At 6:15 p.m. Central Time on Friday, we'll hand over communications links from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. Just 18 minutes later, at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday, the crew module will separate from the European Service Module. And just 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, the crew module thrusters will fire for about 18 seconds to nudge the aft end of the vehicle upward, basically reorienting the vehicle for the most favorable angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. In rapid fire succession at that point, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, the vehicle and its 4 astronauts will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second. Range to touchdown, 1,701 nautical miles. Now, just 24 seconds after entry interface, heat will begin to build up around the vehicle, raising the temperature around the vehicle to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we will enter about a 6-minute blackout period at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. This is expected. It is not unusual. We will have a loss of data and a loss of voice from the crew for about a 6-minute period because of the ionization, the plasma buildup around the vehicle as the heat shield repels the heat from the velocity of entry. During that blackout period and the period of peak heating, the G-forces on the crew will build to about 3.9 Gs, which is well within the limits planned for this mission. Integrity will conduct 2 role reversals, one to the left, one to the right during this period of time, actually the first pair of 5 such role reversals that will be commanded by computer to bleed off excess speed as the vehicle descends into the thicker regions, the denser regions of the Earth's atmosphere. We will emerge from that blackout period at 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time. And the blackout period ending should result in a resumption of communications with the crew. We'll be calling them to make sure that they can hear us, and we'll be waiting for their response. And at that point, we'll be just 7 minutes away from splashdown. The chute deployment sequence will occur in several stages. There are a total of 11 parachutes for Orion to slow its speed from a peak velocity of about 32 times the speed of sound
40,000
to a
kph.
splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour.
32 kph.
In a 14-minute period. So it's a pretty quick deceleration that will be felt by the crew on board Integrity. First up will be the deployment of 3 forward bay cover parachutes to pull the forward bay cover. That's essentially the top cover on the vehicle that must be pulled away from the rest of Integrity to ensure the deployment of the rest of the parachute system. So 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be deployed at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time. Each one of these chutes is 7 feet in diameter, weighing about 8 pounds apiece, 100% Kevlar. Those chutes are deployed at an altitude of about 24,000 feet when the vehicle is traveling at about 350 miles an hour. That'll be followed in quick succession by the deployment of 2 drogue chutes, and you'll hear all of this in real time. 2 drogue chutes will be deployed to stabilize the crew module during descent, establishing the proper conditions for the main parachute deployment that will follow imminently. The drogue chutes will deploy at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Central Time, while the vehicle is traveling now just 473 feet per second. So you can see how quickly the descent rate will decelerate, and we'll be calling out altitude and rate of descent all the way through Integrity's transit across the Pacific Ocean. The main chute deployment following 3 pilot parachutes that are used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the crew module forward bay. That's followed finally by main parachute deploy. That's the key thing we're looking for. These 3 large parachutes that will deploy at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of about 5,400 feet above the ocean. And at this point, Integrity will be traveling just 198 feet per second.
They're going over the re-entry profiles, most likely. Either that or they're playing games on a surface. Who knows? That's pretty much going to be the theme for today, guys. Getting ready for that re-entry.
The main parachutes, the 3 large orange and white parachutes that you'll be seeing, are 116 feet in diameter. They weigh 310 pounds apiece. Each parachute is about 265 feet long. You'll see them reef in that typical manner that you see parachute deployments for a spacecraft that is landing on land in the case of Russian Soyuz vehicles, or in the case of Dragons landing in the Gulf or off the coast of California. So 11 parachutes will be employed during the descent of Integrity for its splashdown, and the current time that we have from Flight Dynamics for splashdown on Friday night is 7:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Pacific Time, which is about 2.5 hours before sunset out in the Pacific.
Why do the astronauts have 2 watches on? Victor has 2 watches on, Efri, because I think one's on Central Time and the other one is the mission time. And then he also has a health monitor on, too. They may have put the health monitors away. I didn't get a good look. What time will that be on Germany on Saturday morning? I have no idea, dude. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. I would say be up until probably about 1 a.m. and it should be very early in the morning for you. So be here at 1 because it's going to be here at 2. That's why, because I know it's 2 a.m. I just counted it on my fingies. So do we know what lander we are getting for next year? Who is making it? SpaceX and Blue Origin are working on the lander, and NASA kind of said, hey guys, whoever has their lander first is going to fly this mission. And Space and Blue were like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, we'll go work on it. So SpaceX has their Starship human landing system, and Blue Origin has their Blue Moon Mark II lander. Yeah. All right, Chief, good night. Earth looks closer than yesterday. Well, they're coming back. Speaking of Blue Moon, what's that?
Once Integrity splashes down in the Pacific, Navy helicopters and fast boats will be deployed to arrive by the capsule as quickly as possible. Here in Mission Control, we'll be first conducting the power down of the electrical systems and ensuring that no toxic gases are emanating from Integrity. The one thing, of course, we'll be looking for at splashdown is the orientation of the vehicle. If it's stable 1, we'll know, and that means it is upright. If it's stable 2, it will be upside down, but the system known as CMOOS by its acronym, the Crew Module Uprighting System, which consists of 5 large inflatable airbags at the top of the spacecraft, will be inflated nonetheless, whether it's stable 1 or stable 2, through helium that will maintain a stable upright orientation for Integrity to allow the start of the recovery operations. It is anticipated that it will take about 45 minutes to an hour to extract the crew from the vehicle. The extraction process, led by Navy divers and flight surgeons, will have Christina Cook exiting the vehicle first, followed by Victor Glover, followed by Jeremy Hansen, and the commander, Reed Wiseman, will be last off the ship. Once in the large inflatable raft that will be erected and buttressed up alongside the spacecraft, it's called the front porch. The crew will make sure that they are getting their Earth legs back after 9 days of weightlessness, and one by one they'll be fitted with harnesses to hoist them up to 2 hovering Navy helicopters. Christina Cook will be first up into helicopter number 1, followed by Jeremy Hansen into helicopter number 2. Victor Glover is third up in helicopter number 1. He will join Christina Cook, and Reed Wiseman will be last, going up into helicopter 2 to join Jeremy Hansen for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, which is the recovery ship. Once the crew is on board, they'll be taken into the medical bay for more comprehensive medical exams. and will spend some time aboard the ship before they're helicoptered off the ship back to San Diego and ultimately to board a NASA plane to fly back to the Johnson Space Center. So that, once again, is a rundown of all of the key times that we have at this point. Any updates, of course, we'll bring them along to you. But the crew currently in the midst of a review of entry and splashdown procedures with the entry team here in Mission Control. They'll be moving into a midday meal a short time from now. And once again, the next major event is going to be the return trajectory correction burn number 2 that is on tap for this evening, with the burn scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight, an 8-second firing of the reaction control system jets to tweak and fine-tune the path of integrity back to Earth. About 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, the vehicle will pass the midway point of the return trip home from the moon that saw a fly around of the moon and human eyes casting a gaze and capturing historic photos of areas of the moon never seen before. So we will continue our nonstop coverage of the flight of integrity on the Artemis mission all the way through the point that the crew will be in the medical bay on the ship tomorrow evening. Once again, splashdown is scheduled off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening.
How much speed does the ship gain from Earth's gravity? Ricky, it's going to hit the atmosphere going about 24,000 miles an hour. Kepler's laws, baby. As they get closer to Earth, they're going to speed up. Earth's going to try to pull them in. And it will, because of their trajectory. I mean, right now. Going about 3,000 miles an hour right now. This doesn't tick in real time unless I missed it. Yeah, see, it ticks over every once in a while. That will go up in a second. This number will go down.
Houston Integrity, we are back up on 1 after the conference.
We've got you loud and clear.
Hey, we got an onboard.
And we're on board Integrity with our 4 astronauts, Christina Cook on the left, Victor Glover, Commander Reed Wiseman, and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency on the right.
Most likely.
The crew is continuing to stow equipment on board. They've concluded a conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to review procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. And we'll soon be moving into a midday meal on this day before their homecoming to planet Earth.
To planet Earth. All right. While they do that, I'm going to go use the
Integrity systems functioning very well. No issues being worked by the flight control team. No issues that would preclude a nominal entry and splashdown for the crew on Friday. One more note, I think of interest, of course, is the heat shield on Integrity and how it likely will fare during the high-speed return to Earth for Integrity's astronauts on Friday. I went through this a bit earlier today, but I think it's worth repeating. On Artemis 1, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, which means we performed an initial dip into the Earth's atmosphere to dissipate some energy, to basically bleed off excess speed. Then we lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, then dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the eastern Pacific. As part of routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, there were some areas of mechanical char liberation that were observed, which created a cause for concern for a critical part of that spacecraft. It should be noted that the chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields like the one on Orion is expected. That mechanical liberation of the char is what was unexpected on Artemis 1. The chemical decomposition occurs as the heat shield material heats up and decomposes, a process known as pyralization, which generates gas during entry. The generation rate of gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material known as avcoat. As those gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield, and the char is porous. Now, ideally, what you want to have happen is for the gas to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than new gas is generated. On Artemis 1, however, we found that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield was such that this was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous avcoat. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer, and when the pressure got high enough, portions of the char layer liberated from the heat shield. As a result of the post-flight analysis, and by the way, it should be mentioned that by all estimation and all analysis, had a crew been aboard Artemis 1, it would have been safe for them to return. However, this was an off-nominal occurrence. As a result, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate that issue. All agreed with one conclusion. For Artemis 2, it was agreed to fly a shorter entry trajectory, in other words, a shorter amount of time from entry interface to a splashdown site, to avoid a temperature buildup or a temperature profile conducive to higher rates of gas generation as the avcoat chemically decomposes. Now, for Artemis 3 and beyond, we're going to redesign that manufacturing process to make the avcoat blocks such that we will have material that starts out more porous, allowing more efficient gas dissipation as that char layer forms, which will be a critical feature for longer skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon, which of course is our destination for lunar landings at the outset.
Destination Mars. So this is the A1 heat shield right here. See that? That's not good. Yeah, that's not great. Too much gas got trapped in the heat shield. Yeah, that's it. The longer the gas stays in there in the avcoat, the more this will happen. So that skip trajectory wasn't good with this heat shield, but they're working on it. See, this is the A1 heat shield. Like, if people were on it, it would have been okay. But also, I never, ever, ever would be okay with holes in the heat shield. Bad. And neither is NASA. So they're flying this one on a slightly different trajectory, as Rob was saying. It's, instead of doing, where are you? Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Instead of doing a skip like this and popping out of the atmosphere and then popping back in, they're flying on a trajectory that's much similar to Apollo, where they really don't, they kind of level off. They don't go up. Capsule just levels off. Now, what does that look like? That looks like this. Yeah, let me just refresh the bid because this thing like to stop. Now, what does that look like? It looks like this. What's the benefit of the skip path trajectory? Skip path trajectories are going to be needed because if we're returning from a base into a capsule that flies over the base at the South Pole, you're going to need those. The skip trajectory affords you more options for being able to come home. Amit actually said that in the he said that in a press conference. This video just really likes to buffer, dude, but whatever. This is the EFT-1 mission, but it's still the same idea. What are those black charring stripes? That is the way the plasma was propagating over the heat shield, Major Who. Yeah, plasma. Plasma flows over the heat shield. It lets them fly the capsule further. Well, coming back from a polar inclination to get to our polar moon base that we want to make at the lunar South Pole. No, sorry. I was just putting emphasis on polar too much. Is going to mean you're going to have to fly back on a different type of trajectory. Yeah. That's what you're looking at.
This is Mission Control, Houston. You're looking at a wider view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room here in Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
What you're looking at there is the...
down the hall from here,
recompression
in the International Space Station Flight Control Room that you see in your view. Work is continuing as the work day for the Expedition 74 crew
That's the ISS
has wrapped up. They are, in fact, preparing for the launch of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Saturday morning.
Yep.
That launch scheduled at 6:41 a.m. Central Time, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time, to send a Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft to the International Space Station packed with food, fuel, supplies, and scientific experiments. NASA Plus coverage of that launch will begin on Saturday morning at 6:20 a.m. Central Time, and again the launch 6:41 a.m. Central, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time. A launch on Saturday, weather permitting, will result in a robotic capture of the Cygnus craft, which is named the SS Steve Nagel after the late former astronaut. That mechanical capture by the robotic arm under the operation of Jack Hathaway of NASA, backed up by Chris Williams, is scheduled for Monday at 11:50 a.m. Central Time, 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time. That's Monday, with our coverage beginning at 11 a.m. Central Time, high noon Eastern Time on Monday. The Cygnus spacecraft from Northrop Grumman will be installed onto the common berthing mechanism on the Earth-facing side of the Unity module for its delivery run to the Expedition 74 crew. So there's activity in both rooms. The segue from Artemis's return to Earth to resumption of space station operations. The resumption, not actually an accurate word because the space station operates 24/7, 365. But the focus of attention will shift from Artemis to a certain extent to the active operations aboard the International Space Station. We're about 2.5 hours away from reaching the halfway point on Integrity's journey back to Earth from the moon. And, of course, with Splashdown looming on the horizon, all of that activity will unfold in rapid-fire succession tomorrow afternoon and evening, culminating with a splashdown off the coast of San Diego for Integrity and its 4 astronauts at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Eastern Time. At a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours into the flight of Integrity, this is Mission Control Houston.
That's actually a good question. Who asked that one? Chevelle, you asked, does that mean SLS will have to launch into polar orbits if we're getting near the South Pole? No. You can adjust your trajectory on outbound trajectory corrections, the OTC burns that this thing did. to insert polar around the moon if you really wanted to. Heck, they could have done a polar flyby. It wouldn't have cost that much more delta V, but they wanted to see the far side of the moon. They wanted to see the illuminated far side of the moon. So, yeah. No, SLS wouldn't need to launch into a polar orbit with people on board to get to a lunar polar orbit. You don't need to do that. Just an inclined orbit would be more than enough. An inclined orbit insertion with some outbound trajectory corrections, that would be easy. Yeah, that wouldn't be too hard at all. Good question. Did you see that apparently Blue Origin filed to make a second pad at Complex 36? Yes, I have seen that. Blue is looking to make another Newglands pad, which is pretty cool. Somebody tried to link me the plans. Trey over in YouTube chat tried to link me the plans, but the link wasn't working, and then something else happened. Demo, I already answered you in chat. All good. Unsure if you caught your last. No. The crew module raise burn is just to separate from the SM to get them away from each other. It is an onboard shot. Hey, Nitsi. Thank you for that Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Orwin, all good. Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Had to take my headphones off. I thought my tinnitus got worse. That's the signal lock or the dial tone for Orion. The signal lock is a good way to say it, but yeah, that's what that buzzing noise is. I normally wouldn't allow that much feedback on my stream. So yeah.
And back aboard Integrity, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen in the middle of your screen, Christina Cook on the right, Reed Wiseman in the background. The crew
and Victor coming
continuing to stow equipment and get Integrity's cabin ship-shape for tomorrow's return to Earth. Victor Glover just right there on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, Victor just came out of the head. Could Orion skip out and bounce off the atmosphere? If they wanted to do that over Thunder, sure. Yeah, you got to remember, guys, it's not like when they put the capsule through reentry, it's not like dropping a stone into a lake and it just goes where it goes. They can steer the capsule. They can steer the thing. They steer it with roll control thrusters on the capsule, and they can get it to turn in different directions. So, like, over Thunder, the only way that they would get it to bounce off the atmosphere is if they commanded to do it. If they told it, like if they deliberately did that. How many gyros are on the capsule? There are 3 inertial measuring units in redundancy on the crew module. They are not used for stability assist, though, guys. It's not like an SAS in Kerbal. Those IMUs, it's actually 3 IMUs and 3 accelerometers. What they're used for is for Orion's navigation system. Orion measures, like if the engines fire for a second, it measures the acceleration that happened, that was imparted on the vehicle from that, and it can figure out where it is based off of the acceleration. Where do you sleep? Anywhere. Anywhere you want. Cryptid? Everywhere is a bed. So they have sleeping bags. Or you could just sleep in your clothes. It doesn't really matter. There's no shower. They clean themselves with baby wipes. That's how they clean up, because there's no shower. But if you look, there's Velcro strips all over everything. They're like, see them over there? There's one over there. You just take your sleeping bag, Velcro it to the wall, and just strap in and just sit there. You can sleep wherever you want. Is post-zero G recuperation a major concern, or do we kind of know what to look for now? Well, for long duration missions on the ISS, yeah, it's pretty well known. But for this mission, that's not going to stop, NASA's medical doctors from doing a lot of tests here. Hanzak, because these 4 went out into deep space, they went beyond the radiation belts, right? We don't have a lot of data on that. because Apollo was just a bunch of fighter pilots, and they were just like, yeah, go. And they're like, all right, cool. And, you know, like Neil, Buzz, and Mike got out of the capsule, and they're like, hey, how you feeling? Do you feel okay? And they're like, yeah, I feel fine. They're like, all right, good. Here, have a cigarette. You know, like health monitoring has gotten a little better in the last half century, right? Like, so they are doing they're going to do all kinds of tests with the Artemis 2 crew to make sure that they're to really measure how flying that far out into space and back, even if it was for a short period of time, they're gonna do all kinds of tests to see what it did to them. Yeah, here, have a cigarette. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend it. That one other doctor, he didn't get paid enough. And he doesn't recommend this cigarette. He recommends those cigarettes. Don't smoke. It's bad for you. So what happens to the capsule after the mission is completed? Chris, they will reuse this. Integrity will be reused. What Lockheed is most likely going to do, because Lockheed built the capsule, is they're probably going to take it apart. They're probably going to take everything apart. We know they're going to take the toilet apart because that thing's broken.
Integrity, stowage, low priority. Christina, go for stowage.
The keyboard is stowed per the return packing plan. It was deployed.
We copy.
But Orion is designed to be reused. Integrity will fly again as long as the Artemis program keeps going. Oh, how's your head? So, you guys...
And Jackie, while I have you, we just wanted to express even more our gratitude for these awesome, I'll call them drink notes and drink messages. So many people wrote really cool, heartfelt messages on our bonus drinks, and we are just smiling ear to ear every time we look at one. So thank you so much. It was really fun to find these, and they're really giving us a boost for entry day.
We will make sure that message gets heard by everyone who needs to hear it. Thank you.
Reed's a lefty. Oh my gosh, he is a lefty. Dude, how do you do that? How do you... I don't know. I don't get it. I don't like... Was the module from Artemis 1 the same as this one? Yes, Riv. So what Lockheed did with the Artemis 1 Orion capsule is they took it apart. And any part that was good, that survived that mission, that was in good working order, guess what? They put it in this one. Yeah, you heard that right. The avionics system from this capsule has been to the moon before. Not a lot of people know that. This has reused components on it. Yeah, they just took all the parts out of the Artemis 1 capsule and put them in here to learn how to do reuse. Could you recap what went wrong with the toilet? It's the drain, not the toilet, Jedi. The drain is having problems. They think Rick Henfling was on a press conference 2 days ago, and they don't know, right? But you don't need to figure it out. Like, as long as they can pee in a bag or whatever, it's good to go. They have contingency collapsible urinals. So you could go in a bag, right? The solid waste system on the toilet is working fine. It's the liquid waste system that isn't working. And Rick Henfling said that it probably has something to do with urine reacting with the filters in a way that they didn't know. So there's filters in the pee tanks, right? And urine is reacting with the filter in a way that they didn't understand it was going to, whether that has to do with 0G or whatever, who knows. And it's clogging up the filters for the toilet, and that's causing solidification in the line because it's not flowing out fast enough. Let me guess, they tested the filters with water. I'm sure we'll figure it out, guys, because remember, about if this was SpaceX, we know SpaceX had problems with the toilet, but it took a lot of time for that information to come out, right? Like, we don't know for sure, right? But with NASA, oh yeah, they'll probably have a press conference about it sometime in the future when they figure out what's going on. That's what's cool about these NASA missions. You understand, you could figure out and see the design process. And they're very open about saying what's going on with their missions. And that transparency is a super, super potent learning tool to learn how to spaceflight. So if you're a fan like me, or, like that wants to teach people about it, I can use the huge transparency that NASA has to, that they offer to teach people better. It's really good. These missions are amazing. I've learned so much about deep space over the past 9 days. More than I knew before, that's for sure. I learned a ton about lunar geology from Kelsey. Like, mint. Good, bring it on. I want more, please. Can we do this? I really appreciated that whole, I really appreciated that whole lunar flyby thing. Maybe we could, do it again sometime. Maybe we could do it again sometime. Really appreciated that. You and I around the moon. Not smooth enough? All right, cool. I'll stop. Calm down. You're being overly interesting, and now I can't make supper. Okay, I will stand here dead still for the next X amount of time. How do they brush their teeth? Toothbrush?
This is Mission Control Houston here in the
Hey,
Flight
Charlie
Control
Blackwell
Room.
Thompson's there.
A welcome visitor, Charlie Blackwell Thompson.
Cool.
The Artemis launch director who kicked off this mission with the flawless launch of the Space Launch System and the 4 Integrity astronauts back on April 1st. She's here visiting at the Johnson Space Center, currently talking to her Ascent flight director, Judd Freeling, and the entry flight director, Rick Henfling, who will be on tomorrow to preside over Integrity's return to Earth.
Those are great, Jack. So yeah, Charlie is a launch director. She was the person that directed the launch of SLS. She's talking to Judd Friedling and Rick Henfling. Judd Friedling is the Ascent mission director. So Charlie's job basically ends at T+0, right? When the thing lifts off. Then it's Judd's job for the uphill ride. And she was talking, Judd and Charlie were talking with Rick. Rick's job is the way down. Super cool. There's a lot of talent in that damn room. We like Charlie. Charlie's cool. She's one of those no bullcrap kind of people that it's like a breath of fresh air, dude. Same with Rick and Judd. They're all great, man. Flight ops and launch ops, dude. Your voice is a lot better today. It's because I had Brie go and get me some cough drops, dude. I have done nothing but sleep and stream since this mission launched. Literally wake up, come out here, turn the thing on. Turn the thing off, go to bed. I've been streaming for days. But I'm not missing any part of this lunar mission. I said that, and we're not doing that. I'm doing the whole damn thing. Take your vitamin D. I've been taking vitamins in the morning. Gonna come back. I've been here for years. Do you get paid for watch time? If you see ads, sure. Vitamin B remote. Just wait, you'll have to be here for a whole year for a Martian flyby. Yeah, that's not happening. You gonna jump into a full bathtub tomorrow for a splashdown? No, probably not. By far the most fun I've ever had watching a stream. Hando, it's been a pleasure. Pleasure's all on this side of the screen, dude. I would do this again tomorrow if they were launching tomorrow in a heartbeat. Absolutely. This is so fun. I love it, dude. I think these are some of the most fun I've ever had streaming in a long time. If at all ever. Like, this is great.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Happy Spot. Thanks for the Prime sub, man. I appreciate it. Do you think NASA will ever make SLS reusable? That would be cool, Mike, but most likely not. Is this launch? What do you mean launch, Azor? Is this launch? No, you know it's not launch. What are you asking? I don't understand what you're asking. Great coverage. Thanks, some. I think once the crew lands, you get one night's sleep. I say you replay the entire mission on stream. Well, guys, the reason why I've been so anal retentive about resetting the YouTube VOD and the Twitch VOD and stuff is because what I ultimately would like is that if you want to replay my entire coverage for like the entire 180, 190 hour mission, you can. Unabridged coverage, the whole thing. It would be cool if we could condense it all into one video and then upload that, but I don't think YouTube would appreciate it. So, hey, Aka. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. That's the whole idea. The title, can you check your previous? I named it Launch Options on the first day, and I'm not going to change it because I don't want to change it. So, set the stream up to replay the mission when you're on vacation. Oh, yeah, Mark on. There you go. Are you going to sim the mission in KSP? I have an Orion capsule that's kind of similar to Orion, but I'll be honest with you. After I saw this Orion working, I want to redo my Orion capsule, which I call Taurus, because I just picked another constellation. Hey, Common Sense. So what are you doing for an encore? Probably doing this in Kerbal. Can I check your previous question? I'm looking for a good solar eclipse glasses for August. Do you know where I can find them? On Amazon, just write solar eclipse glasses in there and then buy them. And I hope to split the VOD up. So that's the opposite of what I want, Drummer. I don't know, Ator. You can go find them, like, nice ones on Amazon, dude. But yeah, I don't... Solar eclipse stuff, I don't really... I mean, I'm sure you can find something. I want three Orion capsules orbiting the moon at the same time. Yep.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours, 18 minutes into the flight of Integrity. Enjoying the views inside the crew cabin of the vehicle as the crew continues to work through entry preparations, documenting items that they're stowing on board, and reviewing entry procedures in advance of tomorrow's homecoming that will result in a splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We are just under 5 hours away from the next engine firing.
Okay,
it's
Urban.
a thruster firing of the reaction control system jets on Integrity. That's the RTC-2 burn, the return trajectory correction number 2 burn.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Guys, I want to make some modifications to my Taurus capsule to be more like Orion. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to make some quick modifications to that thing. Or we could just fly the damn thing. Like, I don't know. I have an Orion capsule and I have something like SLS, and we can make it work. I don't really have a necessarily like an SLS analog. I'd have to redesign my boosters a little bit to make something exactly like it, but it's doable. Sure. Why do the astronauts wear cargo pants? It's easier to store stuff in a pocket because you can't really put it down on a table. Nova, there's no table. You have pockets. Apparently there's been an anomaly at Blue's 2CAT facility. The roof is damaged. Again? Dude, somebody just linked this on my phone. Look, hold up a second. I gotta show you guys this. This is... You guys are gonna like this. Hold on. So check this out. Dear NASA, from 10-year-old Kayla, she's mailing this to you today. Dear NASA, please make Pluto a planet again. I really want it to be a planet again. Here are some reasons that Pluto should be a planet again. 1. It is part of our solar system and it used to be a planet. It is a dwarf planet and deserves to be an actual planet. It might make a lot of people happy. It might not be your choice, but if it is, please, please make it a planet. It would make me very, very, very happy. If you can't make it an actual planet, please consider it a planet. And I'm sorry if my handwriting or spelling is hard to read. Anyway, it will make me and my friends very happy. Here are some facts to prove I know about Pluto. Pluto is a dwarf planet. It is located in the Kuiper Belt. Pluto was discovered in 1930 by Clyde Tombaugh. Tombaugh? Yeah. Pluto is smaller than Earth's moon. Pluto has 5 known moons. Thank you, NASA. Bye. We are back, baby. We are back, baby. We are so back. We are back. We are back. We are back. So good. That's so good, man. It's so good. We are back, baby. Frick you, IAU. Frick you. Just taking Pluto's planetness away. I mean, really, honestly, Pluto fits the definition of a dwarf planet, like to a T. But also, frick that. It's a planet. Frick it. And you know, while we're at it, we'll make Ceres a planet too. Hey, Tom. Thank you for the bits. Make Ceres a planet as well. Let's go. What is that, Nova? Fords aren't trucks? Mods, shoot that guy. Shoot that guy. Can we make a planet? Yeah, sure. Ignore her, Dred. She's stolen valors. She's 10 years old and she didn't live through the pain of losing Pluto. Generational trauma is passed down, though, guys. All right? Yeah, there you go, Marcon. It makes sense. Did you hear what happened at Blue today? Somebody just told me about it in chat a second ago. Is there an estimation on G-forces and temperatures the astronauts will experience inside the capsule? Temperature inside the capsule, Brendan, should be fine. It should be exactly what it is now. G-forces, 3.5 G sustained for, I don't know, I'd say like 8 minutes. It's not bad. It's just a lot really fast. The whole reentry takes about 13 minutes from entry interface to splashdown. Capsules are not shuttles, dude. Those are two different things. This thing is going to come down a lot quicker than a shuttle or a starship. So something went kaboom. You were wondering why the ground shook. Oh, shoot. Whoa. Something blew holes out of the roof. These pictures are coming from Jerry Pike. Oh, yeah. Yeah, whatever that is, it's hosed. Yeah, see those? Those aren't stuff. That's not stuff on top of the roof. That's debris that shot out from whatever was on that test stand. This has nothing to do with the Artemis mission. This is one of Blue Origin's test facilities. There's also maybe a little bit of a ripple in that door. That might buff out, whatever. Closer look. Well, this is from Asher B. Asher B took these pictures. Who is he with? Launch Heaven. What's up, Asher? Oh yeah, that thing's hosed. That stage is toast. That was a GS2. That's a new Glenn second stage. Well, was a new Glenn second stage. Well, there's your problem. It exploded. Yeah. Yeah, that's so guys, I'll be honest with you. That's the second time that's happened. So either Blue has some serious quality control issues or there's a nasty design flaw with that tank. There's an edge case.
Integrity Houston, for the burn conference, we are ready when you are.
I don't know, Tom. Yeah, there's either...
Hey, Jackie, we're going to take 2 more minutes, and then we'll call you back.
Sounds good.
Like I said, there is either a very, very edge case where that thing can catastrophically fail, and either Blue is looking for it in testing, and they found it, but that's unlikely because that happened already before. That could be quality control.
This is Mission Control Houston, the burn conference referred to by Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control is the discussion that's coming up, brief discussion regarding the elements of the soon-to-be executed return trajectory correction to burn.
What's up,
basically a burn of short duration from the reaction control system on the vehicle that will fine-tune Integrity's path towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean tomorrow.
Yeah, Sci-Fi, we knew about that. What's with those socks? You don't want Artemis socks? They're socks with the Artemis logo on it. That's what we call a wear stage. It were a stage, and now it ain't. Yep. Look at Reed and Christina. Jeremy and Christina. Look at Jeremy's just bungeed to the seat. You see that? He's just chilling. Just bungeed to the seat. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it. I don't think that stage has much of anything in it left, Jackal. Ain't got no gas in it. He's just jealous. He's jealous of the socks.
Jackie, we are ready to start the burn conference.
Blue Ring now has Blue Moon roof. Yeah.
All right. For our RTC-2 burn pad, we think you have V1 UTC of generation day 99, 11:30. Please confirm.
Confirmed.
All right, just a couple of deltas for you in the guidance solution. Delta V tote will be 5.2, T-go of 9 seconds. Delta V components, X negative 3.2, Y negative 0.8, and Z 4.0. How copy?
They're lowering their perigee just
Copy
a little
all.
bit. Just a little bit. Negative.
In the burn execution steps, there is no change, but we wanted to share the comment that if we determine interim targeting is required, we can run that from the ground. You all will be during your PAO event.
Copy.
Yes. Or no,
And then we do
not
have
for
a
these.
couple of burn notes for you. The first is a clarification, actually a delta to the first line for tank pressurization. Tank pressurization will not occur during the burn config segment, and the burn will be performed in blowdown.
They're not opening up that valve that we were talking about.
Makes sense. Copy.
We gave you a go earlier for venting ops, and we do have an OpNav pass coming up that we do not want venting during. The MET of that time frame is day 8, 0 hours, 40 minutes, to day 8, 2 hours, 0 minutes.
No, they don't have to be strapped in to do this burn. No, for like the TLI burn, you probably should.
Copy.
Never heard, Musu.
And then finally, this is a little bit of a contingency information for you, but if you were to lose comm before, during, or after this burn, we've got a couple of burn plan pointers for you. If for some reason the nominal slot 4 burn plan does not converge during any of the pre-burn targeting, we want you to use ground targets. And after the RTC-2 burn, if PCL and the RTC-3 targeting does not converge, we've put a burn plan called Recovery 1 into slot 5. That removes a constraint on EI, and it should ensure convergence.
They're telling them what they should do if they lose communications before, during, or after the burn. And these contingencies will make sure they fly on the correct trajectory. Hey, DJ, what's up, dude?
Copy all.
That is everything Houston has for the burn conference. Anything for us?
Negative. We're all good up here. Thank you.
All right, we're good to go. And there's absolutely no rush, but when there's a good moment, we would love a sync on cabin config.
Okay, so they're slowing down a little bit. It's a -4 feet per second burn. It's the delta V components are -4 on the X, 0 on Y, and 4 on Z. So it is a Z up configuration, I'm pretty sure. What they're trying to do is this RTC burn's going to dial in their perigee for basically the entry trajectory. They're making sure they're lined up. This is not a big burn. About a meter a second. It's a 9-second burn, give or take, and it should be happening. Mission timeline should be happening here in a couple of hours, or 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, that.
This is Mission Control, Houston. You're continuing to watch the activities of the Integrity astronauts on board their spacecraft. Now less than 2 hours away from reaching the midway point on their trip back from the moon. Splashdown schedule for Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, at a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is in place, and barring some unforeseen development, will be deploying Navy helicopters and Navy divers and recovery personnel to extract the 4 astronauts from the spacecraft within an hour after splashdown, hoist them into 2 hovering Navy helicopters and fly them back to the deck of the ship, where they'll undergo extensive medical exams before they're flown back to shore and ultimately back to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston.
No Decepticons. They were hiding. They must have.
The conference you just heard between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey and the crew, involving the specificities of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn number 2, that is scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight. It'll be a 9-second burn now. And this, again, fine-tunes the angle of attack and the path of Integrity's trajectory to hit the sweet spot in the corridor across the Pacific Ocean for entry interface and the high-speed return back to Earth for a parachute-assisted splashdown.
Did he say trajectory correctory? Oh, that's awesome. Trajectory correctory. What kind of brainworm is that? Yeah, Vader, splashdown is about 26 hours away, yes. Yeah, they got a Petzl over there. Man, they got Nikon D5s and a Nikon Z9 mirrorless, which is... Yeah, man. They got some hardware on board, dude. Good stuff. It's like yard sard. What's the theoretical periapsis? Well, I have no idea. All I know is that they're lowering it. That would be a good question to ask in a press conference. The timeline shows them in the middle of the event. Yeah, sometimes the schedule is a little bit in flux, DH. So, they have the camera on though. They don't turn this camera. They don't turn the 4K encoder on unless they have a PAO event. So, who knows? There is a public affairs event scheduled here in a moment. Welcome back. We are still here. They're still in space. So, Sandwich, the astronauts each have an iPhone and they each have a Surface tablet. You can see Victor's using the Surface tab over there. Jeremy's using his, and Reed has his up there. Christina does not have hers because it fried. And they all have iPhones, but I don't know why radiation just had it out for Christina, but her iPhone fried too. I don't know what that's about. Maybe it's because she's near the hatch with the window or something. Like, I'm sorry, back to the Blue Origin observation. Could it be GSE malfunctioning leading to overpressure? Tim, if that was the case, don't you think that would have happened with every stage that went through there? Think about it, right? If it was a problem with the test stand, they wouldn't have had a successful test. It would have overpressurized all the stages. Bubble wrap is nominal.
Copy. Bubble wrap nominal.
See? How long will Splashdown take? When does it start? Sorry if it was mentioned earlier. My English isn't the best. Don't worry about it. Warm Splashdown is going to be 8:07 p.m. Eastern time. Or about, if you look at your clock.
Integrity TLT is about to be commanded.
If you look at your clock right now, it's 23 hours, 45 minutes, give or take from right, no, that's not right. It's got to be your bowl. 25 hours, 45 minutes from now.
Houston copies. We're ready.
Yeah, 26 hours away from now, give or take. Do we know how much radiation they have been beamed with? No, but that's part of the medical testing that they're going to do when they get back down, Kirok. So if you come back here tomorrow at this time, if you look at your clock right now, come back here tomorrow at this time, and we'll be covering reentry.
And Christina, we see a good solution. Thank you.
But Cam.
Integrity copies.
Dude, I could watch them just mess around in the capsule all day. Like, just, we're watching Victor just sitting there. Look, he's reviewing the mission timeline. I could watch that all day. This is so cool. They're just floating around. Whatever. No big deal. How goes the prep for tomorrow's flame trench? Nah, there no flame trench tomorrow. Saturday, if anything. I'm going to be here, Garfield. I wanted contiguous coverage from liftoff all the way to splashdown with just me here. That's why I did the NSF stakeout, or the countdown to launch, and then when the mission started, it's been me. So I said I would do the whole mission with you guys here, so that's what I'm gonna do. No offense against NSF, it's just, yeah. Some of the people that have been watching this Twitch stream have been waiting for this for a long time. Some of my viewers are older than me, have been waiting longer than me, than I've even been alive for a lunar return. So I want to sit here and share it with the people that have been part of this stream since we started doing it. So that's why I'm doing it on Twitch, and also double streaming to YouTube as well. We've been waiting for this for a long time. I have thoughts that I've collected over the past week. Let's wait until these 4 are down before we want to talk about it. But long story short, this is This, like, guys, I don't have any other way to say it. This is one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Integrity,
Hey,
Houston.
Kerbix.
Please check the connection for PCD-3 when able.
Kerbix, welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. That's tier 1 3 months in advance, dude. Thank you very much. That really helps me. Yeah, Atomic, right? Isn't it crazy? Just using a tab in space.
We will be calling
whatever.
shortly for the sync on the cabin that you requested.
Discovery, go at throttle
Sounds
up.
great. We're just
Hey,
trying
Yuck.
to pull a few more images off that PCD, so we'll watch for it to connect.
Dude, that close pass, the close pass of the moon on flight day 6 had to probably be one of, I think that was the coolest thing I've ever streamed by a long shot. Just Victor describing the Terminator line and the Orenthal crater. Dude, that image is burned into my head permanently. I'm never forgetting that. And him calling Terminator line, how it's calling to him, like, oh man, I just can't stop looking at that Terminator line. It's calling to me. Like that visual of the close approach on the far side of the moon is burned into my head. I will never ever forget that ever. Period. Yeah, that's right. Passing. I know. It's your passion is contagious. Tyler, I love this stuff so much. It makes me so happy. I probably like it a little too much, dude, but you know what? Whatever. I don't have time to. I don't really try to let people that are gonna think I'm weird occupy my headspace. I already know I'm weird, dude.
This is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Foxy. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Thank you. Stufa Man, gifted a sub to Shift Control. Thank you very much, Stufa. Merci beaucoup, mon ami. Merci beaucoup. You're weird. I know. I get it. 10 years ago, do you think you'd be here watching this? Honestly, no. Snib,
This is space. I'm in space.
Kerbix, hey, gifted 5 on top of before. Thanks, man. We don't want to annoy anybody else but you. Yeah. Big respect for the stream marathon effort. As I said a couple of days ago, your effort here will likely be the most completed accessible record of this mission. Yep. A beacon of information. I hope so.
This is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Annika gifted 10. Deadeye gifted 5 before that. Thanks, guys. Oh, I'm not looking for praise or anything. I'm just...
This is space. I'm in space.
But that's America's butt right there. They got the camera. I love it. Thank you. Annika, thank you for the 10. Deadeye, thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. They always do that. They always cut it when it goes butt cam. Oh, they adjusted the camera.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Jay Azor, hey man, thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah. All right, back to being serious. Bruin, holy shit.
This is space. I'm in space.
That was 50. Oh, man.
Yikes. This is space.
Bitter.
I'm in space.
Jeez. How about that shop hoist? No, Wrath, I don't really like looking at it this way in particularly, dude, but let's just say I have enough for all the parts for the coronet that I need. Yeah. Hey, Wefrel, thank you. Yeah, I think we have enough for all the steel. My objective is to get all the metal, get the shell of the car fixed. I'm fairly confident that the spread has been covered in this regard. Yeah, actually, I was thinking about probably, purchasing this, purchasing the part, I'm just gonna, at this point, guys, like, I'm just gonna purchase all the parts that I need for that dang thing. I'm just gonna I'll get the floors, I'll get everything, I'll buy it all in one shot. The Nutella flying around, yeah, right? Isn't that cool, man? This is...
This is space. I'm in space.
Not you two. Jeez, you're gonna... Alexito, had 100 bits in there. Thank you. Snarfer had 25. 3 LRD.
This is space.
10.
I'm in space.
You guys are too nice. You're too nice to me. Did you hear about Kerbal hitting a player record? Dude, that is the icing on top of the cake that is this mission. People are getting back into KSP. Guys, for the people that don't know, if you're on the Twitch side of things, I'm a Kerbal streamer. That's what I do. I play KSP.
Go at throttle up.
And ever since Kerbal 2 went down the toilet and they shuttered the studio and basically made it abandonware, people haven't really been that interested in space.
This is space. I'm in space.
So that's the icing on the cake that we can go back, we can jump back in and we can play Kerbal and people will love it again. That it's louder if people gift more subs, Riv. So that Snarfer gifted, you just give 20 on Twitch. You give 20 memberships over on YouTube. Oh man. Like, yeah, that's just the icing on the cake that Kerbal's back, baby. Guys, like, I'm not trying to flex, but I know the guy that invented KSP. That guy changed my life, dude. Like, that, I don't know, you know, Harv, if you ever see this, man, that changed the trajectory of my life. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Like, so it makes me so happy to see it popular. I mean, you know, like, and hopefully we can carry that momentum into KSA. Yeah, shift control, it's not okay. They did us dirty, and it's not okay, and it pisses me off. And dude, the worst part is that when they shuttered it, people stopped playing Kerbal 1 as well. But it warms my heart to no end, knowing that, you know, we can jump back into Kerbal next week, and then the week after that, and we can play it, and I could talk about rates and controllers and all this other stuff, and you know, we can have some fun with it. It means a lot, dude. And like I said, hopefully we can carry it into Kitten Space Agency. If you guys played Kerbal and you didn't like what happened with KSP2, I'm consulting on a project with a company in New Zealand called RocketWorks. RocketWorks is crowdfunding development on a game called Kitten Space Agency. Kitten Space Agency is a spiritual successor to Kerbal. It's a spiritual successor. And when KSP2 went under, I helped I recruited a bunch of Kerbal developers to go work over there. So Kitten Space Agency has a lot of KSP1 and a lot of KSP2 developers working on it. They also have I think their lead software engineer, they poached him from SpaceX, if I'm remembering correctly. That's the spiritual successor, and it's all crowdfunded. They're crowdfunding the entire game. So it's made by a lot of ex-KSP devs. The guy that invented Kerbal Space Program is in on this project. I'm in on this project. I do consulting for them. So seriously, shameless plug. Well, while I have your attention, you know, Kerbal's coming back. Kerbal's going to get popular, and then when KSA gets, you know, minimum viable feature complete, I guess, then we'll just play that, and then that has like the who's who of KSP developers behind it, including the guy that made the game. So thank you for all the bits, and thank you for all the tips and stuff. Like, that's just the icing on the cake, dude. Guys, this mission has made me so ridiculously happy, and
this is Mission Control Houston.
That's a Surface tablet.
7 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes into the flight of integrity on the Artemis 2 mission, the lunar flyby of the moon that made history this week. The mission far from over, however. You are on board Integrity. On the left, Commander Reed Wiseman. In the middle, Victor Glover. Just behind Glover, almost out of the field of view, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on the right. The crew has been busy packing up their crew cabin today. They've been reviewing entry procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. They'll move into a midday meal here just a short time from now. We will have a public affairs event at 6:50 p.m. Central Time, where the crew, a final PAO event in which the crew will have an opportunity to talk to a number of Congress people, members of Congress who will be gathered in various locations to have a chance to talk to the crew about their adventure around the moon and to offer their congratulations. Coming up at 9:53 p.m. is the return trajectory correction burn, RTC-2 burn. That'll be a 9-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to further fine-tune and...
All right, guys, I'm only going to say this once. Look, showing Congress on stream, I've been doing this for a long time. Probably not a good idea if you want chat to kind of keep it cool. Believe me, I'm no stranger, right? However, okay, so think about this. Purely from a space fan's point of view, Congress controls the purse strings for NASA. So, if they get inspired by this like everybody else does, that could potentially mean more money for NASA, right? So, just take that into account, right? Are there going to be congressmen on there and congresswomen on there that you don't like? Most likely. Yeah, most likely. But think about this for a second. If they fund NASA, we could get more of this. And this has proved to be fruitful in the past. Having astronauts talk to congressmen. That's not a bad thing, even though you're probably the people that are going to be on that PAO call are probably not going to be people that are favorable on Twitch or on YouTube. But think about it. Pragmatic, man. We need more money for spaceflight. So just take that into account. This is a very high-profile mission that got the attention of the American head of state and the Canadian head of state. Think about that for a second. That's a good thing. All right? So I know showing Congress on stream probably isn't the smartest thing to do. And my mods are like, mods, you've been doing great. I love you guys. Thank you for all of this. I really appreciate it. I'm going to buy you a fruit basket. I'm not kidding. But like I said, be a little pragmatic. Spaceflight is not a partisan issue, okay? It's not. Everyone likes space. Just remember that. I want a fruit basket. We'll go buy one then.
All of Integrity Systems are in great shape. A little while ago, they participated in a entry conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling, just basically to review procedures and to answer any questions that the crew might have of the flight control team. But we're working no issues here. Everything looking very good. Setting up for the return trajectory correction burn that will occur 4 hours and 21 minutes from now. One other countdown clock that's ticking here in the mission control room is the halfway mark en route back to the moon. It is almost incongruous to imagine this, but here we are on the eve of homecoming for the Integrity astronauts, and we're an hour and 33 minutes away from reaching the halfway point en route back from the moon. It's just the way orbital mechanics works, that sets the course and the velocity and the entrapment of Integrity into the grip of Earth's gravity that dictates all of that. But again, we're about a little over an hour and a half away from reaching the halfway point back from the moon for the splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow night.
So... Actually, Rob Navius talking about orbital mechanics actually reminded me. I think that's what we're gonna do on Monday, when I get back after resetting because sleep. I think we're gonna need to do some Kerbal basics to teach all the new people.
Oh! This is space. I'm in space.
Yeah, we're gonna need to do that on Monday. I'm probably gonna have to show you guys how orbital mechanics works. It's much easier to visualize in Kerbal. Trust me on this one. Name every orbital mechanic. And I did, Hilarious. Believe me, I remember who I'm talking to. I remember you asked that question on flight day 3. And I thought you were screwing with me, so I didn't answer it right away. I still don't know if you're screwing with me, to be honest with you, but you stayed here, so I assume I did something right. So I think some of y'all want to learn how this stuff flies through space based off of the questions that I've been getting in chat. So we'll do this in KSP. I'll make this mission. Hey, Oliver, thank you. Thank you for the... What's CHF? I forget, man. But thank you very much. I forget which currency that is. Remind me, please. How does this stuff fly through space? Big freaking rockets, Brown, is the answer to that freaking question. Big freaking rockets. You want to see? Want to see? Check this out. Peep this, dude. That's awful. I hate that. Thank you very much. All right, cool. Let's just
bring the
crew
audio
module back in.
And service module separate. The European service module to pyrotechnically separate from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. 16 minutes later, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, we will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet.
It's pretty good.
Traveling at peak
Swiss
velocity
francs. Oh,
some 32
cool.
times the
Thank
speed
you.
of sound. At 6:37 p.m., there will be a raise burn. This is prior to entry interface.
I love that
it's
thing,
about
Bossy.
an
It's pretty
18-second
good.
burn that will be refined in terms of its duration tomorrow. But the raise burn will gently nudge the aft end of the vehicle to properly align it to the right angle of attack for the entrance into the Earth's atmosphere, and to provide the lessening of a buildup of heat against Integrity's heat shield as it descends through the regions of the Earth's atmosphere.
For mod fruit baskets.
We will encounter a planned 6-minute communications blackout at about 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Again, this is due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization effect, if you will. This is typical of all high-speed entries back into Earth for any vehicle. In this case, it will last about 6 minutes. Once we regain communications with the crew, we will be just 7 minutes from splashdown, and we'll be initiating a rapid-fire succession of the deployment of series of parachutes. First, the parachutes that will pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then a series of drogue suits, and then finally 3 main parachutes that will slow Integrity's speed to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown.
Oh, baby.
The USS John P. Murtha is on station, ready to begin recovery operations with helicopters, Navy divers, flight surgeons,
posted another
crew
camera angle,
surgeons,
Jackal.
Navy surgeons, a whole flotilla, if you will, of recovery personnel.
Tomorrow morning,
the
London.
key will be the erection of a large raft called a front porch that will be erected alongside
picture of the front
side
porch.
hatch of Orion to enable the extraction of the crew one by one and the hoisting of the crew members
Dean.
onto
Solid's
the
a
2
no joke.
hovering Navy helicopters overhead for a short flight back to the recovery ship, where they'll be brought into medical bay, for medical exams prior to spending some time on the ship, and the subsequent flight off the ship in helicopters to
that squid humor or something.
the Naval Air Station in San Diego, where they'll subsequently board a NASA jet for the flight back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. So all of that is upcoming over the next 24 hours or so. But again, everything is in great shape on board Integrity, all of its systems ready to support its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and its splashdown off the coast of San Diego.
This was a practice capsule.
7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset tomorrow night.
So that's I think that's the Orion structural test article. I'd have to go look. Let me bring this back over here so you can see the crew messing around there. So that is the Orion ground testing article, I think. You missed out on a really funny main loop readout. Oh, yeah? Just eating. I'm getting hungry. Getting hungry just looking at it. So yeah, all the food is in pouches, right? And some food all of it's freeze dried, right? And what they have to do is rehydrate it. Now behind Jeremy over there on the right, guys, you'll see something that looks like a silver briefcase. That's the food warmer. Basically, you take this thing and it'll have a nozzle on the end. You hydrate it, right? And then you put it in the food warmer, and it'll rehydrate your food. And then you could tear the top off and eat it like what Christina's doing. Or actually, Christina's over there. I don't know who that is. I think that's Victor. Victor's eating. Looks like he got some ravioli there or something. Can we call it the food processor? Sure. Why no food pellets? Do you want to eat food pellets for 10 days? Is that Reed? No, Reed's over there. Reed has the hoodie on. So that's Reed, Christina, Jeremy's over here, and it's got to be Victor. He's got 2 watches on. Vic has 2 watches on. And the Fitbit on his left. He has a Fitbit and a watch on the left hand and a watch and a bracelet on the right. Yes. What are they eating? Those are NASA's prepared meals upside. I'm not exactly sure. If we could see the label on the side of the thing, I can tell you what it is. It looks like Victor's got beef ravioli. That's what I saw. I know that's one of the foods that's
Discovery,
up there.
go at throttle up.
I had a tab with the food, but I don't know where it went. Hey, Ren, 132 months. How many extra meals do you think they loaded on Integrity? So if what I heard from Reed was correct, they have enough food on board for a full duration mission. So they packed down Orion with 20 days worth of food. Because Reed said yesterday in a food read back that they've only exhausted about 40% of food on board. That was I think that was actually 2 days ago. So I'm thinking you're 3/4 of the way through the mission, right? And you've only used 40% of your food. That tells me, right? That tells me that this thing, it's a 10-day mission. That tells me that they loaded the whole thing down with food. We do know there was some developmental flight test operations in the mission timeline that had to do with the food. So my guess, big guess, is that NASA loaded this thing fully down with food, and 50% of the food is is your control group. They're going to see how their food fared in deep space, which is actually pretty smart. That's pretty cool. I'm pretty sure they ate all the maple syrup and all the maple cookies, though. What's Jeremy got there? I know they have spicy green beans, but I don't know what that is. That maybe they are. Oh, nope. Those are spicy green beans. Yep. He's got the spicy green beans. Maple cookies are out of stock since close approach. Yep. Thank you for all the coverage. No problem, Logan. My pleasure. They're not MREs, guys, but they're kind of MREs, but they're mostly not. The NASA food needs to be freeze-dried because you don't want moisture in the capsule. You don't want any more moisture in the capsule than you need. The reason why is because mold it's really easy to get mold on a spacecraft in space. Very easy. So they freeze-dry the food because you don't want mold on your food. That's not great. Right? So they freeze-dry it and you rehydrate it on site. And I mean, by on site, a better way to say it would be rehydrated in situ. So like on the spaceship. Think all the coffee is gone? Oh, I hope not. I'd be having a nasty headache if there was no coffee. Mold thrives in closed systems. That's right, Jordan. Just too hot. I like moldy food. I mean, yeah, it's just penicillin. It's good for you. KSP career 26 playthrough. Oh, jeez. You want me to start a new career mode save? Baron, hey, off-topic news. I finished playing the new build of Battlefield 6 Labs. Played 3 new maps, 2 new ones, a remake of Goldman Railway. All right, cool. 1 gigantic map, 7 checkpoints. It's all-out warfare. Cool, man. I'm glad they're doing it right. What did the Apollo astronauts eat? Paste. Nice shot, Baron. Street OG, you ever see the first Matrix? You know, it's got everything the body needs. There's a big old bowl of slop. Yeah, like that, but in a toothpaste tube. Yeah, they had it in like a toothpaste tube, and you did that. You know, you squeezed it in your mouth, like, yeah, it basically like tomato paste almost. Yeah, it's not great. NASA figured after the Apollo program, I mean, like, once again, the Apollo program was very Spartan, guys, because it was about getting to the moon. It was not about getting to the moon in style. It was about just getting there, right? So food, everything else, very bare bones research. Like, it's like, okay, this is what's going to keep you alive, right? While you go out there. Like, it's not the best food. Like they had stuff like Tang, you know, like it's not the best stuff around. By the time the space shuttle came around, one of the things, like a byproduct of having the space shuttle, is like learning how to live and work in space. Also, they learned this through the Skylab program, right? So they figured, oh, if we're gonna be up there for a while, we probably should figure out a way to not have somebody eat toothpaste every day. They managed freeze-dried foods during Apollo. Yeah, okay. Toothpaste tube. I mean, not bad for the time, but yeah. Yeah, they have, thank you for linking this. I lost it in my tabs here. This is what's on board, more or less. We saw, oh, hold up. We saw Jeremy eating those spicy green beans. They got coffee, they got tea, they got mango peach smoothie. All right. Chocolate breakfast drink. Vanilla breakfast drink. Lemonade. Apple cider, pineapple drink. Cocoa. Strawberry breakfast drink. Okay. Tortillas, wheat flatbread. See, the idea with the food that they have up there is that you want food that doesn't make a lot of crumbs, because crumbs can jam up your air filters in the cabin. So, like, and that thus jamming up your life support systems. Don't want that. So they have food that makes not a lot of crumbs. So tortillas, flatbread, vegetable quiche. Ugh. Yeah, all right. Yeah, fine, whatever. Breakfast sausage, all right. Couscous with nuts. I mean, it depends on what kind of nuts, right? Mango salad, yeah, okay. Granola with blueberries, almonds, cashews, barbecued beef brisket. Now we're talking. I'd be all about that. Broccoli gratin. I don't know what that means, but all right. Spicy green beans. See? We saw Jeremy having the spicy green beans. They got mac. Good. Got mac. You got to have mac. Got to have mac. Humans aren't going anywhere without mac and cheese in space, okay? Tropical fruit salad, butternut squash, cauliflower. I hope that cauliflower is seasoned, or else it's going to taste poo-poo. They got 5 hot sauces, 43 cups of coffee, culinary flavorings, maple syrup, chocolate spread. Chocolate spread. Gee, I wonder what brand that is. A gratin means with cheese sauce. Oh, all right. Broccoli cheese sauce? Hell yeah. 43 cups of coffee for the whole mission. Yep. Yeah, chocolate spread. Well, we know what that is. They just literally put a can of Nutella in one of the food packages. Like, here you go. They got peanut butter up there. They got hot sauce. They got spicy mustard, strawberry jam, honey, cinnamon, almond butter. Actually, it's, like I said, pretty good compliment. That's not bad, dude. Yeah. I can sit up there with this food spread. This is fine. I'd be all over that beef brisket, though. I'd probably eat all that first because I'm weird like that. What will satisfy the crew's sweet tooth? Pudding, cookies. They have maple cookies. Those are probably all gone. They have cobbler, candy-coated almonds. They have cake and chocolate. And that's what you see them doing right now. They're eating some of it. So we saw Jeremy had the green beans. Now he's a different package. What is that? What do we got there? I can't tell. That's America's cake. That's right. They had maple cookies, and the crew said that they ate them on the far side of the moon. That high beef diet, yeah, no. My personal theory is that with some of that stuff, they were trying to clog that toilet. They were trying to break it. Told the food people, give them something that's gonna mess them up. I'm suddenly feeling hungry. Yeah. Anyone need to pin that tablet? I don't know. Oh, Vic turned the tab on. But see, Vic looked at the camera, so he knows. See, I saw that. He turned the tab on, then he looked at the camera. He knows that we're watching. Oh, something flew across the screen there. I don't know. Would I be uneasy by that? No. Every time I see the camera, I'd be like, yo, we're screen peeking. That's all right. That's better than what you usually eat. Yeah. I don't see Mama's lemon pound cake. That's some real fine pound cake. That man is playing Galaga. Oh. See, Jeremy didn't look at the camera. I don't think he realizes that we're watching. How do you shower in there? That's the fun part, Dropstep. You don't. No, they have baby wipes to basically clean themselves off, dude. No shower on Orion. There's not enough room. There's not enough mass, and there's definitely not enough water. Now, that doesn't mean that we haven't invented a shower in space. Skylab had one. Believe it or not, it's pretty much, it's like a Bacta tank in space. Trying to get the picture. I love how Alarmy put their watermark over this photo that was blatantly taken by NASA. Because it's, on a space station. Yeah, Skylab had a shower. How that whole thing worked is that you pulled this thing up. You latched it over here. It's just a bunch of buttons, right? And that creates pressure in it. You have air being pumped in through the top and air being sucked out through the bottom, right? So it creates a draft, right? So when you clean yourself off, all the water will fall, replicating gravity, right? And then you got to sit there and let it all drain, and then you can get out of the shower, like what's going on here. Skylab had it. It did work. You could see the inlet pumps over there, if I'm remembering this right. I haven't looked at the schematic of this thing in a really long time. But yeah, it's not that we haven't done it. Skylab, because it was made out of a Saturn V upper stage, had a lot of room inside to do all kinds of stuff. Sorry, the headset went a little out. So, take a look. Skylab was big. There was all kinds of stuff inside of it. I say dry work. This is called a dry workshop, where you take a rocket stage and instead of filling it with fuel, you fill it with space station. You don't need to worry about it being airtight. It's supposed to be liquid tight for the fuels that are in there, so you can actually do some pretty interesting stuff. They took the hydrogen tank on an S-4B and they made it into a space station and put a docking port at the top. Actually, really, really smart. I do not know why we do not do this again. This is a good idea. SLS could yeet stages up there like this. Why don't we just do that? Pretty good idea. Skylab's huge. Oh yeah, big space station. You want to know the fun part? Here's the fun part. You see that? That whole thing can fit inside Starship's payload bay. True story. Yeah, Geeson, that's, yeah. That's how much space there is inside a Starship. This is a 6.6 meter diameter. It can fit inside. It could not fit inside with the docking port on the top, but whatever. Yep, there's a shower. You had your own bedroom. Yeah. There was all kinds of good stuff. I can tend to say that this is a better way to do space stations, especially now that we don't have a space shuttle. If we have a space shuttle, then the ISS is a good way to do that. But if we're going to go back to using pods, Orion, Dragon, Starliner exists. If we're going to do that, this is a better way to do space stations. Just launch it in one shot. Okay, the thing doesn't work anymore. It's broken. You give it a shelf life, 5 to 10 years, build another one. Yep, dude, Skylab had a whole kitchen. They had a whole kitchen table. Yeah, it like, and when I say a whole kitchen, I mean a whole freaking kitchen. Like that thing was toe up, dude. It was no joke. Here, let me see if I can get a shot of the kitchen. See, you had a kitchen like this, and then these are chairs. See the seat? You could fold down. There was a dinner table in that thing. Apparently the LOX tank was the waste tank. That's correct. Yes, they use the LOX tank for waste. Now, Mason, my proposal, I say like I do this stuff with NASA or whatever. I think a good idea would be, well, you're not using the EUS anymore. So take the EUS, take the hydrogen tank, make that into a habitable volume, put a docking port on the top, right? Use the LOX tank, make it your waste tank. Use the EUS to make Skylab 2.0, whether we use it or not. They already made one. They already made a hydrogen tank. Could you yeet this out to the moon like the Orion? You would need a big rocket, dude. You would need a big rocket to do that. Oh, Lundprod got a much better picture there. Look at this. Yeah, dude. We can just, yep, see? Whole kitchen table with seats, whatever. No big deal. How does it keep fresh food from spoiling? It's freeze-dried, Jack. The Earth departure stage would have been better. Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's not that they forgot, it's that they were told not to, Oregon. Which, you know, if we were having this conversation, dude, like a month ago, I'd be a little annoyed. Yeah, I really put a lot of the burden on my shoulders, and I'd really like to call out NASA for not doing cool things. But also, that would have been the story a month ago. That's not the story anymore, man. Look, what is the EUS? The exploration upper stage. It's a stage. It's a more powerful upper stage for SLS, FERC. That is kind of on hold right now. They started making it, and they started building the launch pad for SLS to make it. The launch pad's like 95% done, and they put a stop order on it, which I'm not 100% okay with, but you know what, dude? Like I said, we had this conversation a month ago. I would go off on this rant about spaceflight architecture and how you do it right. Dude, you know what? Look what's on the screen, man. Look what's on the screen. What is EJ? What is EJSA? That's my name? It stands for Eric Johnson Space Administration. No, I'm not a real space administration. Only in Kerbal. Would food spoil if it was kept in an unpressurized compartment until almost ready for consumption? I don't know. Maybe? It would probably burn in the sunlight. Nels, yeah. It's amazing. Yeah, Earth's getting a lot bigger there. Yeah, dude. These pics from Skylab go so freaking hard. Look at this. There's a ward room. There was waste management. They had their own bathroom. They had their own bedroom. And that was just one level. There was like 4 of these levels, which is all right. You had your own bedroom, dude. Like, let's get back to doing this. This is cool, man. This is a freaking spaceship. Yeah, they had, dude, look, they even had a room with a view. There's a freaking, they put a porthole on the side, inside of the kitchen. I think we should go back to doing stuff like this. That one compartment, yeah, Orion could fit inside. Oh, yeah, guys, the entire Orion capsule and EUS could fit inside.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 26 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission. You've been enjoying the views inside the crew cabin. Christina Cook on your left.
It was the 70s.
Victor Glover
Morgan,
with his back to the camera. Jeremy Hansen on your right. Reed Wiseman is there as well. They've been working to pack up the crew cabin in advance of tomorrow's parachute-assisted splashdown of the Pacific off the coast of San Diego. Splashdown time scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time Friday night, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston Integrity, did you want to talk stowage now?
We are ready. And big picture, we're just looking for what IVA called a vibe check, how the day is going and how you feel going forward.
About to go get food.
So we completed the stowage that was in the procedure 26.5.300. All of that went fine. And so really at this point, we'll probably have a little bit more uneaten food that we'll put in bag 7 is our plan right now, just depending on how much food we individually eat over the next day, I guess. And other than that, we're just sort of going through the cabin and putting things away as we're done with them and just looking it up on the Excel spreadsheet as to where to put them, the packing plan. And that's a bit tedious at times, but overall I think we have a handle on it.
Why weren't they able to establish a lunar base during the Apollo missions?
Hey, Jeremy, thanks for the status.
We decided we didn't want to prioritize going to the moon on a national level. They canceled the Apollo program and said use the space shuttle instead because it's cheaper. Nope. That ended well. Yeah. Non-Jules, NASA, what NASA does is entirely tied to perception of what our national goals need to be. That's really, really important to understand. That's why you got to tell people about this. Like, you got to tell them that NASA is worthwhile. I mean, look at how cool this is. How much cooler would this be if we saw this crew land on the moon? That would have been excellent, right? Oh, there's a can of Jif over there. Nice. Good eye. Yeah, Watson, it has something to do with that. Like I said, our priorities shift as a country, which is bullcrap. If NASA is seen, NASA's Guys, NASA's worthwhileness is entirely tied to public perception. If you can convince, if Congress is convinced that the people want this, they'll fund it. It happens. I mean, it helps when the president challenges you to get to the moon by the end of the decade. But yeah, NASA's funding is entirely tied to public perception. We got to see this as worthwhile. At least I could speak as an American, right? Like, that's why I tell people about this. Tell people how cool it is. If this gains enough traction, they'll fund it. They'll fund more. And then maybe we'll see something like Skylab, right? That's so important to understand. Like, because this is awesome. This is so cool. I want another one of these tomorrow. Like, yo, they got to build the next SLS. Like, that's going to take a couple of months. Well, it's probably going to take about 6 months.
That conversation
no, dude, I want another one in
Capcom
3.
Jackie
Let's go.
Mahaffey here in the flight control room, and Jeremy Hansen.
They were building Saturn Vs every 2 months during the height of the Apollo program. They were rolling one out of the VAB every 2 months. Let's go. We could do that. We could do that with SLS. Sure.
Still 1 hour away from reaching the halfway point on the trip back from the moon. The moon being the prime target for this mission and the historic lunar flyby that occurred by this crew back several days ago, that carried the crew behind the far side of the moon,
yeah, Eddie, right?
flying within 4,000 miles of the lunar surface before beginning the trip back to Earth.
There's only one right now.
And then the other thing I have for you that just might simplify, as we take down all of the
like surface
Nat
tablets.
Geo setup and the charging setup, where is there a simple way that just all of that stuff can go in one location? So I'm talking about the USB charger, the field recorder, the GoPro Max, the Bogan arm for that, the microphone. Can all of that just go in one location, or as opposed to us having to look up where each of these items go? Plus, I'm also curious about the battery chargers for the D5s. They need to go somewhere as well.
Yeah, Jeremy, actually, you have an activity on your timeline just after the midday meal block. Stand by. Okay. Hey, sorry. At the very end of the day, there is a Nat Geo stow activity, which, if you are done with that equipment, can be performed any time, and that should hopefully make that more efficient.
So, Master, they're gonna.
And we are checking on the battery chargers for D5 questions.
That's helpful. And then what about, I think we'd like to leave, I'm kind of expecting we might want to leave the USB charger up tonight. Maybe not, but if we do, where can we put that quickly in the morning, including all of its charging cables?
Yeah, Jeremy, acknowledge the current location isn't conducive to last-minute packing, so feel free to leave it out, the charger and the cables tonight, and by the morning we will have a specific suggestion for stowing those items.
Okay, and then the PCD power cable that we are using in PUP 2, same thing for that. Probably want to leave that out tonight, make sure we get all our PCDs charged, and then put that away as soon as we wake up.
We copy.
We are checking, over.
Again, ongoing discussions between Jeremy Hansen and Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control as the crew packs up from a cislunar camping trip. This is very much akin to what you would do after a camping trip or a holiday vacation. There was no holiday involved here. It was simply an historic flyby of the moon that occurred several days ago.
Integrity, for Jeremy's final question about the battery chargers for the D5s, instructions for stowing that equipment is in a timelined activity on read at the end of the day called USB Power Strip Stow.
Okay, thanks, Jackie.
Gotcha, Revs.
And one separate item for Christina, we have uplinked some additional files to all PCDs that she can find for her reference.
So with Integrity systems in good shape and the crew nearing the halfway point between the moon and the Earth on its trip back to Earth, the crew is making a list, checking it twice. All the items that they're packing up right now for the high-speed entry back into the Earth
will be very nice. Not Christmas.
Meanwhile, we're about 40 minutes away from a public affairs event where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew, ask them a few questions. This is the final public affairs event of the mission that began with a launch at 5:35 p.m. Central Time, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time, back on April 1st, with Integrity launching atop the Space Launch System, moving into a high Earth orbit that reached an apogee of 43,000 miles for the first 24 hours to enable flight controllers to check out all of its systems before the following day's translunar injection burn that sent the crew en route to the moon and its flyby around the moon on a free return trajectory that is now carrying them back to Earth for their splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow evening.
See the peanut butter that's over there and that silver briefcase that's behind Christina? That's the kitchen. That's the food warmer. See, note how they have all the food pouches next to it. See over here, underneath Victor, see this? That's the door to the bathroom. Bathroom's right there. Probably good to keep the kitchen on one side, bathroom on the other. Just saying. It's smart. It's an open concept, you know. This is, you know, lavish if you want to have an apartment on Manhattan. I missed the Nutella jar. All right. I think, you know, the astronauts are eating, and I think I want to eat before, they do. So I will be right back.
Less than an hour away from the midway point between the Earth and the Moon, there is the destination for Integrity's astronauts, the home planet of Earth.
Yeah, right.
The velocity of Integrity will begin to speed up pretty dramatically in the morning. In the final hours of this mission, the crew will be awakened on Friday morning at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll move into the final configuration of their crew cabin for entry. We have coming up in about 3 hours and 40 minutes the return trajectory correction burn number 2, a 9-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters that will further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor prior to reaching the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean.
All right, guys, I'm going to go grab something to eat. I'll be right back.
There is a final RTC-3 burn, a return trajectory correction number 3 burn, at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday afternoon. That will be a few hours before we get into the critical events that will lead towards splashdown. The separation of the crew module from the European service module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, an 18-second raise burn That basically will refine the angle of attack heading into the Earth's atmosphere for the crew. That will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface, the point at which the crew will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and feel the tug of gravity for the first time in 9 days. That's scheduled at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday evening. A series of parachutes will begin to deploy to first pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then deploy drogue chutes and then the main parachutes, with splashdown scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset off the coast of San Diego. The weather forecast for splashdown is ideal, with winds less than 10 knots and wave heights very, very gentle. Almost ideal conditions for the return of these 4 crew members. This has been a fairly quiet day of board integrity, with the crew concentrating on stowing the crew cabin and reviewing their flight data file, conferring with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling regarding entry and splashdown procedures, and making sure that all the equipment they need for their final hours in space and their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow, that everything will be at their disposal. Once again, we're about 30 minutes out from our final public affairs event of this mission, a conversation between members of Congress and the crew of Board Integrity as we approach the halfway mark of their trip home back to Earth from the moon.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Houston Integrity, quick stowage thing. Just confirm for us there are only confirm the quantity of contingency urine stowage bags on board Integrity.
Jeremy, there are 3 total. You used 1 for potable water on the first day. We think you've used 1 for urine, and we think you have 1 empty. Integrity Houston, for your essay, the ground is going to do a round of intermediate targeting here shortly.
Okay, thank you for that, Jackie.
Just 38 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the trip back from the moon, Integrity's astronauts are continuing to pack up all of the gear in their crew cabin for tomorrow's return to Earth. And we are about 20 minutes away from a public affairs event in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All of Integrity's systems are operating in great shape. No issues being worked by the flight control team here in Mission Control.
The Twain Station.
The day is beginning to wind down. However, there is one more critical burn on tap for this evening. That's scheduled 3 hours and 25 minutes from now at 9:53 p.m. Central Time. That is the second in the series of 3 return trajectory correction burns, the RTC-2 burn, as it is called. This will be about a 9-second firing of the thrusters to fine-tune Integrity's path and angle of attack, simply tweaking its orientation towards an entry corridor that will take it toward its splashdown point off the coast of San Diego on Friday night. And once again, just to set the timeline straight for folks who are interested, the crew will go to sleep just after 2 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning, an 8.5-hour sleep period, with a wake-up call for their final hours in space aboard Integrity at 10:35 a.m. Central Time on Friday. At 1:53 p.m. Central Time, the final return trajectory correction maneuver, or burn, will be conducted. One final opportunity to sweeten the trajectory of Integrity towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean. We will move into a communications handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System at 6:15 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. And a few minutes later, at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, the pyrotechnic separation of the European service module from the crew module will take place. Within 4 minutes after that, there'll be a so-called raise burn. This is an 18-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to tilt the angle of attack ever so slightly upward. The aft end of Integrity will be tilted upward, and that will complete the trajectory refinement for Integrity's path through the Earth's atmosphere. All of that designed to provide the best orientation of the vehicle in the minimization of heating on the heat shield of the vehicle. If all goes as planned, Integrity will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday night. Just seconds later, we'll enter a planned 6-minute communications blackout because of the buildup of plasma around the vehicle that will block communications and data transfer from Integrity to the flight control team here in Houston. Once we emerge from that communications blackout and reestablish comm with the crew, then we're just minutes away from the series of parachute deployments, 11 parachutes in all, first to yank the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then to deploy drogue chutes, and then finally the main parachutes that will slow Integrity's rate of descent to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown. As mentioned before, the highest rate of velocity, the peak velocity for the vehicle in its return back to Earth, should occur at about 6:54 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, when Integrity will be traveling.
For your scene and voice checks.
We are taking a look, and we'll take a 10 count.
Wireless mic, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off.
Happy New Year! Oh, all right. Sorry.
Copy, blast off. Good scene and voice. We'll be ready on time.
Copy, thanks.
I'm back.
That scene and voice check, part of the routine procedures to set up for our public affairs event coming up in about 16 minutes, where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew aboard Integrity. Once again, the peak velocity that Integrity will reach, according to flight dynamics, during its entry back to Earth, is about 23,839 miles an hour, or Mach 32. From that point, just 13 and a half minutes later, the vehicle will have slowed from that velocity down to just 19 miles an hour at touchdown. Splashdown again scheduled for 7:07 p.m. Central, 5:07 p.m. Pacific time on Friday night. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is on station, ready to deploy Navy divers and other recovery personnel, Navy helicopters, fast boats that will erect a life raft, basically a huge raft called a front porch, alongside the capsule after splashdown and after airbags are inflated at the top of the capsule to maintain upright orientation for Integrity. After a period of time, the hatch will be open. The Navy divers, including a Navy surgeon, will move inside the vehicle to make a preliminary health check of the crew before they are extracted one by one onto the front porch and then be hoisted onto a pair of hovering helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha and to be brought into medical bay aboard the ship for more comprehensive medical exams.
Hoisted.
In all, at the time of touchdown, or splashdown as the case may be in this flight, the total distance traveled from launch to splashdown will have spanned 694,481 miles. That includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity was launched into for the first 24 hours of the mission to provide flight controllers an opportunity to check out all of its systems. Everything in good shape on board Integrity. The stowage of the cabin in preparation for the crew's homecoming tomorrow has continued in flawless fashion. No issues being worked here in the flight control room as the Orbit 3 team, or the planning shift, comes on to begin a handover.
Integrity for that stowage for the water that we've just been working on. It says nadir. So can you just confirm you want it on the bottom underneath the other CTBs?
The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is coming on duty for the second half of the crew's workday. They'll hand over overnight to the Orbit 3 team, which is the planning shift.
It's on the bottom underneath the other bags. And if you're looking kind of naturally at the lockers, it's the bottom left of Delta.
Okay. Yeah, that's how we interpret it too, so we'll do that. That's a bit more challenging, but we should be able to get it done. The other thing is we could use a location for 2 more hefty bags. We got the ones that we've used today so far, the containment bag.
Trash bags?
Checking on the hefty bag location, and while I have you, just some vehicle essay. Your intermediate targeting was good, and GNC is syncing all nav channels to channel 3 and doing a primary to BFS state transfer.
So, Celtic, you were asking what module they're in. So, Victor, Jeremy, Christina, and Reed are in the CM. You can't go into the service module. There's no habitation back there. The service module is just a cluster of fuel tanks and thrusters. Hey, Christina, okay. And then between... Oh, she went and shut that off real quick. Now, between the CM and the SM, you're not going to be able to get back there. The reason why is there's a heat shield in the way. What we're looking at is up here. They're inside of this conic part right here. This part, that you're not getting to that. No. Here, I'll show you. Where is it? Where are you? Is this the right one? Hold on. I have a bunch of PDFs open up here. This is the one we want. We want the Orion reference guide. Yes! All right, so I'll keep that going in the background here, and we want to go down. We want to go down here a little ways.
Okay, we'll have a look.
That's the last launch abort system. There's a picture of the capsule in O&C. So this is the part that comes back. Just the capsule. Capsule and the heat shield. That's it. This is the part where everybody's in. That is the pressure vessel inside of the capsule. That is, for the most part, representing your habitable volume. It's the pressurized volume, if you really want to be technical. Now, Orion has... the whole capsule is kind of conic shaped. Now, around the edges here is where all the life support system tanks are. That's what makes up that part of the cone. The cylinder with this tapered part right here, that's the habitable volume. That's the interior. That's what you see on that camera there. They're inside. Up here, you have a forward docking tunnel. The forward docking tunnel is, well, where the forward docking hatch is. Guess what the forward docking hatch is for? No, it's for docking. Oh, wait, yes, you actually answered it right. I was kind of hoping that people would answer it wrong. So there's a hatch right here, right? And then there's a hatch on the side. This is the part where the crew stay in. Anything that's green right there. For observation. Yeah. No, it's for docking. It's where Christina sleeps. Yeah, pretty much. The back half is the service module here. Now, the SM that's what the SM looks like. It is just an amalgam of wires and fuel tanks and stuff. If you see what it looks like, that was it when it was not put all together. There's Reed and Victor inside of the trainer. There's the solar panels. There's the heat shield. You can't go through the heat shield. So if anybody says, oh yeah, they're in the service module. No, they're not. You can't go into the service module. It's not, there's no habitable volume back there. Oh, guys, look, the Universal Waste Management System that will fly on Artemis 2 is self-contained and compact at about 5 cubic feet in volume, making it 60% smaller and lighter than the Space Shuttle toilet, easy to use, and built to increase crew comfort. Should we tell them? We might need to update their manual here. There's the Ox crew survival suits. Same building. Same building, about a half century apart. Can you believe that? What's the most dangerous part of this mission? There's 3 principal phases of this mission that I think are super dangerous. The uphill ride, transiting the far side of the moon, and the downhill ride. We've done 2 out of 3.
Houston Integrity, can you bring the fan speed down to our preferred PAO setting, and if it's already there, thank you.
It's
a pretty good picture.
There.
Hello. Yep, there's your, that's the ICPS adapter. There's the ICPS.
And we have the camera off just to prevent overheating and battery drain. Confirm you got a good image coming down.
We do have an image coming down.
Yeah, so that's, Celtic, that's the part that Reed and Victor and Jeremy and Christina are in, is this part. It's the cone part, specifically the pressure vessel. That part. They don't...
You know, Jackie, snark does carry across the cosmos.
That delayed smile made me feel very good.
All right, let's go back over to the crew. But yeah, anybody that says they're in the service module, no, not right. Does this Orion have docking hardware on it? No, it does not have a docking port. It has the forward docking hatch because that's part of the pressure vessel. So there is a door up there, and you could theoretically open it if you want to die. You know? So that's Flight Director Rick Henfling, and then Capcom Jackie McCaffrey. No, it's Mahaffey. That's what it is. It's not McCaffrey. Differences. This is a shot on board the capsule. So they're inside of that cylindric volume that I was showing you guys. The hatch is over there. That's the ingress and egress hatch when you're on the ground. That's how they get in when they're on the ground. That's how they're going to get out when they're on the ground. The forward docking hatch is for when you dock to other things. Now, like I said, the hatch is there. And there is a window in the hatch. And they've been pointing the docking camera through it. Which is kind of cool. There's also a window on the side hatch as well. So between the forward hatch window, side hatch window, and the 4 windows that are up at the top of Orion, you got 6 windows that you can look out of, which have been very, very useful during this mission, I would say.
Integrity Houston, for the live camera feed, we are getting intermittent dropouts, like maybe 2/3 of the time, every few seconds, it's dropping to black. We'd like you to check the encoder settings. Is ejectable.
Yes, it burns up.
For HD. And if those all look good, then perhaps we need a camera swap.
I love how they say there's camera problems and they all kind of go at the camera. They all look at it.
Copy, thumbs up.
In 7 minutes, we are exactly 1 day away from re-entry. Rev, let's give this all a good old refresh and check the timer. Yep, there we go. We are 24 hours out from commanded CMSM separation. Does SpaceX really intend to have all that empty volume in the cone of HLS as they show in all their renders? Seems like a waste of space and resources. Well, that's what happens if you're NASA, you select something that's not necessarily fit for task. NASA was looking at a way to get some cargo and people down to the surface. And when they put out the bid for their human landing system contract, right, SpaceX was the only one that was even remotely cost effective. Because they didn't get the right funding for it, they had to choose Starship, because SpaceX was the only one that could give them a lander to actually land on the freaking moon. So they chose it. And it's not that Starship is bad. I mean, SpaceX really got some work to do when they get that Block 3 ship flying. I'm not going to lie to you. And dude, we'll be here. I'll cover all that. We cover those too. I don't care. I like rockets, right? Like, for the people that don't know me, I cover any manner of rocket launches, right? But yeah, Starship is kind of over-engineered for task, but NASA ended up choosing it because it was the cheapest option, because that's what SpaceX bid. Look at the top timers. Okay. We are 1 day, 4 minutes, 45 seconds to re-entry here. Nice, Rev. Dude, this thing really came together nicely. Very good, man. All right, here we go.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're standing by for the crew to complete the setup for the upcoming PAO event, in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All this happening as we're just 17 minutes away from Integrity reaching the halfway point en route home from the moon, with splashdown scheduled off the coast of San Diego on Friday evening.
Jackie, new camera in place and wired up. How's it look?
The best way to do it, Revs. Iterative. ESAR scrubbed their launch. They scrubbed because they had a leaky overwrap pressure vessel. So yeah, great. That's not ideal, but it is what it be.
Wireless mic audio check. 3, 2, 1.
Happy New Year.
Okay, Integrity, the audio from the mic and video are looking good. We'll be ready to start the event. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Yeah, keep in mind.
Houston, this is Integrity. We are.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
That's the name of the ship, Homo sapien. It's an Orion class pod. Integrity is the name of the ship. Well, that encoder's broken.
Integrity had a check loud and clear. How do you have us?
Not great, Bob.
Integrity, Jared, you're about 5x3 right now, but it's looking like it's stabilizing. It's great to chat with you again. And good
Way
evening.
too dank.
Artemis 2 crew, as you all approach your final day on this historic journey around the moon. The people of Earth remain inspired by your mission. They are energized by space exploration, and most importantly, they're eager to have you all home very soon. Now, NASA couldn't execute on our important mission without the steadfast support we received from the United States Congress, who work with the agency to make sure it has the right direction to expand American leadership in space and the necessary resources to execute on our world-changing mission. Now, we have several NASA congressional supporters online today, and they have a few questions they'd like to ask you on behalf of their constituents across the country. Our first question is coming from Senator Ted Cruz of Texas,
Surprise.
who spearheaded our One Big Beautiful Bill historic investment in America's leadership in space. The chairman is with me now at Johnson Space Center, and over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Jared.
Well,
Integrity,
thank
this
you.
is Ted, comms check. It is, I feel very official now. I will say I feel particularly profound. This is the first and only time in my life when I've stood next to someone who is speaking on behalf of the people of Earth. That's a heck of a statement, and I know that you guys are. I can only imagine the awe and wonderment you feel, but I want to just start by saying thank you. You are inspiring. That is not hyperbole when Jared speaks about the people of Earth across the planet. People are watching you and amazed, watching you put food packets away, as we were doing just a few minutes ago, watching you float around with the floating head, and you are bringing people together all across our globe. So thank you. Thank you for your good cheer. Thank you for your eloquence. Thank you for inspiring people. I have two questions. Number one, if you could go back in time and talk to yourself at age 10, what would you tell yourself about going to the moon? And then question two, if and when they make a movie about this, who do you want to play you?
All right. Okay. You know, that's, I'll be honest with you, that's like better than like 90% of the questions they've gotten before.
Well, sir, it's an honor to be with all of you, and please say hello to all of our
question.
colleagues there at Johnson Space Center. We can't wait to be back. My 10-year-old self, I recently found some photos of myself on a family vacation at Kennedy Space Center, and we were posing in front of the Saturn V rocket with my siblings and my parents. And if I could have told that little girl who took home a picture of Earthrise and hung it in her room that she would eventually launch from that same place to see that same view, I'm pretty sure she would not believe it. But even though I still can't believe it, and she certainly wouldn't believe it, she chased that dream, and it ended up happening. It's such an honor to hear that we've inspired. That's truly one of the top things that we ever wanted to do. And I am definitely not answering the movie question. That's going to be for Reed.
Senator Cruz, it's great to talk to you, and thank you for visiting our friends and family there at the Johnson Space Center. That is fantastic. We've thought a little bit about the movie, and I think that's way out of our pay grade. So we don't know who's going to play us. That's up to whoever decides. But one thing we do know for certain is this guy is going to be played by Buzz Lightyear, 100%, no doubt.
Jerry's like, God, no.
Thank you so much, Senator Cruz. Our next question comes from Senator Maria Cantwell of Washington.
Hi, congratulations to NASA and the Artemis team. I want you to know I spoke to Ann McLean earlier today, and she said the 8 balls are all incredibly proud of you. This mission is a major investment in science and a testament to human achievement. The Orion thrusters were built here in the state of Washington, and I invite you all to come and see the innovation and the people that you've inspired. My question is, as Americans who've traveled the farthest and seen direct observations that are proving so invaluable, once we go back and land humans on the moon, what are we going to learn from the human eye that the moon rovers couldn't tell us?
What? What? Moon rovers?
You know, I hope this really resonates because of right now and what's going on back there, at least what we hear about
going on back home and in our communities. I think you all can feel the energy that this mission has brought. I really hope so. And one of the things that I was asked to talk about when I come back by one of my good friends, Tony Antonelli, he said, I want to know how it feels. There's going to be tons of pictures, but I want to know how it feels. And I think a rover can collect data a lot slower, but the human's going to be able to do it much faster. But then they're also going to come back and tell you how it feels. But physiologically, in a technical and medical sense, but also in an emotional sense, so that we can continue to have that human connection, not just the scientific and exploration, but the human connection.
Our next question comes from Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas.
Good evening to all of you. On Monday, Administrator Isaacman and I visited the Cosmosphere in Hutchinson, Kansas. Commander, it's the place you told me was the best space museum in the world. I've repeated that many times. I'd like to extend an invitation to each of you to come visit us in Hutchinson and be my guest. But I also want you to tell me how you can see the Artemis 2 mission, as well as the Cosmosphere, inspiring the next generation for the well-being of the world.
Okay, to be fair, that museum kicks ass.
Well, sir, I'll definitely take you up on that invitation because I have yet to see that museum, and I've just heard amazing things about it. So I look forward to that opportunity. And I hope that maybe something from this mission will end up in that museum at some point in the future. As far as inspiration goes, I really think it comes down to just getting stuff done. And you can have an inspiration program, you can invest a lot of money in that, or you can have a program that just goes out and gets things done, like the Artemis program is doing. Boom. And then you can spend your inspiration program dollars on just disseminating that to the masses. And that is what I see happening here right now. I think we're knocking it out of the park.
Dude.
Thank you, sir. Our next question comes.
Freaking love Reed. That guy's
Our
awesome.
next question is for Reed. Comes from Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland.
Oh, there we go.
Well, greetings to all of you. Reed, I had a special question for you because of your old alma mater. What would you say to a student attending your old high school, Delaney High School in Baltimore County, or to any other student in America who aspires to follow in your footsteps as an astronaut?
Well, Senator, it's great to talk to you. It's great to talk to you, especially from my home state of Maryland there. Lots of love. And I think, this could be a huge answer, but most simply, I think that the students of today, they've got to be willing to fail. They've got to be willing to take some risk in their school. Straight A's, that might be important to some, but really expanding your horizons, going out and doing things that are difficult, things that scare you, things that you might have to try a few times before you get them right. That's all well and good, and that's a huge part of the learning process. And one of my biggest takeaways from life is it's not how well you succeed, it's how well you fail. And when you have a tough spot, you got to get up and get back on the horse and keep on going. And I think that's so critical for the youth across the nation and across the world today. Just keep driving and keep trying and keep innovating. Thank you.
Persistence is key.
Good advice. Thank you.
Keep going.
Next up, we have a question from Congressman Brian Babin of Texas.
Charlie Babin.
Hello, Artemis 2 crew, Reed, Victor, Christian, Christina, and Jeremy. I'm so proud to represent the team at Johnson Space Center and supporting you every step of the way. The entire country is inspired by your work and your dedication. It's amazing. And my question would be, if you could relive one moment of this mission so far, what would it be?
Flyby. Got to be the flyby. It's got to be the flyby.
Wow, we are all brainstorming, and it would be a lot easier if you had said a list of 5, but I'm actually going to go way back because the big contenders are the eclipsed moon, which was one of the most surreal things any of us have ever seen, and it literally rendered us speechless. But I'm going to go all the way back to launch, because when we launched, it is such a quick experience. Our entire powered flight on the rocket was shorter than what we've done in this press conference so far. Yet it is such an incredible, important part of the mission, a dynamic phase in the mission. We train it so much. And if I could go back and replay it in slow motion to just imprint those memories even more, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Well, I mean...
Outstanding.
I mean...
Thank you. Our next question comes from... Our next up, we have Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren of California.
I mean, NASA's got the goods.
Well, hello, crew, and thank you for all you've done. You've inspired people all over the world, and Brian Babbitt and I work together on the committee to make sure you have support across the board. Your last 8 days have taken place in the Integrity Orion spacecraft. Now, integrity is a quality we all strive for and hope our leaders can live up to. This mission has been unifying in so many ways and captured a global audience. What do you hope humanity takes away from it?
See how fired up his Reed is from the questions, man. That guy's awesome, dude. It's like just fucking happy to be here.
Thank you for that question, and hello to everyone in
California.
California.
Happy to be there, man. That's cool.
I hope that we connect back to when we went to the moon the first time and we started calling big things that humanity accomplished moonshots, and we take ownership of this moonshot and realize that we can do it. And then we also think about the future and that this is just the beginning, and that there's nothing that we can't accomplish when we pull all of our differences together, not in spite of them, but when we pull them together and we work on something big for the good of everyone.
All right, next we have a question from Congressman Hal Rogers of Kentucky.
We're proud of you and proud of the tracking that's being done of your event at Morehead State University in eastern Kentucky. After emerging from the far side of the moon and seeing the entirety of the Earth through that small window, how has all of this impacted your determination for what America can accomplish in space?
It reminds you, first, just being, right now we're 106,000 miles away from planet Earth still, and we'll be home tomorrow. Part of this is just scale. It is unbelievable to think that we could build a international team led by the United States of America and set our sights out on a sustained presence on the moon and onto Mars, and then we can go and achieve it. And I know we did this in Apollo, and it was absolutely amazing, but I will tell you, having been there, the four of us having been there just now, this is nothing short of a miracle. It is incredible that we can go out and do this, that we can play with gravity, that we can target around the moon, that we can send 4 humans in a spaceship 250,000 miles from home and bring them back. There is nothing this nation cannot do when it has a vision. It just has the capability to go out and get anything done we want to get done.
Right.
All right, next up we have Congresswoman Grace Meng of New York.
Hello to our crew. This is Grace Meng from Queens, New York. Thank you to the administrator and thank you to our trailblazing crew. My question is, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Our entire country has been following your journey with pride, and we're incredibly grateful for your service. You've spent years in simulators at Johnson Space Center that recreated every vibration, system failure, cockpit light with high accuracy, and most of you have even been to the International Space Station. Now that you're almost home, what is the one thing that has surprised you about this mission that your training and prior space experience did not or could not prepare you for? And we can't wait to welcome you back to Earth. Thank you again.
Well, it's going to be a 2-for-1 deal because I definitely have to call out what Christina was talking about, seeing the far side of the moon, but eclipsed. And when it's eclipsed, the sun was, I know you saw some pictures, and the pictures look pretty close to what we saw, but It really was something. But the other thing, kind of, your question made me think about when you're talking about all the simulations. We simulate the first day of the mission a lot and the last day of the mission a lot. And near the end of the first day, we separate from the upper stage of the rocket. And then that's when we did the proximity ops, where we flew around the upper stage as if we were docking to it. And in the simulator, you watch and you have all these things you're checking to see if you have actually separated from the vehicle. And if you haven't, you have a bunch of things you need to do because it's not good. And in space, it's nothing like that. We essentially got ejected off the top of that thing. We were all sitting in here waiting for that moment, and all of a sudden we're all pinned to the floor. Like, well, I guess we separated.
All right, next we have a question from Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona.
Hey guys, I know you're busy, so I don't want to take up much of your time here, but very proud of you. World's looking up because of you. You've reminded millions of people what a crew and a mission and a shared purpose can really do. So thank you for taking and carrying the hopes of a nation beyond the horizon. I think we really needed this at this point in our history. I really appreciate it. And Victor, since I'm in John McCain's Senate seat and you are a McCain alum, so this question is for you. Just curious, how fast are you going at EI? What kind of G profile are you going to be on? And how sporty of a ride do you expect it to be when those chutes open?
We'll see it, man.
Oh, Mark, thank you. It's great to hear from you. Thank you for your continued leadership and support and friendship. And the ride's been amazing. Jumping off the pad was awesome. And a lot of people think about rocket science and staging power versus weight. Well, slowing down from that speed takes just as much thought and practice. And so we're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound. And then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown into the Pacific. But the G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up to as high as 9, 10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty. But when we touch down, the heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow so that we touch down at a, what did I say, about a 20-mile-an-hour splashdown in the Pacific. And we can't wait to see the dive team and the Navy that are going to come and pick us up.
That's right, Yard.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, next we have Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Hey, everybody. I know how proud we are in Alabama of the role that Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville has played in this incredible mission. So I can't even imagine how unbelievably proud your families are of you and how excited they are to see you soon and to welcome you back to Earth. So instead of a question, I want to let each of you just take the next minute to publicly address your children and the next generation of space explorers as history-making space flight, this mission enters its final hours. So thank you so much for your incredible service and your example.
Thank you very much for this question. We are in a maneuver right now, so I hope we don't lose the signal briefly, but we just heard the thrusters firing on the service module to reorient us. We have a return trajectory correction burn number 2 coming up in just a little while.
That's so cool.
But I just want to look at my daughters, Ellie and Katie, and just say I love you, and their support has been unbelievable. I don't think they knew what this mission really meant when we launched, but they have learned through the outpouring of public support, their friends' support, and family support. Really, the world has come together. We have seen it, and we have seen it through their eyes too. And it has been a very proud moment for me as their father to see the joy in their expression and the way they email and communicate when we have private conferences. It's still on. For my 3 children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, I think it's worth pointing out, I learn as much, maybe more from you than you learn from me. But the one thing I'd remind you, and I think is worth reminding ourselves and other youth, is that all you have to do on any given day is just get up and do your best and try to find joy in your day and try to contribute in a meaningful and positive way. And that's it. And I think we as humans, we put too much pressure on ourselves, looking for perfection. And if you look at what we're doing out here, it is far from perfection, but we are getting it done.
Wait, that's us. The view is perfect.
I would go too after you.
Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, as we are on our way back from this dream of a mission, your mom and I look forward to supporting you, chasing and catching your own dreams. We spent years coaching you, but we are very much in that transition to being cheerleaders and just rooting for you in life. And to the future citizens out there, the same sentiment applies. I hope this mission is giving you something that you can take and put in your pocket or in your heart and mind that you keep with you. But it's not because we want you to see what we've tried to show you. It's because we want you to take this and build a vocabulary to explain the world to us.
Wow. Wow, Victor. Why do I ever answer questions around you guys?
That was incredible. I'll take this second to say something to my 9 nieces and nephews, which is, I love you, and thank you for the amazing letters you wrote me, the amazing pictures you drew me. You had beautiful Earths and rockets, and they truly touched my mission, and I feel like you're here with me.
All right, next is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos of Florida.
Vic's got away with
Hi,
words,
crew. This is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, and I represent Kennedy Space Center in Congress. And what a thrill to have watched you take off from Kennedy Space Center. It truly unified America. I have a question from one of our local voters here in Indian River County. Her name is Renee, and she said, what were you thinking when you were going around the moon, the furthest ever from Earth, on the dark side of the moon? We'd love to hear your thoughts as you made your way around the moon out of radio contact.
Dark Side of the Moon is a Pink Floyd album. It's The Far Side.
So during the time of the nearest approach to the moon, we were doing so much science. I took a brief moment to say a short prayer of gratitude for being sent on this mission and trusted with, bringing back scientifically relevant information. And I also just felt like I was hoping that people looked up and were watching to see when we came back into communication, and that maybe there was a chance that folks would feel a sense of togetherness. We have a moment of silence whenever something solemn and that requires reverence or someone that we love has passed away, but maybe we could call it a moment of togetherness. As we were in radio silence, I was really hoping that we could just have a sense. You heard the word togetherness a lot from our crew, and really was hoping that while we were waiting to get back in contact, that people could just feel that sense of togetherness, that we were all a crew on Spaceship Earth.
All right, our second to last question is from Congresswoman Valerie Foushee of North Carolina. This one's for Christina.
Good evening, Artemis 2 crew. Indeed, you are inspirational and you make us all proud Americans. I'm proud to represent the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics in Durham, North Carolina, where Dr. Cook attended high school. With Dr. Cook becoming the first woman and Captain Glover, the first person of color to travel this far into space, what message do all of you have for the next generation of explorers who may be seeing themselves in this mission for the first time?
Well, it's such an honor to speak with you and that you represent Durham. All of my family lives there, and they're all flying to Houston right now, hopefully to watch our Splashdown. So Durham is very near and dear to my heart. There's a lot to say about that topic. I feel like for us, we don't necessarily see any one individual as, deserving of anything or accolades for being a first. What we see is something to celebrate, that we are in a time when everyone who has a dream has to work equally and gets to work equally hard to achieve that dream. And so my message to those people is, yes, it is wonderful to feel inspiration because you see yourself in someone. I had that growing up. You had that growing up. I think that the message, the takeaway would be, you don't have to focus on just being there. Focus on excellence. focus on being the best that you can be in any team, in any mission, contributing to any endeavor, and that will get you not only the fulfillment and meaning of your life, but you'll contribute the most to the world.
Dude.
All right, and we have time for one final question. We'll send it over to Senator Ashley Moody of Florida.
Dude. Said it all, man.
Thank you so much. And I know we started with Senator Cruz from Texas, and I love that we're ending with Florida Senator. It's such an honor where you launched. I was there for the launch of Artemis 2. It was so exciting. Florida's been the beating heart of American space exploration for over 60 years. What would you say to the kids from Florida who were there that day watching the launch, really kids from Pensacola to Miami, who may want to follow in your footsteps one day as astronauts, or maybe work for NASA, or even in the space industry? What would you say to them?
Hi.
I would say we are in the golden age of space exploration right now, thanks to the leadership of Jared Isaacman and our political leaders, many of whom are gathered here right now. We are getting it done. We have our sights set on the moon. We have our sights set on Mars. We have probes going out across the solar system, robotic precursor missions, the moon, Mars, moons of planets around our solar system. There's just limitless potential here. But I also want to just not single out people who are interested in spaceflight. I would say anything that you find a passion in, when it sparks your interest, there is no right answer for every human. It's in your soul. So Jeremy likes to say every one of us has a gift, and we need to share our gifts to be happy. And so if you want to be a veterinarian. If you want to help people, be a nurse or a school teacher or a public servant, a police officer. There are so many things out there. And when you find that fire in your soul and you know what you're meant to do, just lean all in and go for it. And if some of you end up going and walking on Mars, the four of us, myself, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, we will be in the front row cheering you on loud and clear.
All right, we are out of time for today's event. That concludes the event. Thank you to everyone who was able to tune in, and thank you to our elected officials for joining us. Artemis 2 crew, we look forward to seeing you back home soon.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communication. And Integrity, just over 10 minutes ago, as you were having that event, you passed the halfway home mark.
Halfway home in terms of distance, not time. Orbital mechanics. They're halfway now. They're going to be here tomorrow.
Okay, copy that, Jackie. Sounds like the next 24 hours we're gonna accelerate quite a bit then.
Absolutely.
This is Mission Control Houston.
And Integrity, we are working to get OE2 into a private conference, and we'll be ready to start the flight director conference just a couple minutes early.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 1 hour, 45 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission.
That's right, Tino.
We just wrapped up that final public affairs event where members of Congress had an opportunity to talk to the crew members on board.
That actually wasn't too bad. You know, the questions are, but the astronaut answers make that so worth it, dude. That last thing that Reed said when he was talking about what Jeremy said, where you lean into something. That's me with space. I don't know what the heck that's about. Like, I just have this disgusting, unhealthy obsession with it, and I don't know why. I just like it was something that kind of was like that I was like not like 100% sure about for the longest time, right? And then by the time I started streaming, right? Like, I was just like, screw it. I'm going to lean into this. The hell with it. Let's see where it goes. It's going pretty good. But yeah, no, that's real. I can speak to that, those words exactly. That's real, man. You know, that's real, dude. Like, I wasn't sure. Like, I was like, why do I like this so much? That's not normal. But you know what? Screw it. Screw it. That don't mean nothing. It's not normal because people don't see it as not normal. It's, you know, like, I was worried about, like, what other people might think. Like, dude, I can't stop talking about this. I do this every day. It's amazing. I love what I do, right? Like, whatever. Just lean into it, man. The hell with what other people think. You know? There's also a cookie on the table over there. You're absolutely right. And I'm hungry now. You know, that's real, man. That's real. That's real. If you're young and you're watching this, that thing that you like doing, just do it. And like once again, you might have hobbies, right? Like cars are my hobby, but space is what I do. Like that's it. It's just what I do. Like, make sure you don't turn your hobby into your work. Turn your passion into your work. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's real, man. That's real. And I can't tell you how much joy I get from this job. It really, yeah. It's really nice. Makes me happy. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You heard? Cookie looks lonely. Yeah, we should make that cookie some friends. My passion is baseball, but your hobby is also baseball. Are you cooked? Nah, you good. Still need to find out if that dude moved those grapes. Yeah, right? We do. Did you see the slow motion infrared SLS shot? Yeah. Actually, that's not the right one. Let's go over here. Yeah, the SLS infrared launch picture is one of the absolute most disgusting things I've ever seen. Like, here, I'll show it to you guys while we're here. While we're talking about it. Where are you? Where you go? It's gone. You're good at explaining things to novices. Much appreciated. Yeah, no problem, dude. I'll find it. It's in here somewhere. You know what? Let's try this. UGS09. Let's try that. Oh, that didn't work. Give me a second. I'll find it. It's in here some. Whoa. Oh, did you guys see that they give the kid that said we're going back to the frickin' moon? They gave him a tour of the place, and it did stuff. Dang it. Dang it, kid. Ah, there it is. Here we go. Watch this. Actually, is this the right one? That's UCS 15. No. That's not the right one. That's not the one that we were looking at the other day. The other one was UGS 09. Is it gone? Huh. You got it, Bandit? Or UCS 09. There it is. I got it. Here it is. Thanks, man. Try narrow field. I think we... This is nice. Just wait for it to download. Oh, your boy already did. There we go. No, that's not the one we were looking at. Scrappy, you got something? Ow. Either way, this is pretty good though. Yeah, this is pretty neat, you know. Why do the SRBs not simply eat the RS-25s? It's because they're regenerative cooling, dude. Space shuttle engines are designed to work in close proximity because they run the hydrogen through the cooling channels. Now, check out the left SRB aft skirt. It perforates here. That's not good. Yeah, it would have been, if we got our SRBs back, we probably could figure out why it did that. But, let's just dump them in the ocean. That's fine. That's good for it. What comes out of the back of the shuttle engines? Is it really water? Yes, water vapor. Yep. A byproduct of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen when you combust them is just H2O. That's it. It's just water. So that is accelerating water. It's water vapor. Okay, so it's steam. It's like superheated steam coming out the back. Yep, just water. That's why the exhaust is so ridiculously clean, because it's water. It's clear. Like contrast that with the solid rocket boosters, right? Like what comes out of the solids is not good for you. That combustion byproducts of, hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene and ammonium perchlorate is not ideal. I don't like those low pressure areas. Why can't we fill them with streamlining plates? I bet you we'll see iterative design changes over time, Blark. Technically, it's a steam engine. Dude, I wish we had footage like this from the shuttle era. Oh my god, look at that, dude. That's nice. It looks so funny without the SRBs. Yeah, it's giving off some real Energia vibes right there. There's the shrouds, and watch, the last will pop off here. Launch abort system. Once they get high enough up, they don't need the launch abort system anymore. It'll pop off. Damn, that was cool. I can't believe, dude, this doesn't seem like it was like a week ago. It doesn't seem like it was a week ago. Man, that's pretty neat. What speed will they...
Integrity Houston on 1 for a stowage delta when you're ready to copy.
Yep, we got less than a day left on the mission, guys. Less than a day. That's like Mach 32. Yeah, it's pretty quick. Speaking of shuttle engines, I got a cup of rocket fuel on my desk right now, as a matter of fact.
Go ahead, Houston.
Oh, dude, me too.
Hey, good afternoon, Jeremy. I wanted to give you a stowage delta, something that you can do tonight. So in terms of making room for the USB power strip stowage tomorrow, we'd like you to move some items from the Foxtrot Large CTB. The two items are, Foxtrot 1 Large CTB. Those two items are going to be the portable speakers and then a Ziploc with 4 AGA batteries. And you'll be moving that from Foxtrot 1 Large to Locker Echo Bag 10.
Close enough.
How copy?
Okay, speaker and AGA batteries to bag 10. And I suspect I'll need a new AGA battery for tomorrow, so maybe I'll just leave one out.
Out. The AGA is the atmospheric gas analyzer. They're using it to take readings on the composition of the atmosphere inside.
Copy, Jeremy. And we do expect that you would be able to find more AGA batteries in that Foxtrot 1 Large CTB.
Nicole Ayers is there. She's an astronaut.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood you. I thought I was taking all the AJ batteries out of Fox 1 and putting them in bag 10.
Negative, Jeremy. There should be a Ziploc with just 4 AGA batteries, and that's what you're moving to bag 10.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I'll move the one with 4, and that will leave me 2. I got them in my hand. Perfect.
We copy.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who for today was the entry team of flight directors. The Orbit 2 team today will be led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Amy Dill.
Got it, Drew. Thank you.
You recently heard.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to forward link LOS.
Okay, copy that, 2 minutes. If you have time before then, and this is not important, but we'll store the D&E locker nets. If you tell me where they're going, I'll put them away. And just FYI, we never use the DE locker nets. You just don't need them up here.
can stow those in locker Delta, bag 7.
Okay, bag 7.
Nobody eat that cookie? Yeah, all right.
Actually, we'll take another location for those after the LOS, because 7 is for the trash and the food, and it's already pretty full.
Okay, copy. We'll see you on the other side with that location.
Sounds good. See ya.
See you. The real question is, whose fedora is this? That's the real question. My chat. Radio etiquette is important, Rain. No one claims that it's yours. I don't want I don't want that. Got a shift change. This mission has made me work on my verbal communication skills. Helicali, you know what? I think the Artemis 2 is a good excuse to work out every day. You saw Vic getting those gains in there, and I'm like, you know what? It's time. Let's do this. Oh, speaking of that, I'm gonna heed my own advice here. All right, 10. We doing 10 today? Their exercise equipment is stowed, but I'm not going to stop.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You were hearing some communication there between Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen and the Capcomer capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for the Orbit 2 shift is Amy Dill.
15.
They were discussing some stowage
15.
activities, so the crew is currently working through some cabin configuration preparation to prepare for re-entry in Splashdown, which is scheduled to take place tomorrow around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California. The crew is specifically working to stow equipment that they've had out for the duration of the mission, and they're also removing cargo and locker netting. Additionally, they are installing and adjusting the crew seats and ensuring all items are secured before their return to Earth. You also heard that we were entering a forward link LOS. That is a forward link loss of signal, which means that the crew can communicate down here to Mission Control, but the teams here at Mission Control will be unable to communicate back during that loss of signal.
Gains! Oh, that last one hurt.
And there on your screen, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from one of these solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings that are attached to its service module that continue to provide these views throughout the duration of the mission.
No, that's what I was really struggling, man. But I'm good. I'm good.
Coming up in about 2 hours and 13 minutes, we do expect to have the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn. This will be a short burn.
I inspired you, Chromatic, so you had a sip of beer from you for every push-up. Now that's truly inspirational.
Re-entry in Splashdown tomorrow on Friday, April 10th.
There's some ninja. What about cardio? 5 laps around the car? That's not cardio. Oh God, I'm gonna throw up my lunch. Cardio. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, man, dude, I've been doing those all week, dude. Actually, a week and a half at this point. Oh, man. Ugh. Oh. All right, I'm good. I'm good. Hydrate, yeah. Yeah, we'll do our cardio and hydrate at the same time. We'll do the cardio. Oh, I'm feeling the burn over here. I'm feeling the burn. Oh, God. You see how far I ran? Oh, man. Oh, wow. I don't know if you heard me counting. I did 1,000. Yeah, I got my work boots with pajamas. Cause yeah, that's good. Yeah. You can work out in those. It's fine. It's fine. Oh.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Did you hear about the guy who collapsed while climbing Mount Everest?
No.
Authorities just found Himalayan there.
Himalayan there, okay. Haven't you worn those pants every day? I have multiple pants. Don't worry about it. We got multiple pants. Shoot that guy. Oh, God, I think I'm gonna puke. Not from the running, from the damn push-ups, dude. I don't know, they look like the same pants. Okay. All right, Chad, I'm sorry. I got a secret. They are the same pants. Sorry about that. Hey, Colin, how are you? What about underwear? Oh, no, like, okay, like real talk. Wayfair, that gets changed. That gets changed. It would smell just terrible in here. Think about it. I'm sitting in this chair all day. No. Nah. No, it would smell like awful in here. No, I make sure we swap out. That it's, you know, it's hot swappable. Okay? Mama wouldn't let you in the house, that's right. Did you make sure to move the poo buckets before push-ups? Oh, yeah. Hot swampable, maybe. Yeah. Is there a map of where Artemis is right now? Yeah. Sure. They're on their way back. Halfway. Is that a Project Dodge Charger? Close. Ominous. It's well, it's not a Dodge Charger because it's got 4 doors. Any Chargers from that era, they only made in 2-door. It's a Coronet, which is Coronet did also come in 2-door in the late 60s, but that one's a 4-door. So, Coronet and the Charger are pretty much the exact same car. Like, the underpinnings are the same. They came with the same engines, etc., etc. So, I call that one the crew cab. It's crew cab Charger. If you want to be technical, or if you're older, or no, not older, tenured. If you're tenured, it's a 69 Coronet 500. It's nice. It was super rusty when I got it, man. But thanks to the Artemis 2 mission and you guys very graciously supporting me, yeah, don't worry, we'll fix all of that. That's all gonna get fixed. Don't worry about that. But yeah, in 30 years, I'll remember watching this mission through your stream. Thank you so much, Hawker. I mean this genuinely. The pleasure's all over here, dude. This was that's awesome to hear, but you know, I'll remember it too, dude. You know, this is awesome. This mission is amazing. I love the crew. We went back to the moon. We just got to get this crew home. I have other.
This is space. I'm in space.
Hawker, he got gifted a sub. I have other thoughts about this. I'm not going to say it. I'm going to keep them to myself until they're back down on the ground, okay? But this mission is pretty good, dude. It's pretty good. It's amazing. You know, I had expectations of this. I always thought, you know, I spent a long time thinking about what this is going to feel like. And
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It doesn't feel like I thought it would, but it feels better. You know what I mean? Hey, all systems, 102 months, 8.5 years last week. This is just the beginning. Yeah, it feels like we've righted the ship, you know, and we're almost there. We just got to fix a couple of other things with like the spaceflight architecture, not in general. In general, yeah, you know, we're close. We're close to getting this right. We're real close to getting this right.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Tyler Durden gifted a sub to Tyler Durden. Have you heard about Tyler Durden? I am Jack's complete unsurprisedness. It's not a word. What's Fight Club? I don't know what that is.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
First time I've been gifted a sub from another one of you. Hey, Nova, gifted a sub to Leif Erickson. Happy Leif Erickson Day. Hinga dinga durgan. But I'm going to say this, I mean every word. The outpouring support from members of the community has given me interest. The new people and people who are already part of the community has been amazing. And as a no small part to you, it's you that make this stuff fun. It's you that makes the hard stuff of space interesting and approachable. It's teachers like you that we need more of. I try to, you know, live by the creed of be the change you want to see, dude. What that guy said. There was a PAO event. A bunch of congressmen talked to the astronauts. And, well, the questions were, quite frankly, enough hot air to give the moon an atmosphere. The astronaut answers. Anytime I can hear this crew speak, I'll yeah, it's usually good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And that means we can have plenty more car streams. That's right, Rares. Yeah, the Coronet project is pretty well funded, at least for phase 1. Phase 1 is just fixing the damn shell. That's pretty much good to go now. Some of the questions are actually better than the journalist questions. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that, dude. Feels strange. I'm used to crewed lunar programs and missions getting delayed or canceled. I'm still processing that people actually flew around the moon. That's kind of where I'm at too, Lunprod. Like, we've been waiting so long for this. Wait, we did it? Wait, that's it? We did it? Like, once again, I don't want to... I want to, before we kind of discuss retrospective.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis for the duration of the mission, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. Of course, now that Orion and its crew are on the return leg of their journey, the distance from the Earth will continue to close in. Right now, they are about 120,000 miles away from Earth and about 149,000 miles away from the Moon. Earlier today, they did reach that halfway mark on their return journey home. And a little bit later today, and about about 2 hours from now, the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2 burn, will take place to further refine the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues its journey back home to Earth.
Freaking there, man! Like they were at the moon.
Most of the cruise activities for today have been, of course, focused on that re-entry and splashdown preparation for tomorrow. The crew began their day with some entry stowage preparations, and some of that stowage is continuing into the latter half of the cruise day. They are still working to configure the Orion spacecraft's cabin for re-entry as well. Those activities currently ongoing. Earlier in the day, the crew also had the opportunity to study their entry preparation materials, and they had a private conference with the entry flight director here in Mission Control Houston, which is NASA Flight Director Rick Hinfling for entry. During that private conference, they had the opportunity to discuss those entry.
95, you don't know what they did on the far side of the moon. They could have mooned the moon. You don't know that, right?
And their entry pad, which had been recently updated. Following that, they went ahead and did some preliminary targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn before moving into their midday meal. And then shortly after that midday meal, they went ahead and completed their final public affairs downlink event for the mission, which was held with members of Congress. And then after that, they had another private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston before moving into that cabin configuration activity, which they are still working through. During this cabin configuration, the crew is working to stow various equipment that they've had out and using during the mission, and they're also removing some of the cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secured before their return to Earth.
Do I think the moon could be hollow, Moody? It is to an extent, if you really want to know. It has a bunch of lava tubes in it. It's not hollow like the entire inside is hollow, but there are tunnels throughout the moon, yeah. The reason why there's tunnels throughout the moon is because something really freaking big hit the damn thing, and that's why you have all those dark gray areas on the moon. Like, next time you're outside, remember this conversation. If you look up at the moon and you see that it has darker areas, those are basaltic lowlands. That is basically burn marks from something hitting it so hard, it basically liquefied part of the moon. That is the heat that was left over from a collision impact on a scale that we just don't, that the average person just doesn't understand. I mean, I'm sure if you asked Kelsey Young, she'd probably understand it. But so what happened is something slapped it. It got so ridiculously hot that it liquefied part of it. Part of it became lava. And as it cooled over time, that lava made tubes and then, settled somewhere. But yeah, part of the moon is absolutely hollow. We should probably go find out. Like, can you imagine going cave exploring on the moon? That would be pretty cool. I'm just saying. I have only seen the moon once during this mission, Bandit. I saw it on flight day 3. when I was coming in, and I did stop directly in my tracks and look at it and went, no way. No way. It's like, wait a minute. Was the collision the same one as with the Earth, or is it unrelated? I don't know, Sigali. Something hit it. Could have been us. The moon could have been part of this planet at some point, and something, hit it and split it like pool balls. You know what I mean? Like, that could happen. The universe is a very violent place, if you really want to know. Loonies think the Earth is hollow. All right, well, so naturalists, give them a shovel and say, well, get to it, pal, prove it. Oh, wait, you won't, because you're a... No, give him a shovel. Here you go. Start digging. It's one of the most special moments in my life to arrive at the Max Brewer Bridge at 5 a.m. and see SLS on the pad. Then look the opposite direction and see the moon and put 2 and 2 together. Oh, I bet you, Tim. Hell yeah. Yeah. Max Brewer was packed from what I understand. That's what Julie over at NSF was telling me. Guys, I want you to look over there. Look at that mile indicator tick down to Earth. Look at that. 3 years ago, NASA's supercomputer simulation was posted on YouTube. Do you want a link? Supercomputer simulation of what? You'd make a company trying to prove that the Earth is hollow, but it would be a boring company. Elon? Agnot, is that you? The moon formation. Oh, yeah. Get perms from a moderator. Go ahead. Yeah, we gained a lot of speed over the last couple of days. Yeah, you ain't kidding. Hi, everyone. I'm Elon Ma. Face doesn't suit you. Take it off. Slide, handy adjustable, good for righties and lefties. And ward on firepower, titanium burst 3 to 3000. Replay another Zorg invention is even easier. Fire and replay sends all the following shots to the same location. Finish the job off, auto Zorg, oldies with goldies. Alright, Yama, let me see. What do you got? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that that's probably what happened. Jeez, look at this footage. That's some stuff right there. No sound. Be quiet. Splat. Finish the job off. I'll just goldies with goldies. Yeah, I would say that that's probably right. It is very possible that we bitch slapped the moon. That Earth did, or at least proto-Earth. I mean, if you're saying, guys, that looks just, if you guys are thinking, like, that just looks like a drop of water. I mean, Earth is just a molten nickel iron jello mold. I mean that when I say it. We're just floating on the cool crust, so it seems solid. She ain't solid. It's a giant molten iron nickel jello mold. It does that. The planet does that. Our planet has plate tectonics. It does this. It kind of moves around and stuff. That's not like some crazy theory. That absolutely happens. That's why volcanoes and fault lines happen. You're a jelly mold. No, meat suit. Get it right. Goonie, did you just gift a sub? Oh no, skeleton stick bug. Thanks, man. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. I prefer not to think about that too hard. No, it's cool, man. Like, plate tectonics is the reason why we exist. And math, you know. You're going to learn a new thing today. It's called math. Without it, none of us would exist. The cell network out in Titusville was so bad, even hours after A2, I couldn't do anything on my cell. I can only imagine how it's going to be for Artemis 4. Yep. That harkens to Carl Sagan's pale blue jello mold. Everything sucked there after launch, and that was only Artemis 2. Yeah, freaking program over in YouTube chat is right. Artemis 4, you're not going to be able to get near it, dude. You got to stake your claim like weeks in advance, dude. Can't doom scroll on the dark side of the moon. You know, it's probably for the better, Ferk. You know what, dude? Like, quick side note, that I've been here the whole time, dude, so I've been kind of inadvertently detoxing from, like, going on social media and stuff, and yeah, I'm good. I don't need to do that. Like, I post every once in a while, dude, but yeah, I don't know. Just stop doing it. Like, I'm good. I was listening in the background about how you were involved in a KSP-inspired project. Could you talk about it a bit more? That's Kitten Space Agency, Code Keo. Here, AWU is the company that's kind of putting that all together. I'll link it up in chat if you want. I linked it in chat for you guys to go see, and hopefully they don't slap me for kiss of deathing their damn website, but... Woo! Kitten Space Agency, there you go. Go on AWU and you can make a contribution. That's how much money they've saved up. They're not the way that Rocket Works and AWU are going to set this up is that they don't want freaking cats. They don't want to make money off of this. That's just to fund the project. You crowdfund it. So yeah, dude, this is made by a lot of ex-KSP developers and some ex-SpaceX developers, if you really want to know. Like Repo worked on Kerbal 1 and Kerbal 2. He's a good buddy of mine, actually. Yeah, it's a spiritual successor to KSP. Yeah, if you want to support, like, once again, I don't get any monetary contributions. I don't even get paid over there. I just do the consulting work for the love of the game, because having a space game, I think, is very important. It was unacceptable what happened to Kerbal. It's unacceptable. Just unacceptable. You know? So yeah, Code Keo, they're working on it right now. It's in pre-alpha. But you can download the build, like, they don't care. Like, they're just going to work on it as they go, and it's crowdfunded. They got a good amount of cash to keep it going for a little while. NASA doesn't fly anyone to space anymore. Not anymore, Vaquero, right? Video of Navy pilots seeing Victor in the gym and telling him NASA doesn't fly to space anymore. What happened? What is that from, dude? So, yeah, man. Yeah, Code Keo, that's what's going on. I know nothing about Kerbal. Can you get into that? What happened? A company bought the rights to KSP-1 a long time ago. It was sold by the original publishing house that made it. And a company bought it and started to make KSP-2, and they didn't take the project seriously. A game about rocket science is a game that's going to take a little bit of time to make. And I guess according to the studio, they took too long, and then the parent company shuttered the studio at the first sign of a recession during the pandemic and fired everybody, and basically abandoned the Kerbal intellectual property and then sold it off. And I don't even really know exactly who owns it nowadays. Like, you can go, people are going to Google it now and be like, who owns KSP-2? And it's going to give you a result, but we don't know that for sure. Yeah, dude, that's what happened. It was sad, dude, because that was a lot of people just stopped playing. Yeah, it's not good. If you look at the Kerbal numbers over time, you could see where it just went. But it is what it is. You know? But it's coming back now, dudes. It's coming back. More people are playing Kerbal 1 right now because of this mission. That's, like I said, that's the icing on the cake. It's fantastic. It's so good, man. 2011-ish conversation discussing post-Navy options. Really? That's interesting. Well, that's not a thing anymore. Yeah, so thanks for the explanation. Sure. So, yeah, do not buy KSP-2. You can buy KSP-1. KSP-1's a good game. Is Kitten playable? It's got to wait in the oven, dude. Which is why I'll talk about it, Star Walker, but you can't play it like you can KSP. Soon, though. Rarest, what's on your mind? Just think for Artemis 3 and Artemis 4, we'll have both SLS and Starships on pads right next to each other. Yeah, I'm hoping, man. Favorite space documentaries and movies? Bleaks. I've watched a lot of space documentaries. I watched a lot of space movies. I've watched a lot of everything. Throughout this entire mission, what keeps popping back into my head is From the Earth to the Moon. It is a documentary about the Apollo program. It's a mini-series documentary about the Apollo program from the 90s by HBO. And it's like Band of Brothers, but with the Apollo program. Tom Hanks actually made it, so it's the same style, right? The soundtrack will move you, and I can't help but keep thinking about the soundtrack and the last speech that one of the guys in the show gives during the very last episode. Yeah, it's Band of Brothers good. Yes, it is. It's like I said, guys. It's the same people it's Tom Hanks, same people that did The Pacific, same people that did Band of Brothers, same people that did Masters of the Air, but it's for the Apollo program. It's called From the Earth to the Moon, and it's excellent. If you're a space fan, it is a must watch. That's what I keep thinking about in my mind, and it makes me really happy. Where can we watch? Wherever it's on HBO, dude. I don't know for sure. Have you watched Moon Machines? I've seen that. Yeah. Yeah. A sci-fi reader? When I have time, yeah. The books that I read nowadays are mostly manuals about manner of operation for Orion pressure control valves. like I just read white papers. That's what I read. And yeah, I can read pretty fast because I could read chats. Like I've been doing that for a long time. Turns you into a speed reader. Yeah, from the Earth to the Moon's awesome. What's next on the schedule? So they're not doing the orthostatic. I always forget what the I is. The orthostatic garments, they already did that. They're in entry stowage right now, and I believe they moved up RTC2 on the timeline. Getting a headache? No, I'm...
Discovery.
Yeah, talking about from the Earth to the Moon brought up some feelings, but I'll be all right. I'm just gonna push that right back down. You know, that's healthy, right? You're reading Empire of Silence by Christopher Runcio. Very good. Cool. Do you have a favorite fictional space movie that you like to rewatch? Code Keo, if this mission wasn't going on and I had access to it, I'd be watching Project Hail Mary a lot. Yeah, that's a good one. Don't spoil anything, guys. Just, you know, we'll wait until next week to talk about it, but yeah.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 2 hours, and 37 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew is currently continuing to work through some cabin configuration activities in preparation for re-entry, which will take place tomorrow, April 10th. During this cabin configuration, the crew is stowing any equipment that they had out during the mission. They're also removing some cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secure ahead of their re-entry and return to Earth tomorrow. Right now, we are currently in a loss of signal, and we do expect to regain that in about 19 minutes from now. Again, this was a planned and known loss of signal as we transition between satellites and the Deep Space Network.
The Deep Space Network doesn't use satellites, Anna.
Looking ahead to re-entry tomorrow, there will be a final return trajectory correction burn. This will be the third and final of those trio of burns, about 5 hours before entry interface. The second of that trio of burns is scheduled to take place this evening around 8:53 p.m. Central Time, 9:53 p.m. Eastern Time to fine-tune the spacecraft's path towards Earth.
I thought going to the moon took over 2 months. No, Swedish, about 3 days out, and depending on what you're doing, you know, depending on your stay, could be, you know, it's 3 days back. Yeah, that's about it. About 3 days to get out there, 3 days to get back. And so, like, for instance, Apollo 17, the last Apollo mission, they did an extended stay on the moon. They spent 3 days on the moon. So it was 3 days out, a day in lunar orbit, give or take, 3 days on the ground, coming back up, another day in lunar orbit, and then 3 days home. So it was almost 2 weeks. So yeah, dude, no, it doesn't take as long as you think. No, it's really not bad. It's right there. Dude, the moon is not far. In spaceflight terms, it's not far. It's nothing compared to a Mars trip, which is why, but see, like, the interesting thing, dudes, is that the flip side of that is that the moon is really difficult to live off the land on. It's really hard to try and make a city on the moon, but we're still going to do it because it's right there. It's super close. So the moon's it would be a tough place to live, but because it's so close, that outweighs the difficulty in trying to live off the land there. Long story short, dude, if you could build a city on the moon, you could build a city on Mars. Like, building on the moon is more difficult. The only reason why we do it is because it's there. But why choose the moon? Why choose that as our goal? Well, it's there. Why climb the highest mountain? Well, he said, because it is there. Well, the moon is there. Why does Rice play Texas? We choose to go to the moon.
Recovery teams will then retrieve the crew using
Not
helicopters, and once aboard the ship, the astronauts will undergo post-mission.
So, like, real talk. How many people have actually heard that whole speech? That speech rules. It is so ridiculously right. I cannot believe how spot on President Kennedy was when he said that. Like, I get it. You know, he wasn't a perfect president, absolutely. But that speech is exact. That is perfect, and it's still relevant to this day. No, we listened to it at the end of the mission, Dino. It's right, you know. It's not necessarily about space, but just, I think it really, it captures the essence of what being an American is about. You don't do the easy stuff. We don't do easy things. That's stupid. The hard path is usually the one that is the most rewarding. That's what we do. That's how we do things. I love it. I love it. I can't get enough of that. That is a, you know, like, I'm not saying, you know, you out there have to be this way, but that's a damn good way to live. You know, it's like what Reed said. What Reed said in the PAO meeting a little while, like an hour ago. You know, you have to go try to do hard things. And guess what? You're probably going to fail. But still do it. You might get it. You might win. You might succeed. Then the next thing you know, we're sending people to the moon. That's how we do things. Right? And it makes me so damn proud, dude. That's why it always bums me out. Like in the past, like when people say like, oh, that's a list is too expensive, brother. You have no idea what you're talking about. Shut up. You know, like, do the tough things. That's important. Look at what Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor are doing. They're doing this is a hard mission. Don't let them fool you. This is a hard and it's a very dangerous mission. They won't tell you that, but it is. And they're getting it done. And they're proving that they can do the job, and they're proving it for everybody to see it. That's awesome. You know what? I am honored to say that, you know, Reed, Victor, and Christina are from my country. And then, you know, it makes me feel even better that Jeremy's from the country that's right next to us, because, you know, we know that our boys up north got our back because we see the same things. That's cool. That's how we do things. It's cool, man. It's something to be damn proud of. It's good stuff, man. It makes me so happy. So freaking cool, dude. Where are we at in the timeline? So right now they're in entry stow. They're not doing the DFTO right here. So they're just reconfiguring the cabin and basically getting their tray and seat backs in the upright and locked position. I've seen Project Hail Mary. It's probably in Barrelicious. That movie's probably in like my top 20 all time. Like good movies. It's not like Shawshank Redemption, dude, but it's a movie about space, so it automatically gets points from me, and it's just a damn good movie. What do you think the colony what is the colony target after Mars? I would try to go to Ceres after that, Falcon. Yeah, Ceres, go explore that one, figure out what's going on there, and then probably go into the belt. It's still in theaters, Jackal, yeah. Or we could just say screw it and go and explore the Jovian moons. That would probably be beneficial. Yeah. A secret belter. Ain't no belter, man. Ceres over Europa? Yeah, well, Sig, that's the thing, man. Europa's a long way away. Ceres is right there. You might as well. For the same reasons that our moon is right there, you know? Looks like things are actually getting fun early tomorrow on the schedule. Yep. The RTC burn will happen 5 hours before re-entry. Same reason you do Moon than Mars. That's right, Azanku. Ceres is there. Ceres is a dwarf planet that's between Mars and the Belt, guys. It's yeah, that would be a good place. Here, let's just zoom out here for a second. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at eyes. Sending stuff to Venus might be cool, but you're not landing on that planet. So whatever we send would have to stay on orbit or stay in Venus's upper atmosphere. Like some Bespin Cloud City stuff, if you know what I mean. So between Mars and Jupiter, right, there's an asteroid belt in here. And Ceres is there too. I don't know if we can tell this thing to show us dwarf planets. I don't think we can. But even out on Jupiter, like, there's a whole mess of moons around Jupiter that wouldn't be... Yeah, there's the Juno probe. Europa would probably be a good one, or Ganymede. Io and Callisto. Europa would probably be a good shot. But that, I'll be honest with you guys, that's the next generation's goal. Yeah, that's the next generation's goal. That's not ours. Ganymede might work. Ganymede has a lot going for it for terraforming, guys, because it has a magnetic field. It has a magnetic field just like Earth does. And that could be good for terraforming because you could pump, if you greenhouse gas the hell out of this thing, right? It'll stay. The magnetic field will hold the gases in, just like it does here on Earth. Io and Callisto, not so much. Let me read this. Hold on. Let me see. Jupiter's moon Io is the most volcanically active world in the solar system with hundreds of volcanoes, some erupting lava fountains dozens of miles or kilometers high. Yeah, that means that's all sulfur dioxide there. You probably don't want to go there. You probably don't want to go there. Callisto is second largest moon, the third largest moon in the solar system. Yeah, that exists. There are other places, like out at Saturn. Saturn has a bunch of moons, too. Enceladus would be a good one to probably go and check out. I'm not sure if you want to live there, but one of Saturn's most surprising moons, Enceladus, has altered views about life, where life might exist. Crafty just tipped $100 over in the YouTube chat. Damn, dude. Whoa. Catching up on a VOD, got to the bit 3 hours ago about your goal to join these VODs into one video, or at least on a playlist. Thanks for documenting the mission and good luck on that endeavor. It'd be nice, but yeah. Enceladus, so guys, it's interesting because Enceladus is outgassing. It's outgassing, and believe it or not, Enceladus is the reason for Saturn's rings. Ice is heating up on Enceladus, and it outgasses, and that's why Saturn has that ring. Yeah, if you really want to know, like, not a lot of people know that. And if you do, good for you. I'm outgassing. Yeah, Enceladus had too much Chipotle, you know what I mean? Titan also could be another good example. And Crafty, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Titan is, oh man, my brain's fried. I usually know this off the top of my head like cold, but Titan's the one with methane, right? That's the ones with oceans of methane, right? Yeah, okay, cool. So Titan has oceans on it, but because it's so cold, methane actually exists as a liquid on that planet. Methane. There's oceans of freaking methane on this sucker, which is pretty cool. That's where the Dragonfly mission is going to end up. Dragonfly is basically if you took the Perseverance rover, and you put drone blades on it instead of wheels and flew it around. It's a nuclear-powered drone, which is pretty cool. That mission is going to freaking kick butt. That'll be really cool. As far as that planet, it's a gas giant. There's not much going on out here. There is, but all right. Jokes. And then, Neptune and Pluto's way out there. Pluto's over here somewhere. I'd have to put the layers on. Hold on. Asteroids, comets, dwarf
This
planets.
is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 2 hours, and 52 minutes. We are currently in an expected loss of signal, during which we don't have direct communication with the crew, but we do expect to regain that signal in about 5 minutes from now. Coming up in about 1 hour and 25 minutes, we do expect the second of a trio of 3 return trajectory correction burns to take place.
Maybe not asteroids.
These are short thruster firings that further fine-tune the path and trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it continues its return journey back to Earth, with that splashdown targeted for 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, April 10th. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, are currently awake, and they are continuing to work through some cabin configuration activities in preparation for that reentry and splashdown tomorrow. The commander for the Artemis II mission is NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. He's originally from Baltimore, Maryland. Prior to this Artemis II mission, he's been to space once before as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November of 2014. And during that 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas such as human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. They also set a milestone for station science by completing a record of 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December of 2020 to November of 2022. Joining Reed on board the Orion spacecraft is NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is serving as the pilot for the Artemis II mission. Victor was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. He's originally from California, and at the time of his selection, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November of 2020 when he launched as a pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, which was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station. Victor is also a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours and more than 40 different aircraft. And then joining both Reed and Victor as a mission specialist is NASA astronaut Christina Cook. She is originally from Grand Rapids, Michigan, and was selected to the NASA Astronaut Corps in 2013, which of course was the same class as Victor Glover. Christina previously served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February of 2020. And during that time, Christina Cook set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk, and before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. And then rounding it all out is Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Jeremy is actually a first-time flyer, joining the other 3 veteran flyers, and he is originally from London, Ontario, Canada, and was selected by an astronaut to the Canadian Space Agency in 2009. After that selection, he worked as a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston, during which he served as the sole direct voice communicating with the astronauts in space. He's also participated in training exercises such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. So those are your 4 astronauts that make up the Artemis 2 crew. That crew, of course, concluding their mission tomorrow, April 10th, once they splash down off the coast of San Diego, California. Ahead of the mission, the Artemis 2 crew had the opportunity to design their mission patch. And that patch, which you can see there on your screen, designates the mission as A2, which also looks like the word all, which signifies not only the second major flight of the Artemis campaign, but also an endeavor of discovery that seeks to explore for all and by all. Framed in Apollo 8's famous Earthrise photo, the scene of the Earth and the Moon represents the dual nature of human spaceflight, both equally compelling. The Moon represents our exploration destination, focused on discovery of the unknown, and the Earth represents home, focused on the perspective we gain when we look back at our shared planet and learn what it means to be uniquely human. The orbit around Earth highlights the ongoing exploration missions that have enabled Artemis to set sights on a long-term presence on the Moon and soon onto Mars. And that view there on your screen is the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis, and it provides a visualization, especially when we don't have those live views coming from the Orion spacecraft itself. It provides that visualization of the Orion spacecraft and its velocity, as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. So right now, the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 117,000 miles from Earth, and that distance continues to close in as they target that splashdown off the coast of California tomorrow, April 10th at approximately 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time.
But yeah, dudes, Ceres might be a good staging point for exploring the belt. That'd probably be a good idea. After that, I'd probably go for Ganymede. Ganymede or I was literally just looking at it. What the hell's the name? You know what? Screw it. It's not going to take too long to go and look at it. Europa. Yeah, that's it. Why the hell did I forget the damn name? Yeah, Europa's probably, dude, like, yeah. Here, let's take a look. Callisto, I actually got to read, dude. Let me read about these. Europa Moon. All right, let's see what we got. Let's read here. Europa consists of mainly silicate rock. Okay. All right, and potentially has an iron-nickel core. It has a very thin atmosphere comprised primarily of oxygen. Europa is a pale geologically young surface, striated glacial striations. By 10 light cracks and glacials. All right, okay, all right, not bad. The surface lacks large-scale features such as mountains or craters, making the moon the smoothest known object in the solar system. Okay. Apparent young smoothness of the surface is due to a water ocean beneath the surface, which could conceivably harbor extraterrestrial blocko. The predominant model suggests that heat from tidal flexing causes the ocean to remain liquid and drives ice movement similar to plate tectonics, absorbing chemicals from the surface into the ocean below. What's Astroforge's plan? They're tight-lipped about it. I tried to ask Jack about it the other day, and he said no. You really watched the Europa report. Sea salt from a subsurface ocean may be coating some geological features on Europa, suggesting that the ocean is interacting with the seafloor. This may be important in determining whether Europa could be habitable. In addition, Hubble detected water vapor plumes similar to those observed on Saturn's moon Enceladus, which are thought to be caused by erupting cryogeysers. In May 2018, astronomers proved supporting evidence of water plume activity on Europa based on an updated analysis of data obtained from the Galileo space probe. Galileo Figaro. Right? Okay, cool. Which orbited Jupiter from 95 to 2003. Magnifico! All right. Such plume activity could help researchers in a search for life from the subsurface European ocean. Dude, my brain went European. Subsurface European ocean. Without having to land on the moon. In March 2024, astronomers reported that the surface of Europa may have much less oxygen than previously inferred. I'm just a poor boy from a poor family. What's the pressure? Yeah, Europa's probably, I mean, unless you want to live in a submarine, that's probably, you're probably not landing on that sucker. Alternative names, Jupiter 2. Jupiter. Let's see, what do we got here? You're not landing on Jupiter. Jupiter's a gas giant. It's just a big... Yeah, here, check this out. You want to see something weird? Look at Jupiter's cross-section. Look at the center. Metallic hydrogen. That's not... There's not many places that happens, like, naturally in the universe. Like, there's not many places where that happens naturally, dudes. That is, that's weird. Jupiter's no joke. It will pull you in and it will eat you. It ate Cassini. Actually, was it Cassini? The Cassini-Huygens probe? It ate that one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Yeah. Cassini was Saturn. Yeah, which one? Saturn ate Cassini. That's right. Yeah, I'm sorry, getting my gas giants confused. Bro. See that is a perpetual hurricane right there on Jupiter. That's a hurricane. And that hurricane is bigger than Earth. That whole thing is bigger than Earth. You want to see a size comparison? Look at this thing. When I say that hurricane is bigger than Earth, I mean it's bigger than Earth. Now, the reason why... what was it? I forget the reason why you have striped storms like this. I think it's because of the gravity. It has Jupiter has a ton of gravitational pull. Not as much as your mom, but a lot of gravitational pull. That's the moon, like Moon, Earth, and Jupiter. Jupiter's big. Big guy. Like, there's a lot of... Like, what's the surface... What's the surface gravity? Dude, that joke every time. I've made that joke like 4 or 5 times throughout this stream. Throughout this marathon stream. It's still funny. I'm sorry. It's still funny, and I'm not gonna stop doing it. I'm sorry. Like, surface gravity is 24.79 meters a second. Actually... Earth is 9.8 meters a second per second. That's not... I mean, that's a lot. You probably shouldn't get near this thing. But, yeah, that's not too bad. Like, I thought it was more than that. I mean, like I said, you don't want to get near it. It'll eat you. You think that integrity is... Earth's pulling us in, and look at the speed has gone up exponentially over the last 2 days, and it'll go up even more in the next 24 hours. Like, they passed the halfway point today, and they're going to be back on Earth tomorrow. That's how much Earth's gravitational pull is going to pull you in. Jupiter has, well, 3 times that. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot. The reason why it's funny is because you throw it out there out of nowhere. Yeah. But it was relevant. It was relevant. It's relevant information. And Geek, I'm sure your mom's a nice lady. Jupiter. Oh, okay. Great statue. Lovely. Did nobody wear clothes? What's wrong with you people? God, what's wrong with you people? See last for the fate of the Juno probe in a few months. See last for the fate of the Juno probe. See last for the fate of the Juno probe. Okay. Is there a record in here? Or Jupiter will eat Juno as soon as the mission ends. They want to send Juno down as they did with Cassini on Saturn. Yep. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. So let's look at moons of Jupiter. Oh, look at all these little things. So busy now. Ganymede. This is what I wanted to see. It's the largest moon and most massive in the solar system. Like Saturn's largest moon, Titan, it is larger than the planet Mercury. I want to break free! Sorry. But has somewhat less surface gravity than Mercury, Io, or the moon due to lower density compared to the three. Ganymede orbits Jupiter in roughly 7 days and is in a 1-4 orbital resonance with the moons of Europa and Io, respectively. Okay. Silicate rock, water, differentiated body, iron-rich liquid metallic core. Yeah, see, this. I had to do a little bit of research. I'd be shooting for Ganymede. Europa, yeah, maybe, if you want to live on a submarine. But this is a nice, very nice. Ganymede is the only natural satellite in the solar system that produces it. Yeah, see? Because it has a liquid metallic core, it has a magnetic field. You could terraform this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You could terraform this. This is like you buying a fixer-upper house, right? And the outside of the house is pristine, but there's no inside to the house, so you got to furnish the interior, right? Like that's what this is. This is a fixer-upper. This is not bad. You could do stuff with this. Hey, JD, 23-month resub, and D-Money had a bit tip. Is it just me that finds it odd that Europa Clipper was the last Falcon Heavy launch in October 24, and now they have up to 5 in the next 8 months? Any reason why other than customer demand? Straight up customer demand, dude. Yeah, that's it. Just a coincidence. Like you could actually terraform this stuff. Gases will get caught in the magnetic field. So if you start burning stuff on the surface of Ganymede, you will eventually give it an atmosphere. I mean, that'll take centuries, millennia even, but it's doable. The radiation of Jupiter would kill any atmosphere. Well, why don't you just go crushing people's dreams, spoiled? Are you just going to pour sugar in my gas tank while you're at it? Anyway, moving on. Mother's like, I'd do that. Mother's like, yes, I would do that. No, yeah, I mean, you're probably right, dude, to be honest with you. I mean, dude, you might be able to do it. It might be able to get stuck in there, it's possible. It's the gases, Oh, okay, SCJ. Yeah, I got you.
This is Artemis Mission
Hello?
Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 3 hours, and 9 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. We are currently in a forward link loss of signal, or LOS, which means we are unable to communicate up to the crew right now, but if the crew chooses, they can communicate down to Mission Control. We are just unable to respond. We do expect to regain that forward link or reacquire that signal in about 30 minutes from now. A few minutes after that signal is reacquired, we do expect the final burn targeting to take place for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2. that burn scheduled to take place in 1 hour and 7 minutes from now, and it'll be a short burn to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back home to Earth. Throughout the mission, the Orion spacecraft has been connected to what is known as the Deep Space Network, which helps provide the astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data that has to traverse thousands of miles. And let's take a moment to learn more about the communications during the mission.
Are we learning? I mean, we've seen this video before.
Around the moon.
But also, this is a pretty useful video here.
Lunar
Let's
presence
watch it.
and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears.
You see that?
The
See
Artemis
those
2
waves?
mission also provides an opportunity.
Those waves are that's the buzzing noise.
Links. NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis 2 test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're once again seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from Earth and to the moon, especially when we don't have those live views coming from the Orion spacecraft itself. The Deep Space Network is sometimes referred to as DSN, and it is NASA's international array of giant radio antennas that supports interplanetary spacecraft missions, plus a few that orbit Earth.
Just LZ-40s. That's all. They're only making one.
Again, we are currently in a planned forward link loss of signal, or LOS, and we expect to regain that communication here in about 26 minutes from now.
You're pissing off my mods, generic. Seriously, settle someone down now. They're gonna hit you with a sword, dude. They're gonna do it. It's out of my control. I told them to. Earth is a banana? No, I told you it's a jello mold. But it's a jello mold of nickel and iron. That's why the whole volcano thing happens. It's just the volcanoes are just Mother Nature's way of trying to have a jello party with you, chat, but you don't realize it. She calls you all the time and you never answer. SMH, my jello mold. How's 16-month resub? Thank you. It is a very, very hot jello party, and it's like an ice cream social, and you guys don't want to come. Mother Nature has been off her meds lately. Yeah, it's because nobody calls her, right? An appreciator of Mother Nature, I went and watered some plants yesterday. It was cold out, so I took the plants off my front steps and I put them in the house. And I watered them. No, I'm not making this up. We got a bunch of really nice flowers from Easter from my family. We have some tulips, a lily, and you know what? I put them on my kitchen counter. I watered them. I tended to them. It's because they were cold. And then guess what? It repaid me because I woke up the next day after losing a lot of sleep again. And I walked into my kitchen and it smelled great. It smelled beautiful. It was great. Brima can confirm. You moved them to the dining room table. So now the dining room smells great, but yeah, whatever. Chad, has EJ been awake the whole time the Artemis has been in space? Well, submitted, my schedule has been to sleep when the astronauts sleep. Anywhere here is when I've been sleeping, and I keep the stream going. This stream has been live since like probably about 7 a.m. on April 1st. The only reason why the uptime doesn't show that is because I have to jog the VOD, because Twitch VODs will only go 48 hours. YouTube's will only go 12. So you gotta jog it every once in a while. Otherwise, my uptime would be like 10 days at this point. Actually, I can tell you exactly what the uptime is. Take that, and plus, I started at T-minus 10 hours. So the stream has been live for 8 days, 13 hours, 18 minutes, and 20 seconds. We're in a forward link loss of signal right now. The reason why is the DSN antennas are too low on the horizon to transmit. When the antennas are pointed towards the ground like this and they're at a low elevation, the elevation's only 8 degrees off the horizon. When they're at a low elevation like that, if they transmitted, they would fry someone or something or some animal. So they have to wait until the antennas get a little bit taller. I've been live for like 9 days straight. All right, give me a break. They have to wait until they turn up a little ways. You have to wait until your elevation gets higher than 10 degrees. When the elevation goes higher than 10 degrees on your on Artemis on Madrid 54, you will get the signal back to Artemis. UPC's like, I'm tired, boss. Yep. Sounds like they need more antennas. It's not a question of more antennas. I mean, you could, like, yeah, there's expanding the DSN would be great. We're going to need to expand it if we want to go to the moon, right? Because look, I mean, right now there's not a lot of use, but this is going to be needed. The DSN was originally built out for the Apollo program, guys. It was part of the Apollo program's budget, building high-powered transmitters all over the world, like a third of the way around the world. There's one in California, there's one in Spain, and there's one in Australia, right? But if we're gonna have like a moon base up there, dude, you're gonna need more antennas, dude. Would L-point relays work? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. How much do you want to bet someone has cooked their food with an antenna like that before? Yes, that's absolutely happened. Mutter. Azimuth, you can do it. It's not azimuth, Hunter. Azimuth refers to the direction that the antenna is pointing in relative to the compass. I miss Arecibo. We should rebuild it. Are there plans for lunar communications constellation? Yes. Intuitive Machines has the contract with NASA to build out the lunar relay system, and they are working on it right now. Boop. Boop. We can get rid of that. There's Orion. Hey, baby. Boop. Isn't that how the microwave was conceived? Yes, the microwave was conceived when somebody walked in front of a radar, if I'm remembering right. Somebody walked in front of a radar array on an airplane, and they like, wait, well, my food's getting hot. What the hell's this about? Maybe they didn't walk in front of it. I think they left it next to a radar and it got hot. Yeah, the candy bar. That's right. That's what it is, Crimson. You got it. Yeah, that's how a microwave was invented. Yeah, the microwaves were invented by accident. Well, not by accident. The microwave oven was invented by accident. And that's why they can't broadcast at a low angle, or else, you know, some bird will be flying through and they'll transmit a high-powered signal and fry the damn bird. The bird will just right out of the sky. It'll look like when Randy Johnson threw that pitch at that baseball game and hit the bird. Just obliterated it, and then just a bunch of feathers. That's what would happen. DSN fried chicken, I'm down. No, dude. No, it wouldn't be frying it. It would be microwaving it. You don't microwave chicken. What's wrong with you? Like, bro, who microwaves chicken? You don't microwave chicken. Really? JSP? All right. Yeah, bro, you got to deep fry that thing. I mean, you can. I microwave chicken. Why? You don't? No, you got to cook it first. You don't microwave a whole chicken? No. I'm too European to microwave chicken. Yuki, I'm American. I don't microwave chicken. That's just sick. Why would you do that? Microwave chicken comes out all gross. Like, no, you gotta fry it or grill it. Grill it is really like, you gotta grill the chicken. It needs to be grilled. Like, can space stations be turned into relay stations? Sure. It's about power, though, Chris. You need to be able to generate enough power to transmit a signal. You can make relays that can bounce signals, sure, but you still need a high-powered antenna to get to said relays. Even the relay network that Intuitive Machines is using is still going to need the DSN, guys. And if, you know, just on a quick side note, you're wondering, like, why SLS in the Artemis program eats up a lot of money is because guess what they pay for? They pay for the DSN if they use it. Weird, huh? Where do you think that money comes from? It comes from the Artemis program and all the other science programs that use it, you know? That's part of the reason why Apollo carried such a heavy price tag, because they had to build out all this infrastructure to stay in constant communications with the astronauts on the moon. It wasn't the rocket that was expensive. It was literally everything else that they had to build to make the rocket. Where would be a good spot for another antenna? Guam. Guam would be good. Kwajalein Atoll. We'll say Kwajalein. You bake your chicken and season it with salt, pepper, garlic powder, and some habanero lime tiger sauce. That's acceptable. I'm blanking on the proper term, so I'm struggling to look it up. But what is the offset of the moon's orbit versus our rotational axis? The moon is, okay, I've been saying this a lot, and I always say it too fast, and I say it wrong. The moon is 5.1 degrees inclined to the ecliptic, to the sun. Yeah. And then Earth has a 21 degree axis. You know what? I'm not going to guess. Screw it. It's too late in the stream. Where's our axial tilt? 23.4. There you go. NASA also used a tracking ship. Yes, they put a bunch of tracking antennas on a boat. The Soviet Union did too for their lunar endeavors, but that didn't work. About 15 minutes before communication, let me take a look. Elevation's at 9 degrees. They do have a downlink, so they can, the cool thing is that they can receive. They just can't transmit. 54 is probably going to handle the uplink because that's their high power antenna. But yeah, see, we don't have an uplink here. Once this gets above 10 degrees, then you're good to go. Then you don't need to worry about, you know, microwaving somebody down the street or something. They're working on a location in Goonhilly, yes. They're working with Goonhilly. Goonhilly. I know that's not the right accent. I get it. So, yeah, that we're almost out of this forward link LOS. We'll get picture back for the RTC burn here in a moment. Goonhilly. Yeah, equatorial rotational velocity is 1674. That's the speed that you're going at the equator. Sidereal rotation, 23 hour, 56 minutes, 4 seconds. Synodic rotation. 24 hours. Escape velocity, 11.186 kilometers a second. Dude, this planet is pretty damn dense, like me, for its size. Earth has a lot of gravitational pull for what it is. Our grav well is a pain in the butt, but our grav well is also the reason why we exist. So, you know, take that with a grain of salt, or, I mean, ocean, or, you know what I mean. Think you need more browser sessions? Nah, it's good. 101.3 kilopascals, 1 bar, 14.7 psi. 78, 20, a bunch of other stuff you probably shouldn't be breathing. Yep, that's my quick atmospheric thing for Earth. Gaia, Tellus, Terra, the globe. Yeah, this planet's pretty cool. We like this planet. Planet's pretty neat. Would Hawaii be a good place? Yeah, sure. DSI, you got a problem? You got a problem, son? What, is PSI fake too, generic name? This is my favorite planet that I've been on. Dude, me too. It's pretty good. But then again, we haven't seen any other planets. Maybe we should check other planets before we, say that this one is the best. It's okay for a trip. I wouldn't want to live there. Wildlife is lethal. Frankie, I've often thought about that, dude. Like, if humans, didn't live on Earth, we came from another planet and we found Earth, right? We'd be like, don't go there. There's animals and stuff that'll kill you, right? Like, there's wildlife everywhere that'll kill you, right? Like, it's super habitable and that's great, but yeah, there's lions and stuff, I don't know, Anvil. Maybe we should tell him. Sounds like a planet with intelligent... Yeah, on second thought, let's not go to Earth. 'Tis a silly place. You want to nerd out about the DSN? I would very much like to do that, yes. Oh. Yeah, that's probably a paper for off stream, dude. Yeah, that's okay. All right. It's the best planet around. What about the climate? What climate? I'd be much more worried about Earth's bacteria and viruses than any animals. Yeah, right? Exactly, Tech. Dude, if this was a planet, it would be like, yeah, you gotta go, you could go there, but you gotta wear like a gas mask and stuff. Like, right? Like, it's kind of funny to me. Like, we discovered Earth. Like, it'd be like, yeah, okay, be careful of that one. That would be one hell of a Star Trek episode, right? Like, oh, this planet seems like paradise. No, there's viruses. Like, why did they use rockets in space when blimps would be much easier? Explain that one, geniuses. Bro, how long did it take you to come up with that? Generic name, you sat there and you sat there and you typed it like, yeah, how can I screw with these people? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, this is a good one. Nah, I don't think it was 1 second. I think you're lying to me. War of the Worlds? Yeah, right. Hey, Cowboy Tech TV, what's going on, man? Howdy, partner. How y'all doing? All 300,000 bounty hunters in the star system. How y'all doing? If you got that reference, good for you. War of the Worlds plot. Yeah, yeah. What if we were the virus the whole time? What a twist. Doing good? Right on, man. Cowboy, I don't think I know you. Have you rated before? Forgive me. A lot of people rave me. I don't mean to be like, hey, do I know you? What are you up to, dude? What were you doing? What's on your mind? What time is the splashdown tomorrow? Dan, what time zone are you in? Maybe one other time. Right on, right on. You're central, so 7 o'clock is splashdown. So if you're coming in for re-entry, 7 you want to be here at like 6 p.m. local for you for central. Yeah. Just like I say to people that are on the East Coast, you want to catch all the action, you probably want to get here at 7. Yeah, they're targeting a little past 7 o'clock for the splashdown. So. How about them Savers? 5-0 win over Columbus. So much better than your garbage. Oh, EJ, what? Wait a minute. Why? Oh, your message got deleted. Oh, no. Oh, that's so weird. That's so strange. Why would you? Oh, I don't know. It's gone. Must have been a glitch. Jeez, that's so strange. What time is that for Australia? Brother, you killing me, man. I don't know, dude. It's probably gonna be tomorrow. Okay, what time is it for you right now? Hold on. Let me think about this. Adam, I'm good at this. Give me 1 second.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
It's the morning. It's noontime for you right now, right? Depending on where you are in Australia. Right? Noontime?
Arrow, which provides updates on the Orion space.
Yeah, it's gonna be early in the morning, early Saturday morning, dude.
Expect to regain that forward.
Depending on what time zone you're in Australia.
6.5 minutes from now, the forward.
It's 10 a.m. in the west, noon in the east. So like if you were in Sydney right now, it would be noontime. So yeah, you'd want to get up like 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. That it would be somewhere around there. I'd say 8 in the morning because I believe if I'm doing my math right, it would be 9 a.m. It would be 9:07 a.m. splashdown for you guys in Australia. If you're on the if you're on the East Coast, yeah. You're in Melbourne? Yeah. Excuse me, Melbourne. You'll have to pull an all-nighter. Yeah, in Melbourne, it's gonna be. You're gonna be. It's 7 a.m., 8 a.m. in the morning for you. Yeah. Yeah, get up at 7. Splashdown would be 8:07 a.m. for Australian Eastern. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to think about that for a second. Say Canberra. See, I think the problem why I can't say it right, Noble, is that I'm not saying it with an Australian accent, so you got to be like, Canberra. You say Canberra, mate. And then it comes out a lot better. What about GMT? You guys changed your time zone, right? You guys changed the daylight, so you guys are 5 hours. We're 5 hours behind you. So you are looking at 1 a.m., 1:07 a.m. Splashdown. Thanks, I'll be here. Right on, Adam. Thanks, man. What about Ohio? No one cares. Wait, Ohio's in the Eastern time zone, but 8:07. I'm sorry, I have to give people from Ohio crap because my wife's from Detroit. It's just like I have to. It's from Michigan, so I have to. Like, I don't really want to, but it's just part and parcel. You know what I mean? Croatia, please. Where's Croatia on the map? You're on the You are east of Italy, right? Two. I think it's 2 or 3 in the morning, dude. Point Nemo? What the hell's Point Nemo? Yeah, Shedford, I had to, yep. What time is it on the ISS? 2 in the morning. Actually, New Jersey, but I figure I'd join in on the fun. Oh, you friggin' would. You don't know what Point Nemo... No, well, give me a freaking break, dude. I've been live for like 9 days, all right? Leave me alone. What time are they returning home? 8:07 p.m. Splashdown. 8:07 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow is the Splashdown, Sweet Char. They're on their way back here. They're on their way back here. Let me show you. We were looking at Europa. It was Europe-tastic. Let's go to the Earth-Moon system. Artemis is on its way back, right there. Yep. Distance-wise, they're about halfway between the Earth and the Moon, but because Earth's gravity exponentially pulls you in faster, actually logarithmically, I should say, it's more like that. Yeah, they'll be home tomorrow. They did a lot of work on KSP. You know this is made in Unity, right? So if it kind of looks like KSP, well... Yeah, that joke would be extra applicable. People in the U.S. should be able to figure the rest out once EJ gives a single time zone. Yeah. ARJ, what time for San Diego for your sister? It would be 5:07 p.m. East Pacific time. I was about to say Western time. Like, Please answer this. What's up, Corp? They're they're traveling at 3,500 miles an hour, but they're 115,000 miles away. In 22 hours, they would travel 77,000 miles away. With that speed, how can they reach in that speed? Please answer. Okay. All right. So Artemis is coming back tomorrow, Ren. So, all right, check this out. Kerbix. So Earth is right here, right? The moon's out here, okay? As you get closer to Earth, all right, Earth's gravity gets, the gravwell gets bigger and bigger, I guess. Like, picture it kind of like a funnel, okay? If you picture a funnel in your mind, right? A funnel is kind of steep and then it's kind of shallow and then it goes down, right? That's how a gravwell can be visualized. So as you get closer and closer to Earth, the gravity gets more and more and it pulls you in. So they are going to keep accelerating, basically.
Integrity, Houston for comm check.
There we go. They're going to keep accelerating as they get closer and closer to Earth. Earth's gravity is pulling them in. It's pulling them in. So even though they're halfway right now, they're going to this.
Amy, Integrity has you loud and clear.
Hang on.
Good afternoon, Christina. I have you loud and clear as well. Just a heads up that we did lose the return link sooner than we expected, but we have regained good forward and return. We're glad to be back in comm with you.
So even though they're halfway in terms of distance, they're probably about 2/3 of the way home in terms of speed. Because of the gravitational pull, Earth's pulling you back in. Earth's gravity is pulling you, and it's going to keep pulling you unless acted upon, unless you either crash into it or orbit around it, dude. Does that make sense? Yeah, Earth's gravwell's a beast, dude. It's no joke for a planet this size. Like, comparatively, this planet has a lot of gravitational pull. It's a dense planet. It's iron and nickel. Dense, very dense, like me.
Okay, copy. We'll call back when we're available to do that, and thanks for the note. We're looking forward to the upcoming burn.
Calling us dense? No, I called me dense.
Okay, we copy all, and we are going to...
And Amy, the food bob call was there is a full bob in bag 11, plus a mostly full bob, and a few of the condiments, etc. So it's pretty close to 2 full bobs in bag 11. Just want to make sure that you've accounted for that. Let us know if that's too much in one place.
Thanks for the report, Jeremy, and we're good with that.
Yeah, Kerbix. An important thing to understand, dudes, is that spaceflight is not measured in distance. You don't measure spaceflight in distance. They only put those numbers up so people can kind of understand where they are location-wise. But spacecraft's range is not measured in distance. It's measured in how much you can change your velocity. So it's measured in what's called delta V, because delta is a Greek symbol, and in mathematics, delta is used for change. So delta V, right? Change in velocity. Basically, Kerbix, it's all about how fast you can go. If you want to get to the moon, you need to be able to accelerate to a speed of 25,000 miles an hour. That's going to get it so you go high enough to intercept the moon's gravitational pull. And that's what they did. And then the moon pulled them in, right? And lunar gravity shot them back towards Earth. Now, dude, if you have a baseball and you throw the baseball up in the air, what's going to happen? What goes up must come down. Capsule's coming back down now. And guess what? It's going to come down and it's going to reach the same speed that was needed to get it that far away from the moon. Earth's going to pull you back. It's pulling you back in. What goes up must come down. It exists when you throw something up and it comes back down, or it exists if you're a 25-ton spacecraft accelerating into the atmosphere because you're falling at 24,000 miles an hour. Crazy, right? And that's what I mean when I say it's logarithmic. I mean it builds up over time and gets, not exponentially, logarithmically worse as you get close to the planet. Now, the thing is that if you're going fast enough, Earth will try to pull you in and you'll miss. You'll basically spiral around in that proverbial funnel that I was telling you about. Right? And that's what orbiting is.
Telemetry from the spacecraft.
Hey, Hunter, with $5. Launches Splashdown during U.S. prime time? How rare is that? I don't know. I forget when Apollo 11 came down. I think it came down during the day. And Adam, with $5 dues, mate. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate what you do and the passion you have for space stuff. For what it's worth, I've never tipped anybody on YouTube ever. You're my first. Wow. All right, man. Hey, thank you. Sorry for that. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, man. I love space, and dude, I could sit here and talk about it for hours. I know because I have, right? Like, it's just what I do.
RTC 2 status.
Now, explain how Falcon could do the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs. Yeah, well, it almost didn't.
During the long LOS, there were a few items that we were working that are nominal for RTC2. First, X-flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured. SM prop helium isolation valves are configured, and the starfield maneuvers are complete.
I needed to hear that one more time. Hold on.
Go ahead.
During the long LOS, there were a few items that we were working that are nominal for RTC2. First, X-flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured. SM prop helium isolation valves are configured, and the starfield maneuvers are complete.
Okay. The helium ISO valves.
We saw all that happen on board as well. Sounds great.
All right. The helium ISO valves are the things that they were screwing around with. They're coming up on the RTC-1 burn, or RTC-2 burn.
Integrity Houston, confirmed TLT and orb guide converged. Houston is assessing the onboard solution.
We can confirm that they both converged.
Houston copies.
No, they're getting ready for the They're getting ready for the return trajectory correction 2 burn. The RTC-2
This is
burn.
Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The final targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2 burn, has been completed, and we do expect that RTC burn to take place in about 29 minutes from now. As of right now, it's expected to be a 5.37 foot per second delta velocity burn and approximately a 9-second burn.
There's that delta V thing.
This will be using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft. Here in Mission Control Houston, the team on console is currently conducting their go, no-go poll for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn. And again, this burn will further fine-tune the trajectory and the path of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its final approach ahead of that re-entry and splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th.
Hey, freaking awesome. Oh, look what I found. Thanks for everything. No problem, dude. So that right there, that's NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. And yeah, I know she just came back on Crew 10, but I went and looked at her resume, and I once again feel really insignificant. She's an F-22 pilot. I forgot about that. Yeah. She has 200 hours on the F-22. Yeah. Yeah. She has a bachelor's in mathematics with a minor in Russian, and then a master's in computational and applied mathematics from Rice. Okay. Sure. Sure, Nicole. All right. Made my bed today. We're practically the same. God damn it. The one that's sitting right seat on the Capcom. Yeah. Nicole is, that's Nicole right there. Yeah, she's,
Okay.
she's like, what's the word? Not stupid. Yeah, like, okay. She was awarded a distinguished graduate from the USAF Academy in undergraduate pilot training. She's received the Meritorious Service Medal, Air Achievement Medal, Air Force Commendation Medal, and Operation Inherent Resolve Campaign Medal. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I have a NASA shirt on, so does this count for drops? No. I have more hours in KSP. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's the same age as me, which just makes me feel even dumber. Son of a beeswax.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
All right. Yep. Really wish I didn't go and look, but I went and looked. Yep. Yeah, no, Bob, that's fair. Hey, Valkyrie gifted a sub. Thank you. I have an honorary master's degree in applied Kerbal dynamics. Yeah, sure. But we love you. Yeah, no, I know. No, she's cool. That's cool, man. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wish I flew F-22s, but I'm too tall anyway, so it doesn't matter. It don't matter. Just say Smith. None of this matters. Yeah, Brownfield. I know, right? Yeah, me too. Would you be there today just for fun or training for a future Artemis mission? They don't put they don't put people at that Capcom desk unless you're, yeah. She's probably gunning up for a lunar mission if I had to guess. Yeah. Rain has a point. It's got to count for something. What would you say you do when you're not covering a mission like Artemis 2? Someone was asking. I play Kerbal Space Program mostly. We have space news segments throughout the week that I stream Monday through Friday. We have space news segments throughout the week where I talk about what's going on in the spaceflight industry. If there's any launches, we watch launches. I have permission from most launch providers to restream. So, like most of them, I actually went and asked. Like, people don't do that, but I do.
Integrity Houston, onboard solution has been confirmed, and Houston is go for the burn.
Okay. Jen, does that answer your question?
Copy. Houston is go. We're continuing.
So it's space, and space. Yeah, Nathir. I play City Skylines from time to time, and
This
also
is
I have
Artemis
people
Mission
skills.
Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard confirmation that the team here in Mission Control has pulled go for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or that RTC2 burn. That burn is now expected to take place in about 24 minutes from now. And it will be a short thruster firing using those auxiliary thrusters to further fine-tune the spacecraft's path on its return journey back towards Earth.
We should finish it.
The mission control position here that's responsible for some of these trajectory corrections is the Flight Dynamics Officer, sometimes referred to as FIDO. They are specifically responsible for the atmospheric and orbital flight path of the spacecraft, as well as the lunar trajectory of the vehicle.
Yeah, guys, I have kind of rules about this. So, like I said, I'm a Twitch streamer, so I play games. I make it a thing to do that. We talk about space throughout the day, right? And I do have dedicated space news segments throughout the week when there's big space news coming around. But I do play games. My rule of thumb for a game is that I play the shit out of it. Like Kerbal, I have 20,000 hours in that game. Some of the other games I play, My Summer Car, My Winter Car, we play cities on here. So I teach people about civil engineering, bridges, stuff like that. I play Factorio, Satisfactory. We teach people about industrial engineering. I play Flight Sim from time to time, teach people about flying and how that works. Yeah, Smile. I don't know. I played My Summer Car pretty much every day through January and February. Like I said, I believe in playing the absolute trash out of games. Like getting your money's worth, you know? That, and I only really truly believe that you have to put probably like 200 to 300 hours into a video game to give it a good review. Not like play it for 5 minutes and be done. I do like shooters, guys, for what it's worth. I like shooting games. I play Battlefield a lot and sometimes Counter-Strike. I'm okay at those. But yeah, that's what I do, dudes. Play Battlefield, Counter-Strike, but it's mostly KSP. I try to teach people about stuff. Like, you're not going to do that with Battlefield or Counter-Strike. You're going to teach people how to curse better playing those games. But yeah, that's what I do. Play Helldivers? Nah, Helldivers doesn't do it for me. No Battlefield. Yeah, no, I won't. I've played KSA on stream, but it's not really good enough to really play Echo. But yeah, I pop in from every once in a while. We'll play a build. I think you'd really enjoy Re-Entry. I've played Re-Entry, Rick. Yeah. I hope so, Bob. That would be really nice. But yeah, we play Stationeers from time to time. Tim, it's a bittersweet feeling with this mission coming to an end tomorrow. Yep. But yeah, guys, if that's a little bit about me. I played Timberborn. Yeah, we played all kinds of games, dude. But it mostly centers around Kerbal and spaceflight. Like, that's my number one. Nah, Rain, interstellar travel has I have no interest in that at all. Like, none. Nothing. You forgot the car stuff. Guys, it's late. Give me a freaking break. I do car streams where I work on this car. And I build project vehicles. I do like doing that. Yeah, and any black panel that you see on that car is a panel that was too rusty to fix. So I just replaced it. Yeah, here, if we want to just shut that for a second. Yeah, that's the car that I'm working on. I was trying to help. I know. It's more that I'm tired. I keep forgetting. Forget all the stuff that I do. We got our fingers all over the place. We do a bunch of different stuff on here.
Integrity Houston, tank pressures are good for the burn.
Okay. That's good. That's good that
Integrity copies.
That's good that they got good tank pressure here. What's the theory that you believe that could change the way we live right now? I want to hear from you what you think about existing life out there in space.
This is Artemis Mission Control
What
in
year?
Houston, Texas. Teams and the crew.
It's a 69 Coronet, dude. 69 Dodge Coronet, Bill. So, you want me to... What do I think about aliens? Aliens are out there, dude. They're absolutely out there. Oh, yeah. The universe is gigantic. There's got to be something. There's got to be something out there. The thing is, on a galactic scale, to speak like the children, are we going to get cooked or are we going to be the ones cooking? Do we want Star Trek where we go and discover people? Or do we want Independence Day where aliens discover us? I don't want the latter. If we're going to go and we're going to find aliens, I want to be the one discovering it. I do not want to be discovered by aliens. I don't think that would be good.
Do have to be put in position ahead of any burn. These solar array wings are managed by the Mechanical and Power Officer here in Mission Control, which is the MPO, and they're responsible for the electrical power generation, as well as the solar arrays and the ray rotation mechanisms and power distribution systems.
What if they get offended calling them aliens? I don't know. Then we could call them Jim. There's no launches on any range tonight, guys. ESAR and that Starlink mission both went out, dude. They're tomorrow. Starlink is tomorrow night. ESAR is off the docket. They had a leaky COPV, which is not great, dude. That's not good. Have you ever thought about one of your viewers becoming an astronaut, assuming it hasn't happened yet? Program, a lot of my viewers, I have not an astronaut, but a lot of viewers that view this stream, like work out in the industry. And honestly, a lot of the viewers that started watching me when they were in like high school and now work out in the industry, way smarter than me. I have the viewers that I was originally teaching about space, teaching me stuff about
Houston,
space now.
solar arrays are in position for the burn.
Which is pretty cool. Like, that's pretty neat. I don't take that like personally that they know more than me. Like, I'm like, please teach me. I want to know more.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, and we did just hear that confirmation that the solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft are now in position ahead of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn. Again, that burn is scheduled to take place in about 16 minutes from now. The next call that we will likely hear is in about 5 minutes when the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control will call up to the crew to confirm that the maneuver to burn attitude will be beginning, and then they will also call up to confirm that that burn attitude is complete.
Will I have this tone on stream on Monday?
And ahead of that attitude maneuver, the mission control position responsible for those attitude maneuvers is GNC, which stands for Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. They're responsible for managing inertial measuring units as well as global positioning system receivers, barometric altimeters, and the position, state, and attitude health of the Orion spacecraft.
Yeah, the downlink or the uplink noise is really nice, actually. Like when your kid finally beats you at Mario Kart, you kind of feel terrible, but even more proud. Yeah, exactly, Kay. Yep. Want me to make you a 10-day tone loop? Actually, all systems, you know what I want? That yesterday, when they were waiting for the PAO event with Mark Carney, they had the microphone on and we could hear the life support systems, the hum of the life support systems, dude. If we could make that with the signal link in it into a loop, I would, yeah, I'd play that all the time. Yeah, Yuruki, right? I'm with you. Yeah, the hum of the life support systems, dude, that did it for me. I could, dude, I don't know if that's a good idea. I'd fall asleep to that thing. Hold my beer. Them teaching you is a good thing. It's a reflection on how you meant to teach them and how you changed their lives. Yeah, Rares, yeah, it's great, man. Oh, he'll do it too. I know he would, Simmons. Good man. How long have you been streaming? Not the live streaming. Years.
Integrity Houston, maneuver to burn attitude starting in approximately 3 minutes.
3 minutes till the burn. Expunger, I've been streaming since December 23rd, 2012. Yeah, I got partnered in April of 2015. We just celebrated my 11-year partner anniversary during this mission. And by celebrated, I mean a bunch of people said congratulations. I don't make it a thing to look at that stuff. And I went full-time streaming September 19th, 2015. I've been streaming for almost 15 years. Yeah. I'm pretty good at it. There you go, Beats. Yeah. I need that telemetry of the burn. Yeah, we'll see it here in a second. Yeah, look who's laughing now, Arnok, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know, Shaw. It's strange, right? You started streaming at an interesting time, right around when the Mayan calendar was said to be ending. Tyler, yeah, I'm not the only one. You're not the only one that's noticed that. I noticed that too. I literally started streaming during the Mayan apocalypse. we might be in an alternative timeline right now. In which case, whatever the real timeline is, I really hope that we've gone to the moon more than just once. But yeah, no, I've noticed that too. People in chat have told me that. I'm like, that's the Mayan apocalypse. That's great. Last night, track with the barbecue dish, H2, right on. Dude, I remember when you got partnered. I remember the day you announced that you were going full time. It's been such a wild ride. It has been pretty crazy. I was 5 when you started streaming, by the way. Oh, that's great, Rick. That's great. Hooch, around the same time in 2012, I was told I couldn't make a living day trading after I lost my job, and that's how I make a living now. Yeah. My parents were not on board with going streaming full-time until I showed them a paycheck, and then they were like, no, you can do that. That's fine. Approximate time when they re-enter. Ivan, 8:07 Splashdown. 8:07 p.m. Eastern Splashdown tomorrow. So you're probably going to want to get here around 6 or 7 o'clock. Were you playing KSP when you first started streaming? Yes. I had streamed... So, Shmam, let me be very clear. I had streamed prior to December of 2012. I think the first time I picked up Twitch was sometime in 2011 when it was still Justin TV. Yeah, I originally wanted to be a StarCraft 2 streamer because I saw like professional gamers. Like I'd gone to multiple StarCraft competitions and I decided I want to sit there and get better at StarCraft, and I wanted to show my progress as I got better. And, you know, watching the Day 9 Daily and stuff, I was like, dude, that's cool. I want to do that. That seems like a cool thing to do. That would be such a good job, like sitting there and just playing video games all day. And you know, it is, but it's also a lot of work. Remembers the ugly green and white Twitch logo. Yeah. Are you going to take a few days off? I'll probably be back on Monday, Star Spirit.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Yeah.
We are currently about 10 minutes away from the start of the Return Trajectory Correction 2 burn, or RTC2. This is expected to be about a 9.41 second burn with an expected delta velocity change of 5.37 feet per second, using the 8 pulsex thrusters on the Orion spacecraft to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft on its path back towards Earth. Currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis real-time orbit.
Yep, so Norson, I've always been a hard worker, Yeah, thanks, man. That means a lot coming from you. I'm serious, Orson, so thank you. Crazy Razor, just so you know, me and my son started watching it. I won't say how long ago. It sparked him in aerospace. Now he's planning to go to Florida for aerospace schooling. I continue to watch so I can keep up with him. Nice, Crazy Razor. There you go. So, yeah, guys, I've been doing this for a long time. But yeah, I wanted to be a StarCraft streamer, but like, yeah, and I wanted to measure my progress, but I forgot one thing, that I'm really bad at StarCraft. I love watching it, but I'm terrible at it. I wasn't the best StarCraft player. Nowadays, I probably could do better. Maybe we'll do that one of these days. I don't know. Do people even play that game anymore? So I did, you know, I went on a grind for a little bit, right? And then I kind of got sick of it. Nobody watched. Nobody cared. And that's fine. And then, so keep in mind, this is like 2012. So I was playing Kerbal and I was showing my buddies screenshots of like the stuff I was building. And they were like, dude, we got to watch you launch that. There's no way you got that thing into space. And I was like, yeah, I did. And we couldn't figure out a way to watch each other's screens. This is before Discord. This is before anything. Like, screen sharing was a lot more difficult of a thing to do. So they were like, dude, just fire up Twitch. Just use your Twitch account. Fire up Twitch. And I'm like, all right, fine. And yeah. And then I streamed Kerbal a couple of times, and then yeah, come like late 2012, right? I I did it a couple times just to show like my buddies my screens and stuff and like what I was making, and then we had a good time, etc., etc. And then so one of my moderators is a guy by the name of Dr. Maple, right? He's in here from time to time. Maple, if you're out there, hi. I remember having a conversation with him and another guy that would eventually become one of my moderators, right? And he was like, dude, you got to stream this on Twitch. No one's doing what you're doing in KSP. You got to stream it. You can make a career out of this. And I'm like, me being the stubborn piece of crap that I am was like, no, that's dumb. I'm not playing video games to get paid. But in the back of my mind, I thought back to that StarCraft stuff. And I'm like, on the other hand, that could be good. So I started playing Kerbal, and during winter break, I took a week off from work in late December of 2012, right? I took a week off, and that's when I was like, okay, I'm going to stream. I'm going to stream this week. I'm going to stream 3 hours, Monday, Wednesday, Friday for 3 hours every day, 3 hours Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and kind of see where that takes us, right? So I started doing it. I started committing to that schedule. And no one watched. No one watched. No one watched except my buddies. Nobody watched. January, nobody watched. February, nah. March, got a couple of viewers. Again, like 15 viewers a night or something like that. April rolled around. It was April, Rain. It was April. I remember. Don't steal trap. April rolled around, and Lady Raincloud in the chat over there was the community manager for Kerbal, and Rain found my stream and retweeted it, and then I went from getting 15 viewers a night to getting 150 a night. And I've been building up ever since. Sorry, it's true. I didn't watch. That's all right. I streamed for 3 months with little to no traction at all. Nothing. You should play League. I don't like League. Stream some more Counter-Strike? Oh, jeez. Yeah, Cleric. Space is awesome, dude. You got sounds like you got the space bug. Between this and my dad doing astrophotography, I've been obsessed with all things space lately. Yeah, you got the space bug. It happens. Guess what? Once you're obsessed and once it pulls you in, that's it. You're always gonna like it.
This is space.
Geez.
I'm in space.
Hey, Agent Smart gifted 10. I appreciate you. Thanks, man. You did that and all of this all on your own. Best decision of my career. Yeah, Rain, you did good. You done good. I still remember the conversation that me and your family had when, like, on one of the first streams that I did after you retweeted the stream. How old were you when you first started? How old was I in 2012? 24. 24. I was 24. I'm 37 now.
Mission, and we are currently about less than 4 minutes away from the upcoming return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn. This is the second in a trio of burns for that return trajectory correction. The first RTC burn was completed on flight day 7, and then this burn coming up is the second of those 3 burns, and the final return trajectory correction burn will be completed on flight day 10, about 5 hours prior to entry interface.
Yeah, this old guy just busted out 15. Hey, on board right there. Just busted out.
On your screen, you are seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft, the exterior of that spacecraft, and you can get a good look at a couple of those solar array wings, sometimes referred to as saws. There are 4 solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft that provide power generation. And ahead of this burn, those solar arrays were configured to support the upcoming burn. About 10 minutes ago, the Orion spacecraft also completed an attitude maneuver to prepare for the upcoming burn. Following the completion of this return trajectory correction burn, the spacecraft will complete another attitude maneuver to return to the bias tail to sun attitude.
All right, so they're getting ready for the return trajectory correction burn 2 here. And yeah, Rogue, I saw what you said. Look, streaming is fun. Like, and yes, it's playing video games. And yeah, that kicks ass. I'm not going to lie to you. It's pretty sweet. It's an awesome job. But you're not just playing video games. You can't sit there and just do your thing. There's only a few people that can get away with doing that. Just sitting there and just playing the game and ignoring chat. For the vast majority of us, and for us mere mortals that do it, you have to talk to chat. You're talking to people. You have to have conversations with people. You have to build repertoire. You have to play the right game at the right time. You know, when a new game releases, you got to jump in on it. If you don't stream it at the right time, you get buried by other streamers. That happens. It's a cutthroat industry. It's not this, like, don't get me wrong. I've done harder jobs than this. I've worked on loading docks. I've been a sous chef at a restaurant. I've delivered pizzas. I worked construction. I've worked on a landscaping crew. I've done everything. I've bagged groceries in a grocery store. Like, I've done everything. Like, I believe me, those jobs are hard in their own regard. But this job does take a lot of effort. It does take a lot of effort, I will say. Like, it is not, like, I guess the right way to say it is it's easy, but it's not as easy as you think. Like, it's easy, but not as easy as you think. That's a good way to say it. Thanks, Shipment. You said something to me a very long time ago when I was getting frustrated working IT. You said, find something that makes you happy and go for it. You got to want it. Yeah, exactly, dude. Mm-hmm. They're splashing down tomorrow. Yep. Do you have any tips for starting that phase of talking to yourself? Rogue, you know what worked for me, dude? Even those streams were
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are
going up on
now
the
just
bird.
under 30 seconds away from
All right.
the time of
Rogue,
ignition of that upcoming return trajectory.
Let's watch the
correction
thrusters.
burn, which will be the start of that burn.
Yeah, Larfleeze.
Again, it is expected to be about a 9.41 second burn using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module to generate a 5.37 foot per second change in delta velocity.
Go at throttle up.
So they have a 5 feet per second delta V burn.
And we do have confirmation that the return trajectory correction burn has started. That taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time, and we also now have confirmation that the burn has completed. Again, that taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central Time.
Watch, it wasn't a lot, guys. It was just a small trajectory correction.
p.m. Eastern
Watch,
Time.
it's just a little flash.
We also have confirmation that the burn has completed.
No, back up.
Has started. That taking place
That's
at
it. There it is.
9:53 p.m. Central Time.
Look, did you see it move the solar
Eastern
panels?
Time, and we also now have confirmation that trajectory correction burn has started. That taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central Time, 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time, and we also now have the return trajectory.
So, yeah, see, there it is. You see, they pulse the motor. They pulse the motor, and solar panels moved around. There you go, RTC.
And that taking place at 9:53 p.m. Central Time at 10:53 p.m. Eastern Time.
A little bit of attitude correction there with the thrusters. You see, that's the RCS. Those guys right there control yaw, pitch, and roll. Well, that's one of the thruster blocks for controlling yaw, pitch, and roll. So when they fire, the capsule may have slewed to one side, and they corrected it. That's cool, man. Yeah.
Integrity Houston, good burn. We are assessing the details.
Now they're going to use the onboard accelerometers and the star trackers.
We see the same and copy.
To confirm that burn did what they wanted to do.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, and we do have that confirmation that the recent return trajectory correction burn was completed.
What's the reason for the squiggly wires on the solar panels? They're connecting all the solar cells together, dude. It's because, Mycon, I don't have a really better way to say it. It's because they're solar panels, and they need wires so you can make electricity with them.
The Orion spacecraft's path as it makes its way back to Earth, and this was the second in a series of 3 return trajectory correction burns, with that first return trajectory correction burn taking place on flight day 7, and the final return trajectory correction burn is expected to take place on flight day 10, about 5 hours prior to entry interface.
Isn't it cool, Nomad? We're watching a spacecraft fly around in space and maneuver. It's badass, dude. I love this stuff. This stuff's great. So, Rogue, you were talking about... Rogue, what do you want to know? Tips and tricks for streaming? Dude, you did miss some burn. I got the main pulse on the A4D thrusters. That's what I care about, right? The Navy picks them up, Larfleeze. FA straight is probably something to do with managing magnetic fields or or capacitive directance. Yeah. My bad. This is some cool stuff. All good, man. Don't worry about it. How do these solar panels compare to the ones on a house roof? They work better than the ones on a roof, Gumbo, but that's not necessarily because of the solar panel. They work better because there's no atmosphere in the way up in space. Solar panels are a lot more efficient up there than they are down here. Gas diffuses light. There's basically an atmosphere in the way. If you put a solar panel on your roof between the sun and the panel, an atmosphere gets in the way. And because gas diffuses light and you get scattering because of it, right? Like, solar panel doesn't work as well. That's not necessarily a thing with a solar panel. If you took that same solar panel, you put it up in space, it'll generate way more power because there's no atmosphere in the way. In terms of Orion, there's the moon, by the way.
Integrity Houston, confirm a good burn, and prop post-burn reconfiguration is complete.
There's the moon. That's where they were. Earth is that way.
We copy all, and we have a gorgeous view of you out window 2.
Yeah, see, they're looking that way.
Awesome,
this
we're
camera's
waving at
looking
you.
backwards. So, Gumbo.
We are too.
So, Gumbo, Orion's 4 solar panels can generate up to 13 kilowatts of power, that's a lot for solar panels, dude. That's a lot for 4 solar panels. That is a lot of power. Solar panels down here, you'd need a football field worth of solar panels to do that down here. Well, maybe not a football field, but you'd need a lot more than 4.
Earth. We did get confirmation that it was a good burn. Again, this burn was executed using the 8 auxiliary pulse-X thrusters on the Orion spacecraft's service module. Now that the burn is completed, the Orion spacecraft will conduct another attitude maneuver to return it to the bias tail to sun attitude.
So they're going to put it in the negative X solar orientation. Basically point the heat shield at the sun. So you could A, charge the solar panels because they're behind the heat shield on the service module, and B, put the heat shield between astronauts and the sun. It's probably better for radiation. And by probably, I mean it is. Is it true that ever so slightly those solar panels not only do their job by converting solar light energy into power, but they sort of act like solar sails on a minute level? Grenadiers, it's such a small amount of a perturbing force, dude. Yeah, it's inconsequential. So Rogue, you wanted to learn about good to see so many ladies in mission control. Yeah, no. The ratio's got to be right, reindeer. You know what I'm saying? Would a panel with TEGs be better than solar panels in space? TEGs?
Artemis, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. Now the Orion spacecraft and its crew, again on their return leg of their journey, expected to splash down off the coast of San Diego, California tomorrow on April 10th. Now that the return trajectory correction burn 2 is complete, the crew will move into some final activities for their day. They will continue to complete some cabin configurations to prepare for...
No, they ain't science ladies. They're engineer ladies. That's better.
Astronaut Jeremy Hansen will complete an off-nominal waste management system developmental flight test objective, during which they will perform a fit check of the system before putting on their Orion crew survival system or OX suits.
So Rogue, you wanna... Okay, streaming. Okay, so you want to know how I did it, dude? I looked at professional StarCraft streamers. I looked at people like Day9, Idra, Huck, In Control, and I watched their streams for a long time. And I watched how they conversed with chat, specifically Day9. Day9 was really, Sean is really good. I don't know that guy for what it's worth. I would love to meet him and tell him he's the inspiration for the stream, but hey, I mean, whatever. Maybe we'll cross paths at some point. You know, I saw how he would talk with chat, how he'd teach people on Fun Day Monday, and I'm like, that's a really good idea, you know? And then when I started streaming Kerbal a lot, I was like, oh, we should do I should do a Day9 daily, but with Kerbal. You use people to teach people about rocket science and stuff. So I started reading about rocket science like mad. But even those first couple of months, dude, 3 months, nothing. 3 months, no dice. Really, nothing. What I did, Rogue, and I don't know if this is necessarily going to work nowadays. It might. What I did was pretend like there was 150 people watching. That's it, man. Pretend like there's 150. Pretend like there's 1,000 people watching. You know, get your brain to think like, oh crap, I got 150 people watching me. All right, I'm going to talk to these people. What's up, chat? How you doing? Like stuff like that. Like talk to people. And the people that do chat, talk to them, have a conversation with them. That's what I do. I still do that to this day. There's 1,000 plus people in here. I'm still having conversations with you guys. Oh yeah, biangle. Yeah, and that's what I mean, dude. Here, I'll click the view count on now just for a second. Yeah. See what I mean? I knew there was a lot of people in here, but I don't turn the view count on. I don't pay attention to that. Pretend, if you want to start streaming, pretend like there's 150, 200, 500 people in here. Pretend like there is. What would you do with 500 people watching you? Do that. That helps. That's what I did. We appreciate it. Well, thanks, Average. Yeah, fake it until you make it. Pretend like there's a bunch of people in here. And then when those, you know, when Rain found the stream and retweeted my stream, and then a bunch of people started watching, right? I was ready for it. I was ready for it because I've been practicing for 3 months. And there you go. That's the best advice that I could give. The other thing, the other rule of streaming, this is a big one. Stay humble. Don't expect nothing from nobody. Okay? Streaming is a job where you have to grind out long hours and you will not make money. Dude, you know, you guys have been great to me during this launch stream and I'm forever grateful, but there's no guarantee that all these people are going to stay here next week or the week after. I'm going to have to start all over and do it again at least a month down the road. That's fine. That's streaming. That's how it works. You got to be hungry. If you're humble and you expect nothing, you will succeed. The people that don't succeed in this business are the people that ask for stuff. You don't ask for subs. You earn them. Remember that. That's my modus operandi, and it has not failed me for 15 years. I don't really want to be a full-time streamer. More just have some people watch what I'm playing and have good times. Yeah, that's fine. Hold up.
System suits. There's also a call made regarding an RHC, which stands for rotational hand controller.
And you still somehow remember details about most of us. It's impressive and appreciated.
Will be completed.
Dan, that skill comes from working in the service industry and working in sales. I remember my clientele. If you work a small business, like what somebody was saying over there in the Twitch chat, you work a small business, you remember your regular customers. I would consider this a small business, and I definitely work in the service industry. So working in a restaurant, knowing how to talk to people, and being extroverted definitely helps, because working in a restaurant and working in sales will teach you to be extroverted. I am introverted and like to keep my privacy just as much as everybody else. I'm a gamer first and foremost, right? Remember that. So yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to learn how to do this stuff, you stick to a schedule, right? Stick to a schedule. Don't expect nothing from nobody. And if you're not getting viewers, pretend like you are. Somebody will watch. Trust me on this one. You got to understand the demographic here. Millions of people are on Twitch. Millions of people watch YouTube. Dude, even if you get a decimal point of that viewership, that's enough to live off of. Do you remember the advice I gave you on the 2 types of people? There are 2 types of people who pee in the shower. There are 2 types of people, those who pee in the shower and those that lie. Yes, of course, Pi. I remember that conversation. We were playing GTA. Let's test that. What car did I buy? It's a 74 Mazda with what engine? Greg, it doesn't have the original motor in it. I believe it has a V8 in it if I'm remembering correctly. It doesn't have a wank motor in it. Sorry, weather guy. It is a wankle? Crap. A wankle. Greg, I could picture it in my head, dude. I could picture your car in my head, and I could picture the parking lot that you took pictures of, that you showed me, that you took pictures of it in. But yeah, a lot of people tell me about their project cars, dude. But yeah, okay, so if it is a wankle, it's a 13B, right? Or no, we've had this conversation. It's not a 13B. Do you do VODs of your KSP playthroughs? Yeah, Andrew. Yeah, of course. Technical, a hard one if you want. What's your project car? Oh, shit. I don't remember, technical. Damn it. You've told me. I know you've told me. I don't remember. 12A Bridgeport. Yeah, that's what it is, Greg. I remember that now. I just want to watch you fly GTA planes now, or do something relevant and modded. Hey, Nomad, tier 1 3 months in advance. Thanks, dude. 12A Bridgeport. Yeah, Greg, I remember you showing me pictures of the car. Yeah, and like I said, you took pictures of it in a parking lot. I remember that. Technical, what the frick is your project car? Now that's pissing me off. You got a Triumph TR7. Cool. All right. Yeah, all right. I remember that. I remember this conversation now. You told me you had it, and I was like, I probably said something along the lines of, oh, yeah, those things are really cool. They go really fast, but I can't fit in one. Right? You're rewiring the coils. Greg, did you put LS coils in yours, right? Yeah, Joho, that's a thing. Yeah, technically, yeah. Okay, cool. I'm annoyed that I forgot that, technical. I'm not even kidding. Dama, what's your project car? You have the Datsun, dude. How could I forget that? You talk about it all the time. You talk about it more than I talk about my project car, dude. Hurley, 79-month resub. Thank you. Is it a project car if you had it for 24 years as the daily and it needs a bunch of work? No, that's just a loyal mill, dude. You have a Haltech 750 ECU and Haltech coils. Yeah, I remember the LS coils. You have them mounted on the firewall. I remember that. The manure. I remember that. Wait, someone has an actual Datsun? Dama, yours is the pickup truck, right?
Houston, integrity for hatch entry inspection.
Hatch inspections.
With you.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Let me hear it.
Okay, Amy, on the
All right.
hatch.
All right, that sounds like it has an
the
exhaust leak,
fabric
but still cool.
hinges, I see the two fabric hinges. One is by dog 3 and one is by dog 4. And the fabric hinge by dog 3 was not connected to the hatch. It's connected to the ship, but not the hatch. The fabric hinge by dog 4 is connected to both the ship and the hatch. Just confirm that both of these should be connected between the ship and the hatch.
Checking.
We got checking over. You know, you have an 04 Silverado. You know those cars, those trucks are worth money, right? GMT 800s are worth money, dude. Can't be a leak if it's not attached. That was the first time running after 10 years or so. Okay, so. All right. Yeah. You fit it with short form content? I've been seeing a decent number of views from your short form stuff. Never, Azanku. Never. I don't have the time. I'm too busy streaming. Who's in chat, Trevor? Wait, is Haas around here? Haas isn't in chat, is he? We got a BMW 240 Cleric? All right, right on, right on. Oh, yeah, the 04 Silverado. Yeah, I got you. What do you normally do on streams? Sorry, I found you after the Integrity launch. Ileana, I play Kerbal Space Program, and we fly spaceships around, and I work on my cars. And I talk about spaceflight. I do a space news segment throughout the week where we talk about what's going on in the launch industry. Oh, yeah. I miss being able to wrench on your crap every day, to be honest. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're wrenching on something else, Sawyer, and you think that's cool right now. Don't lie. But also, I get what you're saying. Dude, you bring them down in time, dude. They ain't going nowhere. Or you could give them to me. I'll fix them. Did NSF move Flame Trench to Saturday? Either way, I'll be here. You know what? Let me check, Chevelle. I want to be solo tomorrow, dudes. There's nothing scheduled, so it might end up being on Saturday. But I'm going to be here through Splashdown, guys. I love my buddies over at NSF. Guys, for the people that don't know, I do work with a YouTube spaceflight outfit, spaceflight journalism outfit called NASA Spaceflight. And I'm on there. We have a podcast every Friday night called Flame Trench, where we talk about what's going on in the spaceflight industry. Needless to say, it's from 5 to 7 on Fridays, and that's when Splashdown is, so we're not doing it. I want to be here with you guys. My intention here is to cover the entire mission. Launch from launch all the way to Splashdown, here solo with you guys. That's the whole idea. EJ's also secretly an alien sucking up our knowledge and ideas and thoughts into space. No, not alien, synth. Hey, knowing your clientele is important. But I'm not going to sell your data either because I'm not a piece of I just like to know people, Nithir. I just like to talk to people, and I like having conversations with people. And I like having conversations with people about stuff that's cool. Although tuning in weekly is a free newsletter on the space industry, right? Pretty much, Punger, yeah. I do space news throughout the week. Sometimes, dude, sometimes we do space news every day when the information comes hot and heavy. But yeah, sometimes I play games all day. Sometimes we play Kerbal. I'm building launch pads for vehicles in KSP right now. I'm building out the ground servicing equipment for a space shuttle. That was my project that I was working on before this mission. Specifically, I'm building a replica of Slick 6 at Vandenberg. Because in Kerbal, right, So in Kerbal, you hit the launch, you build it in the editor, right? And then you hit the launch button, it puts you out on the launch pad, right? And you launch it, right? You go up into space, with like your space shuttle, come back down and land, right? And then when you're done with the mission, you just hit the recover button and that's it. Then you're good. Then you could just launch it again, right? What the project that I was trying to work on in KSP is building a high fidelity replica of Slick 6 so I can reuse my space shuttles. So I land the shuttle, I put a tow bar on it, I tow it over to the hangar, pull payloads out if they're coming down, put new payloads in for the next mission, close the thing up, tow the thing over to the pad, have a crane, pick the thing up, turn it vertically, and attach it to a new external tank and boosters, and then launch. That's what I'm working on right now in KSP, if you guys want to know. Is it an MMO by any chance? No, KSP is a single-player game. Kerbal is a game where you design and build rockets. You design and build rockets, and the cool thing is that it uses.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas.
It uses pretty realistic physics to how like Integrity's flying. So you kind of gotta know a little bit about rocket science to play it. It's not required, but it definitely helps. So yeah, I'm working on building reusable shuttles in that right now because I love the space shuttle. But now I want to build an Orion capsule.
That the crew will be completing once they return back to Earth.
Now I want to build an Orion. I don't know why.
You're welcome.
So once the crew lands, can you tell me a little bit about their balance?
Yeah, I want to listen.
Yeah, when the crew lands, they're going to have what we call sensory motor dysfunction or space adaptation syndrome. And what that has to do with the inner ear, getting readjusted back to gravity. It's been in weightlessness for 10 days for this crew. And then as soon as they land, they're going to have some real trouble with kind of maintaining their balance, being able to especially move their head independent of their body. You'll often see the crew kind of robotically move a little bit more. And they're also going to be feeling their weight for the very first time.
So tell me a little bit about this obstacle course. So what is the first obstacle course the crew will do, and how soon do they do it after landing, and what exactly are they doing?
Yeah. So the first thing they do, we typically are going to get the crew about 1 to 4 hours after they land, and then they're going to go through what we call a capsule egress mock-up. So we have built a functional task test that's designed to mimic some of the challenges that they would have if they were on if they had to actually egress their very own capsule. So things like confined space, things like up and down head movement, strength challenges, balance challenges, all those things are going to be part of that very first task that they have to do.
Okay, and then after that, there's another obstacle course they do. So what are they going to do for that second obstacle course?
Yeah, so we get them, like I said, about 1 to 4 hours after they land. And then for the second obstacle course, they're going to be coming back on R+1. So the day after they land, they're going to be back here at JSC, and we're going to put them through an EVA simulation. We're going to put them in lunar gravity, and we're going to walk them through several different tasks that are going to challenge them for both the physical and sensory motor approach.
Jeez.
Okay, so do you also conduct similar measurements on astronauts returning, for example, from the International Space Station?
Yes, we do. So we've been doing this study, or a version of the study, with the International Space Station astronauts for the past several years. So we typically get 1 subject per increment, and in that case, we're looking more of what it would look like for a Mars landing. So in the case for the Artemis 2 crew, we're going to tune everything to lunar gravity because we're trying to look forward to the lunar. But in the case of the ISS astronauts, those that have been in space for 6 months, that's about how long it would take to get to Mars. So we want to test them on R+1, again, the first day after they land, and see if they would be capable of doing any EVA tasks. And so far, the answer has been yes.
Do you expect any differences between what you've seen on
Happy?
the crews
It's
from the International Space Station and the crew coming back from the Artemis 2 mission?
I think so. So the reason being is they haven't been in space quite as long. So they're not going to have the same type of muscular challenges that we see with long-duration crew. But the sensory motor challenges may be very similar because those have a lot more to do with the readjustment back to gravity.
Okay, so why do we want to know how quickly that they will adjust to their new gravity?
Right, so the early Artemis missions are, as we've seen, when we land on the moon, they're a busy mission right now. We're looking at 4 EVAs in 5 days, and we're looking at that first EVA now as being one that we might have to take a little cautiously because of the sensory motor disruption, because of that adjustment from 0G to 16G. And one of the reasons we want to do this test soon after they land is to see how capable the astronauts are going to be on that first EVA. Now, you might ask, didn't we do that already with Apollo? But Apollo did direct descent. They got to the moon within about 3 days, whereas the Artemis missions, they're spending more like 7 to 10 days in microgravity before they land on the moon. So they're going to have a little bit more sensory motor disruption.
Okay, so landing is soon. What is next for you and your team?
Yeah. Well, I've got some of my team is already out at San Diego right now, getting ready to support that landing and that test on that happens about 1 to 4 hours after they land. And the other portion of the team is now getting set up to do that EVA simulation over in Argos. So that's the active response gravity offload system over in Building 9. It's basically a fancy robotic crane that offloads a portion of the crew members' body weight so we can simulate lunar gravity.
So really the end of the mission is kind of when all of your work starts, for the most part, getting all of that post-flight data collection.
Yeah, so a lot of folks look at Splashdown as being the end of the mission. That's, for us, kind of the start of when some of the most interesting data on the kind of human response to this mission begins.
So thank you so much for joining me, Jason. With one more question, what are you most excited about from learning for this mission?
Well, I'm excited about Splashdown tomorrow. I mean, so is everybody. But in general, what I'm really excited is when we get them back over here at JSC, we put them through that EVA simulation. And because these astronauts didn't get a chance to land on the moon, but they get to pave the way for the Artemis 4 and 5 and so on astronauts. So they'll be prepared and ready to go. And I'm looking forward to that EVA simulation.
Well, that's great. And thank you so much. Again, this was Jason Norcross, lead for the obstacle courses that the Artemis 2 crew will be completing once they return back home to Earth. Thank you so much, Jason.
You're welcome. Thank you.
What do? I make obstacle courses for NASA. What? That's actually kind of cool. Like I said, Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor are going to be treated like freaking guinea pigs when they get back. They're gonna do all kind of medical experiments. To see how they fared in deep space, which is super cool, because it's like what that dude was saying. Apollo, they just said go out there and come back. Okay. I build astronaut obstacle courses. Yeah, right. I frustrate astronauts. Yeah, exactly, dude. God, I gotta drink something. Sorry about yawning. I'm sure this has been considered before, but do you think it'd be possible to launch a rocket from the ground using a kind of maglev sled? Sure. Why not? So, Nathir, it can be done. Okay. The thing to understand about rockets. Okay, so Nathir, here's what I'm going to ask you. And this is just a thought exercise, okay? So, you come to me and you say, I want to build a maglev track that launches something like a linear accelerator that launches something off into space, right? Okay, and here's what I'd say. What are you trying to do? What are you going to do with that? What's the idea? Like what are you going to use this? What are you going to use this for? To meet ladies. I'm sure there's some chicks out there that would find that cool. Like, no doubt in my mind. So, Nathir, what are you using this thing for? Like, what's its point? Are you trying to launch something into space? Okay, human space missions. Okay, you want to launch people on this thing. All right. Okay. Orion is 25 tons with its service module. And that 25-ton service module needs to be accelerated to, if it's going to go to the moon, it needs to be accelerated to 25,000 miles an hour, about 40,000 miles an hour. Does a railgun like that exist that won't kill people if you put them in it? No. Right? What does exist? A rocket does, right? That's the reason why you haven't seen a railgun, right? Like a linear accelerator. It's not that it can't be done. Oh, it can be done. The big problem with something like that is that going fast near the ground doesn't really work because there's an atmosphere in the way, right? So if you think about a rocket, what does a rocket do? What does the first stage do? It goes up. Second stage goes fast. You're doing that out of order with your railgun first stage here. Any gains that you would get from linearly accelerating something with a magnet, right? Any gains that you would get, you would immediately lose once you got off the track because of atmospheric drag. If you found a way to slip through the air, no problem, then yeah, maybe, right? Like I don't ever try to tell people like, no, that can't be done. Sure, dude, you could make a magnetic accelerator, but once again, there's that thought. What do you accelerate?
Integrity Houston right? For Reed with answer on fabric hinge and hatch.
So you're not gonna. You'd need to zip like a second stage up there. In which case, the second stage needs to be. You need to be going probably 10,000. I don't know, 9,000 miles an hour, and then you light your second stage, and that might get you up there.
And you're coming in a little bit low. Hopefully, you can hear me fine. So the fabric hinge on the docking hatch should be attached to both the hatch and the ship. And we're interested for the fabric hinge that was not connected to the hatch near Dog 3. Was it not connected to the carabiner? We'll take words on what wasn't connected.
So, Nithir...
Amy, for each fabric hinge, there is a nylon strap, and on each end of that nylon strap is a black carabiner. So on Dog 4, there was a black carabiner to the ship, and then the nylon strap, and a black carabiner to the docking hatch. At Dog 3, there was a black carabiner on the ship to the nylon strap, and then the black carabiner was back to the ship, so it's not connected to the hatch. It's very possible we did that on Flight Day 1 when we were doing cabin config. I just wanted to make sure both straps should have their black carabiners to the ship and to the hatch, which it sounds like is a true statement.
Reed is just making...
That is a true statement, Reed, and thanks for those details.
Reed is making sure that the capsule is in the exact configuration that it is when they launched, because the capsule being in configuration, like interior, if you'd want to launch in the same way, you'd want to launch it in the same way as you came down with. So he's making sure that everything was in the right configuration there, in liftoff configuration, or riding uphill, or in this case, he's trying to make sure the capsule's in the same configuration as it was uphill for the downhill ride. So Nithir, like once again, with that accelerator, it's not. You could do it, sure, you could do it, but you're overcoming a lot of. You're going to try to overcome a lot of material science problems here. Even if you launch like a second stage with an Orion on top of it, right? That railgun would need to accelerate something to like 8,000 miles an hour. Something like that doesn't exist. Could it exist? Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course we could do that. I mean, you'd probably run into some, like I said, material science problems, like with magnetic accelerators, like when you get to high speed, you start getting heating in between the magnets, and it starts to ablate magnets. We know that from the Navy's railguns. The Navy had a railgun prototype, and it was awesome, and it shot out a projectile really, really fast. The problem is that the railgun, when it shot it out, the projectile going down the railgun's barrel, so to speak, was encountering shock heating. So it was re-entry. It gets re-entry heating, and that gets plasma building up inside of the barrel on a railgun. If you go look at the railgun footage, they shoot it and it creates a muzzle flash. That's not because there's any explosives behind it, but because it's shooting out, it's spurting out a little bit of plasma, because the projectile, when it was being accelerated, ionized the gas around it, and that made plasma, and that plasma started to ablate the magnets away, just like a heat shield, like what Orion's heat shield does. That's not good for it. That makes it so they have a shelf life. You can only put so many rounds through it before it just completely obliterates itself. You'd be running into those same problems when you're accelerating something up to 8,000 miles an hour. So, like, here's the thing. You got to learn about your requirements here. Like, if your objective is to put people up into space in an Orion capsule, right?
Integrity Houston for toilet maintenance.
Can I mute this? I've been dealing with this for a week.
Go ahead.
Hey, first off, we wanted to check if the toilet canister or R&R is complete, because if yes, we can restart wastewater venting.
Oh boy.
It is complete.
Excellent. And then we have a delta for Victor's toilet maintenance activity. Victor can skip step 1. He does not need to replace oxone.
Actually, yes, literally.
Okay, that's a bit of a surprise to us. We asked that question yesterday, said we did have to change it. So if we do not have to change it, we will go ahead and stow the oxone that we had time stowed. Copy all.
Yeah, we'd had some significant discussion about that down here. In the end, we want to preserve the system in its current state to better understand post-flight how the system was with regards to the slow wastewater vents.
The drain's clogged in the toilet. It's been plaguing this entire mission.
Okay, sounds great. No oxone.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Nathir, you got to think about the requirements. You know, your requirements are to launch people into space. You're complicating that by making these people use that railgun.
Integrity. Actigraph data retrieves complete on PCD-2.
So, like, it's possible. You can do
Copy
it.
PCD-2.
But a rocket first stage might be simpler. And rocket science is already difficult, right? First stage is actually a simple. That's one of the things where like a rocket is actually
Artemis
less
Mission Control
complicated.
in Houston, Texas. We heard some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the.
But here's the thing: there's nothing in physics that says you couldn't do that. There's nothing in physics that says a railgun couldn't exist to accelerate something up in the air, right? To, you know, get up into space. There's nothing saying you can't do it. It's just a hard problem to solve. There's easier ways to do that. Right? There's easier ways. But yeah, it's possible. Sure, why not? But remember, engineering is about requirements. It's about what are you trying to do? That's the huge thing. What are you trying to do? If you're trying to shoot something out to the moon, that's already a complicated thing to do. If you're trying to put people out by the moon, that's already a tough thing to do. So you don't want to complicate it by making it more difficult by trying to solve a problem that doesn't need to be there, right? You want to shoot people out to the moon? Make a big freaking rocket. That's less complicated than a giant slingshot or a railgun or whatever. But I will say that it's possible. Sure, of course. Why not? Now on the moon, you don't have the atmosphere. That would work on the moon, and it would work great, actually. I said it because somebody said it in chat. SpaceX wants to build a linear accelerator on the moon like what you're talking about to launch the satellites into orbit because they don't have to worry about the atmosphere getting in the way, like I said. The atmosphere getting in the way is a big problem. That's the reason why you don't see like a slingshot or a giant wrist rocket or a rail gun to shoot things off into space. That's the reason why you don't see any of that. Getting through the atmosphere is a pain in the butt. On the moon, you don't have to worry about that.
Configurations during which he is inspecting and configuring both of those.
That's right, Etlo. You got
in
it.
advance of re-entry, which
damn
will
this
take place
atmosphere. I know,
April
right?
10th.
How dare it want to keep us alive? Like, yeah, getting off Earth is tough. We have that stupid atmosphere in the way, and then the gravitational pull on this planet is ridiculous for a planet of its size. Right? Those are two hard problems to solve. Yeah, I know. Lame. I can't get a good suntan with the atmosphere in the way, chat. This is ridiculous. Oh, thanks, Urso. I appreciate it. We'll just hold our breath and get rid of the atmosphere. See, now you're thinking. No, let the requirements denote what you're trying to do. I asked you what you're trying to do. You're trying to say put people into space. I can think of way easier ways to do that. Remember, requirements are the key. And if you're starting to play, if you're just starting Kerbal right now, or you got into KSP, right, and you bought it and you have no idea what you're doing, pick something. Pick a goal. What are you trying to do? Do you want to get your rocket to go up and come back down? Okay, there you go. That's a goal. Let that drive your requirements. What do you need to do to make it go up, come down, and not explode? I'm voting atmosphere out now thanks to this channel. Oh, yeah, we could vote on it. Make sure you call your representative or something.
Houston integrity, any issue with me starting the RHC THC checkouts a little early?
Rotational hand controller, translational hand controller.
Checking.
Those are the...
No concerns, Reed. You can start RHC THC early.
So Reed is getting the joysticks to fly integrity up and running and ready to go. You can stow them. They're on like a
Going to work, thanks.
The whole joystick is on like a lever that you can stow. RHC THC is rotational hand controller, translational hand controller. It's how you fly the capsule. Now Reed is not.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard it.
Reed is not going to fly the reentry, guys. But you'd be damn sure you're going to have the rotational controllers up just in case you do. I know what the next question is. What would constitute him needing to fly the capsule manually through reentry? Orion's computers need to fail. Like the autopilot needs to fail. That software stack needs to completely fail. And it's 2-fault redundant on Orion. So both systems need to fail. Reed with the rotational hand controller and the translational hand controller is the tertiary redundancy there. So that's really unlikely, but just in case you want to get the hand controllers ready to go and make sure that they're working before reentry. Because, I know what people are going to say, aren't you a little ways out from reentry? Well, yeah, but you got to sleep for 8 hours and then you basically wake up, suit up, and then come back down. That's just the way the mission is.
In the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view inside Mission Control here in Houston, Texas, specifically the Artemis Flight Control Room.
So Reed is the final boss. So Tarby, you made a joke, right? No backup for your backup. But deciding where you need redundancy in an engineering design is really, that's its own thing. That's another thing that can that can denote design requirements. This is a more advanced concept when it comes to engineering. Like, you don't necessarily need to do this in KSP, but how much redundancy do you put in? How many parachutes do you need? Are your parachutes going to fail? What would cause your parachutes to fail? Why do you need more parachutes, right? Like, these are things. How much redundancy do you have? Orion has two-fault redundant computers, and then Reed controlling it on top. Why not have more redundancy in there? Well, are you expecting your computers to fail? They might, but it's unlikely, but they might. But if, this design requirement is like, well, you don't want the scenario where both of these fail and the crew has no way to steer the capsule, right? So you might as well, the capsule already has controls to fly it around in it, right? So you might as well give Reed, control of the capsule. If both systems fail, he could, as the commander, he can probably override the system if he really needs to. I wouldn't want to do that. I wouldn't want to steer a reentry manually. That would be, especially with a capsule, you are probably not going to come down in the right spot. But he has it, and I'll bet you Reed's trained for it. I'll bet you in the simulator he's flown manual reentry, just in case. I bet you he has. They got to think about this stuff. It's important. You don't want to rely completely on your autopilot, and then, because if you rely completely on your autopilot, it'll fail. That's Murphy's Law, dude. That's just how spaceflight works. So you don't want to get stuck in a scenario with your pants down. That's driving requirements there. So probably be better just to have them take control just in case. Now none of that has happened, but think about this kind of stuff. Building redundancy in certain spots really makes a difference.
Houston copies.
Right, Natch? There you go. Why would Murphy do this? Yep. Are the payloads mining payloads like ore and stuff? What do you mean, fooled? I've seen propulsors for mag launchers on the moon. Oh, yeah, fooled. You're talking about the railgun? No.
And Houston integrity for step 5 of off nominal DFTO.
SpaceX wants to manufacture Starlink satellites on the moon.
Yes, Amy, I would like to do the option of privatized OE2 for providing feedback if that is available.
We will put that in place and let you know when it's ready.
Yeah, X-Wing. Yeah. Lockheed did make this, like I said.
Thank you, ma'am.
So yeah, that driving your requirements denote where you need redundancy, and it's important to think about that stuff. The only way you're going to get better at doing that is by like doing it. So, you know, whether you're building like a model rocket or something, or you're playing Kerbal or whatever, you want to get into engineering, so you go play KSP, think about that. What are you trying to do? That's the first goal. The more clearly you can define whatever the thing you're building is doing, the easier it is, the easier it's going to make. The easier it is, it's going to be easier to make. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry. Processor is getting fragmented because streaming for a week. I can't quite tell. Is that Nicole Ayers? Nicole Ayers is in the backup Capcom desk? Yes. She just came back from the Crew 10 mission, Joe Symbol 1, and also she's an F-22 pilot, and reading her resume makes me feel really bad about myself. Check your last message. What's up, Aquino? What's on your mind, dude? I do not see a tag here. Aquino, can you type it out again?
Integrity Houston on 1. Orion to Earth 2 is privatized, and IVA and Surgeon are waiting to hear.
Okay, we're getting into the end of the actually Surgeon. Hold on. Let me listen. Yeah, Mad Flip, I know about Johnny Kim. I live streamed the astronaut.
Copy, Amy, going to 2.
The ceremony where the turtles became astronauts. Yeah, I saw Johnny Kim become an astronaut. I mean, I wasn't there. We restreamed it. But yeah, I know all about Johnny Kim. He's cool, man. I think he's going to be the guy that gets us back to the moon, if you really want my honest opinion. Yeah, 2 is private. We're definitely not going to hear it. They have the main loop, and then they have the secondary loop, which, oh well. We're there in spirit. I know you know. It's what's a joke. Yeah, I got you. It's radiation. Your head has been in space for over a week. Storm, I will tell you, I have lost track of time. My internal clocks... It's 1:45 where I am. My internal clock's telling me it's like 2 in the afternoon. I am so screwed up right now. Like, it's going to take a second to unscrew this. I am like... I don't know what time it is. I don't know what day it is. I do know what day it is. It's flight day 9. Yeah. And I know that flight day 10 is on a Friday, so that is the only reason why I know today is Thursday. It'll be Victor, Johnny Kim, Nicole Ayers, and a JAXA astronaut. I think Nicole being there is pretty telling. I need to defrag. Yeah, big time. It's T-minus Splashdown. That's exactly it, Thumper. Yeah. What hours do you usually stream? Terrified, I stream Monday through Friday from noontime to 10 p.m. Usually, I try to do 5 streams at 10 hours a stream per week. Yeah. Will the full mission control audio loop become publicly available like with Apollo? I really hope so. Artemis in real time would be sick. I would listen to that. You did a 24-hour stream just now. Yeah, but I slept for 8 of it, so that doesn't count. Do you have a Discord? Absolutely. I pinged it in chat. The link should be over there if you want to join up. Appreciate the coverage. Thanks, Jesse. Okay, Revenant, what do you got for me? Hey, AGM 38. And I know I'm so behind. I can't be an astronaut, but I want to work for NASA as an engineer something. Switching careers now and starting your degree. Do you think I'm out of touch? Hell no. No. No, dude, 38's nothing, dude. You could do that. You could do that just fine. And dude, even if you don't want to work at NASA, like you don't get a job at NASA, there's plenty of jobs in the aerospace industry right now. Dude, aerospace is exploding. People are hiring up engineers like candy, dude. Never felt so alive and determined. Hell yeah, man. Go for it. Like, okay, Revenant, dude, look, all right, you're going to go get an engineering degree. You're going to have to pay a little bit of money, but that's an investment in you, right? And an engineering degree ain't going to fail you. It's not going to fail you. An engineering degree on a resume isn't...
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Right?
We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 5 hours, and 11 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. Currently on your screen, you can see a live view of that Orion spacecraft, specifically the exterior of that spacecraft as it continues to make its way back home to Earth with that splashdown targeted off the coast of San Diego, California. Tomorrow, April 10th at about 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. On the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can also see a view here into the Artemis Flight Control Room or the orbit.
Now, Revenant, just one more thing I'm going to say. You don't need an aerospace engineering degree to work in this industry. Just on a side note, it really depends on what you want to do. What do you want to do? You want to be an engineer. You want to work for NASA. Okay, what does that mean? What do you like? Aerospace is a very wide array of things. What do you like? What do you enjoy? I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you for that. You cheered up. You got this, brother. Don't worry about it. You're not gonna, dude. If you go get an engineering degree, you're not. As long as you like what you do, right, and you're a little bit persistent, you're not gonna not get a job. Like, I want the job that's engineering and hands-on, like building the ships. Is there a job like that? That's a technician's job. Too hot? Yeah. Like I said, if you want to be the guy that puts the damn thing together, right, and gives feedback to engineers, that's a tech job. That's a technician. You don't need an aerospace engineering degree for that. Go get an A&P. Seriously, go get an A&P. A&P is an aircraft mechanic. You know, A&P is way less expensive than an aerospace engineering degree. If you go get your A&P and you go start applying, people will hire you. Aerospace companies will hire you. In worst case scenario, oh no, you actually you have to maintain airplanes now. Oh no, last time I checked, we ain't gonna stop flying planes anytime soon. That's all I'm saying, dude. This has been a fun week watching the stream. Thanks for doing this. No problem, Brittany. My pleasure. Yeah, dude, you don't have to go get an aerospace engineering degree to work in this field. You could go get a welding certification. You could go get a plumbing certificate. Trade skills are very, very sought after in the aerospace industry for the people that actually put the stupid thing together. Mechanical is tough, Tyler. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, dude, that's absolutely a thing. Earth's getting real big right there, by the way. Yeah, tech or an inspector, no degree required, and you can work yourself up to a very high level where the company you work for will pay for your degree. Yeah, there you go, Shiny. Absolutely. You want a low cost of entry, bingo. There you go.
Location and provide additional updates.
Revenant, you can do it. You're your own worst enemy, dude. I firmly believe that. All right? I know because for the longest time, I was my own worst enemy. And then then I decided doing something that I actually wanted to do and was streaming and look how it turned out, right? Like, all right, Shark Tales, I'll see you tomorrow. That'd be awesome, Sussy. But yeah, Revenant, you're your own worst enemy, dude. Your brain's going to tell you every reason to not do a thing, all right? Because that's how our brains work. Just go and do it, all right? Thank you so much. Sorry I had to step away. God bless. I got you, man. Don't worry about it. You can do it. You can do it. You just gotta want to do it. Just keep doing it. Like I said, persistence is key, guys. That's what Jeremy was talking about when he gave that answer to some stupid congressman that I don't know. Sorry, too real. That answer is like, look, you're. What did he say? Oh no, Reed said it. You're gonna fail. Just keep going. You're gonna fail, and the harder you fail, the more you're gonna learn. Like. And you know what, dude? Like, I'm not even going to lie to you. Failing sucks. It's the worst feeling in the world. Dude, I've had Kerbal crafts that I've spent months engineering. Months. Years even. And then I go to put it out on the pad. Bunch of people watching. Blew up in my face. It's happened many times. I was playing a rule set in Kerbal one time where you could absolutely fail if you... So in Kerbal, you have money. You got to fund your missions, right? If you go too far into the red, the save's over. And my mission mode save, guys, mission mode 2, we hit the failure criteria. That's kind of why I stopped doing it. I failed. I had a multi-million dollar in Kerbal is ridiculous. I had a multi-million dollar spacecraft blow up on the pad because I didn't do the load analysis correctly. Blew up on the pad, blew up right in my face. 1,000 people were watching. It hurts, dude. But I'm still here. Still play Kerbal. But you had the Collins approach and landing test with the shuttle carrier, and you got both on the tarmac in one piece. Yeah, exactly. Dude, and that's something I've learned over the years from playing Kerbal. Stuff's going to blow up in your face. People are going to laugh at you. It's going to be funny. Ha, 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 ha. Roll with the punches and build another one. Build another ship. The next one's going to work. Like, yeah, every missed opportunity is just a learning experience, and you'll go and learn something else, and you'll win eventually. You just got to be persistent. That's why people actually fail, because they get dealt a crappy hand, right? Not in life. Like you go to do something and it doesn't work and it fails, and then you just say, I'm not doing that anymore. Bye. No. The people that get further especially in aerospace, people that get further are the ones that fail. You get proverbially slapped across the face and they come back and they want more. Persistence is key, dudes. That's key. That's what wins you the race. Not being able to sprint. You're going to fail, and it's going to suck, and you're going to feel awful about it. Just whatever. Just keep going. General Patton said, if you're going through hell, just keep going. You'll get out eventually. Is there a country where this can be seen? Declan, it's landing out in the Pacific Ocean. We're not going to be able to see it. And right now, you're going to need a pretty big telescope to be able to see them. It's possible, but unlikely. You became a film colorist, a mostly stupid decision if you want it easy. It's been hard, still tough, but you love it. Sometimes I hate it. Yeah, dude. Chromatics, there have been times where I hate Kerbal and I don't want to play it. It happens. So go play something else. How far off the coast? Couple 100 miles, Cheeto. In Amit Shrithia's own words, he said, it's far enough away to... We put it far enough away so no one goes out there. Do not go out there for a joyride with your friends. That's what he said. He said that in the press conference today. It was pretty funny, dude. It made me laugh. Are there still sonic booms when they come back to Earth? Is it going faster than the speed of sound? No thumb? Is it going faster than the speed of sound in Earth's atmosphere? Hell yeah, there's a sonic boom. You're going to hear a big thump from this one. But we're not going to hear it. The Navy divers will hear it. Yeah, he specifically was... Cyborg, he was very, very adamant about... He didn't mention DM2, but he said they put it way out to sea so we don't get another DM2. Dude, I still can't believe that happened. Dude, they were not even close to shore. When DM2 landed, guys, it was the funniest thing. DM2 landed in May of 2020, right? after spending like a week up on the station, and Bob and Doug landed. Their Dragon capsule successfully splashed down, and there was a bunch, like they were probably about 80 miles offshore. There was a bunch of people with fishing boats out there, you know, like around to see the launch, right? And when the capsule came down, one of the guys sailed between SpaceX's recovery ship and the capsule, and the boat had a huge Trump flag on it. I was like, I'm not trying to say like one thing or another. I'm just like, dude, what are you doing? The capsule has toxic fuel on it. Like, what are you doing? But I'll be honest, that was funny, dude. That clip actually made live stream fails. It was pretty funny. I'm like, what is happening right now? But, the flip side of that is Ahmet had to say, do not go near this, right? He had to say that in the press conference because, the way I look at that, like you can see that flag and be like, oh, what an idiot, right? But the way I look at that is, look, there's people willing to get in their boat and sail 80 miles offshore to see a spaceship come back. And you know what, dude? That's kind of cool, man. That's kind of cool. I kind of dig it. I think that's pretty neat. Any chance you've done War Thunder? Might be something new to hear about every now and then. I don't play War Thunder, but I know what War Thunder is, Punger. Yeah, I know what it is. I don't play it though. I kind of get my kicks with Battlefield and kind of call it a day. Didn't the Russian capsules used to have a firearm on board to fight off bears? If on the Soyuz capsules they had an emergency abort contingency landing site in Siberia, so they gave him I think they were Makarovs, but I don't remember. Hold on, I want to listen to Reed.
That was another timelined activity. NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman currently on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see a live view of that Orion spacecraft there on your screen. He was confirming that he had completed a rotational hand controller or RHC checkout.
RHC THC checkouts are confirmed. Good stuff. Makarov versus a bear. I'd be praying for failed shoots. Better than nothing. Yeah, Matt. The War Thunder forums. I know about the War Thunder forums. That's hilarious, dude. I can't believe... No, you idiot. You're not making it right. Here, this is the manual for this classified weapon system. What a moron. Like, bro, what are you doing? I'm sorry. That's really funny, dude. As long as you love your work more than you hate it, you're going to be okay. Yeah, that's it, Chromatic. You got it, dude. As a Russian, I'm telling you that a bear can be killed with a stick. Like I said, yeah, a Makarov will do you right. But see, like, here's the thing. It's not like they just drop it's not like the Russians would have, or the Soviets at the time would have just dropped a Russian cosmonaut into Siberia. That's not how you do space flight. And you can say whatever you want about Russia, but they routinely launch people into space. All right. So they're not going to just like drop an untrained cosmonaut, like, okay, we're aborting you to Siberia. Bye. Have fun. No, they will have survival training just like a pilot would. In fact, yeah, that's what they do. They train everything. They train all the cosmonauts and some NASA astronauts at GCTC. It's the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center in Star City. It's just outside of Moscow. You're going to go through survival training and abort contingency training because, yeah, you don't want your astronaut or cosmonaut that you spent a really, really, really big amount of money training to be an astronaut or cosmonaut. You don't want them to get eaten by a bear, so you might as well teach them how to make a campfire and teach them some survival skills so they don't die. Like, probably a good idea. Like, I'm just saying. It's not like they just dropped the cosmonaut with a Makarov and said, "Hey, have fun, buddy. See you later. До свидания. Bye-bye." No, they give him training. And honestly, if you have some survival training out in the woods and you have to use the Makarov, that means you're not good at surviving in the woods, because that means a bear got near you, you know? Like, I get it, they could get at you if you're sleeping or something, right? But you knew what you were doing, you would never put yourself in that scenario. Hey, Revs. 3D render of the current mission, not optimized, just toying around. All right, let me check it. No, so, Shiny, don't worry about sending paragraphs here. That's okay. We talk about complicated things that warrant discussion. All right, what do you got here, Revs? Cool. Dude. Not on the official website. Use the direct link as it's not optimized yet. Oh, okay. Whoa. Oh man, when Artemis 4 happens, Revs, we're gonna have this. You're gonna have this dialed the frick in. This is gonna be sick. Well, that's pretty neat. All right. Yeah, there's your telemetry-driven animation, dude. That's just like what NASA is doing with theirs. This is the same idea. That's super cool, dude. Yep. That's the return trajectory. Cool, man. There are 113,573 miles from Earth, or 182,770 kilometers. Signal time is 1.78 second ping. There you go. Their PE is 18 kilometers. Yep. 11 miles. And they dialed. Yeah, okay. They dialed that in. Mission elapsed time, 8 days, 5 hours, 30 minutes, 23 seconds.
Houston integrity. First off, you can release privatization on 2. Jeremy will use the PCD for feedback. And for stowage, we are going to need another location for, I would say, 1.5 bags of trash.
So, GG, is there any chance that they're going to overshoot? No. You would need to deliberately fire the thrusters to overshoot. Their periapsis, or low point in their orbit, is 11 miles. That here, let me altitude that. Give me 1 second. That's 58,000 feet. The boundary for space is 354,000 feet, which is about 100 kilometers, right? So they're well into the atmosphere. It's not really a question of skipping at this point. You'd have to really deliberately change. You'd have to fire that engine for pretty much all of its fuel if you wanted to miss at this point. They're committed. The only guarantee here is that you're coming back down, right? It's not could they fire the thruster to bounce? Yeah, maybe, but it's not really a question of whether they're going to miss at this point. The question is if you're ready for reentry, because it's going to happen whether you like it or not. That's where we're at. Why do you think Reed and Christina are stowing up? They're stowing up everything. Reed is making sure the control systems on Integrity are ready to go, so when they get up in the morning, they can just suit up and reentry, because it's going to happen whether you like it or not. Thanks. That was a great answer. Yeah, exactly. Like they're not going to skip. That's a guarantee at this point that you're coming down. Once again, what does that mean? So I looked at perigee or periapsis. All right. So their periapsis is 11 miles, 274,799 by 11. 274 is out past the moon. That's where they came from. But since their periapsis is at 11, Earth's going to pull them back in at that point. If you set it to 11 and then you go into the atmosphere and the atmosphere starts slowing you down, gravity will do its thing. You're coming in whether you like it or not. Yeah, the low point in their orbit is way too low to stay up there. They could change it. You could. But now you're in an orbit where you're flying back out towards the moon. But the big problem is if they do that, they don't have enough consumables on board to do another one, to do another orbit. They don't have enough. There's not much of anything in another orbit like this. Like, see where their orbit is? The high point is by the moon. So they could whip through perigee or periapsis, right? If they made it high enough so the atmosphere wouldn't slow you down and then gravity pulls you in. Right, but now you're on a trajectory that goes out here somewhere. And all that would do is just put you on a high trajectory. The moon isn't there. When you shoot the moon, right? So if we back up with the mission, right? That's fast forward. If we back up with the mission, when they went to shoot the moon, they put themselves into an orbit where the high point in the orbit was at the moon's kind of quote unquote altitude, right? So when they shoot the moon, when they did it with Apollo, when they did it with Artemis, it doesn't matter. You have to lead the shot. It's kind of the reason why they call it a moon shot. You have to lead the shot. So you have a moving target. You got to lead the shot to shoot at it, right? You got to do that with a spaceship. You have to put the capsule out there when the moon's going to be out there. And that's exactly what they did. So if they missed, right? If you missed it right now, right? Whoop. So the moon, the moon pulled them in and then spit them back out towards Earth. That's called a free return trajectory, right? See, it just did a little loop. They just did a loop around the far side of the moon. This was on flight day 6. See, lunar gravity pulled you in because they were in the right spot at the right time, right? And yep, now it spit them back out towards Earth, right? If they missed and they kept going, say you have enough life support, say you have enough food, say you have enough whatever, you're not going back to the moon. The moon's orbiting. It's going this way, right? They would just shoot around the far side of Earth and then they'd grav assist out here somewhere. The moon, by the time they get back out there, would probably be over here. You'd have to do that orbit 2 or 3 more times to intercept the moon because you have to wait for the moon to come back around. Weird, right? But you got to lead the shot. Orbital mechanics, that's like 90% of orbital mechanics. You got to lead the shot. You got to accelerate to a speed so you're at the right spot at the right time. That's the key to this, man. Yes, there's a lot of math involved there. They're with Integrity, guys. They have time. Their timing for their burns and their accelerations and these return trajectory correction maneuvers. They have it down to the second. That's why right now, when Rob Navius was giving us updates about the burn time, when one of the NASA PAOs was giving us updates about the burn time, he knew it to the second. Because you have to get it to the second or you're going to miss. Yeah, he knew the burn time to the second, and they knew exactly where it was going and what it was doing, Sniper. And I can tell you what they did. They lowered their periapsis with the last RTC burn. They lowered it. I know because they burned on the negative X axis, which is slowing down. Interestingly enough, if you really want to know, like, that really does depend on the capsule orientation. If it depends on what bias the capsule was in, but that's another story. These guys don't respond. No, yeah, Patrick, you're getting confused. This is human space program, not Kerbal space program. In human space program is very difficult. There's permadeath, no respawn. The difficulty is much higher. Human space program's way harder to play than Kerbal space program, like way harder. Take it from me. I got 20,000 hours in KSP. Like, human space program is way harder. At least there's no Kraken. What's a black hole then? How many hours? 20,000. Do they not just revert to launch? No revert, no quick save, nothing. Permadeath. I played Kerbal, guys, 40 hours a week, every Monday through Friday, 5 days a week, 40 hours a week total from basically 2014 all the way to 2023. I played it because it was my job. It's just like going to work. What are we seeing here on the screen? Doesn't even seem like it's moving. Right now, TX, the capsule is moving back towards Earth. Here. I'll show you a little bit of a time lapse. If we can get another picture, if I can go a little bit earlier in the day, and we can get another picture. Here, let's compare it to that.
Integrity towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean.
Corridor. Here, how about we do it at the beginning of the day? That'll make more sense. See what I mean? See, it's moving and it's getting slightly bigger. Don't get me wrong. So that thing that they're moving towards is Earth. They're moving towards us. They're coming back home. But the capsule relatively is not moving. It's not moving very fast relative to anything right now because it's out in the middle of space. They're coasting back home. Do you use Principia? No, I just play stock KSP with Kerbal Constructs, KRPC, and a couple of visual mods. I just like stock KSP. I can play Principia. I could play RSSRO, but nah, stock KSP is more fun. How much time is it going to take? TX, they'll be back down on the ground probably about 18 hours from now. If I could show you where they are in space if you want. So Artemis 2 is coming back from the moon. They went out to the moon and they looped around the moon using the moon's gravity, and then they're coming back. That's called a free return trajectory, right? So they're on their way back. They're about halfway between Earth and the moon right now, which is why nothing looks like it's moving. The reality of the situation is that capsule's traveling at, let me see. The capsule's going 3,600 miles an hour or 5,800 kilometers an hour. Its current altitude is about 108,000 miles from Earth or 175,000 kilometers from Earth. She's booking. It's going real fast, but 3,600 miles an hour doesn't seem like much when we're talking about the scale between the Earth and the moon. It's a long way away. So yeah, like what you're looking at is the spacecraft. This camera is on their solar array wings. These things are called SAWs. They have a bunch of cameras on Orion's 4 solar array wings. See, that's what the spacecraft looks like. There's 4 people on board, and they're coming back from their trip around the moon. Yeah, they got cameras on the ends of the wings, which is what we're seeing here. That camera is looking at the service module like this. You can see all the thrusters on the back of the SM over there. See them? Now, those solar array wings can actually move up and down. The reason why they can move them back and forth, or they can twist them, is to make sure that they can point them at the sun no matter what direction the capsule is pointed in. Yeah, it's an X-wing. Anything interesting in the past day? Anything interesting in the past day? Blue, you're saying that like this whole mission, like there's uninteresting parts of this mission. You know, we sent people back to the moon and they're on their way back, right? Like, what do you mean interesting? The whole mission's interesting, dude. Like, I know, Blue, like, don't get me wrong, dude. I know what you mean. Like, anything crazy happen today? No, just smooth sailing mostly. The astronauts had a conversation with some congressmen and women, and they asked congressmen and women questions, and I may have lost brain cells. But they just did the RTC-2, the Return Trajectory Correction 2 burn. Yeah, that's about it. Quiet day. EJ's losing his voice. AJ, what is the Soviet rocket that had the about same amount of numbers of super heavy engines? It's the N1 rocket, Chris. 8SP has pissed off fishermen, though. That's right. Hydrate. Yeah, you're right. But yeah, Blue, I don't know. I thought that's kind of funny to me. I'm not trying to dump on you or anything, dude. Like, I think that's funny. Like, oh, did they do anything today? Bro, they're coming back from the moon. That's pretty damn cool. Right. When's the crew sleep? Okay. Plunger, the crew sleep schedule here. I have the timeline overlay. We are approaching it right now. I hate that I have to scroll down to the last page, man. So right now, what the astronauts on board are doing is configuring the vehicle for re-entry. They're putting everything away. They got to pack up everything. They got to pack up the toilet. You got to safe the damn thing. You got to pack up the food warmer, the kitchen, all the trash that you've had over the last couple of days. And not only do you have to pack it up, but just like an airplane loading cargo, right? You have to wait. The stuff has to be weighted, and it has to be in the right spot. Like, you got to put them in the correct spots. Like, a 737 can't take off with just cargo in the rear cargo hold. You have to have cargo in the front and the rear. It has to be equalized between the front and rear cargo holds. If you have too much cargo in the rear, you're going to back the plane away from the gate, and it's going to do this. It's just going to pop a wheelie. How do I know? Give me one moment. How do I know? Oh, we've seen it happen. Yeah, if you look, the ground crew took all the cargo out of the front of the cargo hold. And every A&P is just going right now. So they got to stow, the people on Orion, they got to stow the all their cargo in the right spots to make sure the capsule is weighted correctly for when they go through reentry. That's important. You don't want the capsule to spin out of control because one side's heavy, like that 737 doing a wheelie at the gate. That could happen to the WB-57 if you fuel it the wrong way. Believed it. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that, absolutely. Look at revs up message. All right. Sorry, I'm starting to get tired on the day. Revs item. Hey, blind boy. 20 kroner. Good morning from Norway. Good morning, buddy. How are you? You just click jump to current position. Oh. What was I doing? I wasn't saying that from the point of view of like it being bad UX or something, dude. I'm saying that was more, I said what I said because I'm bummed that this mission is over. Well, it's not over. We still got a little bit more time together. But yeah. There was a decommission for mid-overhaul. I forget airliner that hit relative V1 in strong winds and rotated in its chocks. I've seen that footage before, Kralani, yeah. Chances of Red Sox getting to the moon this year. Macintosh, bro, I'd be happy if they could get to first base. Because let's be real, they ain't doing that. Like, let alone, dude, the hell with the moon. Get to first base, please. Get on base, for the love of God. Like, I haven't been watching the games because I've been here, but I've been checking the scores. Holy. It's fine. 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 At least I can rely on my Bruins. Nope. Nope, not them either. Oh, they are not great right now. They are not great. They're not great. Is that tiger noises, Jay? Hey, you got Verl's back. You'll be fine. Oh wait, he's hurt. Never mind. My buddy Gerard is from Boston and he's not happy about any of the teams this year. Celtics are pretty good. I don't really follow the Celtics too much, but Patriots, Bruins, Red Sox are my thing. But I'll admit I'm a fair weather basketball fan. I just can't watch basketball. They're traveling all over the place. I know they're not. You're technically taking the third step or the pivot step or on your pivot foot. I can't do that, dude. It's hard to watch, man. It's hard to watch. But I'm happy when the Celtics win. I'm not going to lie to you. That's pretty cool. They did win last year. They did really good. Tatum is disgusting. He's a great basketball player. Packers, Brewers, Blackhawks for you? Ugh. Ugh. The Brewers are doing okay, though. Bear, right? Yeah, they're doing all right. I think. Luka Doncic is from your country. There you go, Mitzi, you're right on. Doesn't matter. It's going to be LA or Houston anyways, like always. Twabbles, yeah, you're not wrong. I was happy that the Mariners got as far as they did, dude, but yeah, like and then who ended up playing the Dodgers? I forget. Like, dude, I knew whoever played against the Dodgers was going to get absolutely obliterated. Seahawks did good though. Yeah, they did. The Seahawks did really good right up until the point where they got to the Super Bowl versus the Patriots, and then the game got canceled. That's so strange. That Super Bowl didn't happen. There was a flash flood, and it didn't happen. Yeah, that sucks. It rains a lot up there, so that sucks that it didn't happen ever. And they postponed it, and everybody went on vacation. Now, okay, like for real, I don't think anybody was beating that Seahawks team. That Seahawks team was disgusting. It was just disgusting. I'm saying this as a Pats fan. We got outplayed badly. we got badly outplayed. Like, tip my cap. That team was really good. This is a historically accurate retelling. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. It didn't happen, man. Sports ball. Yeah, not. Carburetor. I got your attention now, didn't I, you schmuck? Oh. You're like, yeah. Did you see the Mike Vrabel news? Bailey, if it's news that didn't have anything to do with Artemis 2 over the last week and a half, just assume I don't know it. Do I want to know what happened with Mike? It's the off season. It can't be anything good. The Patriots have enough Super Bowls the next 50 years. Yeah, Shiny, I can't complain. We good. Probably not. All right. Oh, no. News? What news? Just a scandal. Oh. Okay. Can I go back to just living under a rock, please? I'll just go back to enjoying this space mission. A reporter scandal? Oh, no. No. He's not. He is. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. He hooked up with Don Lemon. What the frick? What? That's so out of left field, dude. Oh, no, but you can keep spacing out. Yeah. Yeah, guys, I haven't been on my phone at all. I haven't been doing any social media. I've just been here with you. And you know what? It's really nice, actually. Just good space news, and that's it. Freaking Don Lemon. That's so out of left field right here. That's funny as hell. Oh, boy. What's the approximate initial perigee for re-entry? Binol, it's around 11 miles. They are not skipping off the atmosphere so much as leveling off in the atmosphere. They're going to do a trajectory loft. Here, I'll show you. Entry planning. See? This is what they're doing. And that is the trajectory from Artemis 1. See how it's a much higher trajectory? This trajectory is not nearly as much of a loft. The reason why they're doing that is because they're worried about the level of pyrolysis that's happening in the heat shield. I learned the name for it today. I didn't know what it was called, but long story short, with that lofted trajectory, gas builds up in the heat shield and it causes the heat shield to come apart. The Artemis 1 heat shield had some problems because they did that skip with it, right? Because they did the skip. Gas permeated too far into the heat shield and it ablated the heat shield basically from the inside out, and that caused a lot of charring. The charring liberates parts of the Avcode ablator, and that you don't. Okay, long story short, holes in the heat shield. Don't want that. Don't want that. So they're gonna fly on this trajectory with not nearly as much of a loft to shorten the period of heating so gas doesn't build up in the heat shield later and have it come apart. I thought that was a clutch disc. Yeah. It's close. Hey, Doom. Artemis sub. Let's freaking go. 34-month resub. Thank you. Yeah, 58,000 foot perigee, guys, or 11 miles, or 11 miles is 17, almost 18 kilometer. Is the Orion capsule going to beat the fastest human speed record ever as it approaches landing? I just joined. There's only 2 capsules that have gone faster than this one. Oh man, yeah, don't worry about just joining, dude. You can ask me any question you want about space. The only 2 capsules that have gone faster than this crew, one of them was unmanned, one of them was manned. The unmanned one was Artemis 1. Artemis 1, when they sent that Orion out there because there was no people on board, they circularized it in a super high high orbit around the moon. And that high orbit, the high orbit of the moon coupled with, the moon being a certain distance above Earth made it hit the atmosphere going insanely fast. I forget how fast it was. The only other thing that is going to be going faster than that capsule right there in 24 hours, or not 24 hours, in 18 hours, give or take, is Apollo 10. Apollo 10's got them beat by about 1,000 miles an hour. Apollo 10 hit the atmosphere going 24,819 miles an hour. This thing is closer to 24,000. It's 23,890 something or other. I just say 24,000 to people because it's a nice round number. So yeah, it's not the fastest, but it's almost the fastest. Yeah, Simba, 24,816. I remembered the number. Hell yeah, dude. They said in the press conference that this thing is going to drop in at about 24,000 miles an hour. So Apollo 10's got them beat, and the Artemis 1 capsule came in way faster than Apollo 10, but nobody was on it. So, man, oh man, that's, it's the second fastest that humans have ever gone. Give me 1 second. Who was on Apollo 10? It was John Young, Gene Cernan, and Tom Stafford. Stafford's no longer with us. Cernan and Young are no longer with us. So, yeah. When Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor come through re-entry, they'll be the fastest humans on this planet. They'll be progressively the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th fastest people ever. The only people they're behind is John Young, Tom Stafford, and Gene Cernan. But John, Gene, and Tom are no longer with us. They went home. They're not dead. They just went home. Yeah, so Jeremy, Reed, Christina, and Victor are going to be the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th fastest people ever. Period. Full stop. Where's home? Alpha Centauri? I don't know. So I've wondered about re-entry. They're always going so fast. Is it possible to do a slow re-entry? So, yeah, sure, Jay. Okay, so they're coming back from the moon. Think about it like this. You're coming back from the moon. The moon's 250,000 miles up there, right? What are you doing when you're in orbit? You're falling. And the trajectory, the type of trajectory that they were put in from their free return trajectory, from the free return, is putting them into a trajectory where they're basically falling 250,000 miles all the way back down to Earth. That energy has to go somewhere, dude. So, theoretically, what you could do is if you had a rocket that had enough fuel on board to decelerate you from 25,000 miles an hour, let's say down to 1,000 miles an hour, right? And you did that right before re-entry. And then you jettison that stage and then you brought the capsule down. Yeah, you would experience much less re-entry heating. A heat shield is the lowest mass way of being able to do that, because how big of a rocket do you need to be able to decelerate to that speed? We have an atmosphere. We use the atmosphere to our advantage, so you don't need another SLS rocket to come back down. But theoretically, yeah, if you slowed down, if there was something that you could get to bleed off all that speed other than the heat shield, you wouldn't need the heat shield.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 6 hours, and 1 minute into the Artemis 2 mission.
Like, if they got to the low point, near the low point in their orbit, and they slowed down there, and then separated and then came down, you wouldn't need the heat shield, because the rocket did the work for you. But why do that when you have the heat shield? Last time I checked, another SLS rocket is a little bit smaller and less mass than the heat shield, right? Yeah, like for instance, the ISS is 270 miles that way. You can fall, like the ISS is going 17,500 miles an hour, right? Provided you had a spacesuit or whatever, you could probably fall from that altitude. Like if you were going 0 miles an hour, right? If you're going 0 miles an hour and you fell from 270 miles up, yeah, you just fall back down. You probably wouldn't experience, you wouldn't need the heat shield. You might need maybe a little, but you're eventually going to hit terminal velocity and you won't go any faster.
Yes, the AGA battery levels are both indicating 3 of 4 lights when testing.
You should watch the reentry cartoon. Too hot. I'll probably show it again tomorrow when I wake up. We'll do that right before the DPC. I'll show it.
Okay, copy, Christina. We are discussing if that's an okay config or not.
Richie, I know we're chatting reentry, but I'm an engine guy. After engine chill down, how do they prevent thermal shock when it ignites? How do you prevent thermal shock? Well, engine chill down is pumping the engine pump. It's submerging your turbine machinery in cold propellant so you don't have any shock heating during ignition. It's basically priming the engine along with chilling it down. That's usually done through pre-valves that are somewhere. That's usually done through pre-valves that are somewhere north of your turbine impellers,
which is currently on.
Your turbine impellers. It depends on the motor. It depends on a bunch of stuff. Pre-valves are what allow the bleeding of fuel into the engine. The nozzle. Some nozzles are regeneratively cooled, dude. Some nozzles are regeneratively cooled. Others, yeah, if you're running like a cooling channel in your nozzle for regenerative cooling, you trickle the propellants through that. In terms of anything else, the shock of ignition is not going to thermal shock where it ignites. Dude, you don't need to really worry about that as much inside of your combustion chamber on your engine. If you're using regenerative cooling, it's probably going to help keep everything nice and cool, but regenerative cooling is only used to keep the thing cool when the thing's on. If you're talking about in your combustion chamber, you don't even worry about shock heating in there. The only thing I'd be worried about is a detonation. You don't want a detonation in your combustion chamber. If you have a detonation during a startup sequence because you didn't get your propellant mixture correctly, your rocket motor will lean out and blow the freaking combustion chamber off of your injector plate assembly. A hard start is really, really bad for it. But yeah, engine chill down in the combustion chamber, dude. It's just about getting the right mixture in there at the right time and igniting it at the right time. That is not an easy thing to do. But yeah, I would be more worried about a hard start in the combustion chamber in this, what you're asking, if I'm understanding this correctly. Thermal shock, yeah, the rocket engine's built to be able to take a crazy amount of heat. The thermal shock from initial ignition is not going to break anything, only if there's a hard start. Yep, personal experience, not fun. Yeah. Sorry, Richie, you switched to propulsion on me real quick. I had to think about it for a second. Hey, Matt, what's going on? It's been a while since I watched you, but I've been watching your coverage of the whole mission. It's been awesome. I was wondering if after this you will ever try KSP with RO. I I don't know, Matt, maybe. I was thinking probably whenever I get back to the stream, I do have some plans next week, but I should have Monday available. I do have some other stuff that I need to do. I'll tell you what it is in good time. Yeah, that's how I know I'm getting tired. My brain stopped working. I have some stuff that I'm working on next week, and I might be gone for a little bit. But we might end up being able to stream it, so I'll tell you that when we get to it. But for KSP, what I want to do is just do some tutorials. I want to show people this mission. So I'm going to do this mission in KSP. Not exactly the same, but I'll do it with the Taurus capsule. And I'll show people like how a free return trajectory works in KSP. Cheers, man. Always wondered. Love your work. Love your work. Thanks, Richie. Yeah, you don't need to worry about a crazy thermal shock in the engine. The engine, especially if it's regeneratively cooled, I would just be more worried about a hard start scenario. A hard start scenario will introduce way too much thermal shock, but the pressure is what's going to get you. The pressure from that detonation wave will blow the thrust chamber assembly off your injector plate. I've seen that happen many times. Yeah, it's not pretty. Hey, Ian, what's going on? Been busy with work. What's the crew up to today? Ian, they had a PAO event where they talked to a lot of congressmen and women, and we lost some brain cells, so that's cool. RTC burn was done on time. 8.9.
Hey, Amy, we found 4 more batteries. They are all indicating 3 and 4.
Now they're just stowing the capsule.
Okay, copy. We are checking.
We are checking. Over. Yeah, they did the return trajectory correction 2 burn, Ian. They got it done on time. It was a 8.9 second burn, and I believe they said about 14 feet per second delta V. So that's what is that in meters? 4 meters a second, 4.5 meters a second, somewhere in there. They're right on the money. They set periapsis to 18 kilometers. Well, it's closer to 17. Perigee set for 17, and now they're just stowing everything around the capsule to make sure they got the weight distribution right. They'll probably do an IMU check to find the COG, and then we're good. And sleep.
Back with you, Christina. Okay, pick your favorite 2 batteries and install them into AGA, and then we recommend leaving the remaining 2 in the Foxtrot 1 large CTB. So,
all good for landing with that thunderstorm that you heard about. The thunderstorm is going to stay closer to shore. They're going to be a couple 100 miles out, dude. Rick Henfling reported calm seas. The surf should be about 4 feet. No, like 5-knot winds, 4 feet. The Mirtha's in position. They moved the trajectory a little bit further away from the shore to get around any potential storms, dude. That was from the press conference this afternoon. Yeah, so everything seems okay. It's honestly really quiet. This, like, Ian, I'll be honest with you, dude. I can't believe how good this capsule actually is. Orion is a monster. It's really good. This thing's pretty good. There is one thing though. They have a leaky helium valve. Their Mon 25 helium actuation valve is not working. It's leaking, actually. Amit said in the press conference this afternoon that they have to redesign it sooner rather than later. But honestly, they have enough ullage in the hypergolic tanks. They have enough ullage to complete the mission. It's just slowly leaking helium. So as long as they keep using the RCS, which is what they need to do, the leak rate is inconsequential because the service module is going to be gone by the time it overpressurizes the Mon 25 tank. So yeah, pretty good. That's the only real hiccup that I've seen with Orion other than the stupid toilet not working. Other than that, everything's working fine. There's a couple of electrical weirdos here and there. And I think their avionics and display software needs to be dialed in a little bit. But honestly, nothing Like the second they said that helium valve was leaking, I was like, that's not that big of a deal. The second they said it was leaking, and then the second they said they had enough blowdown, they're calling it blowdown, but it's tank ullage, right? The second they said it have enough tank ullage to do the whole mission, I'm like, yeah, whatever. The toilet REs are going to be working 14-hour shifts after this. Actually, yeah, Ian, they scheduled a inspection with Orion while it's still in San Diego before they ship it back to Kennedy. So that means whatever that fault is in the toilet, whatever the failure mode is in the toilet, there's something they want to get their hands on it sooner rather than later, which is kind of funny. They got a couple of years to fix that. It's not really needed for Artemis 3. Yeah, right. Just use the toilet as the helium valve. It's clearly good at... Yeah, but then you're introducing pee into your hypergolic fuel tanks, dude. I mean, hey, maybe it'll work. Did you know NASA copied your sub badge design? How dare they? Those melon farming pieces of crap, Donley. Actually, Don, you want to hear something funny? I've been streaming on Twitch way longer than they have, so technically you're not wrong. Technically. That Earth's getting pretty big. Yeah, the toilet is working. It's the dump line that's not working. Hypergolic pee. Yeah. It's the high-pitched audio hum from NASA. That high-pitched audio hum you're hearing is the dial tone for the radios. It's the uplink signal lock for Orion. Yeah, that's normal. Dude, Don, on any other occasion, I want my audio clean. I don't want stuff like that. But what you're hearing is the transmitting function from Madrid Dish 54 right there. See that? See the signal is going up? That's the uplink. You're hearing that. It's an S-band frequency broadcasting at 0.2 kilowatts. That's what that buzzing is. It's the dial tone to dial Orion. And when the mission controllers, when the capsule commander clicks their radio on, right, that buzzing is the dial tone, right? And they click it on and it makes the connection. Melon farmers. Not sure if you would get the reference, but I have a bunch of older friends in their 50s and 60s. I got the name Mr. Majestic for how I drive off-road. No, I don't get that one. It is late. My brain is starting to stop working. Hey, Shift Control. I went to bed, woke up, and you're still here, man. Get some rest. Hell no, dude. I'm talking about space. Did they lose connection on the far side of the moon? Yes, Race, they did. But for about 40 minutes. All right. Actually, where are we in the schedule? Hold on. Back up here, go here, mission timeline, jump to current position. We're getting to the end of the day. Communication blackout is one of the most interesting experiences I imagine in the capsule, being disconnected from Earth entirely. I can't decide, Echo, whether that would be really cool or extremely scary.
Houston, integrity for AGA readings.
Atmospheric gas analyzer.
We're ready.
All right, how's the cabin doing? Hold on.
CO2, 2.9. Oxygen, 21.5. 76.0 degrees. 14.7 psi. And it had a bit message that is no longer showing. I think it was the same that someone read up the other day, bit 116 perhaps, and I think bit 2 was 0.
All right, copy, Christina. I'm glad you brought that bit message. We wanted to follow up with you. If you see a bit during startup, that's expected, but it should clear after 5 minutes. So it sounds like for this latest AGA activation, the bit is clear. That's good news.
That is great. Thank you for that insight that we probably were taught. Sounds good.
I needed a reminder myself. Also, your email sync is complete. You are go to Access, and you had passed to the previous team that you would like a reminder on stowing the card reader. You can stow that tonight or tomorrow.
It's 2.9% in HG, Rogue, so it's not...
Okay, thank you for the email and thank you for the reminder.
That's like 0.8%
Our
CO2
pleasure.
in the cabin. It's not bad. That is the highest I've seen it, though, Rogue. That's for sure. Christina's outlook appears to be working, yes. All right. Going back to what you were talking about earlier in the stream, do you remember KSP TV? Yeah, of course I remember KSP TV. Yeah. Good times.
Amy, one more stowage question when you're ready. Low priority.
We love stowage.
Oh, nice, Cyborg. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to show RUDs during the mission, Cyborg, because don't tempt the space gods.
What is a good stowage location for the PCD power cable, the 15 volt?
Ray brought you to the channel, NSS. Ray's good people. We like him. That's cool, man. Mr. Paul Scambates. Yeah, Ray's cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I like Ray. He's a good dude. How can you run a center of gravity test while in 0G? They use the JAM. They use the IMUs, the inertial measuring units. You can triangulate
And
center of
Christina,
gravity with
you
that.
can put that in the Foxtrot 1 large CTB. There should be room since the speakers were removed, but you also have the option to leave the PCD power cable out overnight.
No, that's a good question, dude. Orion has 3-axis inertial measuring units and accelerometers.
We copy. Thank you.
It should be called center of inertia. Yeah,
Houston,
exactly.
notifying you that the HHP camera battery charging activity is complete.
This is S-band, Tarv. Yep.
We copy.
This is they're using the radio, but they have an optical. They have an optical communication system. It's called an O2O.
Amy, with that, we are showing our timeline complete, so we're going to say good night number 1.
Copy. I've heard about this good night number 1. Hopefully we'll keep it at good night number 1, and we'll also say good night moon.
Best switch stream I ever watched was the mountain landing the shuttle in KSP TV. Yeah, I crashed my freaking shuttle into a mountain. I remember that, Marshmallow. The Baikal shuttle. Whoops.
Love it.
Hey, I don't know. I couldn't help it. The payload bay doors opened during re-entry. Like, what do you want? And not only did I do that, but I crashed it with the developers watching the stream. Yeah, Hazanku, I like how they number the goodbyes now, the good nights. It's good night number 1, good night number 2, good night number 3. You love the DART program? That was so much fun. DART program was pretty cool. I want to do that with the shuttles now.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 8 days, 6 hours, and 20 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently preparing to head to sleep. That sleep period expected to begin a little over 2 hours from now. They did recently complete a PMC, or a private medical conference. During these daily conferences, which typically take place towards the end of each flight day, the crew has the opportunity to speak directly with the medical teams here on the ground who are supporting them. These conferences are managed by the BME position here in Mission Control, which stands for the Biomedical Engineer, and they ensure the crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware. Currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis. It provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity, as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon during its journey around the Moon and back. Of course, we are now in the final phases of this Artemis 2 mission, following a liftoff on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Earlier in the week, on flight day 6, the crew completed their lunar flyby, during which they had the opportunity to capture some stunning images and science observations for teams here on the ground. During that lunar flyby, they also made their lunar close approach, and they reached the furthest distance from the Earth for this mission, and during which they surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record for furthest a human has traveled. But now they are in flight day 9, and they will be splashing down off the coast of San Diego, California tomorrow, April 10th. That splashdown targeted for 7:07 p.m. Central, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. During the crew pre-sleep period, which they are heading into.
So, Don, that's a good question. Is the plan to keep the moon an international venture, or have countries attempted to claim regions? So the moon works like international waters. You really can't claim international waters, but you can use international waters. So you can use the moon. You can make a base there. You can use resources to make your base there, but you can't claim it as your own. Because if that was a thing, it'd be ours. Did Christina get her mac and cheese?
Well as our chicken.
All right,
what's opportunity to eat their dinner, as well as complete any hygiene tasks ahead of their sleep period. On the menu for dinner tonight, the crew has roasted turkey, barbecued beef brisket, mac and cheese, Italian vegetables, some shortbread cookies, sweet and sour chicken, honey ginger fish, green beans with mushroom.
Gonna do is I see what you said.
As well as spicy green beans and
spicy green beans. Grenadiers, your grandfather was on the team that made the laser communication techs. He was so excited when Psyche worked perfectly. Said he'd been waiting over 20 years for that thing to get up there, and was in close communications with the people who were still working on the project. He's long retired, but JPL kept the original team in touch with developments. He was like a kid in a candy store over the DSOC test going perfectly. That's awesome, dude. That's so cool, Grenadiers. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, Bandit, if they try to claim the moon, we just say it's ours. It's fine, whatever. I don't think they will, but whatever. All right, guys. So the YouTube VOD is getting to its end. So they were getting up, it's at 11:49. So I think this is where we call it for flight day 9. There's still some mission left here before the astronauts go to sleep. So you're probably going to still hear more communications, but I'm going to stop it a little bit earlier than what I usually do to get some sleep tonight, because tomorrow's going to be a big day. So the stream is not going off. I'm just going to blank the YouTube, reset the YouTube VOD real quick, and I will be back momentarily, and then I'm probably gonna get some sleep. So stand by for a momentary loss of signal on YouTube. On Twitch, just chill here for a second. I'll be right back.